This film is purely fictional. Please do not imitate it. Your like and subscribe are the motivation for me to update. Chapter 1. When Jiang Yunu regained consciousness, she felt herself being dragged. Calling it dragging isn't entirely accurate, because she didn't feel herself being dragged on the ground for long. It felt like someone grabbed her arm, and that hand had unprecedented strength, lifting her off the ground as easily as picking up a chick, leaving her body suspended in midair, her feet suddenly unsteady. What's going on? Jiang Yunu had only regained a hazy consciousness, and wasn't fully awake. She didn't understand what was happening. In her dazed state, her first thought was that she hadn't really focused on losing weight this year. On the contrary, she had diligently gone to the gym, lowering her body fat percentage by 5 percentage points. She should still be considered a healthy and strong young woman, and her height was even above the average for women in the National Adult Height Report. How could someone lift her up with one hand, so high off the ground? The situation was so unusual and beyond her comprehension that Jiang Yunu instinctively thought she was dreaming. The person lifting her swayed her in midair. Her eyelids were heavy, and she couldn't open them. She heard someone say, "Why is there one more here?" What? What? There were other people nearby. Another voice asked, "What's one more?" Jiang Yunu thought this dream was quite intelligent. Someone in her dream was even speaking for her. The person lifting Jiang Yunu said, "The numbers don't match. There's one more here." Footsteps approached. Jiang Yunu's thoughts were like being submerged in viscous water. She couldn't open her eyes, couldn't wake up, yet a sliver of consciousness remained, allowing her to listen and perceive the details of this dream. A strange light shone on her face. She could clearly feel the light passing through her eyelids. Then the light disappeared. "No response," said the person who approached. "The detector isn't responding, deal with it all." The person holding Jiang Yunu might have shrugged, causing her to sway in his hand. She was only supporting herself on one arm, her shoulder joint already strained, and with this sway, it cracked. Jiang Yunu, shock? Can dreams come with a dislocated shoulder? Probably the person doing the inventory wasn't careful, said the person holding Jiang Yunu, bringing her back to where he had lifted her earlier. She felt the hand gripping her upper arm loosen, causing her to fall back to the ground. But the ground was soft. Jiang Yunu slumped back into the soft ground, overhearing the person she'd been talking to say, "Anyway, this place will be ruined soon." What ruined? What ruined? Jiang Yunu wanted to know more. This inexplicable dream gave her a strange sense of foreboding, and she had a naturally strong intuition. She felt something was off about this place, as if there was something she hadn't noticed. However, her consciousness was like a sneeze that failed to escape. It only existed briefly, just enough for her to hear this, before vanishing without a trace. Jiang Yunu was dragged back into a dreamless sleep by her heavy mind. Just before her consciousness completely sank in, she thought, "Never mind, I think about it when I wake up. It's just a dream, after all." But the wisdom of our ancestors has long taught us that sometimes you really shouldn't set unrealistic goals for yourself. Jiang Yunu awoke after sleeping for an unknown number of hours. This time, she opened her eyes, and felt she had finally regained control of her body. Jiang Yunu felt her surroundings were soft. She thought she was still lying in her bed at home. She closed her eyes, and tried to stretch, but a sudden pain shot through her left shoulder as she stretched, making her gasp. She stopped abruptly, reaching her right hand to support her left shoulder. But as her hand brushed past her, she felt something else. A handful of hair. About an arm's length in front of her, Jiang Yunu touched a handful of hair that didn't belong to her. It was a smooth, cool strand of hair, seemingly hanging down from above, indicating that its owner was above the ground. Jiang Yunu didn't hear a second breath besides her own. Naturally brave, after a brief moment of surprise, she closed her eyes and touched the strands of hair again, confirming their location. Then, bracing herself, she opened her eyes. In front of Jiang Yunu hung long, white, wispy hair, drooping upside down. Her gaze followed the strands upwards, seeing the roots connecting to a pale, lifeless face. He, or perhaps she. Jiang Yunu couldn't discern the face's gender, for it was the delicate face of an undeveloped child. This small child lay on a slightly higher surface, facing Jiang Yunu. Jiang Yunu then realized that she was in a hemispherical pit. She was in a higher position in the pit, while the child was outside the pit, but his upper body had already crossed the edge of the pit, and his head had drooped into the pit. As a result, his long white, silky hair also fell into the pit, and landed not far in front of Jiang Yunu, so that she could reach out and grab a handful when she had just woken up. "I'm sorry." Jiang Yunu apologized to the child at the edge of the pit, even though the child should no longer be able to hear her. The child was clearly dead. Jiang Yunu's fingertips still carried the lingering sensation of the child's hair. She softly apologized to the deaf child. "I didn't mean to pull your hair." Then, Jiang Yunu prepared to stand up from the pit. Many questions lingered. Many things remained unclear. For example, Jiang Yunu couldn't understand how she had suddenly arrived here. Everything looked unfamiliar. She almost wondered if she was still dreaming. She wanted to know where she was, to have a clearer understanding of her surroundings. Jiang Yunu was naturally averse to waiting for death. She had always been an adventurous person, always willing to explore. And the first step in exploring this completely unfamiliar environment was to get out of the pit. But Jiang Yunu paused. Because the bottom of the pit she was reaching for was soft, and the ground beneath her feet was also soft. In a recent dream, she had the impression that the ground she was thrown back onto was soft. Looking around now, she finally understood why the ground here was soft. The pit was filled with children whose hair was like white, wispy strands. Their small bodies were piled up like stiff yet resilient building blocks, forming a lifeless human tower. The pit was originally quite deep. Jiang Yunu was lying on the top layer of this human tower, which allowed her to easily see the edge of the pit from her current position. Yes, her current position. Jiang Yunu subconsciously apologized to the children on the edge of the pit, then reached out for support to stand up. She heard a voice clearly not belonging to an adult, and saw her shrunken arms. "Jiang Yunu, eh." She gently patted the nearest body, speaking in a childish voice, as if speaking to an older sister. "Sorry, but I really have to go out and check. I might step on you." While negotiating with the silent bodies filling the pit, Jiang Yunu finally emerged from the circular pit, apologizing all the while. As she braced herself against the edge of the pit with her slender, short arms, and with a powerful push of her core, Jiang Yunu saw her hair, which had swung from behind her to her front. Identical white strands of hair hung down to her chest. It seemed she too had a head of white hair like wispy strands. But Jiang Yunu only glanced at it, deciding to leave these unimportant details for later. She stood on the edge of the pit, her feet finally touching solid ground. Jiang Yunu surveyed her surroundings again, realizing it resembled an underground base. She could see exposed rock strata between the walls, and scattered traces of human activity remained around the pit. She noticed a group of alloy cabinets against the wall in the distance, most of their doors open. Opposite them, against the wall, were several similarly open boxes, their lids carelessly tossed on the ground. One lid flew particularly far, landing next to a set of items leaning against the wall that looked like mobile storage racks. At least, this was a place where humans had once been. Jiang Yunu stepped forward through the stone tunnel, the rough gravel beneath her feet. She noticed some yellow sand on the ground, different from the dark stone path. It didn't seem to originate from within the base, but rather had been brought in from outside through human activity. These tracks of yellow sand, different from the stone path, led in a certain direction, which Jiang Yunu guessed most likely led to the entrance. She remembered the conversation in the dream, clearly recalling the last thing she heard. "This place will soon be abandoned." Abandoned? Did that mean the place was completely abandoned, and everyone who had been here had left? Or hadn't everyone left, and were there still one or two people somewhere? Jiang Yunu couldn't decide whether it was better for her that everyone had left, or that it was better that no one else was here. She hadn't even figured out what this place was like yet. Perhaps, in this situation, it was better to avoid encountering anyone. So, Jiang Yunu moved more quietly and cautiously. She moved cautiously in her childlike body, using the scattered boxes and cabinets for cover, listening intently, exploring every accessible space. The final conclusion was, the base was deserted. Besides her, there were only the bodies of children in and around the pits. Jiang Yunu returned to the initial pit. She had measured the base, which wasn't as large as she had imagined, and not only concluded that there was no one else alive besides her, but she also reached another crucial conclusion. She truly couldn't be dreaming anymore. She had probably really transmigrated. Jiang Yunu pulled a strand of white hair that fell over her shoulder. She stared blankly at the white, wispy hair for a while, then at the children in the pit, before finally sighing and regaining her optimistic and positive nature. "Anyway, let's try to survive." Jiang Yunu cheered herself up. She had walked barefoot for too long, and found 2 plastic bags in the scattered boxes. She put them on her feet, and wore them as makeshift shoes. Chapter 2. Jiang Yunu was a very resilient person. Literally, she had a positive attitude, a strong will to survive, and was quite capable and resourceful. She also possessed an optimism slightly higher than average, making her highly adaptable to environments where others might have collapsed. Jiang Yunu's life motto was, when faced with a problem, try to solve it first. What if you actually solve it? There's no what if, it's all just experience. Jiang Yuna spent half a day confirming that she had transmigrated, and then confirming that she still wanted to survive in this unfamiliar environment. She found 2 plastic bags to put on her feet as shoes, so that at least she wouldn't be a wild child running barefoot through unfamiliar territory. However, the plastic bags weren't very durable. Compared to the very rudimentary rock passages of the underground base, the plastic bags were too easily worn out. Jiang Yuna simply stepped on the bags and returned to the wall with the alloy cabinet. She wanted to check again to see if there were any remaining supplies she could use. Suddenly, her foot hurt. Jiang Yunu looked down and realized she had stepped on a hard object scattered on the ground. It was a hard square piece. The plastic bag had offered a small amount of protection to Jiang Yunu's foot, preventing the edge of the hard piece from piercing her sole, but the plastic bag itself had been torn in the process. Her shoes, barely warmed up, were now ruined. While inwardly mourning the plastic bag's sacrifice for less than 15 minutes, Jiang Yunu bent down to pick up the hard square piece, discovering it was a plastic sheet. Something's outer shell had been broken. These plastic pieces were scattered around the alloy cabinet. Jiang Yunu had passed by the cabinets against the wall earlier, focusing on whether anyone was still in the base, and hadn't carefully observed the ground, which led to her being ambushed next to the cabinets. Plastic was at least a material Jiang Yunu recognized, and could assure herself it was harmless. She had also made a new discovery while exploring the base. The level of technology here might be more advanced than in her original world. On the other side of the base, opposite the pit, Jiang Yunu saw some machines she couldn't name at all. Their shape and outer material alone exuded a high-tech feel, but most of them had damaged outer shells, exposing broken pipes inside, suggesting they were completely unusable. Plastic bags work, what if plastic sheets work too? Jiang Yunu muttered to herself. She picked up the scattered plastic sheets from the ground, found a discarded box lid, and used it as a makeshift table, piling the collected plastic sheets on it. As she piled the plastic sheets, Jiang Yunu had a distinct feeling of scavenging garbage. But scavenging is scavenging, it's all supplies, as long as it helps me survive. After collecting the plastic scraps, Jiang Yuna continued rummaging through the cabinets. She tried to obtain more survival supplies, and found 2 bundles of waterproof tape in the first cabinet. The plastic scraps she had just collected would come in handy now. Jiang Yunu immediately took the waterproof tape back to her makeshift table. She first placed the tape and plastic scraps together, then got up and returned to the edge of the cabinet. Searching the seemingly empty bottom of the cabinet, she finally found the tool she was looking for. A small knife that was already starting to rust. Waterproof tape, which requires cutting, is usually kept with cutting tools, and Jiang Yunu was glad that the people who had worked at this base before also had this habit. Even a rusty knife came in handy. Jiang Yunu returned to the table, held the tape to her feet to measure the required length, and then cut it with the knife. The rusty knife was a bit dull, and not very easy to use, but fortunately, the tape itself wasn't difficult to cut, and Jiang Yunu quickly and carefully cut off a section. She laid the cut tape flat on the table, then took out some pieces of plastic with a certain degree of rigidity, and began to carefully glue them onto the tape. She flattened it, pressed it down, stacked another layer, pressed it down again, and then cut off another section of tape, sticking it on top of the plastic pieces, firmly fixing the plastic pieces between the 2 layers of tape. Jiang Yunu made herself a pair of shoe soles using waterproof tape and hard plastic pieces. The waterproof tape was tough and durable enough that even if the plastic sheet was crushed, the fragments would remain embedded in the taped layers, still providing some support. Jiang Yunu also found several pieces of cable ties in the cabinet where the tape was kept. They were probably used to bundle other goods, and had been carelessly thrown away as trash. But even this trash was a treasure to her. She wrapped the cable ties around the soles of her shoes, securing them to her feet. Thus, Jiang Yunu made herself a pair of plastic sandals. These sandals were only slightly better than wearing plastic bags directly. Their design was also minimal, as long as they fit, and didn't fall off easily, that was enough. Wearing these homemade sandals, Jiang Yunu took a few steps, and felt quite satisfied. She considered the remaining cable ties, tape, and plastic sheets as precious resources, and carefully collected them for later use. Jiang Yunu didn't put the rusty knife away, she chose to carry it with her. Jiang Yunu knew perfectly well that if she encountered real danger, the knife would probably be useless, but having a weapon in hand was always different from being empty-handed. Jiang Yunu was always optimistic. She secretly thought that if she were a game character, the rusty knife would be the first weapon she found. Even if the simple starting weapon only gave her an attack power +1 or defense power +1 effect, +1 was fine. A little boost was always important for a beginner. Holding the knife and wearing sandals, Jiang Yunu continued searching for supplies. It was only then that Jiang Yunu unconsciously moved her left shoulder, and suddenly realized that she hadn't felt pain in her left shoulder for a long time. When she first woke up, her left shoulder was still throbbing painfully. She remembered the pulling sensation in her shoulder joint when she stretched with her eyes closed while lying in the pit. Yet, without her noticing, her dislocated shoulder had silently healed itself. Jiang Yunu paused for a moment, stunned by this discovery. Looking down, she saw strands of white hair hanging in front of her. What am I now? This question slipped into Jiang Yunu's mind. The pit she had to crawl out of while apologizing was not far away. Turning around, she could see the children whose bodies were as pale as their hair. She felt as if she had once been one of them. The only difference between her and those children was that Jiang Yunu's skin was more vibrant now, and she was truly alive and kicking, with consciousness, and the ability to feel pain and hunger. Wait, was she hungry? Before she could continue pondering the philosophical question of who am I, Jiang Yunu's attention was abruptly diverted to something else. She realized she was hungry. Having just discovered she was in unfamiliar territory, a surge of adrenaline numbed her senses, masking her basic physiological instincts. Jiang Yunu had already roughly explored the base, even running around making herself a pair of sandals. Before exploring the base, she had also struggled to climb out of a circular pit. There were no clocks or other clocks in the base. Jiang Yunu didn't know how long she had been awake, but she knew her activity level must have been quite high. She was currently in a child's body, and children are among the groups that need the most energy and get hungry the fastest. Jiang Yunu felt the belated hunger. And the moment she realized she was hungry, it felt like she was starving, her empty stomach screaming, every nerve connected to her stomach clamoring for food. She wanted to eat, she wanted food, she wanted to eat. So hungry, so incredibly hungry. How could she be so hungry? Jiang Yunu was truly hungry. She swallowed softly. Not only had she not eaten, but her mouth, which hadn't touched water in ages, was practically dry. Only a thin saliva was swallowed, like a drop of water in a parched desert, serving no purpose other than making her feel even more acutely hungry. But at least Jiang Yunu wasn't so weak-kneed that her limbs felt weak and her steps unsteady. She discovered that even when she felt extremely hungry, her limbs remained steady. She hadn't yet become weak from hunger. It felt like a phone whose battery had dropped below 10% and was issuing a warning, but it still worked perfectly. Jiang Yunu, finding amusement in her hunger, fought off her cravings and quickened her pace towards the remaining cabinets and boxes, hoping to find some food. Hopefully, there really was still food left in this base. Jiang Yunu had already deduced that this base was likely used specifically for transferring or storing certain items, more like a temporary warehouse or transit station. There wasn't much equipment here, basically just the few she had seen during her earlier exploration. The overall layout was simple. The alloy cabinets were only in the set against the wall. The cabinet where she found the tape and knife was almost completely empty. When she pulled the knife out from under the cabinet, she noticed dust in the empty compartment, indicating that it was rarely used, let alone filled. There must be very few people stationed here. Most of the time, people come and go. And if Jiang Yunu's deduction was correct, it meant that finding food would be even more difficult. Places where no one stays long-term generally don't have long-term food reserves. Jiang Yunu wasn't giving up. She knew the chances were extremely low, but she still carefully explored every cabinet, felt every compartment, and opened every box scattered on the floor. Not everyone who works here can be a special forces soldier, Jiang Yunu said to herself. Holding on to the hope that maybe someone will want to eat something during their work, or occasionally need energy replenishment while working temporarily, Jiang Yunu didn't give up on any place that seemed like a potential storage location. Finally, in a box against the wall opposite the alloy cabinet, she found two boxes. There were two boxes whose contents she couldn't discern from the packaging, but the packaging bore a prominent blue logo and a green logo. At that moment, Jiang Yunu was especially grateful for her fate, thankful that in this unfamiliar place, at least the production and food safety logos seemed to be interchangeable. She quickly opened the packaging, then paused, stunned to see a set of small bottles inside. What's this? Jiang Yunu took out a small bottle, carefully examining it. The only lighting in the base came from a wall lamp fixed to a stone wall, presumably with its own battery, the only facility in the base that seemed to be powered. Jiang Yunu held the small bottle up to the light, turning it over, and finally saw a food safety logo on the bottom. This discovery relieved Jiang Yunu. It's definitely edible. Edible, that's good. As for what it actually was, or whether it was expired, those were not currently on Jiang Yunu's mind. Faced with a choice between waiting to starve to death and the possibility of being poisoned by consuming unfamiliar food, Jiang Yunu unhesitatingly chose the latter. She decided to take a gamble. At least there was a 50% chance she would survive. The bottle cap was a bit difficult to open, so the small knife Jiang Yunu carried came in handy. The thin, rusty blade pried open the bottle containing the unknown liquid. She downed the liquid in one gulp, then exhaled after the emptiness and restlessness in her stomach subsided. She had gambled correctly. There were no apparent side effects yet. It was highly likely she could eat it. Jiang Yunu moved the 2 boxes of small liquid bottles to her supply storage area, placing them alongside her plastic strapping. Her supply point wasn't far from the pit she had crawled out of. Jiang Yunu walked to the edge of the pit, holding the empty bottle in her hand, and gently tossed it towards the children's bodies in the pit. Thanks to everyone for lifting me up to the top, making it easier for me to get up, Jiang Yunu said. Thanks to me for still being alive today. Chapter 3. Living is always something to celebrate for those who want to live. Jiang Yunu knew that her position at the top of the pit was largely due to being lifted up and thrown back in. That lifting and throwing probably made her one of the last to fall in. But regardless, she had managed to climb out of the pit, stepping on the children lying silently inside, sometimes even having to cling to their bodies for support, both as thin and frail as she was now. Jiang Yunu didn't find it strange to offer a sacrifice to the dead children. After all, she hadn't encountered another living person there, and no one else to share her joy at finding food. After offering sacrifices to the dead children and herself, Jiang Yunu pressed her stomach and put away the empty bottles. If she found other water sources later, these empty bottles could be used as containers. The bottles were small, but something was better than nothing. Jiang Yunu wasn't sure what the bottled edible liquid was, but considering the few abandoned machines she'd seen on the other side of the base, she guessed it might be the legendary energy replenishment solution, also called a nutrient solution, the kind that could keep you full for hours or even a day or two after drinking just one bottle, a common supply in futuristic science fiction worlds. The base was rudimentary, with only temporary staff coming to work, resulting in high turnover. Keeping a couple of boxes of emergency energy replenishment to meet basic needs seemed logical, further supporting Jiang Yunu's earlier deduction. Although I don't know what you do here. Jiang Yunu sincerely thanked the strangers, but at least thank you for being normal people who need to replenish your energy. If the people working here were truly low energy, long-lasting special forces soldiers, or not even human at all but dispatched AI, then Jiang Yunu probably wouldn't even have found these 2 small boxes, and would truly face the predicament of starving to death immediately after transmigrating. Jiang Yunu wasn't sure how long the small bottle of liquid would last, but she had already decided to carefully control her activity level from now on, trying to use her limited calories wisely. With her stomach soothed by the nutrient solution, Jiang Yunu moved to the nearest spot, first returning to the edge of the pit to carefully examine the children, who seemed to have once been her kind. These white-haired children lay quietly in the pit, some of their bodies unnaturally rolled to one side, making Jiang Yunu feel a pang of guilt, because she had touched them when she came out of the pit, twisting their already carelessly thrown bodies into even more uncomfortable positions. She carefully crouched down at the edge of the pit, trying to reach out and straighten the twisted, overturned bodies. Unfortunately, Jiang Yunu was still a child. Even with her arms outstretched, they were too short. She could only reach the hair of the children closest to the edge of the pit, so she reluctantly patted their white hair apologetically. Strangely, this was clearly a pit of lifeless children, a pit of corpses in every sense of the word, yet Jiang Yunu felt no fear. These children didn't seem to have been born through normal reproduction. They possessed a strange pattern. All of them were the same height and length. Their limbs appeared proportionally identical, their hair length was the same, and their hair color matched their skin tone. Like products mass-produced from the same assembly line. Jiang Yunu almost assumed the white-haired children all had identical features, but when she parted the white hair covering several children's faces, and saw their faces, she realized that while their appearances differed, the overall aura they exuded was remarkably similar. They all seemed to have been sculpted according to a uniform standard, then discarded together, lifelessly lying in the same pit, like mass-produced goods that were later found to have some flaw and were mass-produced and scrapped. Jiang Yunu had been awake for some time. Touching the body of the only white-haired child lying by the pit, she could feel that the body was merely cold, lacking the stiffness that should appear after death. What are we? The question of who am I? That had been interrupted by hunger returned to Jiang Yunu's mind. and she naturally categorized herself as one of the white-haired children. But the dead children couldn't answer this question, and she herself had too little information to find an answer for herself. The white-haired children in the crater, and their pale, yet not decaying, bodies, became Jiang Yunu's only companions in the days that followed. Jiang Yunu explored the small base for the third time. In a corner she hadn't noticed before, she found an electronic clock. A very basic model, essentially a thin sheet with constantly changing numbers lit up on it. An even thinner battery was embedded in the back panel. She didn't know how much longer it would last. Perhaps it was precisely because of its basic design and simple function that the battery had sustained it until now. Jiang Yunu quickly discovered that the time zone of the electronic clock seemed to be out of sync with the base's location. The first time Jiang Yunu found it, it displayed 3:15, but by then she had already followed the yellow sand tracks in the stone tunnel to the base's entrance, and through the crack in the not-so-sturdy door, she could see that it was already light outside. When the electronic clock showed 9 a.m., Jiang Yunu looked through the crack again, and found it was already dark outside. Jiang Yunu then only used the electronic clock to keep track of the approximate time. Using the clock, Jiang Yunu estimated that the nutrient solution she found was enough to sustain a child's energy needs for about 16 hours. One box contained 12 small bottles, 2 boxes totaling 24. After deducting the 3 bottles Jiang Yunu had already finished, she had 21 bottles of nutrient solution left. Adding the nutrient solution still effective in her stomach, she could guarantee her energy supply for at least 340 hours. That's equivalent to 14 days. In other words, Jiang Yunu set herself a survival timer that without any accidents or finding any new supplies, I can survive for another 2 weeks. There are probably many people in the world who set a countdown to their lives, but few remain optimistic afterward. Jiang Yunu wasn't discouraged by the 2-week figure. Instead, she patted herself on the shoulder, encouraging herself, saying, "Coming to such a strange place suddenly, surviving for half a month is already amazing." No one responded to Jiang Yunu's words. Only in her abandoned base could she talk to herself, and sometimes to the white-haired children in the pits. After encouraging herself and giving herself a pep talk, Jiang Yunu threw herself back into modifying the limited resources. Surviving for 2 weeks was already impressive. Jiang Yunu wanted to see if she could go even further. When she confirmed she hadn't found anything usable in the base, she set her sights on the base's entrance gate. She began to think about seeing the outside world. Based on the sand and gravel brought in from outside, Jiang Yunu deduced that the base was likely located in a desert area. A stone path led upwards from the pit where she had woken up to the surface. The base gate was locked, but surprisingly, the lock was just a mechanical lock, not the high-tech lock Jiang Yunu had initially expected. The mechanical lock made Jiang Yunu's research into opening it a bit easier. She no longer needed to struggle with potentially unfathomable technology. She only needed to figure out the basic structure of the lock, then find a way to loosen the lock cylinder and pry it open. The desert terrain also meant that the roads outside might not be easy to traverse, and the ultraviolet radiation would be very strong during the day. So, while figuring out how to pry open the base's gate lock, Jiang Yunu cobbled together a makeshift cloak from waterproof tape and a piece of umbrella fabric used to cover a box. She then used tubing salvaged from a broken piece of equipment, cutting it into strips, and taping them together to create 2 makeshift rubber boots, turning her plastic sandals into plastic boots. The boots retained their rustic and unconventional style. They looked like something even a homeless person on the street wouldn't necessarily pick up and wear. But Jiang Yunu was quite satisfied. She was always good at encouraging herself, and felt that she had done a pretty good job with the limited resources. Donning her barely upgraded gear, Jiang Yunu finally figured out how to pick locks while crafting her equipment. The lock on the base gate was surprisingly easy to pry open as well. When Jiang Yunu finally managed to pry it open, using a wire salvaged from the equipment to manipulate the lock cylinder, she was astonished, unable to believe her method of opening the door was so archaic. But the lock had indeed been pried open. With a soft click, the bolt retracted, and the locking pins embedded in the upper and lower rock walls swiftly retracted. The base gate was open. Jiang Yunu took a deep breath. She wasn't sure what she would face after pushing open this door, nor whether the world outside would contain supplies to extend her lifespan. But she was prepared to face anything. The first thing she felt was the wind blowing in from outside, mixed with a little dust, carrying the unique smell of the dry environment. Then came the sunlight. The overwhelming sunlight, like a warm orange blanket or a bucket of gold paint poured from the sky, blanketed her, illuminating the small figure of Jiang Yunu who peeked out from the crack in the door. Jiang Yunu was wrapped in a cloak she had made herself, but a few strands of hair still slipped out from under the hood. The sunlight immediately painted her hair, turning her wispy white hair into a sun-gold color. Jiang Yuna quietly let the sun shine on her for 2 minutes before tightening the cloak. She had also made 2 pockets inside the rough cloak, stuffing them with 4 vials of nutrient solution. Her small knife was strapped to her leg. She also carried a steel pipe, also salvaged from discarded equipment. It could be used to block blunt weapons for self-defense, or as a walking stick to help her move more easily through the sand. Jiang Yuna guessed she might encounter risks, perhaps people in the world outside the base, or wild beasts surviving in the desert. She even fantasized that there might be a town not too far away, or at least a small human settlement. But she was completely wrong. Jiang Yuna first walked around the base, using a steel pipe as a walking stick, digging it into the sand for support. The more she circled the base, the more uneasy she felt, because all she could see was yellow sand. The base seemed to be built in the middle of an entire desert. Jiang Yuna steadied herself and quickly noticed that the base was backed by a barren mountain, which seemed to be the highest mountain within several kilometers. She stopped circling and, using her steel pipe and her agile movements, began to climb the mountain, from the sunlight as it rose until the sky turned golden red, and then until darkness fell. Jiang Yuna finally reached the summit. Standing atop a barren, almost entirely barren mountain, she saw a clear transition between layers in the distance, with shimmering light extending into the distance. This shimmering light rippled in layers, and Jiang Yunu's heart skipped a beat. She recognized it as the sea. Jiang Yunu looked around, changing direction several times, and found that from every angle, she could see a vast expanse of sea connecting to the sandy land. This meant that the base was located on a remote, isolated island. There was no sign of human habitation in any direction. Jiang Yunu stood silently atop the barren mountain, quickly accepting her impending doom, the difficulty of leaving the island alone, and the increased challenge of survival. Jiang Yunu maintained a positive attitude. She laughed heartily. From today onwards, I gone from someone struggling to survive, to a savage islander struggling to survive. Chapter 4. The ambient light at night might affect judgment, so Jiang Yunu returned to the base that evening, immediately falling asleep. She woke up 6 hours later, when the thin electronic clock showed it was still dark outside. At that time, the sky outside the base was just beginning to lighten. Jiang Yunu went out as soon as the sky began to pale, taking her steel cane, and climbing the barren mountain behind the base once more. This time, it was only around noon when she successfully reached the summit. Standing atop the mountain, she could now see the entire barren island more clearly. Not only was her base small, but the entire island seemed small. The barren mountain was the highest and most isolated mountain on the island. From its summit, one could see the entire island. The edge of the yellow sand beach met the boundless sea, with white waves rolling in from afar, crashing against the sand and rocks on the shore. But something was strange. Jiang Yunu had initially thought it was because her cloak's hood was too large, obscuring her face and nose, thus hindering the normal functioning of her senses. She pulled back the wide brim of her hat, revealing her nose, and sniffed the air carefully again. She didn't smell the distinctive scent of seawater. The island wasn't large, the coastline was visible from the hilltop, and the base wasn't far from the shore. Logically, the wind should carry some oceanic aroma. But Jiang Yunu smelled nothing. The seawater here seemed strange in a way. Just like the sand here. Yesterday, when Jiang Yunu first left the base, she had worried about the possibility of sand-dwelling animals, and imagined seeing human towns outside. However, after 2 trips, she was absolutely certain that, apart from herself, there were no other living humans on this island for the time being. The base at the foot of the mountain was the only place on the island with traces of human activity, and also the only building on the island. Furthermore, Jiang Yuna realized that she might not only be the only living person on the island, but also the only living creature. Living creature, literally, a living being. The sand Jiang Yuna had walked on was soft. The solitary mountain she had climbed was hard. During her 2 trips, she also explored the sandy area around the base and the mountain itself, finding not even a single insect in the sand, and not even a small clump of moss on the shady side of the mountain. A deserted island, a deserted mountain, barren sand, a deserted base. Even the ocean couldn't be deserted. Jiang Yunu initially treated this thought as a joke, but after spending about half a day hiking from the base to the seaside and exploring what looked like the sea, but didn't smell of the ocean, her words became a self-fulfilling prophecy. The seawater appeared a deep, almost blackish blue last night, but under normal sunlight, it was a perfectly clear and bright azure, with a texture as pure and clear as blue glass. In Jiang Yunu's previous world, she would have praised the sea here as truly beautiful, like the legendary mirror of the sky. But now, it only added to the artificiality of the sea. Looking down through the clear water, as far as Jiang Yunu could see, everything beneath the surface was empty. The beach was eerily clean. Neither the nearshore waters nor the sandy shore showed a trace of marine life. Not even a jellyfish or a single seaweed could be found. The ocean is hailed as the source of life, so can a sea devoid of even a trace of life still be called a sea? Jiang Yunu wasn't sure what the natural environment here was really like. For a moment, an even bolder guess flashed through her mind. She wondered, is everything here truly natural? The white-haired children lying in the pit of the base, still not decayed, seemed very unnatural, exceeding the scope of natural humans. If this is a world where even life can be mass-produced, then, wouldn't it be feasible to create a beach and ocean, and then, like in a large-scale game, piece the artificial beach and ocean together with this isolated island? Jiang Yunu had many questions, but she still knew too little about this world. Jiang Yunu couldn't judge the extent of this world's technological development. She stared blankly at this lifeless sea for a while, feeling the sea breeze that had no trace of ocean air. She could only be certain of one thing: her idea of eating from the sea, to find fresh food resources by digging for them, was ruined. But since she was already here, Jiang Yunu tentatively scooped up a handful of seawater and licked it. Is turning water that only looks like the sea into salty water the last stubborn act of the people who created this sea? Jiang Yunu's feelings were complicated as she tasted the salty water. But after tasting it more carefully, Jiang Yunu realized that this seawater didn't taste strange at all. It tasted like salt water, with some ordinary table salt added. This prompted her to immediately take out the 3 small empty bottles she had brought with her that day, fill them all with this seawater, and decide to take it back to the base for observation. Jiang Yunu currently had a mindset similar to Shannon tasting hundreds of herbs, all driven by the limited resources available. Anything that came into her sight, if it was edible, she would boldly taste, then wait several hours to see if her body reacted abnormally. If no abnormal reaction occurred after 12 hours, Jiang Yunu would add it to her harmless list, considering it an edible resource. Seawater, tasting like saltwater, if it didn't cause any negative reactions, meant that, with the 2 boxes of nutrient solution depleted, Jiang Yunu could survive on water alone for at least 3 days. Luckily, that sip of saltwater didn't cause any side effects. Until Jiang Yunu returned to the base from the beach and lay down on her makeshift bed, she felt no discomfort other than some fatigue from exhaustion. Jiang Yunu's bed was made by piecing together 2 upside-down boxes. There were no sheets or blankets on it, only foam pillars she found in one of the discarded boxes. The foam pillars, once placed inside crates to cushion cargo during transport, were now removed by Jiang Yunu and pasted onto the surface of the crate she used to sleep on, serving as a makeshift foam mattress to prevent her from lying flat on the hard crate board every day. Jiang Yunu only slept on the hard crate board once, on the first day, and the experience was astonishing. It felt like waking up as if I were a corpse rising from a coffin, Jiang Yunu remarked as she got out of bed. The only ones who could overhear Jiang Yunu's assessment were, of course, the actual corpses in the base. The white-haired children in the pits. Jiang Yunu ate, slept, and lived next to the pits. Although it wasn't easy for her to reach the children inside, she had moved the child who had been lying on the edge of the pit. Jiang Yunu found another empty box, turned it upside down, and used it as a makeshift stool, placing it against the rock wall. Then she moved the only movable object she could carry, the white-haired child, onto it, positioning him against the rock wall of the base in a sitting position. This child sitting by the stone wall provided Jiang Yunu with a little companionship. Every day when Jiang Yunu returned to the base and woke up, she would see the child sitting there quietly. She would talk to him as if he were still alive, truly treating him as her survival partner on the deserted island, while also ensuring her language skills didn't deteriorate due to the lack of human interaction. Good night. Jiang Yunu rolled over on her foam mattress, turning to face the corpse beside the rock wall, waving to the child sitting by the wall. She thought for a moment, then turned to the other side, waving to the pit as well. Good night, everyone. Jiang Yunu glanced at the digital clock before going to sleep. She usually slept for about 6 hours. 6 hours later, when I woke up, I still didn't feel anything unusual, and I actually found some barely usable water. Jiang Yunu shared the good news about the supplies with the corpses, then peacefully closed her eyes on her crate bed. Since arriving in this world, Jiang Yunu seemed to have a hard time feeling cold or hot, and she didn't need a blanket at night to avoid catching a chill. The next day, Jiang Yunu woke up unharmed, confirming that she had indeed gained saltwater resources. Saltwater resources had many uses. Jiang Yunu took the empty nutrient solution bottles from the base out, replenished her supplies with this salt water that seemed like salt mixed with water, drank some more water at the beach, and even took off her rubber boots and cloak to simply clean her skin with the seemingly clean seawater. She also washed her gear, which had been covered in a layer of sand and dust from running around for several days. As she removed her cloak, it was nearly evening on the island. The sun slowly turned a vibrant orange-red on the horizon, resembling a oozing, oily duck egg yolk. Jiang Yunu felt a pang of hunger at the sight of this duck egg yolk. She scooped up a handful of salt water and drank it, as if to taste the saltiness of the duck egg. The egg yolk-like sun was no longer as scorching as during the day. The intensity of the ultraviolet rays had decreased. Jiang Yunu held one hand out to her forehead, looking down at the sun through her palm. "Are you really the sun?" The sun, of course, did not answer. Jiang Yunu quickly packed away her equipment, dressed herself again, and returned safely to the base as night fell on the island. The only light in the base was still on, and the white-haired child still sat on the crate against the wall, waiting. Jiang Yunu had once seen a discussion topic, roughly about what would happen if you were the last human on Earth, and you woke up to find yourself the only person left in the world. Some would feel great, able to enjoy all the world's resources all to yourself. Others would feel immense pain, having lost all their family and friends overnight, and still others would feel fear. Jiang Yunu's current situation bore some resemblance to this topic. Her first thought upon seeing it was, even if I'm alone, I need to survive first, and while I'm at it, I try to figure out why I'm the only one left. But living truly alone on a resource-scarce desert island, even for someone as resilient as Jiang Yunu, she found herself feeling somewhat lonely. This loneliness led Jiang Yunu to leave the base again at night. It was the first time she had climbed a desolate mountain at night. There were no living creatures in the sand, and no moss on the rock walls. There was no need to worry about insects, snakes, or scorpions stinging her. Jiang Yunu had become familiar with the mountain climbing route in the past few days. She simply took off her boots, untied her cloak, and wore only a white outfit that looked like it was being mass-produced for white-haired children. She climbed up the mountain in the night, using both her hands and feet. As Jiang Yunu climbed barefoot up the mountainside, she felt like a wild animal. She had previously called herself a wild woman surviving on a deserted island, but walking barefoot on the rocks, she felt even wilder. This environment, where she was the only one in the world, incredibly lonely yet infinitely free, seemed to ignite her wild side. The moon appeared behind the rock face that had obscured her view. Jiang Yunu crossed a barren hilltop, bathed in moonlight from the moon hanging high above. She looked up at the moon. The moon on the deserted island was as bright as the sun during the day. It seemed to come to this hilltop every day, taking turns with the sun to watch over this island where she was all alone. Jiang Yunu quietly gazed at the moon for a while. The wind ruffled her hair, the ends looking as if they had been chewed by a dog. She had cut them herself with a knife. Because long hair would compete with her body for nutrients, she simply cut it short. Shorter hair also made it easier for her to climb mountains, wade through sand, and cross water. The moonlight continued to bathe Jiang Yunu, illuminating her limbs. Jiang Yunu, dressed in white, her dog-chewed hair flying wildly behind her, stood barefoot on a dark rock illuminated by the moonlight. Facing in any direction, she suddenly cupped her hands to her mouth and let out a childish, clear wolf howl, a wh, like a small wild animal knowing it couldn't summon any of its kind. After howling, releasing the inexplicable impulse born of loneliness and her inner wildness, Jiang Yunu descended the mountain barefoot again, knowing many challenges awaited her. Even a wild animal without companions will strive to survive in unfamiliar and difficult environments. Jiang Yunu vowed to be the last one to give up on herself. Chapter 5. There were 8 vials of nutrient solution left. 8 vials meant that Jiang Yunu had used more than one of the 2 boxes of food supplies she found, and that she had been in this world for over 10 days. She had also been surviving alone on this deserted island for 10 days. 10 days wasn't too long, nor too short. It was enough for Jiang Yunu to thoroughly search the small deserted island. She had done everything she could, but besides the 2 boxes of nutrient solution she initially found, the equipment in the base that she had dismantled as much as possible, the boxes, covers, pipes, and plastic strapping that she had tried her best to utilize, plus the saltwater resources that she had personally tasted and found usable. Besides these, she had found nothing else that could be used. As the saying goes, even a clever cook can't cook without rice. No matter how bold or adventurous Jiang Yunu was, she couldn't conjure resources out of thin air to utilize and transform them. In these 10 days, Jiang Yunu had explored the entire island on foot. She could even count how many steps it took her to walk around the coast. Initially, Jiang Yunu harbored the thought that she might be able to find a way out of the island. She wandered along the shore, trying to slowly wade into the shallow waters, and using her limited swimming skills to venture into deeper waters. Jiang Yunu had given up on searching for marine life. She simply wanted to see if any other secret bases might be hidden in the deeper waters. Perhaps there was an underwater space beneath the strange sea near the island. During her 10 days exploring the isolated island, Jiang Yunu discovered that there were no docks or ports along the entire circular coastline. After realizing this, she returned to the base and searched it thoroughly, focusing on the ground and walls, trying to find any undiscovered subspaces. Unfortunately, Jiang Yunu's exploration of the base was just as fruitless as her exploration of the seawater. Jiang Yunu didn't find any subspaces in the base. She plunged into the deep water and swam around. Thanks to her innate ability to see underwater, she still couldn't discern any structures. She only realized that she couldn't swim any further from the shore. Otherwise, if she ran out of energy and couldn't swim back to shore before hunger overwhelmed her, Jiang Yunu, who could have survived for over a week by simply eating her savings, might drown in the unknown composition of the seawater due to overexertion. It sounded like a terrible loss. "I'm back before I get dried out by the brine," Jiang Yunu said to the white-haired child still sitting quietly on the stool as she swam back to the base from the seawater. Jiang Yunu could only confirm that people had indeed been coming and going from this isolated island before. After her initial exploration failed, she continued to circle the base and the seawater for 3 days, even climbing to the top of a barren mountain to search the summit and the mountainside for any places where vehicles could be parked. To no avail. Jiang Yunu didn't know how those people whose voices she had heard had left, just as she didn't know how they had arrived. Unable to find a way to leave the island using existing vehicles, Jiang Yunu had a new idea. Jiang Yunu boldly thought, "Could I build something myself and try paddling out of this water?" The idea was audacious enough, yet not entirely impossible. Jiang Yunu acted immediately. She further exploited the limited equipment in the base, piecing together scraps of alloy plates, lightweight plastic baskets, foam columns that seemed to increase buoyancy, and other materials carefully wrapped with waterproof tape to achieve a degree of water resistance. She then tested the feasibility of each assembly, and finally carried her cobbled-together creation to the shore by hand. The moon, hanging over the desolate island, accompanied the little child as she carried her unlaunchable boat. It watched silently, guiding her with its moonlight, as if condoning Jiang Yunu's pursuit of a dream destined to remain unattainable. The boat that Jiang Yunu had painstakingly built couldn't even navigate shallow waters, running aground once on the beach, and then slowly began to sink after being transported into the water. Alright. Jiang Yunu's efforts were in vain, but she wasn't discouraged by the result. She simply sighed under the moonlight. Failure is normal. Before the boat slid into deep water, and all the limited materials were literally wasted, Jiang Yunu painstakingly pulled it back to shore and dismantled it, reassembling it into a pile of parts. Despite this failure, Jiang Yunu didn't give up. She figured perhaps she was being greedy, trying to build a boat without blueprints, using such meager materials, and her limited practical experience. It was utterly unrealistic. Instead of building a boat, she might as well just tie foam pillars to a plastic basket, cover the bottom with waterproof tape, and see if she could row away with just the basket. Jiang Yunu really dared to think of anything, and she acted immediately. So, the next night, the moon quietly watched as Jiang Yunu returned to the beach, attempting to paddle her basket into the water. The foam pillar and basket were indeed better than a boat. At least it actually floated and could support the weight of a child. Jiang Yunu, holding her old steel cane converted into an oar, drifted quietly for a while on the moonlit sea, but ultimately, she gave up on going out to sea in the basket. Instead, she let the gentle waves carry her and the basket back to shore. Jiang Yunu flipped the basket out of the shallow water on the beach and, like clinging to an unconventional floating board, pulled it back to land. Slightly exhausted, Jiang Yunu wasn't in a hurry to return to base. She sat down on the beach, stretching her legs towards the gentle lapping of the waves, her bare feet feeling the splashing water. She leaned back, her elbows sinking into the fine sand, stopping abruptly at a certain depth. The soft sand supported her body, allowing her to lie half reclined on the ground. There was nothing else to see in the island's night sky, only the moon. "Do you know I can't get out?" Jiang Yunu spoke to the moon. The moon had witnessed her 2 failed attempts to leave the island, yet her tone held no resentment, only helplessness. "The basket can float, but it requires constant paddling, which is quite physically demanding. I can't guarantee that the remaining nutrient solution will be enough to support me to the next shore," Jiang Yunu shared with Yu Liang, explaining her reasons for giving up on paddling. Besides the lack of stamina and energy, There are two other reasons. First, I can't guarantee that this body of water will remain calm. If a large wave comes along later, it could capsize me and the basket, drowning me in this strange salty water, turning me into a salty man floating on the sea. Second, what if this island is the only land here, and I can't find another shore even after paddling a long way? This was the reason Jiang Yuna told the moon, a reason she used to weigh her options, and convince herself amidst her audacity and recklessness. Jiang Yuna had previously suspected this sea was fake, suspecting that perhaps the island and the sea were man-made. These past few days, as she disassembled the equipment in the base, she not only became more aware of the world's advanced science and technology, but this advancement also led her to other conjectures. Her suspicion shifted from that the island and sea were man-made to that perhaps this wasn't even the edge of a continental island at all. What if this was a small planet? What if this was a planet, with only this one island on it, the rest entirely water? It was an artificial planet specifically used to recycle certain creations, and had been abandoned along with the base on this isolated island, becoming a derelict planet. Then what's the point of escaping this island? There's nowhere else to go besides this island. She had to find a way to leave this planet. But of course, these were all just speculations. Jiang Yunu had no way of verifying whether her guess was correct. She wasn't sure if her casual thought was right, but conversely, she couldn't be sure she was wrong either. After all, Jiang Yunu had a strong intuition, which had helped her a lot since childhood. This lingering doubt, along with this inexplicable intuition, ultimately led Jiang Yunu to return to the deserted island. She lay on the beach, gazing at the moon. She spoke to the moon, but the moon only listened, offering no reply. Don't you ever wonder why, even though I already have a guess in my heart and foresaw my failure, I still went through all this trouble? I don't know, Jiang Yunu said to the moon. The moon remained silent, only its light shone upon her. Jiang Yunu let out a soft breath. I don't really know either. The night on the deserted island was quiet, save for the sound of the wind and the occasional crashing of the waves. After a moment, Jiang Yunu said in the moonlight, maybe it's just that deep down I'm unwilling to give up. Jiang Yunu said she would be the last person to give up on herself, but in reality, she was probably the one who wouldn't give up until the very last moment. Sometimes, even knowing the hope is slim, people will still gamble with a slim chance. Jiang Yunu sat up from the fine sand, stood up, and began brushing the sand off her body. Some sand mixed with water and clung to her, but she let it be. Jiang Yunu stretched lazily on the moonlit beach. All her efforts had been in vain. This time, unlike when she was gambling on whether she could drink the saltwater resources, Lady Luck hadn't smiled upon her, failing to point her to a new path to survival. But her face remained unchanged, showing no sign of dejection. Anyway, I don't regret all the effort. At least I tried everything I could think of, and tried my best to save myself, Jiang Yuna told the moon. Things in this world often don't go as planned. If you tried your best, there's no need for regret. This is one of Jiang Yuna's life principles. The island escape plan has completely failed. This is one of the major things she fought hard for during her 10 days on the deserted island, only to face reality and have to abandon. There are still 8 vials of nutrient solution left, equivalent to 126 hours. If you include the time she would spend surviving on water after running out of supplies, Jiang Yuna could probably survive for another 8 days. Chapter 6. If a person knows they only have 8 days to live, and has no way to extend their life, how should they spend those remaining 8 days? If Jiang Yunu were still in her previous world, 8 days would be enough for her to do quite a lot. She might contact her various relatives and friends, spending 1 or 2 days saying goodbye to everyone she felt she should properly say farewell to. If possible, she might meet with them. If not, she could rely on modern communication. Making a video call in 10 or 20 minutes wouldn't be difficult. After saying goodbye and settling things, Jiang Yunu would probably spend another day dealing with her privacy. Adults always have things they can't talk about on their hard drives, and things they don't want to share on their phones, computers, and other electronic devices. These things must be handled properly. Delete what needs to be deleted, destroy what needs to be destroyed, to prevent a promising young person from suffering the risk of social death after leaving this world, death upon death. Once these matters are settled, and all those who needed to be said goodbye have been said goodbye, Jiang Yunu will buy a plane ticket to a place she's always wanted to go, but never managed to. She will carefully choose a land she's never set foot on yet yearns for, making it her final destination in life, where she will calmly await her end. Before the quicksand of life's countdown runs out, she will likely wander around the area every day, experiencing the fresh local customs and culture, feeling a sense of accomplishment as she continues to unlock new maps and add new entries to her life's record until her very last day. Finally, she would return to her bed, or simply lie down on a public lawn, waiting for her life's countdown to 0. I always thought that dying peacefully in bed, without illness or injury, as if asleep, was a rather tranquil way to leave this world, Jiang Yunu said, lying down herself, on a makeshift bed she had modified in the deserted island base, supported by a foam mat that had been supporting her for days. There was no one else on the deserted island. Jiang Yunu would either go to the mountaintop, basking in the sun during the day and meeting the moon at night, occasionally chatting with the two who took turns working there. Or, she could only lie in the base, talking to the white-haired child who had also been keeping her company for many days. The one she was particularly engrossed in chatting with was naturally the one sitting on the stool against the wall. But if I were traveling and dying in a completely unfamiliar place, I think lying on a public lawn wouldn't be so bad. Jiang Yunu shared her death plan with the cold, quiet body of the white-haired child. Because one day I suddenly realized that if I went to an unfamiliar place to wait for my life to end, I would definitely have to stay in a hotel or rent a room. It would be so presumptuous of me to die lying in someone else's bed. The white-haired child leaned quietly against the wall. Jiang Yunu wasn't sure if the child was conscious and still alive, whether it would be a real child, or if there was a chance it was similar to her condition, a being with an adult core disguised as a child. Jiang Yunu only assumed for now that the child was real. Like an older sister sharing wisdom with a child, she continued lying on the crate bed, saying, dying casually in someone else's house, even in a hotel, dying in a hotel bed is still not a good thing. So knowing I would die that night, I later preferred to lie down on a public lawn. It's more open, I could look at the sky and stars before I died, and it would be easier for sanitation workers to find me the next morning. The time between my death and the discovery of my body wouldn't be too long, and the body probably wouldn't be ugly, relatively less frightening. Jiang Yunu's plan was quite thorough. Saying goodbye, disposing of personal belongings, traveling, and trying to die in a way that wouldn't trouble others, but would be comfortable for myself. This was the life countdown plan Jiang Yunu used to make for herself. But of course, life is always unpredictable. Many times, death cannot be predicted so accurately, and most people don't know their remaining lifespan. Death is mostly a sudden event. Jiang Yunu had only ever made plans before. She never really thought she would actually know the exact time she had left to live. But even if I knew the length of my life, it wouldn't be of any use. Jiang Yunu turned to face the child by the wall. After reciting her plan, she faced the reality before her and sighed heavily. Here, none of my plans can be carried out. Saying goodbye to family and friends was impossible. Jiang Yunu was utterly alone in this new world. If she had to name any relatives or friends, she felt that the hordes of white-haired children and the sun and moon she could see as soon as she left the base could serve as makeshift relatives and friends. But these unconventional relatives and friends didn't require her farewell. On the contrary, she estimated that in a few days, she would completely synchronize with her kind, joining the ranks of those lying lifeless on the deserted island. As for personal belongings, Jiang Yunu on the deserted island had nothing to dispose of. She did have some in her previous world, but it was too late to get rid of them. How many days she had been here, she might have been dead for just as many days in her original world. Thinking about how my relatives and friends, in their grief, might have already glimpsed my unspeakable secrets and been awestruck by my personal collection, Jiang Yunu commented with mixed feelings. This might make my farewell ceremony both sad and ridiculous. The white-haired child's cold body remained silent. The other didn't know what the seemingly similar-aged older sister had collected. She was just a life that hadn't had time to understand much of the world, unable to experience the adult world or understand these complex human relationships. Jiang Yunu sat up from the crate bed. She circled the pit, then went to the rock wall further away, walking around the spot where a set of alloy cabinets had once stood, now reduced to just a few planks nailed to the wall. She didn't actually have anything to do. She just felt she'd been lying on the crate bed long enough and couldn't resist getting up for a stroll. After wandering around for a bit, Jiang Yunu returned to the crater and, picking up the battery, unexpectedly discovered a thin electronic clock that, despite not being in the deserted island's time zone, was still diligently ticking. She genuinely thought a long time had passed, but when she checked the clock, she realized only 4 hours had gone by since she opened and drank the new nutrient solution. 4 hours. Jiang Yunu had a sudden realization that half a day had passed. It turned out that idly waiting for life to pass was similar to waiting for the last class to end when you were in school. Both felt like an eternity, as if 10 minutes could feel like half a lifetime. No one needed her to say goodbye, nothing needed to be packed. Jiang Yunu was certain that with her current strength, she couldn't leave this island, and she couldn't go anywhere she wanted to go. Although this island was a new place for my past self, Jiang Yunu continued searching for her limited talking partners. This time, she talked to the moon. The sun was too scorching, so Jiang Yunu placed it at the very end of her list of talking partners. Between the sun and the moon, she unhesitatingly favored the moon, thinking that climbing to the top of a desolate mountain at night, feeling the sea breeze without the scent of seawater, basking in the moonlight, and talking to the moon that silently shone its soft light on her would be quite nice. Jiang Yunu said to the moon, "But I haven't experienced enough in this new world. It feels like I've been suddenly placed on a completely new map, only to be shown a small corner, and then told that the game is about to end." She casually leaned against the stone wall. Before, Jiang Yunu was more particular, retaining a lingering pursuit of civilization and cleanliness. She would dust herself off and blow away the sand. Lately, however, she had become increasingly wild, climbing mountains barefoot, and sitting or lying down on the ground at will. It seemed that if it weren't for the sun, she might even be rolling around in the sand during the day. In the absence of any other living creature, Jiang Yunu seemed to have completely unleashed the wildness in her bones. "I'm a little resentful." Jiang Yunu raised a middle finger to the sky, then suddenly noticed the moon was also within the range of her middle finger. She quickly withdrew her finger, showing a clear sense of reward and punishment. Lying on the stone wall, she comforted the moon. "It's not at you, it's at this inexplicable release of me into a strange world, only to be given this deadly fate right from the start." Jiang Yunu is adept at adapting to her environment, self-regulating, and proactively dealing with difficulties. However, she's not without her temper. Sometimes, the arrangements fate makes for her are too absurd, and she still complains about them. "I can accept a life full of challenges," Jiang Yunu said, "but I'm not happy about being trapped by external conditions from the very beginning." Humans, of course, can also defy fate. Whether or not one can change a predetermined dead end is another matter. Having a defiant heart makes it less likely to despair, and succumb to despair while waiting to die. Jiang Yunu truly couldn't find a way to leave the island, nor could she find a way to contact the outside world. The nutrient solution was being consumed steadily each day, decreasing day by day, but Jiang Yunu's mindset seemed to remain stable. While waiting for her life to count down, she no longer deliberately avoided calorie consumption, but instead tried to find things to do each day to maintain a certain level of fulfillment during her countdown. Jiang Yunu began to consider burying the children in the pit. Although the pit at the base's lower level seemed like a natural burial pit, the unattended, white-haired children piled quietly within, their undecaying corpses, after a while, almost gave the illusion that they weren't children, but rather some kind of humanoid dolls. In terms of death, this form of slumber seemed insufficiently peaceful and solemn. Jiang Yunu first tried digging a pit at the foot of the mountain near the base's entrance. Lacking suitable tools, and with the sand being both fine and soft, and highly mobile, she spent almost half the time it would take to dig a pit, barely large enough to fit half of herself inside. Digging pits to relocate and bury the children was clearly not feasible. There were far more than just a few children in the pit. Jiang Yunu didn't have much nutrient solution left, and she couldn't dig enough pits. She felt that at this rate, the final pit might not even be enough to bury half the children, not even enough to reserve a place for herself. Jiang Yunu then considered straightening everyone's bodies in the pit, and then transporting sand from outside the base to fill the pit. This project lasted about the time it would take to fill 2 nutrient solutions. Jiang Yunu had obtained a large number of pipes when dismantling the discarded equipment. She connected them together to make a sturdy long rope, then tied one end of the rope to the back panel of an alloy cabinet nailed to the stone wall, and the other end to her waist. Using this makeshift climbing rope, Jiang Yunu finally descended back into the pit she had woken up in on the first day of her journey. Jiang Yunu worked in the pit for half a day, and after counting for the first time, she realized that, including the child still sitting on the box, there were a total of 22 children without vital signs. She was the 23rd extra child. Jiang Yunu tried to rearrange the 21 children in the pit. She couldn't make sure every one of them lay flat, and some of the children at the very bottom were difficult to reach. So she could only ensure that most of the children were lying flat, in a more comfortable sleeping position than before. After doing all this, Jiang Yunu returned to the top of the pit. She looked at the child still sitting against the boxes against the adjacent wall, and gave him the code name 22. 22, Jiang Yunu said. "Sorry, you have to sit outside for a while longer." Before going down into the pit, Jiang Yunu had already brought in several baskets of sand from outside the base. But she knew this was a drop in the ocean for the landfill work. She would need to make many more trips back and forth. The white-haired child, number 22, remained outside the pit, serving as a companion to Jiang Yunu as she hauled sand, and somewhat as her silent supervisor. Jiang Yuna hauled sand day and night, treating it as the last important task before her life's countdown. However, she was naturally good at finding enjoyment and valued work-life balance. When she got tired of hauling sand, she would swim in the sea for an hour or two, or climb the mountain barefoot a couple of times, and she would regularly go out to bask in the moonlight at night, talking to the moon. Sometimes, Jiang Yunu would just play around in the base. She changed the positions of her little supervisors, sometimes putting them in a standard sitting position with their legs together, sometimes in a cross-leg position, calling it, "Let me show you how I work in style." However, one time, Jiang Yunu wanted to make things a little harder for 22, making him sit in a thinker position. But that position was too difficult for a body lacking self-control, and the white-haired child slipped off the stool. Jiang Yunu quickly caught him, holding the cold body, immediately apologizing to 22, then quickly straightening him, moving him back to the stool, and restoring him to the most stable position with his legs together. After getting 22 settled, Jiang Yunu belatedly realized how absurd her actions were. In a way, she could practically be called playing with a corpse. Jiang Yunu, Jiang Yuna patted 22's white hair. "Forget it, who cares? You won't hold it against me, will you?" Even if 22 wanted to, there was nothing he could do. The day the fine sand finally accumulated to a sufficient quantity, Jiang Yunu only had 2 vials of nutrient solution left. It was nighttime on the isolated island. Jiang Yunu opened the base's gate, letting the moonlight illuminate the passageway at the base's entrance. Then, pushing the last load of sand, she walked into the base through the passageway under the moonlight, arriving at the pit below, and began slowly pouring the first box of sand into the pit. A strange sound seemed to come from afar, but the sound was masked by the flowing sand, and the sound of sand grains hitting the pit walls. Jiang Yuna didn't notice this anomaly. She focused intently on watching the sand flow into the pit, watching the children at the bottom slowly buried in the soft, golden sand. "Good night," she said. "The lights in the base have been shining on this pit, so it's a bit bright. But now it's dark, and everyone can sleep peacefully." Chapter 7. Fine sand pounded against the pit walls, creating a continuous sound. The base, located underground with an arched dome, was a natural sound-amplifying structure, amplifying any noise within. It also made it easier to overlook changes outside. Jiang Yunu was still diligently filling the pit with sand. The pit, large enough to hold 21 sleeping children, was still quite large. She had painstakingly brought and nearly half-filled it, raising the spacious bottom of the pit. The children who had been at the bottom were no longer visible. Their pale faces were completely buried by the golden sand. However, many children's pale bodies were still visible. At first, Jiang Yunu had a sense of ritual. She would quietly stand at the edge of the pit, and watch an entire basket of sand drain away before dragging over another basket, and dumping the new one in. But with the project only halfway done, Jiang Yunu realized that this method was too inefficient. After everyone settled in, "I want to find a piece of wood, scrape off the paint with a blade, write something, and erect a rather unique tombstone for everyone." Jiang Yunu shared her thoughts with the children, who were halfway through the burial. Because she had other plans, to make this simple grave as solemn as possible after the filling was complete, she decided not to waste her remaining energy, and instead used a more efficient method to dump the sand. Jiang Yunu pushed all the baskets around the circular pit at once, then poured them out one by one in sequence. The sound of the shifting sand instantly became a symphony. Then it became a chorus, then a double chorus, then a triple chorus. Now the sound inside the base was even louder, the fine sand flowing down, like a babbling brook, creating a sense of grandeur, interspersed with a few muffled thuds that seemed to belong outside the base. Jiang Yuna remained oblivious. She picked out a piece of board she had salvaged from an instrument, held it in midair to measure its size, and, finding it just right, carried it back to the edge of the pit to use as material for a tombstone. As for the engraving tools, Jiang Yuna weighed her own rusty knife, which had been diligently used for many days, and whose blade had been worn down by countless uses, against the hard plastic sheet she had left in her small supply depot. Ultimately, she chose the plastic sheet. Because the plastic sheet also had a hard, sharp edge, it wasn't strong enough for cutting, but if it was just for scratching something or leaving marks on the metal surface coating, the plastic sheet was quite useful. Jiang Yuna held the plastic sheet, listening to the chorus of quicksand, looking at the metal plate with its peeling paint on the edges. Jiang Yunu engraved on the plate, "Here sleeps a group of nameless children." Using a plastic sheet as a pen wasn't ideal, and Jiang Yunu hadn't written by hand for many days. She carved each character stroke by stroke, her writing speed somewhat slow. After finishing this line, she heard the chorus of quicksand had thinned out, with only a few baskets still emptying sand around the circular pit. Jiang Yunu got up from the ground. She had sat down on the ground immediately after carving, wearing a pair of plastic slippers she had made later. Wearing the slippers, she leaned over the edge of the pit to check the burial situation. She saw that the child who had been on top of the pit was now almost completely covered by yellow sand, only a few pale limbs remaining partially buried. Jiang Yunu put down the plastic sheet, picked up the boxes that had become lighter after the sand had been emptied, and turned them one by one towards the former pit, now the sand pit, emptying the remaining sand from the bottom of the boxes as well. So some exposed, pale limbs were covered by sand. Jiang Yunu casually tossed the basket to the ground. The basket landed with a thud, and there seemed to be a rumble from somewhere outside the dome of the underground base. Jiang Yunu's first reaction was that she had thrown the basket too hard. When a person stays in an environment where they are alone for a long time, and has repeatedly confirmed that their surroundings have been abandoned, knowing that they cannot leave, and that no one else is likely to come, they subconsciously assume that they are the only living thing that can make a sound. Jiang Yunu continued walking towards 22, who was sitting on a bench against the wall. The other children had almost all been buried, but 22 was still sitting outside, as if determined to carry out her overseer's spirit to the very last moment. However, now Jiang Yunu knew perfectly well that 22 was the companion she had found for herself in her lonely survival on the deserted island. Just like the moon on the mountaintop was her other companion. Jiang Yunu carefully lifted 22's pale body, hesitating even as she brought him close to the edge of the pit. "Are you going in too?" Jiang Yunu asked. 22 remained silent. "How about we both stay outside?" Jiang Yunu continued, as if negotiating. "Anyway, when I first woke up, I saw you lying on the edge of this pit." Jiang Yunu stopped 22 in front of the sandpit, putting her down from her arms, and supporting her beside her. "You haven't been down in the pit since I first saw you. Why don't we both stay here and not go in? You sit in the box, I lie on the bed, and we stay outside as everyone's left and right protectors." In Jiang Yunu's plan, she had already chosen her final resting place. She didn't intend to lie in the sand pit. If she left 22 outside, she would stay inside the base with him, ultimately becoming two corpses facing each other. If she ultimately put 22 in the pit as well, letting him lie with the other 21 white-haired children, then Jiang Yunu was prepared to go to the desolate mountains alone. She could also die alone on the mountaintop, basking in the moonlight. Whether or not 22 would ultimately enter the sand pit became a problem that temporarily troubled Jiang Yunu. But just as Jiang Yunu was hesitating, mainly agonizing over the two ways to die, outside the base, it was as if the prelude to a deep, slow rumble of thunder had finally ended. The subtle, previously unnoticed anomaly was no longer faint. Boom! It was a sound loud enough to shake the base's dome, and the once solid rock tunnels trembled. The solid ground beneath her feet suddenly transformed into a trampoline, causing her body to involuntarily bounce. Jiang Yunu was thrown off balance by the sudden jolt, and 22 slipped from her grasp. She instinctively reached out to grab her. Boom! The earth trembled again. Jiang Yunu failed to hold onto 22, and instead slid into the nearby sandpit with her. The fine sand was soft, and quicksand easily caused her to sink. Jiang Yunu landed right, where there was no white-haired child's body to cushion her fall. One of her legs sank rapidly, the sand quickly reaching her calf. But just as Jiang Yunu was about to continue sinking, 22's body quietly cushioned her fall beside her. 22's swaying arm draped over the body of a child buried in the sand, a section of his leg still dangling from the edge of the pit. His body lay beside Jiang Yunu, forming a small, cold, pale bridge that allowed her to quickly pull herself out of the sand. With 22's help, Jiang Yunu pulled her leg out, gripped the nearby edge of the pit, and forcefully rolled over to pull herself back out. She turned sharply to pull 22 back up, but the white-haired child's body had already slid further into the center of the pit. Jiang Yunu's outstretched hand grazed past 22's ankle as he fell into the sand. 22's long white hair spread out, revealing a complete, pale, and youthful face. His body sank only a short distance into the center of the pit before quickly sinking to the other buried children below, stopping its descent. The remaining half of his body remained above the sand, his calm face, with closed eyes, facing Jiang Yunu. Jiang Yunu had been staring at this face for days. For some reason, at this moment, as the base shook violently, she felt an extraordinary sense of peace emanating from that face. 22 had long since died. Perhaps even before Jiang Yunu gained consciousness in this world, yet it seemed as if her corpse could speak to her. 22's body silently said, "Go, You can still go outside. So go. The white-haired children, who had already lost their lives, truly deserved to stay together. They had no chance of ever leaving the base on their own. Jiang Yunu, who was still alive, shouldn't be buried with him. Stones had begun to fall from the base's dome, and the passageway leading to the upper entrance was at risk of collapse. Jiang Yunu found her balance amidst the swaying, stuffed the last of the nutrient solution into her pocket, gripped her knife tightly, and as she ran up the upward passage, she couldn't help but look back at the sandpit she had painstakingly filled in to make a grave, and at 22, whose half-exposed body was still visible in the sand. But quickly, Jiang Yunu stopped looking back and strode forward. The bearings of the base gate groaned under the strain, wobbling like the osteoporotic joints of an elderly person. As Jiang Yunu sprinted towards the gate, she heard a teeth-grinding metallic scraping sound, followed by the gate swaying and tilting in one direction, then crashing to the ground with a deafening roar. Jiang Yunu ducked sharply, her reflexes sharp, and shrank to the side. She could almost feel the wind whipped up by the heavy gate as it barely grazed her as it hit the ground. But the gate didn't actually hit her, and Jiang Yunu escaped the base unharmed. When she looked back, the base's entrances and exits were blocked by the collapsed gate and the falling rocks. If Jiang Yunu had hesitated even a second longer, she would likely be trapped inside the base, unable to escape. The deafening roar still echoed in her ears, like a series of continuous thunderclaps. Although it was already night on the island, the sky was as bright as day. Jiang Yunu turned around, her back to the base. She looked up at the sky but didn't find the familiar moon. She saw the sky as if it were an inverted glass dome. Outside the dome, meteor-like energy poured down, bringing intense light that ignited the night, then exploding outside the glass dome as bolts of thunder. Each meteor was a clap of thunder, striking the celestial canopy, causing the island and ocean below to tremble. Jiang Yunu was still unsure what these energy substances were, and the existence of a dome above the sky suggested she was indeed trapped in an artificial space. Many of her suspicions were beginning to be confirmed. But none of that was the most pressing issue right now. The most important thing was that amidst a series of thunderous explosions, Jiang Yunu's ears, with extraordinary sensitivity, caught a crack. It was an ominous sound of shattering. First, a sudden, abrupt point appeared on the cover in the sky, as if someone had fired a shot into the heart of the heavens. Then, cracks radiated outwards from that point like a spiderweb. The sky had split open before Jiang Yunu's eyes. Chapter 8. The sky cracked open, and Jiang Yunu was about to crack as well. An unknown, powerful energy surged into the barrier above the isolated island, ruthless and unstoppable. The sky shattered, but Jiang Yunu's first reaction wasn't that this was her chance to escape the island. Instead, boom! The impact was deafening. And this time, it didn't sound like thunder striking the sky, but rather a solid bolt of lightning striking somewhere nearby. As the blinding white light swept over, Jiang Yunu quickly closed her eyes. Drawing on her experience surviving the past few days on the island, even climbing barren mountains in the dark, she rolled several times on the sand, her small childlike body reaching behind the nearest mountain, using the rocks as shields. She felt the scorching light being partially reduced as it reached the mountain. But the mountain was clearly bare rock, and the rock layers swept by the white light emitted a terrifying sizzling sound. It was a sound like a stone being thrown into boiling water, the rock strata seemingly scorching. Clearly, something powerful energy had suddenly appeared in the sky above the deserted island. While everything was shaking, Jiang Yunu rolled around on the sand, which was difficult to run on, rolling faster than she could run. Just now, a sliver of light had faintly swept across the ends of Jiang Yunu's hair, which had been whipped up by the strong wind, barely brushing against them. She hid behind some rocks and touched those ends, feeling a powdery texture. Looking at her fingers, she saw that the fine, white fingertips of a child were scattered fragments of human hair, carbonized by the high temperature. That tiny ray of light, just a fleeting glimpse, had burned Jiang Yunu's hair. Jiang Yunu quickly rubbed away all the carbonized parts of her hair, glancing at a tuft of hair that hadn't yet been burned off by the high temperature. She discovered her white hair had been charred black. Pain has dyed it black. Despite the perilous and unknown harsh environment, Jiang Yunu still had the mind to comment on herself. She quickly let go of this tuft of black hair, now quite rare on her head, and clung to the rocks of the barren mountain again, carefully avoiding the most glaring light sources, casting her gaze towards the area beyond the mountain. What she saw was terrible. Another meteor pierced directly through the sky, blasted open by its predecessors, like a prank ball thrown into a shattered window, heading unimpeded towards the island. Jiang Yunu briefly looked directly at the light before the meteor hit the ground. Even from a distance of considerable distance between the sky and the ground, she was momentarily blinded, but thankfully her retina seemed quite resilient. The direct gaze didn't blind her, only causing a brief period of complete whiteness. Jiang Yunu, now completely white, rolled around in the sand again, relying on her spatial instincts to quickly move away from the mountainside where she had been hiding. Because of the risk of retinal burn she had just taken, she could see clearly that the meteor's trajectory was heading straight for the barren mountain. It seemed like a meteor specifically designed for the barren mountain. Jiang Yunu was covered in sand. Not long ago, she had been in the underground base, embracing 22, telling her kind that she was willing to be his left and right protectors, and had already reserved her final resting place below the base, methodically planning her death. But when the threat of death truly arrived, and the unknown energy tore through the sky above the isolated island, Jiang Yunu realized that she still wanted to live. Seeing nothing ahead, unable to determine if she was rolling into another zone of scorching white light, and unaware of how far the meteor hurtling towards the barren mountain was from impact, Jiang Yunu's thoughts momentarily drifted away. Her mind soared high, drifting back to the base she had frantically run out of without looking back. When she looked back one last time, half of 22's torso was still visible above the sandpit surface. The roughly carved tombstone lay beside this grave, not yet inserted into the pit. Will I ever have a chance to go back and properly tend to this grave? Jiang Yunu thought, as if she were actually speaking. She didn't hear her own voice. Only a voice inside her told her, "It's truly a pity, you probably won't have that chance." Boom! The enormous impact roared, unleashing a massive sonic wave that mingled with the raging wind, like a dry tornado. But when the deafening roar reached Jiang Yunu's ears, she felt as if her ear canals were filled with water. Everything sounded heavy, muffled, and unclear, as if she could only hear the tail end of a raging storm. Yet, she could still clearly feel the world trembling. Then Jiang Yunu realized that the meteor had struck the mountain faster than she expected. It had briefly protected her, and the desolate mountain she had climbed to see the moon at night had exploded. She had been hit by the blast at a relatively short distance, her body miraculously withstanding the energy radiation, not instantly turning into a little charcoal person as the intense heat swept over her skin. However, the shockwave still blew her away, sending her flying into the air before inevitably slamming her to the ground in a certain direction. The shockwave from the explosion pierced Jiang Yunu's eardrums. After a sharp, momentary pain, her senses were temporarily numb, making everything sound muffled and unclear. Fortunately, apart from the barren mountain area, the island was entirely sandy, beyond which lay the artificial sea. Jiang Yunu landed on the sand, rolling with the lingering aftershocks. While her eardrums were temporarily damaged, her retina seemed to have adapted to the high-energy light. Jiang Yunu felt as if her internal organs had been shaken violently. The white light that had obscured her vision finally dissipated, allowing her to struggle and, amidst this world-destroying cataclysm, turn her head towards the barren mountain. The direction of her former base. The barren mountain was gone. The base was gone too. The barren mountain, once so conspicuous and solitary, stood in the center of the island. It was the only mountain on the island, sheltering the only underground base excavated by humans at its foot. Now, the place where the mountain should have stood has been flattened, the barren mountain reduced to scattered rocks. The location where the base's entrance used to be has completely collapsed, becoming level with the sandy ground. The entire mountain, the base below, and the graves within the base that Jiang Yunu hadn't properly tended, the 22 white-haired children who had accompanied her through 22 cycles of nutrient solution. They were all blasted flat in one place. If there were still graves, then the entire shattered island was the graveyard of everything on the island. Living and dead. Jiang Yunu propped herself up on her arms, trying to get up from the sand, but many parts of her body screamed in pain. Only then did she remember to look down at herself. First, she hadn't yet become a charred little charcoal figure, a fact that seemed almost cause for celebration. Second, Jiang Yunu understood the source of her pain. Fragments of rock were embedded in her arms and legs. When the mountain was blasted open, the exploding rock scattered irregular, small fragments, some with sharp edges, which, carried by the gale, became a shower of hidden weapons, deeply embedded in the thin, not-so-plump flesh of Jiang Yunu's body. Jiang Yunu glanced at them, not in a hurry to pull them out. Firstly, pulling them out might expose large areas of wound, and she currently had no means to bandage herself. Leaving the fragments embedded in the wound served as a kind of hemostasis. Secondly, she felt the pain, but the pain couldn't prevent her from moving for long. She painfully got up from the ground. An ominous light flickered faintly on the horizon. This unknown force seemed intent on destroying the entire isolated island. Jiang Yunu was like a shrimp, easily swallowed by the waves of this energy. She was like a grain of sand on this deserted island's beach, easily swept away by a gust of wind, blown in any direction she couldn't resist. How annoying. In dire straits, some people feel fear, some despair, and some become quiet. Jiang Yunu, however, was furious. Why must she be so weak, so powerless, trapped or broken, all due to external forces? She herself had no control over her own destiny. Jiang Yunu's body swayed, stubbornly standing amidst the barely audible tremors of the earth. Her retinas were no longer afraid of the scorching light, allowing her to look up and see yet another shooting star pierce the barrier. The meteor hurtled towards the deserted island with dazzling, destructive force. Jiang Yunu gave the meteor the middle finger. Then, she turned and plunged her body, stung by pebbles, neither strong nor tall, and covered in sand, into the sea. Thanks to the gust of wind that had swept through earlier, Jiang Yunu landed very close to the shoreline. Jiang Yunu plunged into the water, and swam towards the deeper waters. The powerful energy radiated from the meteor as it hit the ground would once again engulf the island. The deep water was the only place where the energy could be weakened, but if Jiang Yunu kept swimming, she would eventually exhaust herself and drown in this salty sea. But Jiang Yunu didn't care. I will die on the road of fighting against fate to the very last moment, Jiang Yunu murmured to herself, her voice only heard by the waves lapping against her ears as she cut through the water. Perhaps it would look like a death throes, perhaps her anger would seem like impotent rage. But who cares? A person can die angry fighting back. Jiang Yunu chose to die never giving up until the very last moment. She carefully considered her choice, and as she struggled to paddle through the water with her increasingly heavy arms, a strange sense of relief washed over her. She felt like a warrior. She didn't know how long she had been swimming in the sea. Water had entered her ears slightly, and combined with the previous impact to her eardrums, her hearing had become even more blurred. She couldn't perceive the situation on the island behind her, didn't know if the meteor had hit the island's surface, and had no time to look back. Exhausted, her injured body suffered mild hypothermia in the water, the salt water stinging her wounds. Yet Jiang Yunu continued swimming forward. Swim on, swim to the very end of her life, as far as she could muster. Jiang Yunu kept moving forward, ever forward, until her arms felt like water-soaked sandbags, unable to move an inch, until her legs felt like lead, unable to push off the water, dragging her downwards. In the last moment before she felt her strength dwindle, Jiang Yunu relaxed her body. Using the buoyancy of the water, she didn't immediately sink completely, but she had no more strength to move forward, so she closed her eyes. Seawater, devoid of any ocean scent, washed over her chin, mouth, and nose. Then over her eyes and forehead. Jiang Yunu quietly felt it. Her small body floated on the water, her white hair rising to the surface, like a white flower briefly blooming on the boundless water under the night sky. But soon, that flower vanished. As Jiang Yunu sank completely into the dark water, a faint, ethereal image flickered in the air above the surface, beyond her reach. The image lingered in midair, like a ghost silently descending upon the waters, or a mirage. It was a triangular cube. This ethereal triangular cube slowly descended, also sinking into the dark water. It gently caught the continuously sinking white flower. Chapter 9. When a person is immersed in water, their body completely drifting with the current, in a trance, it's as if they return to the womb, to the very origin of their life. As Jiang Yunu's consciousness faded, she thought that she was born from her mother's amniotic fluid, and that when she died, she would be carried away by a strange and unidentified seawater. Although the two are quite different, at least they both involve water, which seems to connect the beginning and the end, a cycle back to the origin of life. Moreover, there are no living beings in this ocean. This means that she, Jiang Yunu, will die here. She could easily become the only surviving creature in the entire body of water. If, in the future, some unlucky soul happens to pass through the shattered sky shield and falls onto this isolated island, who knows how much of its area will remain after being ravaged by the meteor, and that person is also a curious explorer, then there's a high probability that they will discover her body floating in the sea, and might even unearth the bodies of other white-haired children in the ruins of the base. Then the other person might be confused and bewildered, thinking, could there have been an amphibious species here? The thought of potentially causing trouble for someone, confusing their understanding of local life, actually amused Jiang Yunu. Even on the verge of death, she rediscovered a bit of her innate optimism, amused by her own associations. She couldn't help but grin, choking on water, and then began coughing violently. How strange. How can someone drown, yet still cough as if air is circulating in their lungs? Jiang Yunu coughed, trying to relieve the discomfort of water in her trachea, while feeling strange. She coughed until some more water entered her mouth and nose, making her cough even more violently, as if she were coughing her lungs out. Just then, she felt a hand reach out from behind her. That hand gently lifted Jiang Yunu by the back of her collar, like lifting a kitten, puppy, or some other small creature. The body language revealed a stiffness and unfamiliarity, yet it still methodically lifted Jiang Yunu into the air, then moved her to the side, flipped her over in midair, and gently laid her flat back on the ground where she no longer felt the water surrounding her. Jiang Yunu, Jiang Yunu opened her eyes when she was lifted out of the water. She wasn't sure if she was really dead, in some so-called heaven, or if her incredibly resilient life was still alive. As she was flipped over in midair, she saw nothing in front of or behind her. It was as if a wisp of air was lifting her up, carrying her, and then flipping her over like turning over an old cassette tape. However, with her brain already refreshed from being submerged in water, Jiang Yunu intuitively deduced that this unseen entity meant no harm. At least not yet. Before she was flipped over, facing downwards, Jiang Yunu saw herself being carried away from a puddle of water. The puddle was located just below a set of steps, the water shallow, barely covering the lowest step. The water level wasn't high, but if a person were face down, lying in the water, and unable to move even an inch, the water level just one step above them would be enough to drown them. Jiang Yunu had just almost drowned in water, just the height of those steps. The unknown person who lifted her had a stiff but earnest concern, afraid she would fall face down again, so they deliberately laid her face up on the ground this time. Jiang Yunu's strength had been temporarily exhausted from escaping the island and swimming in the sea. She truly couldn't move, relying entirely on external force to lift and position her. When the outcome seemed good, Jiang Yunu didn't care much about the manner in which others did things. She lay on her back and said to the air, "Thank you, you're such a good person." The air was silent. Jiang Yunu struggled even to move her neck. She suspected her brain was really waterlogged, which was why it felt so heavy, making it seem like her neck couldn't even turn her head. So she could only try to move her eyes to their limit, scanning the surroundings to make out everything in her field of vision from her lying position. This seemed to be a temple. Jiang Yunu couldn't describe the specific style of the building, it was beyond her knowledge. Based on her limited past experience watching movies and playing games, she could only sense that the temple had a Western feel, the kind that would appear in some fantasy world. Jiang Yunu then spoke to the air, "Is this heaven? It looks a bit shabby." One should be optimistic, but not blindly so. Jiang Yunu decided to boldly assume she was indeed dead. The air stirred slightly, and a rustling sound seemed to appear in the wind passing by her ears. Looking at the ceiling of this mysterious building, Jiang Yunu honestly expressed her feelings while apologizing for her honesty. "I'm sorry, I didn't mean to belittle this place. It's just that I'm lying here, and this is the only ceiling I can see. In the movies and illustrated books I've seen before, heaven usually has ornate ceilings with extravagant carvings and decorations. But your ceiling is more modern minimalist style. It doesn't look like the heaven I stereotyped." The air remained still. Yet, inexplicably, Jiang Yunu had a gut feeling that someone was listening. She earnestly explained why she had made such outrageous comments about the place's simplicity, seemingly unafraid of angering its owner. She possessed a straightforwardness that seemed to conquer all with sincerity, like a wild, untamed animal. After a moment, Jiang Yunu addressed the still air. "If I'm not dead, and this isn't heaven, then tell me, did you and your building save me?" The wind subtly shifted, creating a swirling effect around Jiang Yunu's lying body. Enveloped by the wind for a short while, Jiang Yunu seemed to understand, and said, "Thank you." Confused and inexplicable, Jiang Yunu was somehow able to communicate with someone she couldn't see or hear. However, on the other hand, even the moon hanging over the desolate mountaintop on the deserted island, and the white-haired child corpse 22, who had silently faced her for many days and nights on the stool, Jiang Yunu could talk to them. She seemed particularly adept at communicating with those who didn't respond. Jiang Yunu's fingers vaguely regained some strength. She tried to curl her knuckles, hooking her fingertips to touch the solid ground of the building that resembled a temple. The ground was hard and cold to the touch. It should have been chilly for someone who had just been soaked in water and exposed to the wind, but Jiang Yunu carefully touched the ground around her, then gently exhaled, sighing to the unknown entity, "It feels so good to be able to lie on the ground again, to feel solid ground." The wind swirled again, as if it didn't understand what this strange human was so good about. After all, Jiang Yunu's disheveled state was obvious to anyone who saw her. The ends of her hair still bore the charred color of the intense light. Some of the pebbles embedded in her flesh had broken off during her jump into the sea, and while swimming, while others remained deeply embedded in her flesh. The exposed wounds had been soaked in water until the edges turned white, and the depths of the wounds were a terrifying fleshy red. These scars, horrifying even on an adult, were amplified on Jiang Yunu's current childlike body, doubling the gruesome effect and the visual pain. Jiang Yunu was wearing the same white clothes the Bays had mass-produced for white-haired children when she first arrived in this strange world. Once white clothes. Now, they were nothing more than a pile of indistinctly colored rags, barely covering her body, offering no warmth or protection whatsoever from her wounds. Jiang Yunu lay on the ground, fully aware of her current state, yet she smiled at the building's simple ceiling. It was a smile of triumph for a seemingly insignificant human being who had successfully defied a difficult fate. Jiang Yunu said to the unknown object, "You see, at least I survived again." The wind swirled around her, as if pondering the reason for her statement. Jiang Yunu said, "Although I don't know how much longer I can live this time, or how long I stay here with you, I refuse to accept being given an inescapable death trap from the moment I entered this world. I refuse to be helplessly crushed to death by a meteor on a deserted island. I jumped into the unknown sea, swimming desperately forward, prepared to die on the path of defying fate. And then you saved me." If Jiang Yunu hadn't insisted on challenging fate, and had chosen to stay on the island, she might have already been obliterated by the falling meteor. She fought with all her might, still managing to buy herself a chance to extend her life. "Even if you told me I could only live here for half an hour, or even 5 minutes longer," Jiang Yunu's lips curled into a smile, her facial muscles, one of the few in her body not severely strained, revealing a radiant smile on the empty, cold ground of the building. "Then I successfully defeated fate for 5 minutes. The wind subsided. Once the surroundings became completely quiet, Jiang Yunu lay flat on the ground for a short while longer, then began to appreciate how well the unseen object had placed her in this position. She felt a belated drowsiness, and her current posture was perfectly suited to using the ceiling as a blanket and the floor as a bed. Since the island's transformation left her unable to move and confined to this unfamiliar building, Jiang Yunu had lost count of how many hours she had been conscious. The adrenaline was receding, and the environment here inexplicably made her feel safe, so she began to want to sleep. "Can I sleep here for a while?" Jiang Yunu closed her eyes, even making a reasonable negotiation with the unknown entity. She said with her eyes closed, "If my life extension runs out while I'm asleep, then don't wake me. However, it might be a bit of a hassle for you to remove another corpse from your room." The wind faintly blew again, but Jiang Yunu's consciousness was quickly dragged away by the drowsiness, and she slipped into sleep almost instantly. The unknown being seemed to have only just finished examining and observing her. Within the empty, temple-like building, a voice slowly rose, sounding ancient and distant. The voice asked, "Do you wish to gain the power to advance?" The sleeping Jiang Yunu murmured, "Eh." The wind swirled around the sleeping girl on the ground once more. The mysterious and ancient voice murmured, "Eh." Lacking any time-keeping devices within this mysterious building, no one knew how long Jiang Yunu had slept. Finally, after the girl on the ground had been quiet for a long time, her body seemed to have regained some strength, allowing her to slightly turn over. The mysterious and ancient voice rang out again at just the right moment. "Do you want to uncover the core secrets of superpowers and grasp the key to evolution?" Jiang Yunu was dazed and not fully awake. Her thoughts weren't fully online, but her mouth was, muttering, "Superpowers exist in this world." Her voice was somewhat casual, seemingly disbelieving in the existence of superpowers themselves, somewhat like hearing someone discussing science fiction novels and movies in a dream. The mysterious and ancient voice, "Eh." The wind drew closer to Jiang Yunu, a gentle breeze, like a probing hand, brushing aside the hair on her face and caressing her battered body. Jiang Yunu didn't remember her previous conversation with the voice, but she strangely remembered that in this tail-end dream of sleep, a voice seemed to be constantly chasing her, repeatedly asking her, "What do you want?" She didn't know if she had encountered some kind of wish-granting deity in her dream, but since the voice asked several times, and making wishes in a dream wasn't illegal, Jiang Yunu finally answered, "I want to leave this place, I want to continue living, I want to travel around the world, and I want to be able to go wherever I want freely." Making wishes wasn't illegal, so Jiang Yunu made a string of wishes without hesitation. She thought her string of wishes had made the unknown wish-granting deity give up, but at the end of the dream, she felt as if a gust of wind had patted her on the head. She felt it was a silent promise. Chapter 10. But of course, it could just be Jiang Yunu's imagination. When people dream, they naturally dare to dream anything. If people aren't bold enough in their dreams, and can't think positively about anything, how much less fun would life have? Wouldn't living in reality be even more difficult? Jiang Yunu dared to make a wish, and dared to imagine that her wish had been granted. She felt as if she were having a long, beautiful dream, being taken away from the isolated island that trapped her, and transported to a vast cosmic universe. The universe was initially somewhat dark. She wandered in the vast and silent space, able to move freely without protective clothing or an oxygen mask. The entire universe seemed to support her, embrace her, and she could go wherever she wanted. Then gradually, a faint light appeared in this silent universe. She saw stars slowly lighting up against the dark sky, first one, then two, three, and finally countless. Countless stars, their light seemingly refracted from nowhere, illuminated the universe, making it dazzling and surrounding Jiang Yunu with a radiant aura. The stars converged into a galaxy, which, like a bright ribbon, intersected above, to the sides, and beneath Jiang Yunu's feet, weaving patterns she couldn't quite decipher, yet which were immediately apparent to the naked eye as beautiful totems. However, the most magnificent pattern wasn't even above or around Jiang Yunu's head. Looking down, Jiang Yunu saw a rainbow-colored path beneath her feet, like a rainbow rising into the universe and spreading out beneath her. The stars in the galaxy were merely bright and dazzling. She was a splash of color in the dimness of the universe. Wherever she went, she brought color with her. Am I a crayon? Jiang Yunu thought to herself in her dream. In her dream, Jiang Yunu still remembered her past experiences, her desperate yet tenacious struggle for survival, and her fragile strength in the face of catastrophe. Jiang Yunu sighed in her dream, then devoutly thought to the brilliant universe. Being a crayon is fine, but I hope I won't be so bad at it anymore. Being a crayon is okay, but the homonym for crayon is not. The universe probably thought Jiang Yunu's additional wish was a bit lame, a tired pun, and didn't want to hear her tell a nonsensical joke. So, after Jiang Yunu devoutly thought this to the universe, she was thrown out of this beautiful dream. She woke up again. Jiang Yunu had initially thought that when she opened her eyes, she would once again see the simple temple with its modern minimalist ceiling. Before opening her eyes, she felt some strength returning and even considered getting up to examine the entire temple more closely. After all, it was only the second building she had seen in this world, ranking among her top 3, making it exceptionally significant. But when she opened her eyes, she found herself under yet another sky. She was lying on the ground of some unknown landmass. Jiang Yunu was certain this was unknown land, and not that she had been mysteriously transported back to the deserted island beach, because she could clearly see that the sky above was still intact, without the spiderweb-like cracks caused by the meteor impact, nor a large, conspicuous gaping hole. Furthermore, there wouldn't be such solid, flat ground on a deserted island. Where am I? Jiang Yunu sat up, puzzled. She first touched herself and realized she had indeed jumped into that unidentified seawater, swam vigorously, and been pulled ashore by the temple. Her clothes were an indescribable color, besides the tattered garments that barely covered her body and were practically an eyesore. She was still wearing them. Her limbs, which couldn't be covered by the rags, were covered in gruesome wounds. The only redeeming quality was that they had stopped bleeding, and the shards of stone that had been deeply embedded in her flesh had somehow been removed. Jiang Yunu touched her wounds, then pressed down on one particular wound. Hiss! She gasped, involuntarily uttering 3 cries, ouch, ouch, ouch. But she could still feel pain, her senses were still sharp, no longer numb as before, which meant she was still alive. The extended lifespan lasted longer than she had expected. This roused Jiang Yunu's spirits. She stood up. The makeshift shoes she made herself had been lost during her escape, and she hadn't worn shoes when she jumped into the water. So now she was barefoot, but Jiang Yunu didn't mind. She walked barefoot in the place where she woken up. She was used to running around barefoot on the deserted island, so being barefoot in unfamiliar, new land was nothing to her. Jiang Yunu explored the land barefoot, and found herself in what seemed to be another desolate place. Here, there were no endless yellow sands, no solitary mountains. There were more hills here than on the deserted island, clusters of barren mountain clusters, and the ground was solid rock. But this difference didn't change the fact that it was also desolate. Jiang Yunu walked for a while, finding no signs of human activity or any sign of supplies nearby. Excuse me, Jiang Yunu stopped, looking at the air with a hint of disbelief. Am I the kind of person who's guaranteed to start in a wasteland? To her utter surprise, the air responded. A nearby voice answered Jiang Yunu. Chirp? Jiang Yunu, chirp? The sound wasn't Jiang Yunu's imagination. Behind the nearest barren hill, something truly made a sound, responding to Jiang Yunu's repeated syllables, like a secret code. Chirp, chirp, chirp? What is that? Jiang Yunu didn't repeat the secret code she couldn't understand. She walked straight to the back of the barren hill, skirting around the slightly lower mound from the side. The closer she got to the hill, the more she could sense that the thing behind it seemed to be approaching her, only slower than her. Jiang Yunu turned around the hill first, and saw clearly the object that could only make chirp sounds. A cylindrical body, a lee-gray shell, two small pincer-like mechanical arms, and an omnidirectional pulley that was jammed and damaged on one side. It was a small robot. Jiang Yunu's eyes instantly lit up. The presence of a robot meant this place must have been visited by humans. And although the little robot looked a bit damaged, one of its pulleys was malfunctioning. Its outer shell wasn't particularly old or worn, indicating it hadn't been there very long. Jiang Yunu felt she had grasped a glimmer of hope. She immediately greeted the little robot. Hello? The little robot was also observing Jiang Yunu. It didn't seem to be equipped with any weapons or ammunition. It was some kind of gentle, harmless working robot. A flashing light appeared under the black panel on its head, as if scanning the data of the stranger before it. The little robot could only say chirp, but it was a polite AI and would respond to human greetings. Jiang Yunu heard yet another chirp, a response she could only give herself. She wasn't much taller than the robot, so she simply squatted down in front of it, getting closer to its head scanning range. Hello, Jiang Yunu said. Could you help me contact any other humans, preferably someone who can still help me? Jiang Yunu's prediction of the robot's model was just speculation, not certainty, but since it seemed communicative, she hoped it might have some signal transmitter that could help her contact others. Even with Jiang Yunu's boldness and willingness to explore, she was aware of one fact. That relying solely on herself, with her childlike body, to leave this desolate place alone was simply unrealistic. The little robot seemed to have more than just a broken pulley, making its movements slightly slow. Its information reading and writing speed was also slow. It flashed for Jiang Yunu for a long time, like a computer blue screen with a progress bar that seemed to be stuck at 99% for ages, making it unclear when the program would finally finish loading. But finally, after a long time, Jiang Yunu saw the flashing blue light stop and turn green. Green generally represents safety and smooth operation. Before Jiang Yunu could even rejoice at what seemed like the program had finally finished, the long-awaited green light suddenly turned yellow again. A large yellow triangle with a red exclamation mark appeared on the robot's panel. Jiang Yunu recognized it as an alarm indicator. What's wrong? Jiang Yunu was somewhat alert. She quickly stood up from the robot, creating distance between them. You're not going to judge me as some kind of illegal outsider and prepare to trigger the alarm to arrest me, are you? Jiang Yunu cautiously asked the robot. The small robot didn't arrest Jiang Yunu, nor did it suddenly reveal a weapon unexpectedly, signaling her to surrender. About half an hour later, the sound of an engine whirring came from near the hill. A high-tech car, the kind Jiang Yunu had only seen in science fiction movies, sped over and stopped in front of her and the small robot. Jiang Yunu was prepared to meet the first living person she had officially met in this world. But unexpectedly, when the car door opened, it was empty. It was an automatically operating empty car, probably summoned by the robot via signal control. The small robot, with its warning signs illuminated, moved its damaged body to the door and gestured with its small, pincer-like hands to let Jiang Yunu get in. Jiang Yunu hesitated for less than 2 minutes before quickly getting into the car and sitting down in the seat, which looked far cleaner than her own. An electronic voice announced from the self-driving car. The trapped personnel at the garbage collection station have boarded the vehicle. Robot cleaner number 129, please accompany us. We are about to carry out a mission to return the personnel. Robot cleaner number 129 was likely the small robot that had called the car for Jiang Yunu. A malfunctioning wheel prevented the robot from boarding. One wheel had rolled into the door sill, while the other wheel remained stuck, spinning freely. Seeing the predicament, Jiang Yunu reached out and helped pull the robot cleaner onto the vehicle. The robot chirped, chirp, perhaps thanking her. After boarding, the small robot automatically slid to the back, stopping in front of what appeared to be a charging station, and then slid itself into the perfectly fitting low-profile compartment. Jiang Yunu was reminded by the car's AI to fasten her seatbelt. It was her first time in such a vehicle, and she didn't even know where the seatbelt was. After fumbling around for a while, she triggered the vehicle's automatic seatbelt program. A strap automatically popped out from beside the seat, and fastened her increasingly slender body in the spacious seat. The AI also criticized Jiang Yunu. Please take better care of your personal safety. Driving safety is paramount. Please fasten your seatbelt. After criticizing Jiang Yunu, the car's engine started again, and the car lifted into the air. 370 hours after arriving in this world, Jiang Yuna finally set foot on a human settlement for the first time. Chapter 11. It was a dazzling city. Jiang Yuna was carried into the city by the flying vehicle. As the vehicle slowly descended, she saw a red sun on the horizon, signifying that the city was just about to enter night. But on the ground and in the sky, the various neon lights had already impatiently lit up, as if vying with the setting sun for brightness. Dense and orderly circular tracks filled the sky. From a distance, the city resembled a steel-cast honeycomb, and because it was nighttime and the neon lights were flashing everywhere, it also looked like a disco ball-style honeycomb. It had a futuristic yet retro feel. Each circular track had several branching points, leading to piers connecting to different building areas. The flying vehicle's speed noticeably slowed after entering the city. As it passed a gate built in the air, Jiang Yuna could see, in the golden light of the setting sun, a beam of light with a faint arc of electricity sweeping across the front window. This must be some kind of inspection device. Because the flying car was clearly registered in the garage, even though Jiang Yunu, who was sitting inside, was an unregistered resident, the artificial intelligence allowed the vehicle to pass, enabling it to descend and smoothly merge into a certain circular track. The vehicle's intelligent automatic voice announced, "Welcome back to Xiate City. You had a hard day's work, welcome home." This voice was different from the one that had previously criticized Jiang Yunu. It was probably pre-recorded, and not the voice of this vehicle's AI. It also sounded more emotionally charged. Although Jiang Yunu shouldn't be in the welcome home queue, this was her first time entering this unheard-of city. That didn't stop her from saying to the vehicle center console, "Thank you." This pre-recorded welcome message was the first welcome Jiang Yunu received after arriving in this world, and Xiate City was also the first place whose name she clearly knew. Based on this, Jiang Yunu's goodwill towards it soared. The flying car carried her onto the circular track, then turned onto a pier at a fork in the road. As the car entered the pier, Jiang Yunu heard a slight buzzing sound from beside the back seat, followed by a small robot. She remembered its number was 129. It emerged from what appeared to be a charging compartment, its wheels gliding across the ground as it approached the car door. Jiang Yunu immediately understood. The car's destination must be approaching. Robot Cleaner 129 was ready to disembark. Jiang Yunu touched her seatbelt, but hesitated. Jiang Yunu pondered to herself, should she really get off with the robot? She remembered that when she first boarded the car, the onboard voice said she was a trapped person at the garbage collection station. The garbage collection station sounded like a public sanitation facility. Jiang Yunu hadn't encountered a single living person there for half a day, only the robot that helped her call a taxi. This suggested that the place was likely sparsely populated, and usually staffed by intelligent robots. However, as a place that processed garbage for the human city, the area was still under human jurisdiction, so it was equipped with intelligent vehicles in case of occasional human activity. Jiang Yunu looked down at herself and realized two major problems. First, she had no way of explaining why she was there. Second, she didn't know how this world treated undocumented immigrants. Having finally escaped the isolated island and arrived at a place where she could see people and learn more about the world, Jiang Yunu didn't want to be sent to some kind of black room and immediately have her freedom of movement restricted upon landing. So, after careful consideration, she made a decision. When the flying car finally came to a stop, Robot Cleaner 129, adhering to the principle of humans first, made way for the door, intending to let people out first once it opened. The automatically opening door had barely opened a crack when Robot 129 sensed something. The other thing, with a speed that even it couldn't catch, whooshed through the crack. Robot 129, chirp. Robot Cleaner 129 was confused. It slowly executed its somewhat clunky program, waiting for the door to fully open before turning to attend to the stranded people it had dispatched to be taken back to the city by the intelligent vehicle. Wait, where were its people? Robot 129 turned around and found the rear window seat empty. The automatically deployed seatbelt was still securely fastened, but the person beneath it had vanished. Robot 129, chirp. Taking advantage of her child status and the fact that the car's automatic seatbelt seemed designed for adults, Jiang Yunu easily slid out from under the seatbelts ahead of time, reached the door, and slipped out as soon as the door opened a crack. The flying car appeared to be parked in a public parking lot, rather than an internal parking lot of some kind of security agency, which made Jiang Yunu's escape even easier. After exiting the car, she immediately locked onto the nearest entrance/exit in her field of vision, then jumped into the nearby parking lot's bushes. Running along the bushes, she quickly shortened the distance to the exit, then lightly and nimbly leaped out from the end of the bushes, like a small wild animal newly introduced to human society, leaping over the barrier intended for vehicles, and into the golden sunlight shining on the parking lot entrance/exit. Her wounds hadn't healed, but Jiang Yunu seemed to feel little pain anymore. The evening breeze carried the scent of the city. She breathed in the wind that smelled of human activity. Before her eyes lay the dazzling neon-lit cityscape built by humankind, and her ears could hear the ceaseless flow of cars on the circular tracks. Jiang Yunu took a deep breath. She felt she was finally alive again. Forced into isolation, surviving on a deserted island where she was the only living being, she had almost died again. The evening atmosphere of Xiate City pulled Jiang Yunu back to reality, making her feel no longer like she was still floating, but finally grounded. About half an hour later, Jiang Yunu walked into any street corner. She was no longer wearing clothes that would definitely be considered unsightly, but rather clothes that, while much larger, were at least normal and reasonably clean. Noticing the presence of public parking lots in the city, Jiang Yunu immediately searched for public trash cans after slipping out and successfully found a public charity recycling bin next to one of the trash cans. The recycling system in Xiate City is quite good. The charity recycling bin is also equipped with artificial intelligence, which proactively reminds passers-by what items can be recycled, what items are currently in its bin, and allows users to select items from others' bins for free if needed. Taking advantage of the absence of others, Jiang Yunu quickly ran over, rummaged through the panel, and retrieved a set of clothes from the charity recycling bin. The top was a simple hoodie, the pants were elastic-waisted casual pants, and the shoes were a pair of sneakers a size too big. Jiang Yunu covered her wounds with her clothes, pulled her hat down to cover her hair, and walked with slightly wobbly shoes. She felt this was the most human she had ever looked since arriving in this world. A city is far larger than an island, and Jiang Yunu certainly couldn't explore the entire city of Xiate in a day on foot. More importantly, she realized she was hungry again. Evening was the easiest time to smell the aroma of food. Jiang Yunu didn't know where she was going. In this strange yet new city, in this human society she had finally come into contact with, it didn't matter which direction she went, everything was new to her. But soon, she found herself unconsciously following the scents of various foods. Some of the aromas came from shops along the street, others from residential buildings within her sight, and the particularly homey smells of cooking wafted from windows facing the street. Jiang Yunu not only had no home here, but also a pocket cleaner than her face. Jiang Yunu, She had lost the 2 vials of nutrient solution she had before escaping, when she jumped into the sea. It was fine until she remembered, but now that she did, the memory was even more painful than the physical injuries she had sustained. Pain, losing resources when supplies are scarce is truly unbearable. Jiang Yunu stood silently in the sunset, mourning the lost nutrient solution for a long time. The aroma of various foods lingered around her, and the content displayed on the public screens in the streets drifted to her ears. The streets of Xiate City had a feel of high technology combined with traditional daily life. There were various small shops very similar to the world Jiang Yunu had once known, and seemingly ordinary residential buildings. At the same time, there were futuristic floating screens, and many shops had small intelligent robots assisting humans. The flying cars that occasionally descended from the piers also looked very futuristic. Jiang Yunu was drawn to the sound emanating from the floating screen. She glanced at it, and noticed that the dazzling advertisements she had seen earlier had ended. Now, it seemed to be broadcasting some kind of conference or ceremony. She saw a large audience sitting below, and as the camera panned, she saw a spacious stage. Behind the podium on the stage stood a tall, upright figure holding a speech. The person bowed slightly as the camera panned over them. It was unclear whether they were about to speak or had already finished. Jiang Yunu stared at the screen for a moment, her first thought being that even in the future, large-scale conferences were still common. It seemed that technological progress hadn't eliminated human formalism. Jiang Yunu looked away, hearing the narrator on the screen still enthusiastically saying, "What you are seeing now is the recently concluded 136th graduation ceremony of Duma Academy. This year's outstanding graduate representative, unsurprisingly, is from." Jiang Yunu didn't listen further. Her attention was completely captivated by a shop in front of her, and she couldn't care less about anything else. Just moments ago, Jiang Yunu noticed a small robot outside the shop carrying a sign that read, "Free tasting after 8 p.m. free." Tasting. Jiang Yunu didn't care about Duma or the Nyoma Academy anymore. Her eyes lit up, seeing only the hope of eating normal human food tonight. Chapter 12. Through the seemingly effortless tasting event, Jiang Yunu did indeed manage to eat human food that night. She pretended nothing was wrong, strolling back and forth on the street, curiously exploring everything. She learned that the street was called Golden Wine Street, located on the 32nd Ring Rail Line in Seattle City. From the C pier of the 32nd Ring Rail Line, one could directly reach the commercial district. Jiang Yunu used the 3D map, which was also suspended in midair, to calculate that the place where she was transported by the flying vehicle should be the A pier. The 3D map showed that the A pier was directly connected to a square building, without any place name markings. But based on Jiang Yunu's stereotypical impression of various government agencies, she guessed that such a square building likely belonged to some important political unit. Anyway, she spent a considerable amount of time looking at the 3D map. At 8 p.m., the city of Seattle was plunged into complete darkness. The last rays of the setting sun had faded, leaving only artificial neon lights illuminating the night sky. Jiang Yunu stood precisely at the counter of the shop offering samples, earnestly asking the person behind it, "Hello, may I have a sample?" It was a bakery, the counter 1.1 meters high. Behind it stood a young woman in a yellow apron. She looked over the stack of samples with a puzzled expression, feeling she could definitely hear someone speaking, but couldn't see anyone in front of the counter. She spoke first, of course. Then the young woman realized something. She leaned out from behind the counter, her gaze shifting further down past the boxes of samples, finally catching sight of a small yellow head hidden by the stack of boxes. Jiang Yunu's hoodie from the recycling bin was also yellow, matching the bakery's staff uniform quite well. Wearing the hoodie, she stood small in front of the counter, feeling a faint shadow overhead. She looked up and met the clerk's gaze. In the young woman's mind, a child so small, easily hidden by a counter and a stack of boxes, would generally be shy around unfamiliar adults and wouldn't make such direct eye contact. But Jiang Yunu, in her yellow hoodie, not only met her gaze openly but also smiled. "Sister," Jiang Yunu said, tilting her head up, "what can I sample?" A sweet and polite little girl is always endearing. The young clerk's lips curved into a smile, and her voice softened. "Anything on the counter is fine." Then, realizing the little girl's limited height, the clerk probably couldn't even see everything on the counter. Jiang Yunu was introduced to the restaurant staff. "Today, the kitchen is testing new products. There are 5 flavors and 4 categories of new items available for tasting. Everyone who comes to the store can choose 5 items." Offering 5 samples was quite generous for this restaurant, especially when the female staff member brought the sample boxes down, specifically showing them to Jiang Yunu, who was short. To make it easier for her to choose, she noticed that the samples were cut almost as big as a slice of cake. Jiang Yunu blinked and continued sweetly, "Can you help me choose, sister? The ones you choose for me, pretty sister, are sure to be delicious." The female staff member's lips curled into a wide smile. Saying words that would make a man roll his eyes was a different story coming from a young girl. The female shop assistant said, "Well, let me recommend one to you. What's your favorite flavor?" Jiang Yunu said, "The one with the highest calories." This is a very niche taste preference. The female shop assistant was taken aback, but still followed the young girl's request, carefully reviewing all the new samples available for tasting that day, recalling which had the highest calorie count. When unsure, she even summoned the shop's robot assistant, whispering a few words to it before confidently recommending, "Here, these have the highest calorie count." Jiang Yunu received a small box containing 5 samples. She didn't hold back her sweet talk. "Thank you, sister. They look delicious, like the best I ever had." The shop assistant was delighted by her sweetness. Her gaze swept around, and seeing that the kitchen was still busy, and she was the only one serving customers outside, she swiftly reopened the large sample box, quickly adding 3 more pieces to Jiang Yunu's plate. She even made a zipping up gesture with her mouth, whispering, "Don't thank me loudly this time, okay?" Jiang Yunu hadn't expected such a pleasant surprise. Knowing she shouldn't trouble those who were doing her a favor, she kept her voice low. Jiang Yunu quietly said to the shop assistant, "Then I thank you quietly, sister." The shop assistant exclaimed, "Oh my! So sweet. Whose child are you around here?" Jiang Yunu, clutching the extra food box, had already retreated 2 or 3 steps to the edge of the shop door. She avoided answering the shop assistant's question, only smiling and saying, "Goodbye, sister, have a nice evening." Before the shop assistant could react, the seemingly well-behaved and sweet-talking girl vanished from the shop entrance in the blink of an eye. Jiang Yunu, clutching a box of samples the size of 8 slices of cake, left the shop and headed straight for a public bench she spotted while wandering around. Before she even sat down, she already opened the box, and with her bottom on the bench, the first pastry was already in her mouth. It was a cake made with some kind of animal cheese, topped with a tangy jam that Jiang Yunu couldn't quite identify. The creamy flavor of the dairy, and the tartness of the fruit were subtly balanced, the jam perfectly balancing the richness of the cheese. The overall texture was dense yet smooth, leaving a lingering fragrance on her lips and teeth after each bite. Jiang Yunu hadn't usually been a big fan of desserts, but now she felt like she was eating a rare delicacy. Jiang Yunu deliberately asked the shop assistant to help her choose, specifically requesting the highest calorie option. Her body was desperately low on calories, and desserts are notoriously high in calories. 8 pastries might be cloying for some, but for Jiang Yunu, they were a precious source of energy. Moreover, since this was the first human food she had eaten since coming to this world, they tasted even more delicious under her own influence, allowing her to devour them one after another without feeling overwhelmed. The box, originally overflowing with 8 samples, was instantly empty. Even the cream and jam clinging to the sides were gone. Jiang Yunu used the last half of the pastry's bread to scrape the bottom clean, devouring every last drop of cream and jam. The desserts filled her stomach, and her energy was temporarily replenished. Jiang Yunu placed the empty box, now as clean as if it had never contained anything, on her lap, leaned back in the chair, and let out a long satisfied sigh. She was so content. Back at the base, meticulously calculating her daily nutrient intake, Jiang Yunu had at times doubted whether normal food still existed in this world. She worried that humanity had evolved to the point of no longer eating traditional diets. But today, arriving in Xiate City, she felt an overwhelming sense of familiarity with the vibrant life that permeated the city, and was overjoyed that this world still had regular food. This familiarity and joy also gave Jiang Yunu a sense of confidence. She felt she could survive better here than on the deserted island. Even though she didn't have a place to stay for the night, Jiang Yunu remained optimistic. Jiang Yunu patted her full stomach and sat on a bench for a while, lost in thought. She watched the endless stream of cars on the ring track that divided the sky above, and the bustling Jinjiu Street commercial area in the distance. Standing apart from the crowd, yet surrounded by its lively atmosphere, she felt a peace different from the peace she felt on the deserted island when talking to 22 in the moon. Thinking about her lodging for the night, Jiang Yunu noticed the bench she was sitting on and began to think it was quite nice. An ergonomically designed seat, a spacious surface more than enough for her current size, and even a backrest and armrests to prevent her from rolling off in the middle of the night. Compared to the bed she had built on the deserted island using 2 boxes and foam, the public bench was practically a luxurious single bed. Jiang Yunu increasingly thought the idea was good and seriously considered sleeping on the bench that night. Just then, about 20 meters away, an advertisement started scrolling on a public floating screen. The broadcast of a certain conference that Jiang Yunu had only glanced at earlier had long ended, but the advertisements on the public floating screen were dazzling, filled with unfamiliar terms. She had been busy exploring the streets, searching for food, and studying the map, and hadn't paid much attention to these artificially placed advertisements. Since she had nothing better to do and nowhere to go, Jiang Yunu sat on a bench, her gaze unconsciously drawn to the advertisements on the floating screen. Soon, her attention was drawn to a word that appeared frequently in the ads. Superpowers. The first few recruitment ads to scroll across the screen all began with the statement, "Graduation ceremonies at all universities have concluded. Enrollment for advanced superpower schools will begin next month, and enrollment for basic superpower schools will begin after the advanced university's enrollment concludes." This was probably some important information, and after scrolling through it several times, Jiang Yunu made sure she could read every word clearly. But even though she could read it clearly, Jiang Yunu, who didn't have any language barriers with this world, was still bewildered. What? Superpowers exist in this world? Jiang Yunu subconsciously spread her hands out in front of her and examined them carefully, her first thought being whether she might also possess superpowers. She looked at her hands again and again. Those were the slender, white hands of a child. She couldn't tell if she possessed any special abilities, nor did she know what special abilities in this world actually were, or how they manifested. Following the recruitment advertisement, several more ads with the keyword special ability scrolled past, such as a certain hospital has now opened special ability testing ahead of schedule. Parents can bring their children of appropriate age whose elemental attributes are still uncertain, and a certain research institution has now developed a new generation of short-term special ability enhancement drugs, expected to be officially launched next quarter, and so on. Jiang Yunu's mind was suddenly filled with a large number of special abilities. She sorted through the information on her own, and before she knew it, she had been sitting on a bench watching ads for an hour or two. A small robot slowly approached her, diverting her attention from the floating screen. Jiang Yunu caught a glimpse of the robot out of the corner of her eye and noticed that it also had a cylindrical body. Her first thought was of the sanitation worker number 129 she had left in the parking lot, but upon closer inspection, she saw that the robot was painted champagne-colored and seemed to be performing urban management duties. "Hello, little friend," the robot said to Jiang Yunu in a clear and kind voice. "It's 10 p.m. You shouldn't be sitting alone on a public bench." Jiang Yunu's plan to sleep on the bench was ruined. Because the city of Xiate doesn't allow underage children to linger alone in public places at night. Chapter 13. Okay. Jiang Yunu comforted herself, her bench plan now scrapped. As a city with a fairly high level of civilization, it's normal to have these kinds of rules at night. She wouldn't be able to sleep on the public bench tonight, but she certainly couldn't stay awake. When she was politely asked to leave the bench by the city's auxiliary robot and had to find another place to stay for the night, Jiang Yunu still harbored a sliver of hope, trying to draw on some homeless experience she had encountered in her past world, such as staying at a 24-hour self-service hall, seeking refuge at a 24-hour chain restaurant, looking for open-air buildings in the city that are lit up at night, or, if all else failed, seeing if there were any suitable underpasses or under the eaves of closed shops. Jiang Yunu's plan was good, but in reality, it was just a good plan. There were indeed quite a few 24-hour buildings in Xiate City, with 24-hour self-service halls and restaurants. However, without exception, they were all classified as public places. Jiang Yunu walked to the door of any building that was still lit and open. Within 3 minutes, a particularly helpful city management robot approached her, asking why she was walking alone outside at this hour, whether she had gotten lost from an adult, and if she needed a nighttime child escort service. Jiang Yunu was constantly being chased around by the profound childcare in Xiate City. Once, Jiang Yunu even tried to fool the artificial intelligence. Having already been chased away 3 times, she attempted a different approach. Standing solemnly in front of yet another building with bright white lights, she told the robot with the utmost determination, "Actually, this is my home." The city's auxiliary robots, uniformly painted champagne-colored with brownish-red panels on their heads, remained silent for a full 3 seconds before a question mark popped up on the brownish-red panel. "But as you can see, this is a public restroom?" the champagne-colored robot said. "Little friend, are you trying to say this public restroom is your home?" Jiang Yunu, Sorry, I was careless. I didn't realize that such an immaculate-looking building was a restroom." But Jiang Yunu was naturally good-natured, and his skin had become even thicker from the wind, sun, and moonlight on the isolated island. Wearing a heart-shaped hoodie and a small yellow hat, Jiang Yunu blinked and answered innocently, "Yes, you can understand it that way, so I need to go inside? I don't need to go anywhere else." The robot listened attentively to Jiang Yunu's nonsense, revealing a calm composure characteristic of artificial intelligence that patiently listens to any extraordinary human being. But it remained steadfast in its principles, and after listening, it said with an iron fist, "No, please don't joke with me. Please go back to your own home as soon as possible." The robot probably took Jiang Yunu's words as some kind of innocent child's playful conversation with a robot. While chasing Jiang Yunu away, it didn't forget to comfort the heart of an innocent child, saying to her, however, "Thank you very much for the joke. It's very cute, ha ha ha." The artificial intelligence emitted a flat, electronic laugh, ruthlessly chasing Jiang Yunu away. Jiang Yunu hadn't expected her attempt to sneak into the public restroom to fail. While being chased away, she wondered if she had changed her strategy and simply said she needed to use the restroom and then stayed there overnight. Would the city's auxiliary robot have stopped urging her to go home? But it was hard to say. Given the level of control the city's auxiliary robots had over children's nighttime activities, she was quite afraid that this persistent artificial intelligence would simply stand guard at the door, or even start a timer for her in the restroom. Perhaps if a child is found lingering alone in a public restroom at night, the city's auxiliary robots will simply rush in and arrest the child, or even call the police on their behalf. Jiang Yunu still dared not challenge the principles of artificial intelligence. All open-air or closed public areas were out of the question, even underpasses, and the eaves of closed shops were considered open-air public areas. Jiang Yunu dodged the patrolling auxiliary robots while navigating the streets and alleys, heading towards areas with fewer robots, hoping to find a less strictly controlled area. Gradually, the champagne-colored robots did decrease in Jiang Yunu's sight. She seemed to be gradually moving away from Jinjiu Street. As the auxiliary robots appeared less frequently, the streets beneath Jiang Yunu's feet seemed increasingly dilapidated. The road ahead began to narrow, and the streetlights, which had been constantly lit, became dimly lit, with one occasionally flickering in the corner of her eye, as if it might go out completely at any moment. Jiang Yuna keenly sensed the change in the atmosphere. She stopped and surveyed the street ahead. A few minutes later, Jiang Yuna realized she might have entered what's known as the Black Street. Even the most civilized city has one or two streets that seem to have been overlooked by the city's overall development. They remain dilapidated and backward, housing the city's most impoverished residents, forming the shadow behind the city's glamorous facade. Jiang Yuna was currently penniless, homeless, and without a registered residence. She was also being chased away by the auxiliary robots, preventing her from sleeping in a proper public place. She only glanced at this street, its atmosphere clearly different from the outside world, for a moment, then, with her heels in the oversized sneakers she gotten from the charity recycling bin, she stepped deeper into the street. A brightly colored flyer blew by, and Jiang Yuna, new to the street, caught it without thinking. This flyer resembled the small cards from her past world, multiple advertisements printed together in bright, garish colors. A line at the top read, Ability Modification, Powerful Amplification, Call Now, Fair Prices. Jiang Yuna glanced at the information on the flyer, folded it up, and continued walking. The Black Street was unexpectedly quiet at night, neither noisy nor showing any other figures. But as Jiang Yuna passed seemingly dark windows, her intuition was sharp. She could sense that some windows were genuinely empty, indicating many vacant houses, while others held people quietly observing her, the outsider. Perhaps they were spying or scrutinizing her. Jiang Yunu's intuition had always been strong, and since leaving the isolated island, she felt it had become even stronger. She could not only perceive subtle changes in the atmosphere, but also sense more clearly whether others harbored ill intentions towards her. So far, since Jiang Yuna entered this street, she has only felt observed, but not any particularly strong malice. Relying on her intuition and exceptional exploratory abilities, Jiang Yuna found 3 empty houses side by side near the end of the street. She chose the middle house, and found that the door handle was loose. The door could be pushed open easily. This empty house even had 2 floors. The first floor was almost devoid of furniture, and there was a lot of garbage scattered on the floor, suggesting it had been used as a garbage dump. Fortunately, firstly, the garbage didn't have any unpleasant odor. At least Jiang Yuna didn't smell anything wrong when she entered. Secondly, even the garbage was covered with a thick layer of dust, indicating that it had been uninhabited for a long time. The staircase leading to the second floor was broken. The bottom 5 or 6 steps were just empty steel frames, while the upper part of the staircase appeared relatively intact. Jiang Yuna had discovered her excellent night vision on the isolated island. She could move freely even in the poorly lit base. Using her superior night vision, Jiang Yuna carefully examined the connection between the upper staircase and the empty room wall, confirming that the nails driving the steel frame into the wall were still in place, and the nuts were tightened sufficiently. As long as the frame is still sturdy, Jiang Yuna muttered to herself. Then she took 2 steps back, gave a short running start, and leaped over the empty steps, landing on the still intact upper part of the staircase. The steps were metal, and Jiang Yunu's weight landing produced only a very slight vibration. Jiang Yuna continued up the intact steps to the second floor of the empty room, finding it similar to the downstairs area, virtually no furniture, and dust everywhere. But there was a bed on the second floor. Jiang Yuna was practically moved. A bed? A proper bed. It wasn't made from a box, nor was it a makeshift public bench. It was a standard bed with a headboard, footboard, frame, and a bed board on top. Although the bed board was dusty, Jiang Yuna didn't hesitate. She had made up her mind to sleep here tonight. She also found a bathroom on the second floor. Leaving aside the bathroom's condition, Jiang Yuna tried turning on the faucet, and found that it worked normally, and the water didn't look too cloudy. There was also a water pipe in the bathroom that could be connected to the faucet to bring water out. Aren't these living conditions good enough? Life on the deserted island had somewhat influenced Jiang Yunu's outlook on survival. She now had fresh water, a normal bed that could be rinsed with water and dried before sleeping, and this 2-story building, once used as a garbage dump, was at least a normal house. There wasn't a large pit next to her bed, and certainly no 22 corpses of white-haired children passively sharing her room. Jiang Yuna felt these conditions were good enough. She was as happy as a wild animal that had finally claimed a new temporary territory after a restless night. As long as the original owner of this place didn't return, and no one else competed with her for it, it would be her temporary sleeping place. Jiang Yuna was so happy she almost wanted to hum a tune. In the dimly lit room, without a single light, she connected the water pipe, the rushing water washing over the dusty floor and sweeping the dust off the bed. While waiting for the bed to dry naturally, Jiang Yuna even tried opening the second floor window to let the wind blow in and speed up the drying process. The house opposite the empty one seemed to be inhabited. As Jiang Yunu squinted, avoiding a small cloud of dust kicked up by the opening of her window, she noticed out of the corner of her eye that the second-floor window of the opposite house was also open, with curtains still drawn. Something moved quickly behind the curtains. Someone. Jiang Yunu thought. She was still waiting for her bed to dry, so she simply stood at her window, gazing at the street shrouded in night, while also looking towards the opposite window. Living across the street, they were, in a way, neighbors now. Jiang Yunu waited for a while, then saw the curtains in the opposite window sway slightly again, and someone slowly leaned out, looking in her direction. Jiang Yunu stood at her own window, the dark room behind her, only her silhouette clearly visible in the window. She smiled at the person. The person seemed startled and quickly hid behind the curtains again. A moment later, Jiang Yunu clearly saw a bar extend from the windowsill of the opposite house, and used the bar to pull the outward opening window back in place. The window across the street was tightly shut. Jiang Yunu, ? Chapter 14. Joy-san lived at number 78 on Rutted Street. As far back as he could remember, his family had lived at the very end of this notorious slum in Charlotte City. The house was actually rented. According to his mother, when he was still a baby in her womb, they used to pay rent, depositing a fixed amount of star coins into a designated account each month. If they were late or didn't deposit the full amount, it would cause some trouble. But then, for some reason, first the person collecting the rent mysteriously disappeared, and the deposits were automatically refunded by the system. Then, sometime when young Joy-san had little memory of it, everyone living there was informed that they no longer needed to pay rent to private individuals. Anyway, Rutted Street was now called Rutted Street, also known as Chart City's unofficial junkyard. It was said that the city management center had taken over the area, prohibiting private rent collection. However, the management center was too lazy to undertake major renovations to the landfill, unwilling to waste their already limited funds on such matters. Therefore, they tacitly allowed the original residents to continue living there, as long as they didn't cause trouble. The auxiliary robots generally didn't come to the rundown street, ignoring its various problems. Jonathan and his mother thus enjoyed rent-free living, the savings just enough for his mother to support him. Mom. Jonathan tiptoed, holding his breath, curled up in his room all night, waiting until dawn the next day. He felt light seeping in through the closed curtains and windows, and heard his mother moving around under the poorly soundproof floorboards. He tumbled down the stairs, his red hair a mess, and ran towards the red-haired woman in the kitchen, his face contorted with grief. The red-haired woman, having heard the commotion that had started upstairs, didn't turn around. Her face held a calm composure befitting someone who had seen it all. "Don't wail like this first thing in the morning," she said. "Your mother's perfectly fine." "Joyce," his face still contorted with grief, cried Mom, "listen to me. I really saw a ghost last night." The red-haired woman finally turned around, giving Joyce a look that said, "I raised you for over 10 years, and I finally realized you really are an idiot." Joyce, afraid his mother wouldn't believe him, gestured wildly, "It's right across from our house. That house that's been empty as long as I can remember. Last night, around midnight, I heard some noise across the street, but when I first went to check, it was the same as always. The windows were tightly shut, and it was dark inside. But you know what, Mom? After a while, when I looked again, the window was open." Joyce's gesturing wasn't enough. He also craned his neck towards his own front door, straining to see across the street, as if using his not-so-slender neck as a kind of directional arrow. "Mom," Joyce-san exclaimed, "do you know what I saw?" The redhead remained calm. "A ghost?" "Yes." Joyce-san's face lit up with "Mom, you're so brilliant," he said excitedly yet fearfully. "I saw a ghost. It was standing in the window of the second floor across the street, staring straight at our house. When I peeked out from behind the curtains, the ghost even smiled at me." The redhead, Joyce-san's admiration for his mother's wisdom quickly turned to despair. "Mom, what does it mean when a ghost smiles at me? Am I being targeted? Is disaster about to befall me? What will happen if I stare directly into a ghost's eyes like that?" Thinking of the most important thing that had happened to him in the past month, Joyce-san's expression grew even more sorrowful. Or am I trapped in some unpredictable curse, and might not be able to go to the beginner supernatural school? The red-haired woman swiftly swung her knife. With a thud, the cleaver sliced through 3 potatoes placed in a row, the blade wedged into the wooden cutting board underneath. The hot-tempered mother coldly commented on her son, "I think you probably won't be able to go to the beginner supernatural school even without seeing a ghost, because the school might reject you because of insufficient intelligence." Although Joyce-san didn't receive any comfort, being hit in the face by his mother's vivid and fiery temper was a kind of atypical consolation. He felt that his mother's fiery temper could ward off anything very sinister, so after finishing breakfast with his mother in the kitchen, he insisted that she go with him to the house across the street to take a look. However, at this moment Jiang Yunu, the ghost that Joy-sun had witnessed with his own eyes, was, of course, no longer in the house. Jiang Yunu was unaware that she had frightened her neighbors the night before. She thought she had simply greeted them in a friendly manner, but the people living in Black Street were probably more cautious and rarely encountered someone as outgoing and sociable as her, so they weren't quite used to her. Jiang Yunu didn't need much sleep each day. She waited until late at night for the wind to dry the surface of her bed, before going to sleep in the damp environment. Although Jiang Yunu was now petite, her physical strength was astonishing. The slightly damp environment didn't make her feel cold or experience joint pain. On the contrary, because she was finally lying on a proper bed again, she slept soundly that night in the empty, garbage-strewn second-floor room. She woke up naturally at the crack of dawn, feeling refreshed and invigorated by the hard bed. Upon waking, she felt the world was full of hope. Full of hope for the world, Jiang Yunu washed her face with water from the bathroom before dawn, performing basic personal hygiene, and then went out again. Daylight broke, and the nighttime rule in Xiate City that children must not be left alone in public places was no longer in effect. Jiang Yunu seized the daytime to further explore the city, and also this world that was still unfamiliar and new to her. Since arriving in Xiate City yesterday, Jiang Yunu had worn a hat ever since receiving her new clothes, not only to conceal the remaining scars on her cheeks near her ears and the side of her neck, but also to hide her white hair. Jiang Yunu had initially harbored some worries, fearing that white hair was an uncommon hair color in this world. Aside from the elderly, it was at least uncommon on children. She feared that white hair would become a target to highlight her special status, bringing unnecessary trouble. However, after strolling through the streets of Xiate City again today, Jiang Yunu immediately felt at ease. She realized she worried unnecessarily. The future world truly lived up to its name. The streets were filled with people of every hair color imaginable: gold, red, blue, green, purple, black, white, gray, brown. Traditional hair colors only made up about half the street's population. The other half were a riot of colors, like a painter's palette had been opened. Once Jiang Yunu confirmed that she saw many children with colorful hair, proving that humans in this world could indeed naturally reproduce various hair colors, she confidently pulled down her hat, letting her little white hair blend into the crowd. Indeed, she didn't stand out at all. If anyone did give Jiang Yunu a second glance because of her hair, it wasn't the color, but rather, her hairstyle was just too wild. Jiang Yunu's current hair was the same hair she had cut herself on the deserted island with a small knife. The knife blade wasn't sharp enough, making the cut a bit difficult, resulting in uneven ends. It was now a medium length, falling slightly past her shoulders, with a few strands sticking up from sleeping on the wooden bed all night, writhing wildly at the back of her head. In short, for a young girl, Jiang Yunu's current hairstyle could be summed up in one word: wild. But she didn't care. Occasionally, she would see her reflection in the shop windows and self-service machines. Jiang Yunu would only look closely at her current face, noticing that her current features and face shape were somewhat similar to her former self. She wondered if this resemblance would persist as she grew older and developed her adult features. As for her current appearance, does it matter? Jiang Yunu didn't think so. It wasn't as important as her escape from the parking lot yesterday, abandoning the empty flying car and Robot 129. But that didn't seem to attract much attention either. It wasn't as important as a robot suddenly gliding up in front of her, scanning her face, and demanding, "Please come with me." The city management of Xiate City might not be as strict as Jiang Yunu had initially imagined. During the day, Jiang Yunu wandered around in a child's body. Aside from the occasional glance at her hair, most of the time, because of her small size, and the natural buff of children being easily overlooked by adults, she easily wandered around many places. And thanks to her outgoing personality and sweet talk, Jiang Yunu miraculously managed to get more than one meal. She looked like a child, a very young one. When she felt hungry again, all the calories she replenished from the samples the night before were gone. She stopped and stared longingly at the roadside food stalls. The enthusiastic owner called out, "Little one, would you like to try something?" "I want to try," Jiang Yunu answered honestly, "but I'm sorry, boss, I can't afford it, so I can only look and then leave." After saying this, Jiang Yunu prepared to leave. She couldn't afford it, and she didn't want to stand in front of the stall and obstruct their business. Just then, a woman who was having lunch after work came by. Hearing her honest words, she looked down and realized it was such a small child. Is it because your family won't let you eat out? A woman in work attire bent down and teased Jiang Yunu. Would you like to sneak a taste? Jiang Yunu immediately looked up with her most innocent expression. Sister, I'd like to if I had the chance, but I don't know when that will be. This woman was at least 30 years old, impeccably dressed, mature and intellectual. She found the sister address amusing, yet still somewhat pleased. You have your chance now, the woman said cheerfully. I asked the owner to have the seasoning. Too much seasoning isn't good for children. Sneaking out and eating out. Don't tell your family when you get home. And just like that, Jiang Yunu miraculously managed to snag a meal. In the afternoon, she explored another neighborhood, proactively greeting the owners of shops along the street and asking if there were any recycling bins in the area. Recycling bins were also one of Jiang Yunu's key targets for the day. She wanted to see if there was anything suitable for her to take. As the shop owner gave her directions, he casually asked, Do you have any items you'd like to donate? Jiang Yunu honestly replied, No, it's just that I might need some of the items inside. The shop owner then carefully examined Jiang Yunu, realizing that the child's clothes weren't just loose-fitting, but genuinely ill-fitting. Jiang Yunu not only received directions, but also a bag of pastries, and a bag of dried fruit and vegetables as a bonus. Chapter 15. Jiang Yunu was an uninhibited person. When she faced genuine difficulties, and due to various internal and external factors, she was temporarily unable to earn sufficient resources on her own, she readily accepted help from others, and was adept at offering emotional support to those who helped her. Thank you, boss. The white-haired girl smiled, her eyes crinkling, her voice clear and sincere, her tone and expression genuinely praising her. You're such a kind person. The pastries and dried fruits and vegetables were inexpensive, but their advantage was their large quantity and filling nature. The way the girl held them was as if she were holding a rare delicacy. Although Xiaotai City wasn't as rapidly developing as other cities, its residents were generally self-sufficient, and those who owned shops lived even more comfortably. Jiang Yunu's appearance made the shop owner want to give her something more, so he bent down and rummaged through the shelves. The white-haired girl, not being greedy, took the 2 bags of food, gave the shop owner a truly kind person card, and left a message, wishing you booming business and happiness every day. The shop owner, receiving the blessing, looked up, and the last few words of the blessing seemed to fade into the distance as they reached his ears. He saw the girl's retreating figure, the wind whipping her uneven, chewed-up hair, probably running towards the recycling bin he had pointed to. The shop owner put down his hands from rummaging through the shelves and began to think. Perhaps he should donate something to the recycling bin that evening. What if the girl came back tomorrow, and he needed to rummage through the recycling bins in this neighborhood again? Jiang Yunu was unaware that she had provoked continued kindness from others. She was only aware that dusk was approaching, and she needed to quicken her pace. Because once dusk fell, in just 2 or 3 hours, Xiaotai City would be shrouded in night again, and the dreaded children's nighttime activity management regulations would come into effect again. While exploring today, Jiang Yunu had also figured out the specific application period of this regulation. It was effective from 9:30 p.m. every night until 5 a.m. the following morning. From 9:30 p.m. to 5 a.m. the next morning, children were not allowed to linger alone in public places, a rule that had been in effect in Xiaotai City for almost 10 years. However, the dark street where Jiang Yunu had stayed last night seemed to be an exception. Jiang Yunu hadn't yet figured out the nature of the street she had stayed on last night. While wandering around today, she had intentionally paid attention to information about that street, hoping to hear any opinions from local residents. However, it wasn't that few people mentioned it, it was that practically no one mentioned it at all. Jiang Yunu passed many shops, almost every one of them advertised home delivery, and their electronic signs displayed 3D maps showing the delivery areas throughout the city. Jiang Yunu examined the maps in front of several shops, and noticed that the area where he had stayed the previous night wasn't included. It seemed to be a secluded area, avoided by any business, completely excluded from the bustling commercial life of Xiaotai City, where no one offered home delivery. Could it be the legendary No Man's Land? Jiang Yunu muttered to himself when he first discovered that no one mentioned the street, and the shops avoided it. Even though it was a no man's land, it didn't stop Jiang Yunu from scavenging through several blocks, scavenging from every recycling bin, before returning to Black Street with her bounty. What did it matter what kind of place it was? Now it was willing to give her an empty room and a proper bed. Jiang Yunu thought her little garbage hut couldn't be cuter, and even Black Street seemed tolerant and generous to her. She returned just as the city's traffic control robots started chasing children around the streets. The last recycling bin was a bit far from Black Street. Jiang Yunu currently had no identification and couldn't use any public transportation in Xiate City. She relied entirely on her 2 legs for transportation. Fortunately, she was physically strong, and her short legs allowed her to run fast. She not only managed to dodge the robots that started work promptly at 9:30, but she also ran back from 2 blocks away with barely any breath. Jiang Yunu, who wasn't out of breath after running 2 blocks, once again entered the house in the dark, her movements as light as the night before. She was carrying quite a few things today, yet she still leaped lightly and nimbly up the steps, her feet landing almost silently on the metal surface. The second floor had been given a quick rinse last night, so it wasn't as dusty today, and the bed remained spotless according to Jiang Yunu's standards. The empty room didn't even have a table. Part of the bed frame served as Jiang Yunu's table, where she placed all her haul for the day. Besides a bag of pastries and a bag of dried fruit and vegetables kindly given to her by the shop owner, she also reaped a bounty from the recycling bin. Another set of clothes she could wear as loose casual wear, a black hat, a pair of sandals the previous owner had bought in the wrong size, a set of unopened water cups and toothbrushes that someone else no longer needed, and a tablecloth that the previous owner had given to a robot to wash, and then returned to the recycling bin because they no longer liked the pattern. Jiang Yunu, of course, didn't have a table to use as a tablecloth, but she held the cloth up to the bed frame and figured that if you don't confine yourself to the labeled uses of an item, you can make it flexible and versatile in your home. She used this relatively thick tablecloth to cover the bed, adding a touch of warmth to the originally bare and hard bed frame. From now on, every time I go to bed, it feels like I'm casually serving myself a meal, Jiang Yunu commented, admiring her newly transformed bed for a moment. Lifting a corner of the tablecloth as a sheet, Jiang Yunu left that corner of the bed frame exposed, so she could neatly pile the supplies she had brought back from outside. Because she had received new clothes today, Jiang Yunu could finally change out of the clothes she had worn for 2 days of running around outside. Wearing slippers that were also donations of kindness, she went into the second-floor bathroom. She took a shower, her first real shower since arriving in this world. The bathroom remained dark and unlit, the tap only running cold water. Having spent so many days on the deserted island, swimming countless times in the salty, chilly seawater, this slight temperature issue and the eerily quiet environment were minor problems for Jiang Yunu. She quickly and efficiently finished showering, even using the hose to rinse the bathroom floor during her shower. This was a small way of further improving the cleanliness of her little dumping ground. All of this was done in the dark. None of the supplies Jiang Yunu had found that day included any electronic devices. Fortunately, her eyes adapted to the darkness. She showered, rinsed off, changed into new clothes, and shuffled back to her bed in her wet slippers. Then she opened the complimentary pastries and dried fruits and vegetables and began eating her dinner. Ever since his ghost sighting last night, Joyce, who lives across the street, has been secretly watching the abandoned, dilapidated house across the street all day. Joyce's house is number 78 on Dilapidated Street, and the house across the street is number 80. This day, Joyce insisted that he really did see a ghost on the second floor of the abandoned house last night, and insisted that his mother accompany him to check it out across the street. However, in the end, the mother and son did not actually enter house number 80. As Joyce's mother was dragged out of the house by her son, finally standing with him at the door of number 80, the red-haired woman ignored the easily tug-on lock, focusing instead on her son. Her voice was warning. "Joyce, what are the 3 rules everyone in Runaway Street must understand?" Joyce hesitated, slowly releasing his grip on his mother's arm. He answered softly, "Never meddle in other people's business, never pry into other people's secrets, and never start a conversation unless someone brings it up." Simply put, the survival principle of Runaway Street was to keep to oneself. Joyce had grown up there. These rules were ingrained in his mind. His mother had told him them countless times since he was a toddler. But Joyce knew the logic, but she couldn't help arguing with herself. These rules apply to people. Joyce still insisted that the person on the second floor across the street who smiled at him wasn't human. So, since the other person wasn't human, then the rules for humans shouldn't be followed. Right? Joyce thought his idea was quite innovative, and he cautiously tried to persuade his mother to grant him this innovation, which resulted in his mother slapping him on the back of the head. "No entry," the red-haired woman said coldly. Joseon's idea was innovative, but he had never rebelled against his mother before, so he obediently put aside his thoughts and returned to his bedroom on the second floor. All day, he unconsciously kept an eye on the window across the street. When Jiang Yuna left early in the morning, she closed the window again, to avoid the dust from the day's wind. So Jo-sun spent the whole day watching, but the window on the second floor across the street remained exactly the same as every other day, without a trace of ever being opened. After watching for a while, he began to wonder if it was just a nightmare he had last night, where he saw the window across the street open, and was even laughed at by a ghost. Jo-sun was on vacation and stayed home all day, not seeing anyone enter or leave the house across the street. However, just as Jo-sun gradually let go of his doubts, and he was in bed around 10 p.m., ready to treat last night's experience as a nightmare. Squeak. It was a slight sound, yet incredibly clear in the quiet night. The window on the second floor across the street was open again? Jo-sun sat bolt upright with a start. He cautiously reached for his own window, furtively widening it as if he were stealing. Then, he crouched under the windowsill, only peeking out with his head sticking out, curious yet timid, peering out from the edge. The window on the second floor across the street really was open again, revealing a dark, gaping hole behind it. The open window was like a sinister portal that only opened at night. Just a glance was enough to send chills down one's spine. But soon, Jo-sun realized that there was no ghost standing behind that portal tonight. The figure he had seen last night hadn't come to the window. What? What does this mean? Jo-sun's heart pounded with fear, his mind already conjuring up countless scenes from horror movies. Then, hiding under his own windowsill, he heard a mysterious sound emanating faintly from the dark hole on the second floor across the street. Creak, creak. Click, click. It sounded like some creature grinding its teeth, or slowly crushing something hard, one piece after another, seemingly enjoying it. Jo-sun, shock. This is a ghost eating human bones? Jo-sun was too frightened to move. Jeong-eun was gnawing on dried fruit and vegetables in the dark room. The dried fruit and vegetables at that shop were probably homemade. They were thick and hard, requiring a certain amount of chewing force. But they tasted good. Crunch, crunch, crunch. Chapter 16. Jeong-eun had no idea that her neighbor, whom she only met once, mistook her for a ghost, thinking she was gnawing on human bones in the dark while eating dried fruit and vegetables. It was a coincidence, though. She'd been living in this abandoned, garbage-strewn house for days without actually seeing her neighbors. Jeong-eun left before dawn every day, venturing out at 5 a.m. when the restrictions expired. She tirelessly explored the city, absorbing every bit of information she could. Then, at 9:30 p.m. each night, when the city's nighttime regulations for children came into effect, Jeong-eun would take her only means of transportation. Running home from the restricted area. She started calling the little garbage shack her home. It gave her a place to stay, a place to sleep and store supplies. She barely had a small territory of her own in this city. If it wasn't home, what was it? The small garbage shack also had some advantages in its location. Its dilapidated exterior wouldn't tempt anyone to explore it. Even if an outsider tried to go in, just one glance at the barren, dusty environment of the first floor, and then at the broken staircase, would make any normal person not want to go upstairs, let alone imagine that anyone could live there, nor would they think there was anything worth stealing. Of course, Jeong-eun wasn't a normal person. And to be honest, she felt she really had nothing worth stealing. On the contrary, the thieves in Seotae City, upon seeing Jeong-eun, might be tempted to give her something in return. The charity recycling bins take care of 80% of Jeong-eun's daily necessities. Almost every item in her increasingly abundant little home has a previous owner. She collected them little by little from recycling bins in various neighborhoods, like a hamster moving house. For the first few meals in Seotae City, Jeong-eun relied on handouts, receiving miraculous acts of kindness. However, constantly begging couldn't last. Jeong-eun couldn't just sit around restaurants and food stalls hoping for a lucky break and a meal from some unexpected kind soul. Fortunately, soon after, when she explored another commercial street on the 12th ring rail, she discovered that the food recycling bins there would refresh with food every night after 9 p.m. The 12th ring rail in Seotae City was a famous food-themed ring rail, renowned for its numerous food stalls lining the entire track. Its commercial scale was far larger than Jinjo Street. Stepping into this food-famous district for the first time, Jeong-eun was immediately overwhelmed by the pervasive aroma of food. These scents were omnipresent, seemingly surging towards her from all directions, like a wave of culinary fragrance that instantly enveloped her. The aroma of fried food mingled with the spiciness of chili, the scent of flour and cheese, and the fragrance of fresh fruit. Jeong-eun took 2 deep breaths, feeling even her breath smelled sweet. She tried to draw some warmth from the air, then patted her empty pockets. Resolutely, she strode past the irresistibly fragrant shops, heading straight for the charity recycling bin she had already marked on the public map. But when Jiang Yunu arrived at the recycling bin, she realized it was different from those in other residential areas. This recycling bin looked more like a large refrigerator or a crisper drawer. And its panel displayed the message, "Please check back after 9 p.m. every night, there might be a surprise." Jiang Yuna checked the contents of the recycling bin and found it empty. This gave her a gut feeling that the bin must be full. So, after noting the location and time of the recycling bin, Jiang Yuna left the 12th ring track and visited other recycling bins in different areas. Around 8:30 p.m., she returned to the 12th ring track and was astonished to find a queue in front of the recycling bins. This was the first time Jiang Yuna had ever seen a queue for recycling bins, and the queue wasn't short either. She immediately joined the line. At exactly 9 p.m., a long line had already formed behind her. As soon as 9 p.m. arrived, automated robots slid out from the side doors of several shops. Like intelligent shop assistants restocking the recycling bins on time, each robot carried a box of the day's lowest selling food items, food that had been over-prepared in the kitchen, packed in insulated bags, and placed them one by one into the recycling bins. Everyone in line successfully received a food item. Just as it was about to be Jiang Yuna's turn, she overheard the two people in front of her talking. They clearly knew each other. One person said, "Hey, what brings you to the random relief meal too?" Another replied, "It's not mid-month yet, my salary hasn't been credited to my account." The first person to ask sighed, "Me too, waiting for payday. After paying rent, my star coins will be gone. I have to rely on this bin for food these next few days." Jiang Yunu listened for a while, and roughly understood that the recycling bin on the 12th ring rail only holds food, replenished every night, and emptied during the day. Each person is limited to one collection per day, and what food they receive is random, depending on what the local shops put in. Because of the high randomness, and the fact that it only opens after 9 p.m., residents with better economic conditions generally don't use this bin. Therefore, locals jokingly call the meals from this recycling bin random relief meals. Jiang Yunu was so moved by the humanistic spirit of Xiate City that she almost teared up. The existence of this recycling bin on the 12th ring rail meant that as long as Jiang Yunu was diligent and arrived early to queue, she could have at least one normal meal every day. Praise for the random relief meals. Thanks to the unique humanistic spirit of Xiate City, Jiang Yunu was able to ensure at least one meal a day. Many public areas in Xiate City have drinking fountains. If residents need water, they can simply speak to the small AI integrated into the fountain, and it will adjust the water temperature to heat it up. On the isolated island, Jiang Yunu either drank nutrient solutions or directly drank seawater. Having grown accustomed to this wild lifestyle, she even drank tap water directly from the bathroom faucet when she first moved into the abandoned garbage house. It wasn't until she received a cup from the charity recycling bin and got her water bottle that she suddenly realized she needed some normal drinking water. So the next day, as soon as the children's movement control order was lifted, Jiang Yunu took her newly acquired water bottle to the public drinking fountain, asked the AI to heat it up, rinsed the cup slightly, filled it with water, and began drinking normally. Food and water could both be solved by utilizing public resources. Relief meals and drinking water were enough to cover Jiang Yunu's basic daily needs. As for sleeping and lodging, those had been solved by using abandoned, garbage-strewn shacks. Jiang Yunu had overcome the basic survival challenges of living in a completely new place. Now, she finally had more time to focus on things that were equally interesting to her, but had previously had to be put aside by the survival problem. For example, the supernatural abilities she had heard about on her first night in Xiate City. And, for instance, to learn more about the streets where she lived. During her travels these past few days, Jiang Yunu discovered that information related to supernatural abilities was everywhere in Xiate City, but she hadn't seen anyone around her acting strangely, nor had she noticed any signs of anyone possessing supernatural abilities. In a city teeming with information about superpowers, it's highly unusual that no one possesses them. Jiang Yunu surmised that perhaps the city has some kind of regulation governing abilities. Much like the restrictions placed on her nighttime activities as a minor. The unauthorized use of superpowers is probably not permitted in the city. But this doesn't negate the objective existence of superpowers in this world. Jiang Yunu wanted to learn more about superpowers. She tried to gather information by eavesdropping on residents' casual conversations, but found this inefficient. The residents of Xiate City seemed more interested in daily life and more down-to-earth than discussing superpowers. Jiang Yunu heard mostly conversations about work, the weather, recent prices, and what to eat on weekends. The only two times Jiang Yunu overheard passers-by discussing supernatural abilities were when a red-haired woman was asked by her companion, Have you decided which elementary supernatural ability school your son should attend? The red-haired woman replied, whichever one he wants him to go to. Jiang Yuna thought they would talk more, so he stopped to eavesdrop, but the conversation quickly shifted to which grocery store had the best prices that evening. Jiang Yuna could only sigh and spend an hour or two watching advertisements on a bench near the public floating screen. Advertisements, after all, are a way to extract information. Through advertisements and occasional television broadcasts, Jiang Yuna roughly knew that superpowers in this world were linked to elements and had several categories. Students of the appropriate age could apply to junior superpower schools, and the admission requirements for junior superpower schools were low, with basically no requirements on the student's superpower level. The tuition was also low. If there were several junior schools in the same star sector, the schools would compete for students, offering preferential policies in their recruitment advertisements to ensure that students only needed to pay a small amount of tuition to receive basic and comprehensive superpower system training. However, if someone wants to further develop their supernatural abilities and pursue a career closely related to them, then after completing a basic supernatural ability school, they must apply to an advanced supernatural ability school. Admissions to advanced supernatural ability schools are completely different from those to basic schools. After watching recruitment advertisements for a few days, Jiang Yunu realized that the difference between them was roughly the difference between compulsory education and college entrance examination. Good advanced supernatural ability schools have extremely high entry requirements, with the top-ranked ones being even more difficult to get into, and there is even competition among the top schools. Jiang Yunu's attempt to acquire orthodox supernatural ability knowledge through television was clearly ineffective. Instead, she listened to a lot of inexplicable college dramas and sectoral gossip. 2 days later, she realized her mistake. She overlooked the most suitable place to acquire new knowledge and understand the new world: the library. The higher the level of civilization, the more vast and open its libraries are. The City of Charlotte's public library is indeed open to the public free of charge. It's a public welfare building. Anyone can freely enter during opening hours to consult materials, and use the sofas and chairs in the self-service area for reading and studying. Jiang Yuna checked the address and set off with great enthusiasm. Then she was stopped at the library's citizen ID gate. Jiang Yunu, She'd been careless. She'd forgotten that such buildings usually require gates, just like public transportation, which requires citizen ID cards. But just as Jiang Yunu was still unwilling to give up, circling the gate twice, wondering if she could illegally intrude, a voice came from behind her. The person asked hesitantly, "Hello? Are you, need any help?" Chapter 17. Jiang Yunu turned around and saw a red-haired boy standing diagonally behind her. The boy had probably been observing her for a while. His gaze and expression were filled with curiosity, yet he seemed embarrassed that he had initiated the conversation. Seeing her staring directly at him after turning around, the boy visibly became even more awkward. I didn't mean to peek," the red-haired boy nervously explained, but his words were ambiguous, causing his cheeks to flush with his hair. Jiang Yunu was still looking at him. The boy waved his hands frantically. No, that's not right. I wasn't peeking either. I just happened to be behind you in line, about to go through the gate, and then I noticed you seemed to be having trouble. I saw you turning around and not getting in, so I..." This boy tended to talk a lot when he was nervous. He was no more than 12 years old, much taller than Jiang Yunu, and his bones still had the delicate, prepubescent quality typical of children. Jiang Yunu habitually looks people in the eye. This method works well with adults. Given her childlike physique, most adults wouldn't find it strange to be stared at so directly by a little girl. However, with people her own age, or those close to her, like the red-haired boy who had struck up a conversation, Jiang Yunu's gaze might feel inexplicably oppressive. Jiang Yunu noticed the boy's words faltered after I jest, and she quickly intervened to save him from his awkwardness. "Thank you," Jiang Yunu said. "Aww." The red-haired boy seemed a little dazed. "I haven't really helped you much. But you saw me circling around here," Jiang Yunu said. "You only spoke to me because you wanted to help me, so thank you for wanting to help." This was probably the first time in his life that the red-haired boy had received a thank you for something he hadn't done yet, simply because he'd spoken to someone, and even then, his words were somewhat ambiguous and he'd been stammering. The boy's face turned genuinely red this time, a redness that was a mixture of embarrassment and excitement. "How can I help you?" the red-haired boy asked Jiang Yunu earnestly, composing himself. He had initially only spoken up out of kindness, and was prepared to be presumptuous if the other person didn't need his help. But Jiang Yunu's words made the boy feel that he absolutely had to help that day. Jiang Yunu didn't harbor any hope that the boy could conjure up an ID for her out of thin air that was clearly unrealistic. She simply told him her predicament. I can't get through the turnstile. Huh? Why? The red-haired boy was still somewhat naive, his first reaction being that the turnstile in front of him was broken. Today was a weekday in Seattle City, and not many people would come to the Citizens Library in the morning. The area around the turnstiles was sparsely populated. Besides Jiang Yunu and the red-haired boy, no one else had used the turnstile in front of them all day. Wait for me, let me try it first, the red-haired boy said to Jiang Yunu. Then he stepped closer to the turnstile, raising his left wrist. He wore a simple black wristwatch on his left wrist. A small, three-dimensional image vaguely appeared on the wristwatch, and after scanning it against the turnstile's verification slot, the closed gate slid open silently and automatically. The red-haired boy walked over, then turned around. The turnstile is working fine. Did you misalign your terminal? Jiang Yunu, Jiang Yunu thought for a moment, then raised both her hands to him, and with a slight flick of her forearms, the sleeves of her loose-fitting hoodie slid down her arms to her elbows, revealing her bare wrists. In this world, personal mobile terminals are mainly wristband type, small and portable, and can utilize space folding technology and 3D projection technology to bring up a touch screen at any time, making them very convenient and easy to use. The red-haired boy looked at Jiang Yunu's empty wrists and suddenly realized, You left your personal terminal at home? Jiang Yunu shook her hands and honestly said, I don't have a personal terminal. The red-haired boy showed an incredulous expression. Because wristband-style personal terminals are not only widely available and convenient, but also offer a wide price range, from top-of-the-line models to basic versions designed for the poor, with prices ranging from for the low-income to essential for the wealthy, ensuring that people from all walks of life can afford their own terminal. More importantly, personal identification IDs are directly linked to the personal terminal. People rely on it for everything from traveling and using public transportation to creating personal profiles online, attending school and work, and contacting others, basically every essential aspect of daily life. The red-haired boy couldn't imagine anyone in the world without a terminal. He thought it was a necessity for modern human survival. But seeing Jiang Yunu's calm and composed expression, he felt the other man wasn't lying, leaving him confused and bewildered. You're the legendary heir of a noble family living on the planet of power and wealth, who, to minimize exposure to junk information, only received a top-tier family education from a young age, and wasn't even given an independent terminal until leaving for school? The red-haired boy cautiously voiced his imagination. Jiang Yunu not only showed an expression of concern for an innocent child, but also, Do you think I look like it? Jiang Yunu pulled down her wide sleeves, fully displaying her simple attire and unruly hairstyle, ensuring that not a single hair on her body could possibly be associated with that so-called planet of power and wealth. The red-haired boy carefully observed Jiang Yunu's demonstration, and finally shook his head sincerely. No, not really. The boy said somewhat weakly, quickly glancing at Jiang Yunu's expression, as if afraid that if he said no, the little sister in front of him would be angry. But Jiang Yunu certainly wouldn't be angry about such an obvious fact. I don't have a personal terminal, so I can't swipe the gate's identity verification. Jiang Yunu was more focused on her immediate problem, bringing the topic back on track. Is there any way I can get through without verification? I want to go into the library to look up information. Although the red-haired boy couldn't conjure up a new personal terminal or an identity ID for Jiang Yunu, he was determined to help. After fiddling with his hair for a while, he used the simplest and oldest method in the face of the technologically advanced machine. He came out of the gate, swiped his terminal again, and had Jiang Yunu follow closely behind him, leading her inside. The turnstiles at the city library didn't strictly limit the number of people passing through at once, especially considering Jiang Yunu's short stature and agility. After the boy passed through the turnstile a second time, he turned around and saw that the area behind him was empty. He wasn't sure if the white-haired girl had followed him in, and was about to turn around to look for her, when he felt movement beside his legs. Looking down again, he saw Jiang Yunu straightening up and standing up beside him. Thank you. Jiang Yunu smiled sincerely at the boy, thanking him again. This time, she genuinely appreciated his help. The boy had only helped someone through one turnstile, yet he had already been thanked twice. He wasn't often treated so formally in his daily life, and suddenly felt a great sense of responsibility towards Jiang Yunu, this kid, who didn't even have a personal terminal. Which area do you want to look up information in? The boy asked. I can take you there. I've been to the Citizens Library quite a few times. This was indeed another convenience for Jiang Yunu, saving her the time of wandering around looking for the information desk, then familiarizing herself with the control panel and searching for information. She said, "I want to go to a place with information related to supernatural abilities, preferably books with basic theories and comprehensive textbooks." The boy's eyes lit up at her answer. "You also like studying supernatural abilities?" the boy said. "I'm also going to the supernatural ability information section, and I need basic information too. We're headed for the same thing. Come on, I take you." About 10 minutes later, Jiang Yunu followed the boy through the library lobby, took an elevator in a corner, walked through 2 long, curved corridors, and arrived at the area of the Resort City Citizens Library specifically for storing basic supernatural ability information. Charlotte City truly lives up to its reputation as a city that blends technology and tradition. Besides allowing citizens to connect their personal terminals to the library system and directly download all publicly available materials, the city also preserves physical books on towering bookshelves. This was perfect for Jiang Yunu, who didn't have a personal terminal. However, you better try to get one from your family. After knowing each other for almost half a day, the enthusiastic red-haired boy finally remembered to exchange names with Jiang Yunu, thus learning his name. Jo-sun had assumed that Jiang Yunu didn't have a terminal because her family didn't value the need for children to have personal terminals, or perhaps her family was simply struggling financially. Having a terminal was significantly more convenient for him. After connecting to the system, he downloaded all the materials he needed for the day in one go, then brought up the terminal screen and sat down at a table in the reading area to study diligently. Jiang Yunu was also engrossed in reading and studying, but she was carrying several thick books. Although her reading speed seemed quite fast, when she encountered something confusing and needed further explanation of terms, paper books, unlike personal devices, couldn't be used to easily search for relevant information online by typing in keywords. Jo-sun, who should have been busy with his own things, couldn't help but be distracted by his little sister engrossed in her thick books, and even offered to help, looking up some terms for Jiang Yunu. Even if it's something handed down by someone else in the family, as long as it has the most basic functions, it'd be fine. Joey-sun advised Jiang Yunu to request a personal device from her family. "You see, it's so inconvenient without a personal device," Jiang Yunu calmly replied while flipping through the books, "but I don't have any family members." "Jo-sun, eh?" Joey-sun's fingers, which were swiping the screen, paused, and then he froze. Jiang Yunu spoke frankly, continuing to flip through the encyclopedia of basic superpowers in her hand. She was learning that superpowers in this world were divided into 4 categories: fire, water, wind, and earth. These were called elemental superpowers. Jiang Yunu was more familiar with the elements of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, the 5 elements. Looking at this classification of fire, water, wind, and earth, she felt a strange mix of unfamiliarity and familiarity, as if she had seen it somewhere before. At this moment, Joyce shifted in her chair. Joyce inexplicably felt guilty towards her, and said softly, "I'm sorry." "Jiang Yunu, Jiang Yunu looked up from her thoughts, not understanding why Joyce was apologizing. "I was too presumptuous," Joyce said. "So, do you have somewhere to eat tonight?" Jiang Yunu, "Well, I should be able to get to the 12th loop before the library closes to pick up today's random relief meal." Joyce, Chapter 18. Jiang Yunu didn't know why Qiao Yisun had fallen silent again. She was lucky today, encountering a kind person who only noticed she didn't have a personal terminal, but didn't realize she didn't even have an identity ID. The opportunity to enter the city library smoothly was rare. The identity ID and personal terminal issues might be something Jiang Yunu would figure out later. She would treat them as the next life challenge to overcome. But right now, seeing Qiao Yisun silent for so long, Jiang Yunu didn't waste her precious time in the library. She quickly lowered her head again, focusing on the thick book in front of her, and continued reading the introduction to elemental abilities she had only half read, treating her earlier words as casual conversation. She didn't think her words would have any impact on anyone. Qiao Yisun, however, was genuinely shocked. Because in Joyce's mind, he considered himself one of the poorer people in Charlotte City, living on the runaway street. But what was this little sister in front of him saying? She looked shorter than him, and probably a few years younger. This thin, short girl said she had no family, and had to go to the number 12 circular rail line at 9 p.m. to collect her meals. Joyce hadn't really considered Jiang Yunu's age before. He only judged her as a little sister at first glance. Jiang Yunu's act of taking books from the physical bookshelf was somewhat startling to watch, as the spines of the heavy books she was targeting were almost all wider than her arm. Her slender wrists were visible beneath her loose sleeves, and even though she did manage to support the books and place them steadily on her arm, Joey-san, who had just finished downloading his materials, was still shocked by the sight of Jiang Yuna carrying books alone. He quickly jumped up from his chair and ran over to help her with some of the load. He was afraid that if he was even a little too slow, he might hear a crisp snap in the sparsely populated reading room, and then witness Jiang Yunu's small arms, unable to bear the weight of her knowledge, snap like a fragile twig. Joy-san couldn't understand what had made a child even younger than himself have to rely on charity meals for dinner. You? After a long silence, Jiang Yunu heard Joy-san tentatively speak again from across the room, his tone as hesitant as when he asked if she needed help. Jiang Yunu looked up from her book. Joy-san met her gaze and, forcing a smile, asked, "You said you have no family, so you don't even have anyone to take care of you?" Joy-san asked this because he remembered that there were welfare institutions in Xiate City. If Jiang Yunu had no family in the legal sense, then she might be affiliated with some organization. Jiang Yunu said yes. Joy-san visibly relaxed. That's good. It's good that you still have someone taking care of you. The kind-hearted Joy-san couldn't help but ask, "Who's taking care of you? Which organization in the city?" Jiang Yunu blinked. "Me." Joy-san opened her mouth. "Huh?" Jiang Yuna couldn't help but smile. "Myself?" A finger as slender as her wrist rose, then curved 180 degrees in midair, and Jiang Yuna pointed to herself. She smiled, very confidently, and clearly said to Joy-san, "I take care of myself. I am my own primary person responsible." Taking care of oneself, isn't that a way of still having someone to take care of you? Humans are beings who must learn to take care of themselves. Jiang Yunu's logic was self-consistent, and she believed she could live quite well on her own. But in Joy-san's eyes, this was extremely inappropriate, even unacceptable. How can you take care of yourself? Joy-san's eyes widened. Although born in a rundown neighborhood, considered the lowest rung of society in Xiate City, Joy-san was never ashamed of his background. His mother had taken excellent care of him, and this meticulous upbringing had fostered a personality unlike that of a rundown neighborhood native. He possessed a warmth rarely seen in the neighborhood's inhabitants, a keen interest in those around him, and a restless desire to engage in conversation, hoping to make friends with more people, rather than adhering to the three principles and remaining indifferent to his surroundings. Jiang Yunu simply replied, "I can." Joy-san's gaze swept over her, glancing at her appearance and shaking his head. He looked again at her thin arms and wrists as she turned the pages of a book, and shook his head again. Finally, thinking about where Jiang Yunu had asked for dinner tonight, he couldn't help but shake his head vigorously. No, said Joey-san. A strange impulse surged within him. Joey-san wasn't very old, and today he had mustered up his courage to strike up a conversation in this world outside the three principles of the rundown neighborhood, and he had even struck up a conversation with a child who genuinely needed help. He suddenly felt he should do everything he could to help her. "Why don't you come to my house for dinner tonight?" Joey-san blurted out. Jiang Yunu. The white-haired girl's confusion across the table was so clear. Joey-san felt a little impulsive after speaking, his face turning a shade of red, but even so, his attitude remained firm. He invited Jiang Yunu again. "If you're going to go to track 12 and rely on charity meals for dinner, then this meal is too late. Why don't you come to my house? I treat you to dinner. My mother cooks very well, and I can cook a little bit too." To add weight to the invitation, Joyce brought out his mother's culinary skills and his own makeshift culinary abilities. Besides being surprised by the sudden dinner invitation, Jiang Yunu was also surprised that this boy, who looked to be about the age of entering junior high school, could actually cook. Being invited to dinner wasn't a bad thing. Jiang Yunu had relied on others for food quite a bit since arriving in Xiate City, especially from her peers. This was a first for her. However, "But I want to stay in the library a little longer, to read more books." Jiang Yunu politely declined the invitation, truthfully giving her reason for wanting to linger in the library. "I don't know if I'd be able to come in tomorrow, so I need to cherish the time I have." "What's so difficult about that?" Joyce patted his chest. "I come again tomorrow. We can arrange a time to meet at the library entrance, and then I sneak you in so you can continue reading the books you didn't finish today." This offer was even more tempting to Jiang Yunu than the dinner invitation. "Thank you." Jiang Yunu thanked Joey-san for the third time today, but she was also quite considerate of others. "But isn't this too much trouble for you?" Joey-san waved his hand, passing directly through the light screen in front of him, interrupting the lessons he had been watching. "No trouble at all. I'm going to a junior supernatural ability school this year, and I plan to spend every day in the library until the admission results come out." Jiang Yunu thought for a moment, and realized that she didn't seem to have a reason to refuse a dinner and a guarantee of admission to the library tomorrow. He had already put it that way. To refuse the kindness of a young boy of her own age would make her seem ungrateful. So Jiang Yunu agreed. Actually, one reason I decided to come to the library was to put my mom's mind at ease. As Qiao Yisun said this, the two had already left the library. Qiao Yisun's family seemed to restrict his home hours, with a curfew of 7 o'clock. So, when Jiang Yunu and he walked out of the library together, dusk had fallen in Xiate City. The small square in front of the library and the faces of the pedestrians were painted a golden-orange hue. Because the library sounds formal, like a well-behaved child, so it reassures elders? Jiang Yunu continued Qiao Yisun's words. No. Qiao Yisun shook his head, seemingly infected by Jiang Yunu's honesty, and also became honest. It's because my mom is always worried that I'm not smart enough, and she's concerned that no school will accept me. So I told her I would come to the library and work hard to improve my IQ during the admission season. Jiang Yunu, This explanation sounded like a tacit admission that his IQ was indeed insufficient. But Joyce was a kind-hearted friend who not only helped Jiang Yunu cross the gate, but also treated her to a meal and promised to help her cross the gate again the next day. Jiang Yunu said, "You're so willing to help others and proactively observe the difficulties of those around you. A school will definitely want to accept you. It would be their loss if they didn't." Joyce, feeling embarrassed by the praise, immediately scratched the back of her head. No, and my supernatural talent probably isn't very high. I haven't even done the elemental attribute test yet. I have to wait until my mom takes me for a physical exam next week when she has time off. Jiang Yunu had seen advertisements for elemental attribute tests before, and the supernatural talent level section was something she had browsed in her book today. Besides the 4 elemental attribute classifications of supernatural abilities, there are also talent levels, totaling 6 tiers, S, A, B, C, D, and E. Tier C and D are the most numerous, representing the general public. Level B and above are considered high-quality talent, and those with B level or higher abilities, who have undergone systematic supernatural ability training are classified as elite. However, even within the elite ranks, there's a pyramid. Level B is at the bottom of the elite hierarchy, while the even fewer and more powerful level A stands at the top. As for level S, that's undoubtedly at the very top of the pyramid. Do I have to pass both the attribute classification test and the level test to enroll in the beginner supernatural ability school? Jiang Yunu asked. This was something she hadn't had time to learn on her own today. It's not mandatory, Joyce replied. Attribute classification and level testing require 2 instruments, and you must be at least 11 years old to use them. The basic ability school doesn't have high requirements for talent level. It's only considered when applying to advanced ability schools. Therefore, some people only do attribute classification at age 11, and then take the level test when they finish the basic courses and are applying to advanced schools. Jiang Yunu asked curiously, "What's the difference?" Joyce shook his head. Basically, there's no difference. Ability talent level is determined when each person awakens their ability. It doesn't advance through years of schooling. Therefore, most people are used to completing both tests as soon as they turn 11. Knowing their ability attribute and level early makes future career planning easier. Of course, those who delay taking the level test until the last minute, besides those who are still determined about their level and refuse to take it until the very last moment, also fall into a special category. Jiang Yunu, what special circumstances? Joy-san, being poor. Because the equipment needed for both tests is very expensive, and the testing fees are not low. Joy-san told Jiang Yunu that just testing the attribute classification is enough to be admitted to a junior ability school. Furthermore, for students who intend to pursue higher education and want to apply to advanced ability schools, junior ability schools usually provide a free ability level test opportunity, so they don't need to pay for the test themselves. Joy-san concluded, some people delay taking the test simply to save money. Jiang Yunu, Oh no, I feel like I might have been called out early. Chapter 19. Jiang Yunu was truly poor, her financial situation so tight, it was practically non-existent. Although whether she possessed supernatural abilities, or even what type of elemental ability, was still a complete mystery, the idea of enrolling in school first, and then taking advantage of the school's extra fees for the ability level test had already taken root in her mind and was deeply ingrained. Joy-san knew Jiang Yunu was also very interested in learning about supernatural abilities, so he went on to talk about his preparations for enrolling. As he spoke, he glanced down at Jiang Yunu and belatedly asked, "How old are you?" Joy-san assumed Jiang Yunu was younger than him, but he hadn't asked her exact age since they met. Jiang Yunu was immediately stumped by Joy-san's question. She hesitated, a rare occurrence, and remained silent for a moment before saying, "I don't know." "Huh?" Joe Eason's mouth dropped open. "You don't know?" This was the first time Joe Eason had ever met someone who didn't even know their own age. He was about to continue his astonishment when he suddenly remembered that Jiang Yunu had no one to care for her and no family background. He abruptly shut his mouth, quickly pulling his chin back from its near-chest position. Jiang Yunu knew her answer would sound strange to others, but she genuinely didn't know her age. It wasn't something she could easily fabricate, because if she later needed to undergo a physical examination to enter a special abilities school, she guessed the hospital's equipment would be able to determine her age. And if her current age was too far off, it wouldn't match up later. Jiang Yunu simply said, "I really don't know." Then, she curiously asked Joe Eason, "How old do you think I look?" Joy-san looked Jiang Yunu up and down again, estimating the height difference between himself and the white-haired girl with his gaze. He didn't really have a concept of the height difference gradient among children, and hesitantly said, 8 years old? Jiang Yunu was genuinely shocked by this reply. She looked down at herself. "I'm not that young, am I?" Even so, she wasn't entirely sure. Before Joy-san asked her age, Jiang Yunu hadn't seriously considered this matter. Joy-san reluctantly added a year. "Then 9 years old?" Jiang Yunu said, "Thank you, but I think I'm still a bit young. Children must be at least 11 years old to be eligible for the ability classification test and talent level test, which means that 11 years old is also the minimum age to apply to a junior ability school. If Jiang Yunu's current physical age is too young, she will not only face the trouble of not being able to enroll in school and not being able to immediately begin exploring and learning her supernatural abilities, but her survival will also become even more difficult. She will be further away from the age when she can legally work, and will have to endure a longer period before she can start legally earning star coins, which will definitely be a problem." Jiang Yunu sighed. "I still hope I can be older." Joe Eason actually wanted to say that Jiang Yunu looked no more than 10 years old, and even if he looked older, it wouldn't be by much. However, hearing the genuine emotion in Jiang Yunu's sigh, and knowing he grew up in a rundown neighborhood, Joe Eason was quite good at reading people. He had previously accidentally stepped on a landmine, almost steered the conversation back to topics related to his parents and family, which made him extra careful at this moment. He decided to go along with whatever Jiang Yunu said. Suppressing his true thoughts, Joe Eason began to comfort Jiang Yunu. "What if? Actually, I can't really judge other people's ages accurately. You might actually be older than you look, maybe. Maybe we can even register in the same batch and become classmates?" The part after maybe was pure nonsense for comfort. Joe Eason didn't think he would enroll in the same batch as Jiang Yunu. She would at least look a year younger than him. But regardless of his true feelings, he kept coaxing his little sister, and Jiang Yunu's mood did indeed improve somewhat. Soon, Joe Eason changed the subject. A familiar platform came into view, and he quickly raised his arm and pointed to the floating sign. "Look! You need to take that train to my house." Jiang Yunu saw the platform and sign, remembered she didn't have an ID card, and paused slightly. The indicator light on the floating bus stop suddenly turned yellow. Joy-san, seeing this, became excited and grabbed Jiang Yunu's arm. "Run a few steps. The yellow light means the bus is coming." Jiang Yunu's physical strength and reflexes were excellent. She hesitated for a moment before Joy-san grabbed her, then chose not to dodge, letting him pull her along. Once on the platform, she tactfully asked, "Someone like me who doesn't even have a personal terminal, is it impossible to take the bus?" Joy-san replied, "No, you haven't taken the bus to the old town before, have you? This bus only runs on a few limited tracks, and there are very few streets that have stations for it. It's one of the ancient lines in Charlotte City that hasn't been phased out. However, because it's old, and the vehicles are also outdated, it doesn't go to the major commercial districts, so its management isn't as strict. The city library of Charlotte City is located relatively close to the suburbs, in a quiet and peaceful environment, not in the bustling city center. Therefore, there was a platform here where one could catch an old-fashioned shuttle bus." Although Jiang Yunu had been running around Charlotte City recently, having already explored many parts of the city on foot, and considered her exploration of Charlotte City to be progressing very quickly, she was clearly still not as good as Joyce, a true native, when it came to life hacks and convenient tips. The old-fashioned shuttle bus quickly pulled into the platform. Joyce swiped her personal terminal to board, then said to the ticket-checking robot, "This is my sister behind me. She's a child and gets a free ticket. No need for verification." Jiang Yunu saw the robot, with its outdated design and model, simply tilt its head. She heard the click-clack sound of its mechanical joints turning. Then, the robot ticket checker nodded to her, raised its hand, removed its hat, and gave her a somewhat awkward hat-tipping salute before inviting her to board. This might be a pre-programmed show for children, where the old-fashioned robot would humorously present a gift to children who are getting free tickets. However, because this robot is indeed quite old, its paint is peeling, and its joints are not very flexible. When it raised its arm to remove its hat, the mechanical arm didn't reach the preset position, and its fingers got stuck in the gap of its head cover. The hat removal position suddenly became a little lower, and it ended up removing its entire head cover. Joy-san pulled Jiang Yunu to the back of the bus, skillfully finding seats. It was like this when I was a child. The first time I rode this bus, my mother specifically made me walk in front so I could witness its head removal ceremony head-on. I was so scared I cried on the spot. Jiang Yunu, Jiang Yunu suspected that Joyce's mother might have some kind of fetish for playing with her son. She turned to look at the machine ticket collector, who had removed the hood. He was slowly putting the hood and hat back on, creating a bizarre yet peaceful harmony against the backdrop of the setting sun outside the window. This was Jiang Yunu's first time riding a public bus in Charlotte City. She didn't ask Joyce which stop they were getting off at. She knew he would definitely call her off when they reached their destination. Joyce found 2 seats side by side by the window, and considerately let Jiang Yunu sit inside. The old bus had large windows. As it entered the circular track, the setting sun fell directly below the outer rail of that loop. The bus wound its way along the circular track, and with each sharp turn, it felt as if it were driving directly into the sunset. Jiang Yunu leaned against the window. This was only the second time she had admired the sunset from a car window. The first time was on the flying car that had brought her back from the garbage dump. Joyce's voice sounded quieter in the sunset light. He said beside her, "Our city of Shat is also known as Sunset City, because we have the most beautiful sunsets in the entire galaxy." Jiang Yunu nodded in agreement, agreeing that the sunsets in Shat City were indeed beautiful. However, a passenger sitting a row ahead, who had seemed to sleep when the two boarded, was now half reclined in his seat with his eyes closed. Unexpectedly, after Jiang Yunu and Joyce finished their conversation, the person in front suddenly spoke, seamlessly joining the two children's dialogue. "Sunset City, it used to have beautiful sunsets, but that's not necessarily true anymore." The passenger turned around, his face weary from a long day's work. He glanced at the two children in the back seat, and shook his head. "Everything in this city is like this sunset, walking through its twilight hours. Those who can afford it are trying to get out, or have already left long ago." Joyce looked bewildered. He genuinely loved the city where he was born and raised, and suddenly hearing someone say bad things about it made him a little indignant. Jiang Yunu sensed that the passenger was just complaining. Perhaps a long day's work was too tiring, and some adults couldn't help but grumble in front of their children. Jiang Yunu silently tugged at Joyce's sleeve, hidden behind the seat back. "Uncle," she said to the stranger, "you're older than us, and you lived in Xiate City longer than us, so you must have more experience than we do." The stranger shook his head again, as if he were indeed just venting to a still energetic child. He gave a forced smile on his tired and puffy face, replying politely to Jiang Yunu, "Little friend, you and your brother should work harder, and try to leave Xiate City to study in a better place." As the man turned his head away, Jiang Yunu vaguely heard him say, "Just this small piece of land, and yet what?" Jiang Yunu didn't hear the rest. That didn't seem to be her concern at the moment, so she didn't investigate. When the old bus crossed another pier and was about to reach the next stop, Joey-san patted Jiang Yunu's arm, indicating that they should get off. Jiang Yunu stared intently at the street scene outside the window, feeling that the place looked familiar. This sense of familiarity intensified as Joe Yates led her out of the car and through a series of twists and turns, gradually approaching a certain street. Just as a prediction surfaced in Jiang Yunu's mind, she looked at the increasingly familiar street ahead, then at Joe Yates' profile, and began to try to recall. Could it be that the entrance to the city library wasn't their first meeting? Perhaps sensing her gaze, Joe Yates slowly stopped. Joey also looked at the street ahead, then at Jiang Yunu. "Right." Joe Yates suddenly became flustered again. "Didn't I tell you that I live on that street?" As if something was difficult to say, Joe Yates used a very vague pronoun. Jiang Yunu, on the other hand, was much more open. She turned her head directly and pointed to the streetlights flickering ahead, where the intersection was already visible. "Is that the street you mentioned?" Joe Yates had only remembered to worry about the reputation of the rundown street after leading her to her doorstep. He was quite worried. Even if Jiang Yunu was an orphan, he might not be willing to eat in a house on a rundown street. "I live on a rundown street," Joe Ethan said softly, mustering his courage. "I forgot to tell you. If you mind, there are 2 more shuttle buses tonight. I can take you back to the platform and take you home. Jiang Yunu, however, didn't seem bothered at all. Instead, he smiled. So there's a shuttle bus that goes directly to the library here, Jiang Yunu said. If I had known it was so convenient, I wouldn't have had to walk all the way here today. Joe Ethan sensed that Jiang Yunu's reaction was different from what he expected, and it carried a subtle, underlying meaning. Jiang Yunu started walking again, walking forward with an even more familiar air than Joe Ethan had. I live here too, Jiang Yunu said. Joe Ethan, huh? Chapter 20. Jiang Yunu seemed genuinely familiar with the neighborhood. She led the way, while a bewildered Joe Ethan lagged far behind. The two quickly approached the flickering streetlights at the intersection. Jiang Yunu glanced at the streetlight. Has another streetlight at the intersection been flashing? I remember only 3 were flickering before, but today it seems the 4th one further in has started too. Joe Ethan also looked at the streetlight and subconsciously said, really? Looks like the 4th one circuitry isn't holding up either? After saying that, half of Joe Ethan's doubts dissipated. He was certain that Jiang Yunu wasn't lying when she said she lived here too. After all, aside from the actual residents of their rundown street, who would care whether the streetlights at their intersection flickered, or how many of them were flickering further in? Half of his doubts had dissipated, but the other half remained in Joe Ethan's mind. He had grown up on this rundown street, so why had he never seen Jiang Yunu before? You? Joe Ethan hesitated, finding himself tongue-tied. He wanted to ask Jiang Yunu more about their home, but feared steer the conversation back towards his parents and family, leaving him in a dilemma for a while. While Joe Ethan was stuck, the two walked past all the flickering streetlights at the intersection. Jiang Yunu even knew which paving stones were loose, which areas were prone to puddles, and which were dark. She deftly avoided the loose stones, and the puddles hidden in the dim light. Joe Ethan, on the other hand, was distracted and stepped on a loose stone that was completely soaked in water, immediately getting splashed all over his trousers, and also splashing Jiang Yunu beside him. I'm so sorry. Joy-san quickly apologized for his carelessness. Jiang Yunu, unfortunately splashed by the water, wasn't angry about such a small matter at all. Who is it? Why are you apologizing to someone for no reason? Joy-san, already embarrassed, found Jiang Yunu's words somewhat amusing. He stopped stammering and apologized again. I wasn't watching where I was going, and I didn't expect to be ambushed by this paving stone again today. It's alright, Jiang Yunu comforted him. I think very few people living on this street haven't been ambushed by it. Jiang Yunu had just moved to this street, running in and out every day from early morning until late at night. She left before dawn and returned when it was completely dark. She had been ambushed by the loose paving stones and the frequent puddles several times, gaining experience through practice and memorizing the locations of these hidden traps. Now, she could accurately avoid them even when returning home in the dark. Based on Jiang Yunu's familiarity with the street, Joy-san became even more certain that the other lived there. When did you move to Rutted Street? Joy-san finally asked. His house was located at the very end of Rutted Street, practically at the very end. It would take a while to walk from one end to the other, enough time for him to hesitate. He and Jiang Yunu hadn't even passed number 50 yet, so they had plenty of time to chat. Jiang Yunu looked at Joy-san. Joy-san quickly added, I didn't mean anything by it. It's just that I always lived here, but I never seen you before. Of course, Jiang Yunu said. I haven't lived here for very long. I only moved here recently. Having received the answer, Joy-san murmured, oh. Joy-san's oh carried a complex meaning. In this simple question and answer, Jiang Yunu spoke the truth, yet Joy-san couldn't help but imagine much more. Generally, there's a consensus. The Seate people wouldn't easily move to the dilapidated street unless conditions became extremely difficult, unless all unnecessary expenses had to be cut as much as possible. It's always the people in the dilapidated street who strive to move out. While some do move in from the outside, once someone does move in, abandoning their original residence outside the dilapidated street, it signifies a decline in their lifestyle. Moving to the dilapidated street is a generally accepted downgrade in lifestyle. Joy-san didn't press Jiang Yunu about when he moved in or why. He felt a surge of sympathy for Jiang Yunu, realizing how difficult his life truly was. Joyce, full of sympathy, led Jiang Yunu to her doorstep without even asking which apartment on the rundown street she lived in. Jiang Yunu glanced at the door of number 78 on the rundown street. While Joyce took a couple of steps forward and knocked, she discreetly turned to the side and glanced at the door of number 80 on the rundown street directly opposite her. This wasn't just a coincidence, it was an unbelievable coincidence. Jiang Yunu never expected that the help she received at the library entrance, the friendship she formed with a kind but somewhat shy red-headed girl, would turn out to be her next-door neighbor. When she first realized Joyce might live on the rundown street, Jiang Yuna tried hard to recall if she had seen her before, considering that the library might not be their first encounter. Well, the answer was indeed no. She also knew where her vague impression of Joyce came from. It was most likely the socially awkward person on the second floor across the street, whom she had warmly greeted on her first night on this street. Jiang Yunu still believes the person on the second floor across the hall is socially awkward, assuming that when they ducked to close the window, it was simply because they weren't comfortable with her enthusiasm. It was a dark and windy night. Jiang Yunu's side had no light, and Xiao Yisan, who was secretly observing from inside, also hadn't turned on his light. Even though Jiang Yunu's night vision was good, Xiao Yisan's momentary panic made his features blurry, preventing Jiang Yunu from clearly seeing his face. She only remembered that this socially awkward person, very much in line with socially awkward characteristics, found a pole and silently leaned it out from inside to close the window. Mom. The socially awkward Xiao Yisan was still knocking on the door. The door to house number 78 had a small lattice window, looking very much like the old-fashioned security doors in Jiang Yunu's past world, with a small security window embedded in it. This lattice window was quickly opened from the inside. Joyce skipped and waved at the lattice window. "It's me, Mom. Open the door for me." The lattice window closed, and the door opened from the inside. A tall woman appeared, her red hair exactly like Joyce's, but her personality was the complete opposite of her son's. She looked down at him with an imposing air. "How come you forgot your keys?" Joyce, feeling instantly dwarfed by his mother's gaze, honestly replied, "I wanted to catch the old bus that was about to arrive, and if I missed it, I have to wait 40 minutes for the next one, so I rushed out and left the keys on the table in the room." The houses in this dilapidated street didn't even have modern smart locks. The doors were all primitive mechanical locks. The red-haired woman looked like she was about to nag her son a bit more. She wasn't satisfied with his carelessness, but being tall, her gaze easily passed over his messy red hair and landed on the unfamiliar face standing behind him. A strange little girl with white hair. Jiang Yunu stopped looking around when the small window in the door opened, standing obediently and harmlessly behind Joyson, quietly listening to the mother and son's conversation. When Joyson's mother noticed her, she looked up at the tall, red-haired woman, revealing a smile that was unimpeded in front of all the women in Charlotte City. "Hello," Jiang Yunu said. "Are you Joyson's mother? I'm almost embarrassed to call you auntie. If I hadn't heard him call you mom, you really look like his older sister." Red-haired woman, Red-haired woman. The woman grabbed her son's ear. "Is this the savior you brought home after not only forgetting your keys, but also being 20 minutes late for curfew today?" 3 minutes later, Joyson, suffering from a missing ear, and his savior entered smoothly. Jiang Yunu's arrival did indeed absolve Xiao Yisan of punishment. Adhering to her principle of not letting those who helped her suffer, she proactively explained at the door that Xiao Yisan had helped her at the city library and kindly wanted to invite her home for dinner, which was why she was late, returning after curfew. Xiao Yisan's mother was named Xiao Daisi, and Jiang Yunu was instructed to call her Aunt Daisi. Jiang Yunu, habitually sweet-talking, said, "It's such a pity I can't call you Sister Daisi." Xiao Daisi's temper was as fiery as her natural hair color, yet she was easily swayed by gentle persuasion and particularly lenient towards sweet-talking girls. Jiang Yunu's overflowing emotional appeal from the moment she entered made it difficult for her to maintain a stern expression. "Never mind." Ms. Jada sighed finally, her expression softening. She pointed at her careless son. "Consider yourself lucky today, kid. An adult sweet talk might arouse suspicion, and the sweet talk of a complete stranger might make one suspect ulterior motives." However, a thin, frail girl, much smaller than her own child, who spoke sweetly while maintaining open eye contact without flinching or hiding her gaze, her eyes were so clear and honest, made one feel that all her sweet talk was genuine. Jiang Yunu had a natural talent for building rapport. While Jiang Yunu was seated at the table, Joe Ethan said he wanted to help in the kitchen, and like a tail, he followed his mother into the kitchen. Jadis knew her son very well. She could tell at a glance if he was getting cocky again. Without turning her head, she went straight to her desk. "Tell me, why did you suddenly decide to invite someone home for dinner?" "Mom, you don't know, she's really pitiful." Jadis began with this sentence, lowering her voice to secretly share everything she had learned since meeting Jiang Yunu that day. Jadis skillfully chopped vegetables, listening to her son tell stories, as he helped wash the vegetables at the narrow kitchen sink, the sounds of running water and chopping vegetables masking his tale. She didn't comment on Jiang Yunu's plight, displaying the detached acceptance of a longtime resident of a rundown neighborhood, yet also revealing a hint of empathy from a parent for other children. Jadis simply nodded and said, I understand. Treat her well for dinner tonight. Chapter 21. The Joy-san family lived on a rundown street, so their financial situation wasn't great. However, inviting a child even younger than Joy-san to dinner was just a matter of adding an extra pair of chopsticks to the table, which was no problem for them. From the kitchen came the sounds of chopping vegetables and water, along with indistinct conversation. Jiang Yunu sat at the table, knowing the conversation would mostly revolve around her. Joy-san probably still had things to explain and report to his mother, and there were some things she felt uncomfortable letting her hear. She maintained the utmost respect for anyone who invited her to dinner, staying quietly in the outer room without trying to eavesdrop. Jiang Yunu only briefly glanced at the small house at number 78. Every day, Jiang Yunu passed by her neighbor's house on her way home, but most of the time, she saw the house with the lights off. She had never returned to this street so early and seen her neighbor's house with its lights on. Joyce's house, structurally similar to Jiang Yunu's small, abandoned garbage shack, was a two-story structure, each floor quite small. However, the interiors of the two houses were completely different. Jiang Yunu's garbage shack remained exactly as she had been the first night she entered, dust everywhere, with remnants of what looked like ancient relics. Jiang Yunu spent 2/3 of her day out, treating only the second floor of her garbage shack as her territory, leaving the first floor untouched, neglected, and without any intention of cleaning it up. But today, after walking into the apartment across the hall and seeing her neighbor's first floor, Jiang Yunu realized what similar houses would look like if properly maintained. Joyce's home possessed a cozy, albeit cramped charm. The small ground floor was divided into 3 areas: living room, dining room, and kitchen. The dining table was close to both the living room and kitchen, covered by a faded floral tablecloth, over which lay a stiffer, oil and water-resistant transparent plastic sheet. These 2 tablecloths provided excellent protection for the table. Like the dining table and chairs, the other furnishings in the house conveyed a sense of rarity. Everything bore the marks of use yet was meticulously maintained, reflecting the owner's careful attention to extending the lifespan of their belongings. Jiang Yunu could tell at a glance from this small home that Joyce's family wasn't wealthy, but they were rich in love. Perhaps it was this kind of home that could raise a child willing to proactively strike up a conversation and help others, even wanting to bring a complete stranger home for dinner. The red-haired Ms. Jadis seemed cold and unfriendly towards her son, even appearing to enjoy scaring children. However, she was likely a person with a tough exterior but a soft heart, and her less-than-ideal living conditions hadn't extinguished her enthusiasm for life. Jiang Yunu noticed that there wasn't a single trace of an adult male's belongings in the house, giving her a general idea of what kind of family Joyce's family consisted of. "The stew's here," came Joyce's shout from the kitchen. The next second, the red-haired boy, like a waiter from an old TV drama, emerged from the kitchen with a towel draped over his shoulder, carrying a stew pot wrapped in a heat-resistant mat. Jiang Yunu stood up from her chair and gestured on the table. "Where should I put it? Do I need to put another heat-resistant mat on the table?" Joyce immediately gestured for Jiang Yunu to sit down, saying repeatedly, "No need, no need, why are you standing up? Just sit there and wait for dinner to start. Don't bother." The stew pot was placed in the center of the table, steaming as the lid was lifted, the broth still bubbling and boiling inside. Joyce proudly introduced it to Jiang Yunu. "This is our family's signature dish, Big Mix Stew." The so-called Big Mix Stew is actually a pre-prepared broth. Then all the ingredients you have on hand are added in, finally cooked into a pot of all sorts of medleys. The different ingredients and the handmade broth blend together, and towards the end, the broth is infused with the fresh flavors of the various ingredients colliding, somewhat like a different kind of hot pot. Jadis came out of the kitchen carrying the remaining 2 stir-fries. Hearing her son's praise, she said, "I made them with leftover ingredients. They might not taste that great, but they do." Jiang Yunu tried to get up again, feeling it wasn't appropriate for someone to carry 2 plates alone. Joy-san was faster, pressing her shoulder and pushing her back into her chair before taking the plates himself. "Don't listen to my mother's empty modesty," Joy-san said, arranging the plates on the table. "Her soup base is the best in all of Charlotte City. I think even a stew made with her would be delicious." "Oh!" Mrs. Jadis raised an eyebrow, looking at her son, who had entered a phase of mindless boasting, with a half-smile. "There's still some soup left in the kitchen. This little girl and I will have stew. Go take your insoles to the big pot in the kitchen and rinse them. You can have stewed insoles with rice tonight." After setting out the stir-fry, Joyce clasped his hands together and bowed to Jadis, saying, "Mom, I was wrong." Jadis gave a snort. "Stop bragging, hurry up and get more rice in bowls." Jiang Yunu tried to stand up for the third time. Then the red-haired mother and son said in unison, sit down. Jiang Yunu had no choice but to sit back down, watching Joyce take over the task of getting bowls and rice from the kitchen. Jada sat down opposite Jiang Yunu. Having heard her son's account of Jiang Yunu's background, she carefully but discreetly observed him again at the table. Jiang Yunu generously allowed her observation, even smiling at Jadis when their eyes met. She won't let me help at all, making me feel a little embarrassed to eat such delicious food, Jiang Yunu said. Jody chuckled, you haven't even tasted a bite, and that kid Joey-san hasn't even brought the rice yet, and you already know it's this delicious? But I have a nose, Jiang Yunu said, lightly tapping her chin on the pot and 2 dishes on the table, making a rather exaggerated sniffing motion, her nose twitching as she took a deep breath. They smell so good, they definitely have the best flavor in all of Charlotte City. Jody watched Jiang Yunu sniffing around the stew pot, feeling that this white-haired girl was a bit like a small animal, and one that could even speak human language, with a particularly sweet tongue, and a penchant for using sweet talk to attack people. Because Jiang Yunu continued, Auntie Daisy, if I say I support your son's opinion, that they smell incredibly delicious, I might become your brainless fanboy after I actually taste them, and go around saying tomorrow that Auntie Daisy's soup base is the best in Charlotte. You won't punish me by making me eat stewed shoe insoles, will you? Jada's lips curled into a barely suppressed smile. She coughed lightly, feigning seriousness as she considered for a couple of seconds. Well, I think this punishment should be left to Joy-san alone. Joy-san came out carrying his rice bowl. He had already heard the entire conversation outside from the kitchen. He called out indignantly, Mom. His voice betrayed his resentment at being treated differently despite being in the same profession. Jadis glanced at her son. What are you yelling for? Those insoles of yours, which look like biological weapons, are only meant for your own consumption. Do you really have the nerve to let anyone else eat them? Joy-san placed the rice bowl on the table, first for Jadis, then for Jiang Yunu, and finally for himself. Upon hearing the question, his first instinct was to answer, of course, no one else can eat it. Then Joyce paused, sat down in the empty seat next to Jiang Yunu, and said with a mournful face, but I can't eat it myself either. Jiang Yunu suspected again that Jodes genuinely enjoyed scaring her son, and the fun of scaring her son lay in the fact that Jodes' words might just be casual remarks, but Joyce would take them seriously and consider them as truth. For example, right now, Joyce seemed genuinely worried about his fate of eating stewed shoe insoles. Joe's mournful face made the 2 ladies at the table smile. Joe's boasting wasn't entirely due to parental affection. Joe's stew really was incredibly delicious. Jiang Yunu ladled the first spoonful of stew onto the rice. The rich, golden broth instantly seeped into the white rice grains, giving them a glossy sheen. The soup was full of ingredients, covering the rice, and even the roots of the stewed leafy greens absorbed the aroma of the broth. With a single bite, he picked up the rice, broth, and vegetable roots, and his entire mouth felt instantly awakened. The first bite was fragrant, and only then could one discern the specific aroma. Jiang Yunu's eyes lit up as she ate. Jo Daisy had been observing Jiang Yunu the whole time. Not wanting to pry too much into the young girl's personal life, she focused on how she felt about the dinner. Seeing Jiang Yunu's reaction to the stew, Jo Daisy asked, is it really that delicious? Jiang Yunu was busy eating, her mouth barely moving, and she didn't like talking while chewing, so she could only make affirmative sounds. The sight of a guest so enthusiastically enjoying their meal was especially gratifying for the cook. After finally getting a chance to speak, Jiang Yunu earnestly told Xiao Daisy, this is the best meal I had in Xiate City. Xiao Yisan chimed in, right? I can't even imagine what I do when I go to the beginner superpower school and can only go home for meals on weekends. Jiang Yunu asked, is the beginner superpower school boarding? Her knowledge in this area was far behind that of the locals. The recruitment ad she'd seen recently mainly focused on tuition and college entrance rates, with little mention of accommodation. Xiao Yisan said, basically, all superpower schools require boarding, right? Because schools are usually not built near the main city, they're either in remote suburbs, requiring a long ride on a circular rail system, or some are built in near-star regions, requiring a near-star spaceship. Jiang Yunu seemed thoughtful. Xiao Yisan, having been opened up by the topic of the beginner superpower school, couldn't help but chatter on about schools with Jiang Yunu at the table. Time passed quickly, and finally, it was Joey's observant eye that noticed. She glanced at the digital clock in the living room, realizing it was getting late, and reminded him, Jo-san, shouldn't you be taking her home? From what Joey-san had said earlier, Joey knew Jiang Yunu had her own home, though she didn't know where it was, assuming her son should know. Jo-sun glanced at the time and realized his mother was right. He immediately stood up. My goodness, it's so late. Which building do you live in? I take you home. Joey, ? So this kid doesn't know where she lives, yet he dared to let her chat in his house for so long. Ms. Joey's eyebrows shot up, and she looked like she was about to pinch her son's ear again. But before Jo-sun's ear could suffer again, Jiang Yunu quickly stood up and declined the offer to be taken home. No need to see me off. Jiang Yunu pointed to the apartment across the hall. We're very close. I live right across the street. Joyce, ? Chapter 22. No, friend, where do you live? Joyce hadn't uttered a single word, yet her vivid expression seemed to say it all. Jiang Yunu, I never had a chance to say it before, but we actually live so close. Jiang Yunu thought Joyce was simply shocked by the coincidence. But to her utter surprise, the next second Joyce shakily raised her hand and very cautiously placed her palm on her shoulder. Jiang Yunu, ? Jiang Yunu thought this was some kind of unique farewell ceremony. Joyce patted her shoulder and then touched her arm. Jody, watching from behind, couldn't bear it any longer and finally grabbed her son's ear. Joyce, what are you doing? Joyce looked shocked and dazed. His mother let go of his ear, and he curled his hand, rubbing his 5 fingers together. He's warm and still soft to the touch, Joyce said. He just had dinner at my house, and we spent the day at the library together. That means he's definitely alive, right? Jiang Yunu and Joyce exchanged glances. She touched herself too. If nothing unexpected happens, I'm definitely alive now, and I shouldn't get cold anytime soon? Jiang Yunu mimicked Joyce's sentence structure. Then she saw the red-haired boy across the hall gasp. That's great. Joyce's shoulders relaxed, his expression filled with a relief and joy that Jiang Yunu couldn't understand. He repeated, that's great. Jiang Yunu was truly baffled. Not understanding, she asked, what's great? Her intuition told her that Joyce wasn't actually relieved to discover they were across-the-door neighbors. Joyce wasn't one to lie, and she and Jiang Yunu were forced to stare at each other for a while Ms. Joyce watched the scene from behind with her arms crossed. Finally, Joyce honestly said, I thought the house across the street was haunted. I even saw a pale, ghostly figure smiling at me from the second-floor window. Jiang Yunu, you didn't see me, did you? Joyce's eyes widened, as if she were seeing Jiang Yunu all over again. She carefully examined her face, then hesitated, shaking her head, and then nodding. I was too scared at the time. I didn't really see what she looked like. But Jiang Yunu had no family, had only recently moved to the rundown street, and lived at number 80 across from Joyce's house. Who else could it be but her who had appeared in that abandoned house? Jiang Yunu's mind replayed the image of the figure closing the window with a long pole. She looked at Xiao Yisan again and again, finally deciding to tell the neighbor who thought she was a ghost the truth. I just moved to this street that day, and after settling into my new place, I saw your window open, and even saw you peeking out. I wanted to say hello, and show some neighborly friendliness. It turned out the neighbor wasn't just socially awkward. She was genuinely terrified and had fled because she mistook her for a ghost. Xiao Yisan's face was as red as his hair. He had just heard Jiang Yunu say she lived across the street, and his mind went back to all sorts of old horror movies he's seen. Ghosts following people, ghosts visiting doors, cursed loops. He couldn't help but reach out and touch Jiang Yunu's face, mentally replaying their entire day together, desperately searching for evidence to prove that Jiang Yunu is indeed alive. I take you home. Joyce tried to redeem herself for her wild guess. But Jiang Yunu just found it amusing, and the more she thought about it, the funnier it became. She felt neither offended nor angry, and waved to her kind neighbor. No need. It's only a short walk from your door to mine. I can easily get home myself. Joyce's door opened, and the light from inside illuminated the street leading from number 78 to number 80. Using this light, Jiang Yunu walked towards her own door. Standing before the noticeably more dilapidated door of building number 80, she turned back and waved again to the red-haired mother and son standing at the door of number 78. Good night. See you tomorrow. This was a greeting rarely heard among residents of this rundown street. Jody almost never spoke to anyone like that, nor did she receive such a greeting, nor did Joyce, who grew up on this rundown street. Joyce was thrilled to receive such a greeting and quickly waved back. See you tomorrow. What time do you want to go to the library tomorrow? I usually get up in the morning to catch the noon bus. Remembering their appointment to go to the library together the next day, Joyce hurriedly arranged a time with Jiang Yunu. Jiang Yunu needed Joyce's help to get through the gate. She overheard his usual departure time and, being an early riser, thought for a moment, would you mind leaving a little earlier? Like, an hour earlier than usual? She was too embarrassed to ask him to leave at 5 a.m. with her, so Jiang Yunu only hoped to leave a little earlier. Joyce changed the departure time to 10:30 a.m. After confirming the departure time, Jiang Yunu waved to the two still standing at the door, urging them to close the door and go inside quickly. Then she opened her door, which was practically unlocked, and like a shadow disappearing into the darkness, she vanished from sight in the blink of an eye. Joyce waited for a while at her doorstep, but the lights in the building across the street at number 80 didn't come on, and she heard no more noise from inside. Joyce almost suspected that the cheerful, white-haired girl had been eaten by the house across the street. Mom. A little bewildered, Joyce followed Joey back into their house. Even after closing the door, he couldn't help but peek through the window at the building across the street, his mind filled with doubt. Doesn't Jiang Yuna ever turn on the lights at home? Joey, of course, had also noticed this unusual situation. She had more experience, and had seen many more strange residents on dilapidated streets. Joyce simply said, she probably has her own reasons. And the reason Jiang Yunu didn't turn on the lights was actually quite simple and honest. She didn't have a light. A few days ago, while doing her usual sweeping of recycling bins, Jiang Yunu had taken a small desk lamp from a recycling bin in a certain neighborhood. It was a rechargeable one, and the donor hadn't forgotten to donate the charger along with it. Jiang Yunu retrieved the small desk lamp and discovered that her tiny dumpster shed lacked electrical wiring, or perhaps it had once had power, but had been shut down long ago due to the building's abandonment. She had a rechargeable lamp, but couldn't charge it in her own home. Fortunately, Jiang Yunu was already used to living without lights. She routinely worked in the dark, taking stock of remaining supplies and washing up. Dimness was her constant companion. Her eyesight, despite long-term night vision training, didn't seem to have deteriorated. In fact, she felt it had even improved slightly. The next day, as agreed, Jiang Yunu knocked on the door of room 78 next door at 10:30. Joyce opened the door with a surprised look on her face. I was just about to call you, you're so punctual. Jiang Yunu had left home at 5 o'clock again today. She had already walked around the nearby neighborhood, using the clocks on the public floating screens to estimate the time it would take to return to the rundown street, arriving just in time to call her. Unlike yesterday's light travel, Joyce was carrying a bulging backpack today. Jiang Yunu didn't question the bag at first, respecting her privacy and travel habits. At the library entrance, Joyce used her same trick again. Taking advantage of the shorter queue at the corner turnstiles, Joyce quickly led Jiang Yunu through the gates, then took the elevator upstairs to the materials area where they had spent the day before. Joyce first went to the reading room and found a long table in the corner to reserve a seat, while Jiang Yunu went to retrieve the books she hadn't finished reading yesterday. She had just returned carrying a thick stack of books. Joyce helped her take some of them and put them on the table, but then Joyce immediately picked something up from the table and placed it on top of the books that were now shorter in front of her. Jiang Yunu heard the brief rustling sound of a plastic bag against a book cover. Looking down, she saw a large loaf of bread in a food bag in front of her. Joyce secretly gestured for her to be quiet, and whispered, "You can eat some mild-smelling food in the reading room. This is what my mom made." Knowing that the two children had come to the library in the morning, Joyce assumed they wouldn't be home for lunch. Children from the rundown neighborhood didn't have much money to eat out, so she made a simple loaf of bread, stuffed it into Joyce's bag, and also added a few pieces of fruit, mild-smelling fruit, that they could sneakily eat in the library. Joyce's bag was so bulging because all the food was for two people. Jodas made Jiang Yunu's portion as well. Jiang Yunu initially thought this special treat was just a coincidence, because Jodas had only just met her. It was somewhat similar to a neighbor giving candy or snacks to a new child. But Jiang Yunu didn't expect that for the next few days, Joyce would carry that backpack, and her portion would be included in Jody's daily rations. Auntie Daisy. On the morning of the 5th day of Jiang Yunu's free meal, she intercepted Jody at her doorstep as she was leaving for work. It wasn't yet time for her and Joyce to leave. Joyce was probably still fast asleep in her room upstairs. The red-haired Ms. Jodas hadn't expected Jiang Yunu to be up so early. She looked down at the young girl. "What's wrong? Need something?" Jiang Yunu had thought for 2 days about how to politely express her feelings. She felt bad about always eating for free from her neighbor, yet she was also used to being straightforward. "Is there anything I can do for you?" Jodas raised her slender eyebrows. Jiang Yunu looked up and frankly said, "I feel bad always eating your cooking for free." "Is that all?" Jodas' eyebrows lowered. She waved her slender fingers. "I also want to thank you for finally getting that brat Joey-san to take his studies seriously. He used to always say he wanted to go to a superpower school to learn superpowers more deeply, but he's only recently started taking real action. It's probably because you two are keeping him company that he's more motivated. Jiang Yunu blinked. But that's not enough for you to feed me. My contribution doesn't seem commensurate. Joe Daisy looked down at Jiang Yunu, her slender fingers twitching slightly. Her gaze swept over the girl's chewy hair, and finally, she patted Jiang Yunu's head. Children shouldn't think so much, Aunt Daisy said. It's just a meal, and you expect a child to consider whether the contribution is commensurate. This world is really messed up. Jiang Yunu, Jiang Yunu had only wanted to discuss with Aunt Daisy whether she could do some small chores to make her freeloading feel more justified, but she hadn't expected to attract such widespread criticism. Jadis gestured for Jiang Yunu to go about her business and stop thinking about things that weren't her concern. She figured she already realized that Jiang Yunu was someone who easily broke the 3 principles of the residents of Rutgers Street. This frank and enthusiastic young girl was truly terrifying. Chapter 23. It wasn't that Jiang Yunu was scary. No one understood better than Jiang Yunu herself that since arriving in Xiate, she had encountered mostly good people in this city. Plus, she was still a child. Children are easily overlooked by adults, yet they also enjoy certain privileges, easily perceived as harmless and non-threatening. As long as they are sweet-talking, enthusiastic, outgoing, unafraid to interact with people, and unafraid to express themselves, a child can easily gain the favor and trust of adults. Jiang Yunu's extroverted personality was innate. She never considered communicating with people a difficult task, even with someone who wasn't human. Who are you talking to? When he first witnessed Jiang Yunu communicating with her non-human counterpart, Joyce was very puzzled. The two were in the library, at their usual corner table. Joey was looking at his holographic display, when he suddenly heard Jiang Yunu muttering to herself. Thinking she was talking to him, he looked up, only to find Jiang Yunu wasn't looking in his direction at all, and wasn't even at the table. Jiang Yunu had crouched down against the wall next to the table, and there was no one else around. Joy heard Jiang Yunu say, "Go for it. You can definitely do it from this angle." The white-haired girl's voice was very low, even though there was no one else around. She adhered to the library's rules of not disturbing others. Joy stared at the blank wall, not seeing a single figure. Full of doubt, he pulled his chair back a little, leaned on the table, and peered towards Jiang Yunu. "Jiang Yunu? Little Jiang? Who are you talking to?" Jiang Yunu had been coming to the library with Xiao Yisan for several days in a row, and their friendship had progressed rapidly. They mostly addressed each other by their full names, but Xiao Yisan always felt she was older, sometimes calling her Little Jiang, and even jokingly calling her sister once. Jiang Yunu didn't turn around, focusing intently on what was in front of her. "Shh, keep your voice down. I'm trying to soothe my charger." Xiao Yisan looked confused. "What? Soothe who?" Xiao Yisan thought she had misheard, and, even more puzzled, walked around the table to the corner where Jiang Yunu was, only to discover Jiang Yunu really was soothing a charger. It was probably an old-fashioned universal charger. The charging head and cable had a slightly poor connection, and the end was connected to a small rechargeable desk lamp. The charging indicator light on the side of the lamp flickered on and off, indicating that it was charging intermittently. Jiang Yunu was constantly adjusting the angle of the cable, trying to keep the indicator light constantly on to increase charging stability. Joyce watched for a while, then swallowed back the suggestion, maybe we should get a different charger. Through their time together, he knew Jiang Yunu probably didn't have a replacement. Almost everything Jiang Yunu owned was one of a kind. Joyce could only stammer with skepticism. Will this coaxing trick even work? Jiang Yunu said, "What if? Baby, let's try a little harder." Joyce, A miraculous thing happened. After Jiang Yunu diligently coaxed the charger for a long time, it actually managed to fix the circuit flow at a certain angle, and the charging became smooth and never stopped. Jiang Yunu breathed a sigh of relief, patting the charger with her fingertips. "Good boy. Joey-san, This charging lamp was the one Jiang Yunu had retrieved from the charity recycling bin. She had spent several days at the library discovering that the reading rooms had public charging ports, convenient for library visitors to charge their electronic devices anytime. Since discovering this, Jiang Yunu had started carrying her little lamp, taking advantage of the city's public power infrastructure every day to fully charge her few small electronic devices. So recently, Joey-san would occasionally look out from her room at night and see a faint light coming from the window on the second floor across the street. Meeting Joey-san and her son was one of the luckiest things that happened to Jiang Yunu since arriving in Xiate City. Before, although Jiang Yunu had managed to survive on her own, achieving a basic standard of living with food, drink, shelter, and sleep, Her way of life was more akin to that of a wild animal roaming the city, exuding a wild and untamed spirit. Every day, the first thing she does upon waking is to go out and wander around, familiarizing herself with all the surrounding neighborhoods on foot. She regularly scavenges from a few designated recycling bins, then, around 9 p.m., she goes to the food street on Rail 12 to collect a random relief meal, eats it on the spot, and then, carrying all her day's haul, dodges the city's auxiliary robots, and physically challenges herself as she runs back to the dilapidated street. Her schedule basically revolves around collecting survival supplies. After meeting Joyce, while not saying much, quietly bought Jiang Yunu a meal, greatly reducing the time Jiang Yunu spends on foraging each day, giving her more energy to do other things. Secondly, with Joyce-un, a native of Charlotte City, as her guide, Jiang Yunu not only learned about the old shuttle bus, but also several other routes she could take without identity verification, simply by showing her child's ID. Joyce-un also told her about many places she could go without a personal terminal, and shared some low-cost life hacks. Furthermore, since Joyce-un was already 11 years old and about to enroll in this year's junior superpower school, he had already done some research on admissions. Therefore, Joyce-un could explain any basic questions Jiang Yunu had about superpowers. He couldn't delve into anything too advanced, as Joyce-un himself hadn't even begun systematic superpower training. But Jiang Yunu was a complete novice when it came to superpowers, as clueless as a newborn. Joyce-un sharing his childhood experiences with this blank slate was naturally no problem. Even though Joyce's speaking skills were actually average, he stumbled over parts, frequently pausing to look up information on uncertain points, and then reading it aloud from his personal terminal to Jiang Yunu. Jiang Yunu listened with great interest, respectfully calling him future teacher Joyce. Jiang Yunu absorbed all the knowledge she didn't know at the time. The help from Joyce and her son improved her quality of life, finally freeing her from being a headless fly in the face of superpowers. She had found an opening in the vast amount of information in this world, a place she could plunge into, absorbing it with an almost greedy appetite for new things. Superpowers existed in this world, and she most likely possessed them. Superpowers were something the inhabitants of this universe were born with. How interesting. On the deserted island, Jiang Yunu lived like a solitary wild animal. Upon arriving in Xiate City, she lived like a stray wild animal entering the city. She brought home the small desk lamp, fully charged from the library, and placed it on her bedside table on the second floor of her cramped, dumpster-like room. Late at night, she would turn on the lamp and take out a notebook and pen she had retrieved from the recycling bin. Jiang Yunu first wrote superpower in the notebook. The pen paused, then she wrote go to school. After writing these two words, Jiang Yunu looked up under the lamplight and gazed at the sky outside the window of her dumpster-like room. Her eyes seemed brighter than the lamplight, sparkling in the still dim environment. She was now a little wild animal who wanted to go to school, perhaps not necessarily happy with discipline, but certainly happy to explore her own abilities. Jiang Yunu also learned that as long as her supernatural talent level reached C grade or higher, and she completed the courses at the beginner supernatural talent school, she would be qualified to apply to enter the hunting zone and kill elemental beasts, regardless of whether she chose to attend an advanced supernatural talent school later. This world has supernatural abilities, and correspondingly, there are monsters that can only be killed with supernatural abilities, called elemental beasts. After killing elemental beasts, they drop elemental cores, which are valuable items that can help supernatural users improve their strength. Therefore, elemental cores are items with trading value. After collecting elemental cores, supernatural users can log into the exchange with one click, list the elemental cores they don't need, and trade them online for star coins. Jiang Yunu didn't know why, but upon hearing that this world had such a way to make money, she felt a surge of excitement. She might have a combative streak at heart, enjoying the way she earned star coins through combat. However, to achieve this idyllic life of killing elemental beasts and obtaining elemental cores to exchange for star coins, Jiang Yunu first needs to attend a beginner-level supernatural ability school. And to attend a beginner-level supernatural ability school, she first needs to undergo a physical examination to determine her true age and assess her eligibility for admission. And to undergo the physical examination and eligibility assessment, she first needs a legitimate identity. Previously, Jiang Yunu lived like a wild animal, without an identity ID or personal terminal, which didn't seem to be a problem for her. She could always find her own way to survive. Now that she has a new goal, her previous lifestyle is no longer viable. So how can she obtain a legal identity? Jiang Yunu was stumped by this question for 2 days, even borrowing a public terminal in the library to search for information on obtaining residency status. The residency application process in Charlotte City is a bit complicated. After looking through the information, Jiang Yunu finally figured out one crucial piece of information. For minors to register their residency, it's best to have an adult who can act as a guarantor and provide basic guardianship accompany them. Jiang Yunu silently closed the search page. The next evening, Joe Ethan invited Jiang Yunu to his house for dinner. Everything seemed normal at the dinner table. But after dinner, Joe Daisy wiped her mouth and said to Jiang Yunu, "Tomorrow's the weekend, and I happen to have a day off this week. I'm planning to take Joe Ethan for a medical checkup today." Jiang Yunu understood and said, "Then we won't go to the library tomorrow." Jiang Yunu was just thinking about finding something else to do the next day when she heard Joe Daisy say, "Why don't you come with us? You could also go to the management center while you're at it." Jiang Yunu, huh? Perhaps seeing Jiang Yunu's confused expression, and feeling that the usually quick-witted girl was suddenly acting strangely, the red-haired Aunt Daisy shook her head, somewhat amused and helpless. "I take you to register your identity," Aunt Daisy said. "Little girl, why are you still an unregistered resident?" Chapter 24. Jiang Yunu's first reaction was to immediately turn and look at Qiao Yisun. Qiao Yisun had been pretending to be nonchalant, not revealing anything unusual throughout dinner, but after Jiang Yunu turned and stared at her, she immediately confessed, I didn't mean to peek." Jiang Yunu looked at Qiao Yisun, initially just a reflex, but then she remembered, Qiao Yisun had never revealed that she didn't have an ID. Qiao Yisun had always assumed she simply didn't have a personal termo. Hearing Qiao Yisun's slip of the tongue, Jiang Yunu realized that the other woman had seen her search history in the library. "I initially thought you had some new problem, but were too embarrassed to ask me," Joyce explained nervously. "Yesterday I noticed you spent half the day at the public terminal, like you were having trouble. Later, while you were engrossed in your book, I checked your search history. I really just wanted to know what problem you were having." During the days they spent together at the library, Jiang Yunu, without a personal terminal, insisted on reading on paper, taking notes with her notebook and pen, learning in a very primitive way in the vast, high-tech library of Charlotte City. Joyce sympathized with Jiang Yunu's primitive learning method, and still occasionally lent her his personal terminal, actively helping her look up information, explaining basic knowledge about her abilities, and even generously letting her use him as a human search engine. Later, Jiang Yunu felt that Qiao Yisun was spending too much time on her, and was afraid of delaying Qiao Yisun's own affairs. In addition, she discovered that the library's public terminals could also connect to the internet, and that citizens in the reading room could use them at will. So she would go to the public terminals to look up things herself, reducing the amount of time and energy she took up with Qiao Yisun and temporarily putting the human engine off duty. Unexpectedly, Joyce's enthusiasm was as fiery as his hair color. Instead of being a human search engine, he closely monitored Jiang Yunu's learning progress, secretly checking Jiang Yunu's search history to see if he could help. And then Jiang Yunu said, "You found something really big." The revelation of no identity ID was somewhat unexpected, but Joyce and her son were trustworthy people, and Jiang Yunu quickly accepted it, after a brief moment of surprise. Joyce noticed that Jiang Yunu wasn't angry about his intrusive search and visibly relaxed. "This is really huge, much bigger than I imagined." Who would have thought that Jiang Yunu not only lacked a personal terminal, but also didn't even have an identity ID? Joyce certainly couldn't have imagined it. Even Joe Daisy, who learned about it last night, was surprised. "Joyce untold me as soon as she came back from reviewing the records," Aunt Daisy said, crossing her arms across the table and looking at Jiang Yunu with a complex expression that was hard to define, a mixture of curiosity and admiration. Jiang Yunu touched the ends of her white hair, which had grown to below her shoulders, and could only offer Aunt Daisy a harmless smile. Aunt Daisy tapped Jiang Yunu's forehead with her fingertip. "Still smiling? You're truly the most optimistic and least concerned about your personal identity processing ever." However, Joyce didn't ask Jiang Yunu why she was unregistered, nor did she inquire about her past experiences. Joyce said she would take Jiang Yunu to register her identity and obtain household registration. She had already prepared a prepared explanation for Jiang Yunu to recite when she went to the management center with her the next day. "Just say your home was originally outside the 22nd star sector," Joe Daisy said, pointing at Jiang Yunu with a practiced air. "It was some small place without even a city name, near the hunting grounds. Then a major tragedy happened to your family, and now no one can take care of you. Luckily, you learned you had a distant relative like me, so you eventually came to Xiati City and sought refuge with me. Your distant aunt." Aunt Daisy not only gave Jiang Yunu an identity, but also gave herself one, transforming herself into the real Aunt Deas through this story. Jiang Yuna knew Xiaoti's city was located in the 19th star sector. She had never seen anything outside the 22nd sector. Of course, she hadn't been to any of the human settlements outside Xiaoti's city either. Jiang Yunu humbly inquired, Aunt Daisy, do you have a more specific description of the small places outside the 22nd star sector? I'm afraid I won't be able to answer if people ask for details. Daisy waved her hand, no need. As long as you say it like that, no one will ask any further questions. Seeing that Jiang Yunu's expression was still somewhat confused, Joy-sun tugged at her arm. The places outside the 22nd star sector are roughly equivalent to the relationship between our ruined street and Charlotte City, Joy-sun tried to explain to Jiang Yunu. Basically, if you say you're from Ruined Street in Charlotte City, the people of Charlotte won't keep asking about your family and life details. If you say you're from outside the 22nd star sector in the entire Interstellar Federation, people will most likely not ask where you live or which city your hometown is in. Jiang Yuna seemed to understand. Memorize this explanation of your identity, and you can go to the center with Andy tomorrow. As Xiao Daisy saw Jiang Yuna out of her house, she patted her head again. She was doing this gesture more and more naturally now, without the hesitation she felt the first time she wanted to pat the little girl's head. Thank you, Andy Daisy, Jiang Yuna said, not forgetting to include Xiao Yisan, who was standing next to Xiao Daisy. Thank you too. Xiao Yisan scratched his head. It's a good thing you didn't say thank you for going through your search history, otherwise it would have been hard to tell if you were genuinely praising me or being sarcastic. Xiao Daisy rolled her eyes, slapped her son on the back of the head, and then spoke to Jiang Yuna with a gentle tone. Go back and rest, remember to get up early tomorrow. Xiao Daisy habitually used Xiao Yisan's schedule to predict the other children's schedules. Jiang Yuna was an absolute early riser. Her actual wake-up time would likely shock even the sleep-loving Joyce. But there was nothing to brag about in waking up so early, so she simply smiled and agreed with Joyce's words, saying good night to both mother and son. The next day, Jiang Yunu woke up early as usual, but this morning, she cancelled her regular street sweeping schedule, avoiding leaving home at 5 a.m. when the children's curfew lifted. Early to bed, Jiang Yunu stayed on the second floor of her small house, sorting through her clothes, choosing the one she thought was most suitable for the identity registration process. She then took a morning shower, carefully washed her hair, and let it air dry in the morning breeze. When Jiang Yunu appeared at the door of building number 78 next door, she was completely transformed, presenting the highest level of treatment she could muster for the day's activities. You're up so early? Joe Daisy was making breakfast when she heard the knock. She was an early riser, never sleeping in on her days off, and always got up around the same time she was heading to work. She was a little surprised to see Jiang Yunu, whom she assumed was a child who would sleep in. I don't like sleeping in. Jiang Yunu walked into the house, and expertly followed her into the kitchen. Perfect timing, you can come and help Aunt Daisy. Joe Daisy tapped Jiang Yunu's head with the back of her hand. You're so sweet-talking. After tapping him, she felt the hair under her hand was slightly damp, a half-dry feel. Have you washed your hair? Joe Daisy asked, already quite certain of the answer before Jiang Yunu could reply. She then pushed Jiang Yunu out of the kitchen. There's a hairdryer hanging by the sink at the corner of the stairs. Go dry your hair. Don't run around with wet hair first thing in the morning, or you suffer if you get a headache. Aunt Daisy's concern was a kind of concern that didn't forget to deliver a sarcastic remark. Jiang Yunu was shooed out of the kitchen without much resistance. At the corner of the stairs, she grabbed the Chiao family's hairdryer and let it whir and dry her hair. Leaving herself warm and dry, Jiang Yunu returned to the kitchen. As soon as she stepped inside, she was told to stop at the door. Don't come in, Xiao Daisy said without turning her head, busy at the stove. Breakfast is noodles made with the leftover soup from yesterday. Your freshly washed hair absorbs the smell easily, so you don't want it to smell like soup and noodles later, making your hair a waste of time. Jiang Yuna grinned and replied from the doorway, hair smelling like soup and noodles is nice too. It'd make everyone on the street drool. Jadis glanced at her sideways. So you're not only sweet-talking, but also glib. After glancing at her, Jadis continued preparing breakfast, but she could hear no footsteps behind her. Jiang Yunu remained standing at the kitchen doorway, obediently not coming in, but also not leaving. Jadis looked at the stove and said, What are you standing there for? Jiang Yunu thought for a moment, then couldn't help but stop by the kitchen door and ask, Auntie Jadis, why are you so willing to help me? Although Joy-san and his mother were good people, and Jiang Yunu could sense Jadis' warm heart beneath her cold exterior from their daily interactions, from her perspective, she felt that Jadis was showing her too much care. There probably wasn't much of a neighborhood culture on this rundown street. If it was because of her good relationship with the other party's son and her being Joyce's friend, then Auntie Jada's provision of meals and her willingness to regularly feed the orphan living across the street was already more than enough. Xiao Daisy could have easily ignored helping with the identity registration, yet she went to the trouble of crafting a fabricated explanation for Jiang Yunu's identity. Jiang Yunu couldn't understand why Xiao Daisy was helping her so much. Aunt Daisy said, "Is that all? Such a small thing, and you're here so early in the morning, standing like a little doorman at the kitchen door?" Usually Jiang Yunu was the one who left others speechless, but this time she was caught off guard. "Aunt Daisy, I don't think this is a small matter." Xiao Daisy simply smiled amidst the cooking smoke from the stove. Her laughter was very carefree, suggesting a woman who wasn't easily bound by life's burdens. "Although you're still a little girl, a young lady, a little brat," Aunt Daisy said without turning her head, "but you can remember this in advance. A woman who wants to help another woman she finds decent, who possesses certain qualities she admires, doesn't need many reasons." After saying this, Xiao Daisy glanced at Jiang Yunu again. "If you were a little boy, I would have let you fend for yourself long ago. There are plenty of men in this world who like to help other women, and I just happen to be a woman who likes to help other women. What's wrong with women helping each other?" Chapter 25. With a somewhat flippant and dismissive attitude towards the other gender, who comprised at least half the world's population, Aunt Daisy said something that left a deep impression on Jiang Yunu. After Joysun got up, the three of them ate breakfast together around the long table. The one who got up late was responsible for washing the pots and pans and clearing away the dishes. Joysun came out of the kitchen, his hands still wet and smelling strongly of lemon detergent, and asked, "Should we go to the management center first?" Because he felt that registering Jiang Yunu's identity was more important, Joysun voluntarily postponed his hospital checkup. Aunt Daisy said, of course. Jiang Yunu's matter had become the top priority. Originally, Jiang Yunu thought he would be taking the same old bus again today. Without an ID, he couldn't use more than 80% of the public transportation in Xiate City. However, unexpectedly, after leaving the corner of the dilapidated street, Aunt Daisy led the two children in the opposite direction from the platform, until they arrived at a cube-shaped box whose purpose Jiang Yunu couldn't figure out. Joyce was more surprised than Jiang Yunu. "Mom, when did we get a car?" Jiang Yunu was also surprised by Joyce's words. Excuse me? This is actually a car?" Joyce didn't take out a traditional car key. Instead, she reached out and pressed a spot on the surface of the cube. The box automatically unfolded, expanding into a shape more closely resembling a classic car. "Even with your hair sticking up from sleeping, you can tell we rarely have a car," Aunt Joyce said, opening the car door and gesturing for the two children to get in the back. "A colleague knew I was taking the kids out today and lent it to us." Aunt Daisy's kind colleague, also a woman, knew that Joe Daisy had to go to the hospital and management center this weekend, which were quite far apart, and taking public transportation would involve going around on the ring road. So she offered to lend her the car, in exchange for Joe Daisy testing the new performance of the transformable vehicle. Jiang Yunu wasn't familiar with Aunt Daisy's network of connections, but Joe Ethan understood immediately. "So this car is Aunt Luo's new creation?" Joe Ethan touched the car with some curiosity. "She modified her car again?" Joe Daisy shrugged. "I don't know what modifications she made this time, but we see once we drive it." Joe Ethan withdrew his hand and quietly nudged Jiang Yunu with his elbow. Jiang Yunu heard Joe Ethan whispering to him, "I have a bad feeling." Jiang Yunu? Jiang Yunu didn't know this Aunt Luo and was even more confused by Joe Ethan's words. Faced with Jiang Yunu's innocent and naive expression, Joyce settled back into his seatbelt, a somber look on his face. Half a minute later, Jiang Yunu understood why Joyce looked so heavy-hearted. After confirming they were both seated in the back, Aunt Daisy pulled the handbrake. The engine roared like a cannon suddenly ignited on a weekend street, and the car shot forward with a thunderous boom. The wild acceleration and the resulting thrust felt like 1,000 sumo wrestlers, instantly sinking Jiang Yunu into his seat. In no more than 5 seconds, the modified car, after its rapid start, began to lift vertically into the air. The ground beneath the wheels transformed into a trampoline, propelling it upwards and towards the nearest Scarrail bridge. "Jiang Yunu, what a wild car, I kind of like it." Joey-san looked horrified. "Are you alright? You actually like this kind of car?" Aunt Daisy, a woman of similar taste to Jiang Yunu, laughed from the driver's seat. "It is indeed quite interesting, I like it too. This car takes off much faster, and its jumping power is also higher." Jiang Yunu quickly adapted to the speed. She leaned forward from under the back seatbelt and asked curiously, "But, is this kind of vehicle modification compliant with regulations?" It's no wonder Jiang Yuna asked this question, because just as the double bang started, Jiang Yuna saw through the car window that two nearby city traffic control robots immediately turned around, seemingly charging towards them. Then, for some reason, halfway there, the two robots stopped abruptly and turned again, as if letting them go. "Ordinary people definitely can't modify it like this," Aunt Daisy answered from the front row. "But this car has the markings for an Earth Elemental mechanic and a test vehicle. Vehicles with special markings are treated differently." On the way to the management center, Xiao Daisy used this transformable car as a starting point to explain to Jiang Yunu the relationship between ability attribute classifications and career choices. Many basic professions don't have restrictions on ability type or ability level. However, for example, to obtain a mechanic's license that allows modification of objects, one must possess Earth Elemental abilities. This is a license only those with Earth Elemental abilities can obtain. To pursue a healing ability path and obtain a healing ability license, one must possess Water Elemental abilities, because water is a natural healing element, and healing abilities are unique to Water Elemental users. Wind-type ability users are born with exceptionally strong mental power. Almost all professional certifications related to mental power are only for Wind-type users. Fire-type users are natural-born experts in metallurgy and enhancement. They are most likely to produce rare materials, and the enhancement and modification of elemental cores is also their forte. "That's pretty much it," said Jadis, slowly parking the car in the outdoor parking lot of the management center. Some professions are not only limited to ability users, but also to those with specific elemental abilities. So, once the ability classification results are released, it means that certain professions are closed to a person, permanently removed from their future employment plans. Jiang Yuna sensed a hint of melancholy in Auntie Dis's words, but she wisely refrained from probing into aspects that weren't explicitly mentioned. On the other hand, Jadis, who clearly already knew all this, he had understood a lot of basic ability knowledge since childhood, still felt a surge of nervousness today as he underwent his physical examination and elemental ability classification test, listening to these career planning choices again. "It's a good thing we came to register you first," Joyce said as she got out of the car. "If this were a hospital, or even a supernatural ability testing center, I probably wouldn't dare go in." Jode shoved Joyce on the back of the head, pathetic. "Good thing we didn't take you to the hospital to embarrass you first." After shoving Joyce, Aunt Jodes took Jiang Yunu's hand. From the parking lot of the management center, Jiang Yunu and Jodes had been playing the roles of a child seeking refuge and a distant aunt. Aunt Jodes' prepared explanation worked very well. As soon as Jiang Yunu finished telling the staff that she used to live outside the 22nd Star District, a place without a city name, she didn't even know the exact name, the staff behind the counter immediately showed sympathy, looking as if they couldn't bear to listen any longer, indicating that Jiang Yuna could stop there, and they wouldn't continue questioning a child about their painful past. Jiang Yuna wasn't sad at all, but she cooperated by lowering her head, letting her white hair fall from behind her shoulders to her cheeks, making her appear as if she were heartbroken. "It's so unfortunate," the staff member said. "Luckily, she found a distant relative like you." Aunt Daisy, abandoning her usual demeanor, spoke softly to the staff member. "Yes, taking care of her is what I should do. I hope this child can have a happy and stable life in Seattle." While registering Jiang Yuna's identity, the staff member listed Xiao Daisy as both guardian and guarantor, inevitably seeing Xiao Daisy's personal information as well. The three large characters' ruined street came into view. The staff member looked up again, glancing at the kind-faced red-haired woman, then at the submissive white-haired little girl beside her, and finally at the red-haired boy serving as a backdrop. After much deliberation, the staff member decided to ask Xiao Daisy whether taking care of another child, who had come seeking refuge, would place a burden and pressure on her life. Aunt Daisy maintained her strong and kind demeanor, gently saying, "I will do my best, and I believe that we at Charlotte will welcome and treat this child well, giving her the benefits and protection she deserves." The staff member seemed deeply moved, and after operating the terminal for a while, it directly filtered out all the child benefits Jiang Yunu was currently eligible for. "Huh?" As if seeing something unexpected and new, the staff member was somewhat excited, looking up from behind the counter at Xiao Daisy, then at Jiang Yunu. "Little friend, how old are you this year?" Jiang Yunu's age field was still blank. Some information wasn't fully registered. The staff member said, "For newly registered residents of Seattle City, we offer a free physical examination. If you're already 11 years old, the examination package also includes an elemental ability classification test, a gift for new residents." a free physical examination, and an elemental ability classification test. Jiang Yunu already knew this test wasn't cheap. She and Joey, standing behind her, widened their eyes, never expecting such a benefit for just registering their identity. Daisy, of course, couldn't admit she didn't know how old her relative's child was. She gently patted Jiang Yunu on the back. Jiang Yunu blinked, looking at the staff member with exceptional innocence. I'm probably almost 11, or maybe a little less. Back in my hometown, no one celebrates my birthday, so I'm not entirely sure how old I am. The staff member gasped, their gaze becoming increasingly sympathetic. What if I'm not 11 yet? Jiang Yunu said, can this benefit wait until I'm a little older and then take effect? The staff member hesitated for a moment, then made a few more operations on the terminal. You can go for a basic physical exam first, the staff member said. If you're not yet 11, you can reserve one free classification test opportunity until you turn 11. This kind staff member earned the sincerest gratitude of Jiang Yunu and the Qiao family. Completely unexpectedly receiving this extra benefit, Jiang Yunu, carrying her newly issued Xiaotai City resident ID and a free physical exam opportunity, left the management center with the Qiao family, her heart filled with excitement. So that means, little Jiang can go for her physical exam with me now? Xiao Yisan asked excitedly in the car, completely forgetting his earlier nervousness about the classification test. Aunt Daisy replied, obviously. Joyce immediately turned to Jiang Yunu. I bet you're not 11 yet. This free classification test benefit can be retained for 2 years. Jiang Yunu was suddenly struck by a gut feeling and said, don't say it too soon. What if I am? Joyce, then I make stewed shoe insoles for dinner tonight. Chapter 26. Josun was confident of winning the bet. He thought Jiang Yunu looked no more than 10 years old. Although Daisy didn't say anything, based on her experience, she also felt that Jiang Yunu looked under 11, not old enough for the ability classification test. But, what if? In Daisy's eyes, Jiang Yunu was a somewhat unconventional child. Although Daisy couldn't pinpoint exactly what was special about Jiang Yunu, she just felt inexplicably that anything unexpected could happen to this child. Therefore, Aunt Daisy remained neutral regarding the bet between the two children. Whether he's old enough or not, a test at the hospital will tell, Aunt Daisy said fairly. It takes about 30 minutes to drive from the management center to the hospital, even with the modified transforming vehicle speeding along the city's speed limits. Josun's legs felt weak when he got out of the car. He finally regained his composure at the hospital gate, hesitating to go in. Jiang Yunu surveyed his surroundings. This was Jiang Yunu's first time visiting a hospital in Xiaotai City. The hospital's name was simply and directly applicable, Xiaotai Central Hospital. As expected of the weekend, the hospital was bustling with people. There were many pedestrians and vehicles coming and going at the entrance. Aunt Daisy hadn't been able to find a parking space nearby when she drove up, so she had Jiang Yunu and Joyce get out of the car early, telling them to wait at the entrance while she went to the lower parking level to find a spot before coming back up. Joyce nervously gripped his trouser leg and began pacing near the bushes by the hospital entrance. What should I do? I'm starting to get nervous again. Jiang Yunu observed the passing crowd and reassured them, don't worry, look at me, I'm not nervous at all. I don't even know if I'm 11 yet. Joyce paced back and forth. I feel like you never get nervous no matter what happens. Does the word nervous simply not in your dictionary? Jiang Yunu said, I'm not artificial intelligence. Nobody programmed me. I definitely have all the emotions a normal human would have. However, Jiang Yunu was indeed less likely to get nervous about any particular person or event. She often approached life with a let's see what happens next attitude, not only optimistic but also fascinated by the unknown. People who live with this attitude are probably less prone to nervousness. Seeing that Ethan was becoming increasingly anxious, pacing back and forth so much it was almost dizzying, Jiang Yunu reached out and pulled the human spinning top back, diverting his attention with something else. Hey, look, aren't there a lot of people like us here today, bringing their kids to the hospital for checkups and tests? Ethan glanced in the direction Jiang Yunu pointed, slightly shifting his focus. The hospital entrance was bustling with cars and pedestrians. Almost every few minutes a car would pull up, and people getting out were clearly school-aged children and their parents. After observing for a while, Ethan slapped his forehead. Oh right, the admissions for the Advanced Abilities School ended last week, and the admissions for the junior school are coming up soon, so I guess everyone bringing their kids for tests is concentrated this weekend. This large group of people bringing their children for testing naturally included Jiang Yunu and his two companions. Parking was difficult to find, and it took Joey a while to get back to the hospital entrance. 2 strands of her red hair were stuck to her forehead, indicating the walk from where she'd parked was quite long. "Alright," Nancy said, "let's go in." Their first stop was the basic physical examination department. Jiang Yunu's age became an impromptu, no-prize-guessing game. The thought of the mystery surrounding Jiang Yunu's age briefly made Joey-san forget his anxiety about classifying his supernatural abilities. The age-measuring machine was integrated with the height and weight-measuring device, somewhat like the street-side scales from Jiang Yunu's past world. Once someone stood on it, the contact plate would drop down, lightly touching the test subject's head to instantly read their height, weight, and age, very quick and convenient. There was a queue in front of this machine. Quite a few people needed routine physicals today. When it was almost Jiang Yunu's turn, Joey-san insisted, "I still bet you're not 11 years old." Jiang Yunu retorted, "What if I am?" Their conversation attracted the attention of the other people in line. Standing behind Jiang Yunu was another child, perhaps a little older or younger than her and Joe-san. The child smoothly joined the conversation, saying from behind, "Are you siblings? If your sister is also 11, then she can go to primary school with you this year." Joe-san hadn't expected a third party to interfere, and he paused for a moment. Jiang Yunu turned around and saw a little blonde boy standing behind her. The blonde boy smiled, revealing a set of white teeth, looking very sunny and cheerful. Jiang Yunu asked, "How do you know he's going to primary school?" Although there were quite a few children at the hospital, and the medical examination department was crowded, not all of them were exactly 11 years old and about to enter primary school for children with special abilities. Some were there for routine checkups and to see a doctor for other illnesses. The little blonde pointed to Joyzen's hand. He's holding several recruitment flyers. The junior superpower schools are fiercely competitive, recruitment week is fast approaching, and they already distributed flyers to the medical examination hospital. While Jiang Yunu and Joy-san were waiting for Aunt Daisy at the hospital entrance, the flyer distributing robot approached. Jiang Yunu initially thought Joyzen's anxious pacing had attracted the robot's attention, but instead, the robot pulled a handful of brightly colored flyers from its stomach. "Only families with school-aged children would carry so many flyers," the little blonde said. "Your brother bet you're not 11, which means he's not carrying the flyers for you. It could only be for himself. He's one of the new students starting school this year." The little blonde's analysis was quite logical, and his observations were very detailed. Joyce usually seemed to communicate smoothly with Jiang Yunu, and as they became more familiar, he sometimes appeared quite talkative in Jiang's presence. However, having grown up in the desolate neighborhood lacking peers, he suddenly became socially awkward around strangers. The chattering blonde boy made Joyce awkwardly respond. Nervous, his expression blank, he simply nodded. This indicated that the flyers were indeed for him. Neither Jiang Yunu nor Joyce denied the blonde boy's mention of a sibling relationship. Jiang Yunu, being accommodating to the enthusiastic blonde boy, said, "Your observation skills are excellent, you guessed correctly." The blonde boy's smile immediately brightened, truly resembling a human-shaped blonde dog. "Doesn't your brother want to go to school with you? Why is he so insistent you're not 11? The little blonde asked curiously. Jiang Yunu thought for a moment and explained to Joy-san, "He probably just thinks I don't look like an 11-year-old. After hearing this, the little blonde also scrutinized Jiang Yunu from head to toe, then stood before Joy-san. "Okay, you definitely don't look like one." Joy-san had gained an ally in a magical way. Jiang Yunu lined up in front of the little blonde, and finally, it was her turn to stand on the machine. The moment she stepped on, she received intense attention from both Joy-san and the little blonde. Both of them craned their necks, their eyes fixed on the display screen next to the machine. The screen first lit up the test subject's height and weight. As soon as Jiang Yunu's 2 indicators appeared, a red exclamation mark popped up next to the numbers, and a small warning message floated in front of the screen. Data indicators are far below the average for the same age. It is recommended to pay more attention to health and nutrition. This message floated for about half a minute, causing a delay in displaying the last data point, age. The blonde-haired boy was incredibly outgoing. Staring at the screen, he nudged Joey with his elbow. "Why is your sister malnourished?" Joey, This was a difficult question to answer, involving Jiang Yunu's privacy. For the first time, Joey realized that the 3 principals of the broken street weren't so bad after all. At least no one on the broken street would be so intrusive about someone they only known for less than 15 minutes. Joey chose to remain silent. The blonde-haired boy sighed. "Sigh, you're so aloof." Aloof was the biggest misunderstanding about Joey, but he couldn't care less right now. After the red warning message that had been hovering for half a minute disappeared, Joey saw Jiang Yunu's last age data appear. Age: 11 years old. Before Jiang Yunu even saw her medical results, the contact plate above her head rose again, revealing the expressions of the two people below. What's wrong? Jiang Yunu tilted her head. You look so shocked. I bet my medical results are quite surprising. Joey-san's eyes widened as much as when he found out Jiang Yunu lived across the hall, as if he experienced something unbearable. The little blonde reacted better than Joey-san. He didn't understand Joey-san's obsession with Jiang Yunu's age and quickly recovered, saying to Jiang Yunu, "Congratulations." The little blonde congratulated Jiang Yunu. "Congratulations on going to school with your brother." Jiang Yunu thus knew the answer in advance. She got off the machine and received the automatically printed medical results. Her height was, for the time being, unbearable to look at. Her weight was also currently far below the average for her age. But her age is a dazzling 11. 11 years old means Jiang Yunu no longer needs to worry about how to spend her days before school age. She can overturn all her previous plans and prioritize going to school above all else. She can start school this year. Jiang Yunu looked at the results twice, a smile involuntarily spreading across her lips. Aunt Daisy, who came to see her two children, noticed immediately, smiling so happily. Jiang Yunu smiled and handed over her medical examination results. To improve efficiency, Joey-san accompanied Jiang Yunu to queue for her basic medical examination, while Joey-san had just gone to the ability classification test area to get an appointment number. Aunt Daisy saw Jiang Yunu's age test results and exclaimed, "Oh! So it seems my two appointment numbers weren't wasted." Chapter 27. Jiang Yunu hadn't expected Aunt Daisy to give her a number 2, exchanging her medical examination form for a 3-digit medical examination number tag. She was a little curious. "Aunt Daisy, so you were actually betting I was over 11? "I was just being prepared," said Xiao Daisy. "That's the wisdom of a reliable adult woman." After saying that, Xiao Daisy casually smacked Joy-san on the back, noticing Joy-san's still absent-minded look, snap out of it. The two appointment number tags, given together, were naturally consecutive. Jiang Yunu picked one first, and Xiao Daisy casually handed the remaining one to Joy-san. Joyce looked utterly dejected, but still caught the appointment number with both hands, muttering to himself, "How can Jiang Yunu be 11 years old?" Jiang Yunu felt the other's shock was lingering for too long and couldn't help but ask, "I really am 11 years old? Is that such a big deal to you?" Joyce looked at her helplessly. "Do you remember what we bet?" Jiang Yunu realized. "Oh! Someone said if she really was 11 years old, then tonight they'd be eating stewed shu insoles." Jiang Yunu's expression shifted unpredictably, finally placing her hand on Joyce's shoulder. Joyce's expression changed from helplessness to a glimmer of hope. "Our bet, do you think it's still?" Jiang Yunu put her hand on his shoulder, smiled sweetly, and said, "Go for it. I believe in you. You can definitely forge ahead and challenge yourself." Joyce felt utterly hopeless. What's even more infuriating is that, during a few words of conversation, the little golden retriever, who was originally behind Jiang Yunu, also finished his physical examination and walked off the machine with a sunny and cheerful expression, carrying his examination form. Little golden retriever had no idea what Jiang Yunu and Joyce were talking about. He had just stepped onto the equipment, and Jiang Yunu had walked out of the queue to greet Aunt Daisy, with Joyce following behind her, putting distance between them and little golden retriever. Little golden retriever hadn't heard the backstory, but when he leaned closer, he just happened to hear Jiang Yunu's last words of encouragement. Completely unaware of what Jiang Yunu was encouraging him about, little golden retriever enthusiastically patted Joyce's shoulder, saying with particular encouragement and warmth, "You're right. Whatever you face, keep going." Joyce, Mom. He's mentally ill. Jiang Yunu felt that little golden retriever was truly a fascinating person, possessing a talent for enthusiastically and precisely hitting people's sore spots. And Jiang Yunu generally held a rather appreciative attitude towards people with this talent. Aunt Daisy's appointment number was electronically controlled, displaying not only her appointment number, but also a real-time scrolling number of people ahead column, letting her know her current number, the number of people ahead of her, and the estimated wait time. Jiang Yunu noticed that although both her and Joyce's numbers were 3 digits, starting from the 150s, the number of people ahead had shrunk to 2 digits. And in the blink of an eye, the number had decreased by another 2. "Aunt Daisy," Jiang Yunu asked the reliable adult woman present, "was the triage testing done very quickly?" "I think so." Joyce recalled for a moment before saying, "I did this many years ago. The machines back then were even slower, and the hospital only had one machine, so the efficiency was quite low. There are now 2 classification testing machines at the Xiate Central Hospital." Working on both at the same time significantly increases efficiency. Jiang Yunu felt they couldn't wait any longer and suggested they go to the classification testing area first. Even if they needed to kill time, it was safer to do it there to avoid missing their turn. Joe Daisy patted Jiang Yunu's head. Since you realized you're 11 years old, you suddenly become more enthusiastic about the classification test, haven't you? Jiang Yunu readily admitted, yes. Jiang Yunu was genuinely curious and wanted to know which category he would be classified into in the supernatural element classification. Do you have your own classification preference? Someone suddenly spoke beside him, but it wasn't Joe Ethan's voice. Jiang Yunu turned his head and found that the little blonde was still following them, while Joe Ethan remained lost in thought, completely absorbed in the heavy bet. It was the little blonde asking Jiang Yunu about his classification preference. Jiang Yunu shook his head. I have no preference. The little blonde boy exclaimed, huh? With a hint of surprise. It's rare for a child to be 11 years old without a preference. Everyone has one or two favorite options before taking the test. Some people are so eager to be assigned to their favorite category that they even go to seek help from metaphysics, making wishes at home every day before the test, praying to have the specified elemental ability. Jiang Yunu, knowing how to grasp the key point, asked, then is this kind of wishing useful? The little blonde boy still smiled and said very decisively, absolutely. Useless. Judging from the boy's resolute, almost clenched-teeth tone, Jiang Yunu inexplicably suspected that the other person might also be one of the metaphysical wishing group. Jiang Yunu commented on this wishing behavior. This result doesn't sound surprising. The little blonde sighed, then turned to carefully observe Jiang Yunu's expression. Why are you so calm? No bias, and you don't seem nervous at all about the classification test. Unlike your brother, who's so nervous he can't even speak. The little blonde glanced at Joyce, assuming the red-haired boy had been too quiet to speak, probably because he was incredibly nervous. Jiang Yunu knew Joyce wasn't just nervous about the classification test. His unusual silence was also due to tonight's dinner nightmare, but of course, she wouldn't share any of this with the little blonde she just met. The classification test area was right in front of them, with two lines of people in front of the two machines. The lines weren't very orderly, because almost every 11-year-old waiting for the test was surrounded by 1 to 3 accompanying persons. At first glance, there seemed to be more accompanying persons than people actually being tested in the entire testing line. It's clear that the ability classification test is a major life event, one of the few significant events in a child's life, and is highly valued by every family. This high level of attention has led to a massively swirling queue. Jiang Yunu even had to look around carefully to find the actual beginning and end of the line. Joe-san, seeing the hall full of heads, finally came to life. He was a head taller than Jiang Yunu, and he spotted an empty space next to the crowded queue, pulling Jiang Yunu over. Let's stand here for now. It's based on appointment numbers, 10 people per group. Only the group currently being tested, and the next group about to be tested need to line up. Following this grouping pattern, Jiang Yunu and her group still had at least 5 groups ahead of them, so they didn't need to immediately find themselves in an overly crowded queue. Aunt Daisy received a work call and, quite reassured, left the children in the hall, telling them to keep an eye on the number, before going to a quieter, less crowded spot to make her call. After settling herself and Jiang Yunu in, Joyce noticed they still had a big burden. The little golden retriever was still following them. What are you doing following us? Joyce asked. Jiang Yunu said, are you a little bored after your medical checkup, and want to grab a couple of people to chat with? Jiang Yunu had actually been curious about why the little golden retriever was following them, but she didn't really need to know the reason, so she hadn't asked before. The little golden retriever replied with a beaming smile, we chatted while waiting in line for the physical exam, and we got along quite well, so we're friends now. My friends are taking their ability classification test today, so I definitely had to come along and see what happens to my new friend's results. Joyce felt a tangible question mark fly across his forehead. He never seen such a definition of friend before. But Jiang Yunu seemed much more accepting than Joyce. Jiang Yunu nodded and said, I see. No. Joyce couldn't help but tug at Jiang Yunu. You're not just accepting it like that, are you? Joyce's tone was incredulous. Jiang Yunu possessed an optimism that Joyce lacked, and was more likely to understand the little golden retriever's thought process. She reassured Joyce, it's okay, and even if you say you don't think we're friends anymore, he doesn't seem to be giving up on wanting to be friends with us. Joyce, is this something you can say to someone's face? This is definitely something you can say to someone's face. The little blonde didn't seem to feel like he was being cricket in person at all. On the contrary, he nodded enthusiastically, his smile brighter than the midday sun, particularly affirming Jiang Yunu's words, saying, "That's right." Jiang Yunu miraculously seemed to resonate with someone like this. She possessed a special ability to get along freely with anyone. Jiang Yunu was very generous, saying magnanimously, "Having witnesses for the classification test is also good." The little blonde's eyes lit up. "Right. Joyce, eh?" No, he didn't think it was good, and he didn't understand what right meant. However, unfortunately, in this world, people who are not good at expressing themselves are sometimes led around by those who express themselves like a cannonball. Two more groups of people walked by in a flash. It was almost time for Jiang Yunu and her group to prepare for the test. The little blonde boy asked Jiang Yunu again, "You really don't have any preference in classifying them?" Jiang Yunu shook her head again. Joyce-san was asked the same question. He hesitated for a moment before shaking his head and saying, "Anything's fine. You two are really easygoing siblings." The little blonde boy commented on Jiang Yunu and Joyce-san's casualness, then rambled on about the stereotypes of various elemental ability users. Jiang Yunu hadn't expected that besides certain professions being limited to specific elemental ability users, there were also things like elemental stereotypes. This piqued her interest, and she hoped the little blonde boy could explain it to her. "It's something like..." The blonde-haired boy organized his thoughts. Fire-type ability users are prone to being hot-tempered and impulsive, water-type ability users are mostly emotionally stable, and wind-type ability users are prone to being aloof lone wolves. Jiang Yunu recalled the transformable car that had taken them out earlier that day, and remembered Aunt Daisy mentioning the Earth-type mechanic. She pressed, "What about Earth-type?" The blonde-haired boy paused for a second, then said respectfully, "Earth-type ability users don't have as many personality stereotypes as the other three types. The biggest stereotype about them is being rich." Jiang Yunu, shocked. 30 minutes later, it was finally Jiang Yunu's group's turn to be tested, with 10 people in each group. Jiang Yunu stepped into one machine, while Joey-san stepped into the one next to it. Standing on the ability testing and classification device, Jiang Yunu hastily resorted to superstition, making a sincere wish under the device. "I want to be rich." Perhaps because she hadn't heard such a wish before, the testing device seemed to malfunction around her, and her testing time was several times longer than usual. On the adjacent instrument, Joyce had already emerged, standing with Jadis, who had finished her communication and come to check the results, and the blonde-haired boy who was just watching, all waiting for Jiang Yunu. However, the hatch on Jiang Yunu's side remained closed, showing no sign of opening. Jiang Yunu saw the representative colors of the 4 elemental abilities rotating on the instrument's display screen, like a lottery wheel. But ultimately, perhaps her desire for wealth was too strong. She saw the screen's light slowly settle on green, the representative color of Earth elemental ability users. Chapter 28. The green light illuminated Jiang Yunu's face, a vibrant color reminiscent of forests and meadows, vividly painting her white hair. Jiang Yunu stared at the classification result, momentarily stunned. She asked the unresponsive instrument with a hint of doubt, "Really?" She felt a surreal sense of having made a last-minute wish, asking some unknown deity in the universe, and it had actually come true. The detector had already spent enough time with Jiang Yunu, seemingly unwilling to entertain this little nuisance for even a minute longer. The next second, the entire screen flickered, the indicator light turned yellow, and a malfunction alarm sounded. A worker in special equipment maintenance clothing rushed over, adjusted the instrument in the outer room, and manually opened the hatch to let Jiang Yunu out. Joy-san and Joe Daisy quickly went to greet her. "Are you all right?" Joyce asked anxiously. Jiang Yunu stretched her body, which had been standing inside the cramped machine for quite some time, and said, "I should be fine." Aunt Daisy asked, "What happened to you in there? Did something go wrong?" Jiang Yunu didn't know how long the classification test had taken, only that it seemed to have taken longer than others. However, Joyce told her, "You were in there for a full 13 minutes. Normally, the average time for a classification test is half a minute. Even if the person being tested is slow and dawdles a little when entering and exiting the machine, the test should not take more than 3 minutes at most." Jiang Yunu took more than 4 times the maximum time. Her original line was reorganized, and some people were diverted to the machine Joyce was using. Jiang Yunu then realized how much longer her testing time had exceeded the norm. But she felt it wasn't entirely her fault. Could it be that the equipment here has a minor malfunction, and it just happened to malfunction when it reached me? When Jiang Yunu was led out of the testing area by staff, the yellow warning light had stopped, and hospital staff had gone in to test its smoothness twice. Now it was back in operation. She turned and glanced at the briefly malfunctioning machine, remembering the 4 colors that had been flashing before her eyes for so long, and couldn't help but rub her eyes. The little golden retriever popped out from somewhere and muttered, "This equipment was newly added to the Central Hospital 2 years ago. It's less than 3 years old, practically brand new. It's a new piece of equipment that has never made a mistake." Jiang Yunu put down her hand and had been rubbing her eyes, remembering how the maintenance staff had looked at her with disbelief when they opened the door. Jiang Yunu could only say, "Looks like I'm the one who's broken its zero-error reporting record." After all, Jiang Yunu hadn't done anything wrong during the entire process of entering the machine for testing. Every action was strictly according to the instructions. But the machine just seemed to be malfunctioning with her, and the testing wasn't going smoothly. Who could blame a child who hadn't done anything for the machine's inexplicable failure? Joey noticed Jiang Yunu rubbing her eyes, and asked with concern, "Are your eyes bothering you?" Jiang Yunu blinked a few times, and casually replied, "I looked at the screen for too long while waiting inside the machine. The colors kept changing, and it almost made my eyes blurry." Upon hearing this, both Joyce and the blonde-haired boy gave Jiang Yunu a strange look. They both looked at Jiang Yunu with confusion. Jiang Yunu, feeling puzzled by their stares, asked, "What's wrong? What's with the colors changing?" Joyce said, "Isn't the detector supposed to show your attributes directly on the screen after you walk in? Stand in the designated spot, put your hand on the control panel, have the scanning light shine on you, and then you just need to stay still for a short while?" "Yeah, that's right," the blonde-haired boy added. "Even if the testing is a little slow sometimes, shouldn't your elemental color just appear directly? Why does it keep changing?" Jiang Yunu exchanged glances with them, their tone increasingly certain, but she had indeed seen the 4 colors flashing in turn, and had truly been blinded by the spinning screen. After thinking it over, Jiang Yunu said, "Then this instrument might really have been broken." The instrument had experienced a rare malfunction, and the screen display was also acting strangely. Following this line of thought, it's not surprising that the colors Jiang Yunu saw kept changing. This conclusion was also unanimously agreed upon by Joysun and the little golden retriever. "Hey!" Joysun suddenly slapped his forehead. He had been distracted by the unexpected results from Jiang Yunu's test, and suddenly realized that he and Jiang Yunu hadn't shared the most important part yet. "I almost forgot the important thing," Joysun said, his tone becoming excited. "What's your classification attribute?" The little golden retriever chimed in eagerly, "Your brother's results just came out, he." "MMM." The little blondie couldn't finish his sentence because Joyce, quick as a flash, covered his mouth. "Shut up." Joyce, unable to contain himself any longer, uttered the 2 words he'd been wanting to say for a long time. He was determined to protect his chance to personally share his superpower with Jiang Yunu. Jiang Yunu looked down at her hands. Her hands were still the same as she's seen countless times every day. Slender bones, not particularly plump skin, calluses from her daily climbs upstairs in the abandoned garbage shack, the countless gadgets she tinkered with, and even earlier, from traversing the desolate mountains and deserted islands. These were hands she herself couldn't yet discern, but which instruments had confirmed contained energy. Thinking about whether she truly possessed a superpower, and even more so, the elemental power she desired, a smile spread across Jiang Yunu's lips, just like when she saw herself at age 11, a smile she couldn't suppress. With a hint of pride, she announced, "I'm an Earth type." Joysun was very supportive, his social anxiety vanished, and he immediately applauded Jiang Yunu's classification. He was happy no matter what type Jiang Yunu was assigned to. Jiang Yunu was also curious about Joysun's result. "And yours?" Joysun, who had been firmly insisting on his right to be told directly just 2 minutes ago, hesitated for a moment when it was his turn. "My result might be a bit surprising." Joysun stammered, "Although I don't have a classification preference, I didn't expect this result." Joysun's ability classification was water. Water-type ability users are rumored to be kind, emotionally stable, and possess special healing talents. Perhaps because of his naturally red hair and a mother with a fiery temper, Joyce had always felt that his elemental attribute was either fire, earth, or perhaps wind. He never expected it to be water, something he had never considered. Jiang Yunu, however, felt that this attribute suited Joyce quite well. "You're so willing to take care of others, and so warm-hearted," Jiang Yunu said. "It's not surprising that you're a water-type ability user." Joyce had already shown his results to Aunt Daisy, and the little golden retriever who had come over. Although Aunt Daisy also said his attribute was good, after Jiang Yunu's words, he seemed to have more confidence in his attribute. Daisy briefly left the 2 children's side again to go and find the person in charge regarding the matter between Jiang Yunu and the testing device. Adults always have more to consider and worry about. She specifically went to see a doctor alone first to inquire whether the sudden malfunction of the equipment would affect the children being tested. When the doctor hesitated to make a decision, Jadis used her persuasive skills, arguing that this is a sudden equipment failure in the hospital. If there are potential risks, an innocent child shouldn't have to bear them, and secured a free outpatient visit and examination for Jiang Yunu. Jadis returned with the benefit she had secured, taking Jiang Yunu to the doctor, with Joe Ethan naturally following closely behind. This time, the little blonde couldn't accompany them, waving goodbye to Jiang Yunu and Joe Ethan at the entrance of the ability classification testing hall. Before parting, the little blonde shouted to the two, "My name is Shui Zhanxing, I look forward to seeing you again." Before he finished speaking, he turned and disappeared into the crowd, vanishing in the blink of an eye from the bustling hospital throng. Aunt Daisy continued leading Jiang Yunu towards the outpatient department, reflecting on the conversation and finding it somewhat strange. "He chatted with you for so long, and you didn't even know his name before?" "Joy-san, Jiang Yunu. That's right, sometimes people don't need names to chat." Aunt Daisy shook her head, finding the way kids make friends these days quite peculiar. But thankfully she was a generous and open-minded aunt. She commented, "Interesting. Jiang Yunu's consultation and examination results were all good. The sudden malfunction of the ability classification detector hadn't negatively affected her. On the contrary, upon hearing that the device had malfunctioned in her area, Jiang Yunu attracted the attention of almost half the department staff." The doctor dispersed the crowd, showed his personal terminal, and tried to add Jiang Yunu's contact information. "If you experience any discomfort later, you can come to the hospital for a checkup anytime, and we still won't charge you any fees." Jiang Yunu only had his bare wrist to show, so Aunt Daisy raised her left hand, using her own terminal to exchange contact information with the doctor. As compensation for the frightened child, Jiang Yunu received a case of children's nutritional supplement as a gift upon leaving the department. On the way back to the rundown street, Jiang Yunu tried to divide the case of nutritional supplement in two, leaving half for Joyce's family, and taking only half back with him. "You should keep both," Aunt Daisy said from the front seat. "The doctor saw you were too thin, and specially gave this to you. You should drink more of it, so you can grow a little more before school starts." Joyce immediately took action, stuffing all the bottles Jiang Yunu had just divided back into the case. All the arrangements for this trip were completed, and everything went smoothly. Jiang Yunu gained resident status in Xiate City, received a personal ID, and even got a medical checkup thanks to the new resident benefits issued by the management center. He discovered he was already 11 years old and also got a free, normally expensive, ability classification test. "Let's have dinner together tonight to celebrate," said Xiao Daisy. Then her tone suddenly changed. "And Joy-san, don't forget your bet." Aunt Daisy glanced at her son in the back seat through the rearview mirror, and happily noticed that one of the children's faces had turned green in an instant. Chapter 29. Through the dinner at the Chiao family celebrating the ability classification test, Jiang Yunu confirmed at least one thing. Among Aunt Daisy's personal hobbies, there probably really was one called playing with her son. Jiang Yunu hadn't really taken the bet to heart. Although she had sweetly and wickedly encouraged Joe Eason at the hospital, telling him to keep going and saying she believed he could do it, in reality, Jiang Yunu had no intention of letting him suffer such misfortune or actually fulfilling the consequences of losing the bet. Jiang Yunu had even thought of what to say to save face for Joe Eason. She could use today's many happy events as an excuse, saying that everything went so smoothly today, and they had gained many unexpected benefits. It was just a small bet, and the consequences of losing could be ignored. But Aunt Daisy spoke first, smiling and waiting to see Joe Eason fulfill his bet. "Today isn't just a big day for you. It's also the day Xiao Jiang finally gets his household registration and officially becomes a member of our family." Joe Daisy lightly pressured her son. "From today onwards, you're a legitimate older brother. You can't even afford to lose a bet, can you?" Joe Eason's face was as green as the green light Jiang Yunu had seen during her classification test. Jiang Yunu almost suspected that the light she had experienced in the testing device had been carried out by her, and then reflected onto Joe Eason's face. "Jiang Yunu, how about?" Joe Eason, "Okay, I eat." Joe Eason's words, spoken through gritted teeth with his eyes closed, interrupted Jiang Yunu, radiating an aura of resolute determination. "Jiang Yunu, Jiang Yunu hesitated, then tried a second time to stop her. "Maybe we should just forget it. I think Aunt Daisy's broth is precious too. It's such a waste to use such good broth to stew anything other than fresh ingredients." Jiang Yunu tried hard to find a reason to stop her. Xiao Daisy raised an eyebrow. "Oh, you're right. Then let's not waste my broth. Let's just use the water from washing the pot after cooking. That's more suitable." Jiang Yunu tried again. "Aunt Daisy, I think the pot is also a valuable kitchen item. Even if we use the water from washing the pot, The pot, as the container, might have some complaints. Xiao Daisy. What complaints does the pot have? Jiang Yu knew. The pot might feel unfortunate because it's filled with something it never intended to hold. Aunt Daisy's slender eyebrows remained raised, as if she was carefully considering Jiang Yunu's words. Zhou Sun, listening from the side, realized that Jiang Yunu was trying to save him, and was so moved that he almost cried. Finally, however, Jadis gave her son a kind smile, a smile that resembled that of a female demon, and inexplicably reminded one of a married woman who no longer had a husband to rely on. Then, her gaze shifted to her son, the praying mantis assessing his nutritional value. It's alright, Aunt Dys said. Joy-sun will handle the cleanup, right, Joy-sun? Joy-sun truly wept this time. But these were tears of unbearable sorrow, tears of heartbreak. Jiang Yunu watched with bated breath as Joy-sun began preparing to fulfill his bet. Aunt Dys's aura was terrifyingly strong. Even when she was alone on the island battling a sudden meteor storm that tore the sky apart, she hadn't felt this tense watching Joy-sun's misfortune unfold. Auntie Daisy. Watching Joy-sun go to the kitchen to prepare the empty pot and rinsing water, Jiang Yunu took a few steps closer to Daisy. She carefully touched the older woman's arm. Are we really going to be so cruel to Joy-sun? Jiang Yunu spoke in a low voice. She hadn't given up on saving Joy-sun. Dales narrowed her eyes slightly, looking towards the kitchen. She raised the arm the little girl had gently shaken, and patted Jiang Yunu's head with her palm. He offered to make a bet with you, and then made a promise that would bring him great misfortune. This is all his own doing, Auntie Daisy said calmly. He needs to learn to pay the price for his rash actions, to understand that not everything can be said lightly, and promises aren't just empty words that can be easily abandoned if they can't be kept. Jiang Yunu vaguely sensed that Daisy wanted to use this incident to teach Joy-sun a lesson, but she felt that the price was still a bit too high for Joy-sun. Jiang Yunu. But he's only 11 years old. Without realizing it, Jiang Yunu invoked the age argument to plead for Joey's son. This statement is essentially the universal pleading phrase. The child is still young. Jodis looked down at her curiously, and instead of patting Jiang Yunu's hand, she ruffled her hair, making her usually wild white hair fly even more wildly. How old are you? Jodis found it amusing. You told him he's only 11? Have you forgotten your own age, little girl? Jiang Yuna hadn't forgotten her current age, but she couldn't help but blurt out the words. During their brief conversation, the sound of water in the kitchen subsided, and the flame on the stove ignited, producing the soft rustling of boiling water. And the sound of Joyce sniffling, not entirely masked by the boiling water. She sounds a little pitiful, Jiang Yunu said. Jodis's expression remained unchanged. People become pitiful because of the bets they rashly make. Jiang Yunu paused. She wasn't sure if it was just her imagination, but she felt that while Aunt Daisy's expression and tone remained unchanged when she said those words, something seemed deeply buried within them, making Joyce seem unusual. This feeling only lasted a moment. The next instant, Joyce emerged from the kitchen, sniffling, and walked dejectedly to the simple shoe cabinet by the front door. The slow movement as she opened the cabinet door seemed to confirm the statement. So young yet looked so old. With movements behaving like someone in their 70s despite their young age, he retrieved a pair of shoes. He closed his eyes before them, then pulled out the insoles, as if his very soul had been pulled out with them. He then slowly walked back to the kitchen doorway, his back view etched with sorrow as he went inside. Throughout the entire process, Jiang Yunu and Zhou Daisy weren't even glanced at. It wasn't that Zhou Yunu intentionally ignored them, rather, he genuinely had no time for anything else. It seemed Zhou Yunu's mind was entirely focused on fulfilling his bet, leaving no energy for worrying about his impending, agonizing dinner. Aunt Daisy, Jiang Yunu said, watching Zhou Yunu's retreating figure. She tried to offer some further words of comfort. I think sometimes people deserve a chance to make amends. Jada snorted, a half-smile playing on her lips. Just as some things that shouldn't have been put in the pot were about to be added, and the Zhou family's stew pot was about to be filled with ingredients that Zhou had never imagined, Jada still went into the kitchen, grabbed Joysun's arm from behind, and pulled what he was holding away from the stove. Joysun had been prepared, and had mentally prepared himself during the long preparation process. Unexpectedly, just as he was about to cut his own throat, he heard a final pardon. Mom? Joysun turned around, his expression a mixture of surprise and delight. All right, Jada said, go thank your newly minted good sister, she's been nagging me to death. Jiang Yunu's pleading finally had an effect. Jadis left the noisy Jiang Yunu outside the kitchen, and then dragged the sniffling Joysun out as well, not forgetting to make him take his thing that shouldn't be in the kitchen with him. Joyce was incredibly grateful to Jiang Yunu. He jogged to put away the things he shouldn't have brought into the kitchen, washed his hands, and rubbed his eyes before asking Jiang Yunu, "How did you convince my mother?" "Before, whenever she was determined to punish me, I couldn't change her mind no matter how much I begged. I almost sacrificed myself," Jiang Yunu said. "I told Aunt Daisy that although making such a bet was irresponsible and completely beyond your means, I was the one who made the bet. I didn't stop you in time, so I should also bear some responsibility." And how to bear some responsibility? Of course, Jiang Yunu's dinner also needed to be sacrificed a little. Perhaps not as horrible as Joyce's, but some sacrifice is still necessary. Jody had seen Jiang Yunu's medical report during the day. She accepted Jiang Yunu's age and ability classification results well, not finding anything wrong with the girl actually being 11 years old or classified as Earth Elemental. However, the series of red highlighted far below the average for her age values in Jiang Yunu's basic medical examination made her blood pressure soar. After all, she was the one feeding Jiang Yunu recently. Seeing so many abnormal data points and malnutrition, Jody, as Jiang Yunu's feeder, was almost driven to obsessive-compulsive disorder by this report. She wished she could refresh Jiang Yunu's entire medical report overnight, restoring all the problematic values to normal. Therefore, she certainly couldn't bear to see Jiang Yunu sacrifice her dinner. Joyce, having escaped a disaster, deeply understood what it meant to be a treasure when you have a sister, and a worthless weed when you don't. However, Jada still indulged in a touch of mischievousness. She took over preparing Joyce's dinner, poured out the water from the hot pot, carved a pair of simple slippers from a white radish, and put these magical radish slippers into the regular soup pot, so Joyce-un would eat them with his dinner. This treatment was far better than before, and Joyce-un, filled with gratitude towards Jiang Yunu, ate the radish slippers. Having passed the ability classification test, the next step was to register for the Junior Ability School, another major event for the coming week. Thanks to Jiang Yunu, Joyce-un had escaped the nightmare of washing real shusols in a stew pot. He was more concerned about Jiang Yunu's schooling than anyone else. The day after the ability classification test, Joyce-un was already eager to plan schools for Jiang Yunu, figuring out which schools she should apply to. "Can we go to the same school?" Joyce-un asked. He hadn't actually chosen a school yet. Jiang Yunu had seen the recruitment flyers he received, but he didn't know much about the basic supernatural ability schools he could apply to. Jiang Yunu said, "Let me review the school information again. I don't know which schools I can apply to." Chapter 30. Jiang Yunu really needed to carefully consider her school choice. Luckily, she had turned 11 and had also successfully passed the free ability classification test. A brand new school life seemed to be beckoning to Jiang Yunu. However, a very real problem lay before her. Tuition. Jiang Yunu's entire fortune consisted of the pile of things she stored on the second floor of her small garbage room. She had only just obtained her resident status in Xiate City yesterday and created a personal account linked to her resident ID. But as one might expect, her account was completely empty. Her star coins were a tiny, pitiful 0. Securing the enrollment qualification for this year's Junior Ability School didn't guarantee Jiang Yunu's admission. However, it was always good to check the school information first. Josun pulled out the stack of enrollment advertisements he had received recently. Luckily, he didn't have the habit of carelessly throwing away flyers. "They're all here." Joyce slammed the flyers down. This stack of recruitment brochures was quite thick, because it wasn't just thin paper. Some schools, presumably with deep pockets and substantial finances, had even compiled their brochures into booklets, complete with embedded chips that could be scanned with personal devices. Joyce asked Jiang Yunu, "Do you want to start with the thinner ones or the thicker ones?" Jiang Yunu thought either was fine. She chose to start with the one closest to her. Joyce immediately pushed the thickest booklet closest to Jiang Yunu towards her. "This is it. This handbook belongs to a school a 2-hour drive from Charlotte." The fact that they could produce such a physical handbook shows that, as Jiang Yunu suspected, the school is indeed quite capable. Opening the exquisitely bound handbook reveals panoramic views of the campus environment. A chip is embedded in a corner of the panoramic image, which can be scanned with a personal terminal. Josun scanned the chip, and a voice immediately popped up on his terminal. "Welcome to the online tour of Songnin Primary Ability School." Then, a holographic projection lit up the surroundings, and the images in the handbook transformed into a surround image of the buildings. Jiang Yunu listened to the school's automated introduction briefly, her brain automatically listing things like faculty strength, teaching policies, and campus features as secondary considerations. Just looking at the floor plan, she could see the school's financial strength. The 3D projection further emphasized its luxurious and upscale campus. She asked very simply, "Does your school offer subsidies or scholarships for students from impoverished families?" The automated introduction paused, then replied, "For students who perform exceptionally well during their studies, Songnan School certainly offers generous scholarships, as well as other incentive policies including but not limited to scholarships." Jiang Yunu didn't forget her original question. Then what about subsidies for students from impoverished families? And for newly enrolled students, does the school have any subsidies or reward mechanisms? The automated voice paused again, feeling that it had been asked a question outside its programming, before finally answering, "For newly enrolled students, we will provide incentives in the later stages of their studies, depending on their performance." Jiang Yunu nodded after hearing this. "So, there are no subsidies for students from impoverished families or new student awards." "Okay, thank you. I go look at the next one." The intelligent voice assistant was about to say something more, perhaps to persuade students to stay, but before Jiang Yuna could finish speaking, the 3D projector was manually turned off by Qiao Yisun, who was very cooperative. After turning off the projector, Qiao Yisun commented, "Such a luxurious campus, yet they don't even offer subsidies to new students or those from impoverished families. How stingy." Jiang Yuna silently pushed the school's brochure, which read Songnan, away, and started flipping to the next flyer. "Maybe they're not targeting us." Qiao Yisun echoed what Jiang Yunu had said to him earlier at the city library, shaking his head and sighing. "Missing out on recruiting you would definitely be a loss for this school." Qiao Yisun spoke with great seriousness, as if he could already foresee what a prodigy Jiang Yunu was, and that all the schools that missed out on her would later regret it. Jiang Yunu, usually a confident person, was being pragmatic this time. Instead of indulging in daydreams with Qiao Yisun, she went straight to the second school's freshman benefits section to see if it offered reliable poverty subsidies and star coin incentives. The thick stack of flyers was flipped through to the bottom. Some of the schools were frequent advertisers, their information already familiar to Jiang Yunu and Qiao Yisun, having seen them on numerous public floating screens throughout Xiate City. Others were printed on new flyers they picked up at the hospital yesterday. The information was completely unfamiliar. Names Jiang Yunu and Qiao Yisun had never heard of before. Jiang Yunu carefully sifted through all the recruitment information and got a pleasing result. At least 3 schools had openly stated they would provide poverty subsidies and generous freshman benefits. The admission information for these 3 schools was highlighted and laid out on the table. One of them is a 2-hour drive from Charlotte, while the other 2 are nearly a 3-hour drive away. Joyce was astonished. "Those 2 will take 3 hours to reach. They should be almost out of the major star sector, right?" Jiang Yuna had been in this world for quite some time, but she was still unfamiliar with some new terms. Not understanding, she asked, "What is a major star sector?" Joyce explained to her, "It's a total of 22 major star sectors. Except for the first sector, which isn't bound to any other sector, the second, third, and fourth belong to one major sector, the fifth, sixth, and seventh to another, and so on. Our sector, the 19th, is adjacent to the 17th and 18th sectors. The 3 of us belong to one major sector, and are ranked 7th among all sectors. The first sector is independent, and has the leading number 1. Jiang Yuna guessed that numbering each sector, and then combining 3 sectors into one major sector, and numbering it again, was a more widely applicable regional management method in the interstellar era. However, listening to the series of numbers still made her feel a little confused and dizzy if she wasn't careful. Just know that anywhere more than a 3-hour train ride away is basically in the neighboring districts, Joyce concluded with this explanation. The topic returned to the school information in front of them. "Let me take a closer look at their subsidy policies," Jiang Yuna said confidently, her tone revealing a determination not to waste a single precious star coin. Even though she didn't have a single star coin left, she believed she would in the future. The resolve to not let any of her precious star coins be wasted. Before helping Jiang Yuna find suitable schools, Zhou Yisun hadn't really paid attention to school subsidies and welfare policies. Seeing Jiang Yunu's high spirits, he was inexplicably inspired and felt a strong sense of responsibility for protecting the star coins at home. Then the 2 buried themselves in admissions information, thoroughly studying the admission brochures and websites of 3 schools. After about 2 days, Jiang Yunu and Zhou Yisun obtained more information and confirmed their respective advantages and disadvantages. Of the 3 schools that met the criteria of subsidies for impoverished students and welfare benefits for new students, the first was an old school with a good reputation in its city of Xiate. The old school had a long history and had previously achieved good college entrance examination results. It was said that many alumni had successfully entered advanced supernatural schools in top districts. Based on the college entrance examination standards of Jiang Yuna's past world, it belonged to the category of a former strong school that once had an excellent first-year university admission rate, but had experienced stagnation in the past decade due to a somewhat conservative teaching model. Stagnant development caused the school's ranking to decline, and its aura as a top school seemed to be fading. However, this school didn't give up. It was trying to adjust its policies, willing to try new things, and wanting to inject new blood into the school. Therefore, this year it opened up more benefits and broadened its student body, which happened to be the case for Jiang Yuna's special preferential policy for impoverished students. The second school is the well-known King of Tests in the 7th District. As the name suggests, the King of Tests school's educational policy is relentless pressure, reminiscent of the study until you drop mentality promoted by some schools in Jiang Yuna's past world. It's dedicated to creating high-achieving students through high pressure, and students reportedly lead a very tough life, with scholarships and benefits closely tied to academic rankings. The Exam King School also offers subsidies to impoverished students, and the subsidies are quite substantial. However, these subsidies are conditional. Impoverished students must prove their worth through exams. If their exam ranking falls below a certain point, their subsidy may be reduced proportionally the following month. They must then improve their ranking in the next exam to recover the subsidy. The Exam King School, relying on its high exam scores, has already achieved a district ranking comparable to the first established school. The third school is the neighboring Flea School in the 18th District. Flea was a nickname Joy-sun found online using his personal terminal. It's called Flea because its school policy changes at most every 2 years, and at least every quarter. The school's core policy is constantly shifting, as if it's unclear where it wants to go. Both students and teachers are confused. Attending school there is like riding a roller coaster with no visible tracks. You never know whether you be climbing a hill, plummeting, or unexpectedly encountering a sharp turn. The Flea School had a good subsidy rate, and the freshman benefits were exceptionally generous, but Jiang Yunu looked at the compiled information, pushed the third table away first, and calmly said, "Aren't you worried that the principal will give you benefits this month, and then suddenly decide next month that the school's finances are tight and the benefits policy has to be cancelled?" Joey-sun silently agreed, directly crossing out the third information sheet. So the options were now limited to the old school and the Exam King. Jiang Yunu looked at both tables filled with school information again and again, her gaze finally settling on the old school's once glorious, then declining, and now struggling to climb back academic record. "I want to go to this school," Jiang Yunu said. "It seems a bit old-fashioned, and I guess there will be some things that don't suit me, but I got my eye on it." Chapter 31. "Huh?" Joy-sun asked, looking confused. "Why?" Before Jiang Yunu directly rejected Flea, it was actually the school Joy-sun preferred. However, Joy-sun's preference for Flea wasn't entirely firm. His interest stemmed from the generous benefits offered to new students. He was dazzled by the abundant perks listed in the admissions information, falling deeply into the school's enticing promises. However, Jiang Yuna's point hit the nail on the head. Flea had complaints from its own students online, saying the school was constantly changing its policies, and anything seemingly settled could fall through again. Therefore, Flea could indeed cancel the benefits at any time. In this world, transferring schools isn't common. Once a minor with superpowers chooses their preferred junior superpower school, applies, and is accepted, their life and studies are inextricably linked to the school for the next few years. There's virtually no possibility of leaving or changing schools. If the Flea welfare program is cancelled, it will be a significant blow to students from average families. Like Jiang Yunu and Joey-sun. Neither of them would choose to take that risk. Joey-sun now almost unconditionally trusts Jiang Yunu. He feels Jiang Yunu is quicker and more agile than him, and seems to consider things more thoroughly. Therefore, he naturally assumes that Jiang Yunu must have chosen the best. Jiang Yunu says he wants to choose the old school, and Joey-sun unconditionally supports him. But when Jiang Yunu explained her reasons for wanting to choose the older school, while Joy supported her, she couldn't help but be puzzled. "You already feel it won't suit you," Joy said. "How can you still value it?" Jiang Yunu held up 3 fingers. "First of all, as an older school, although its academic performance isn't what it used to be, its ranking in the entire region's education system isn't low. It's comparable to the top-ranked school, which means that the top-ranked school has only managed to reach the level of an older school that has stagnated in recent years because of its academic achievements. This, in turn, proves that the older school's educational quality is still guaranteed. Even if its innovation is a little lacking, its basic teaching is definitely excellent." Joy seemed thoughtful. Jiang Yunu broke off one of her fingers. Secondly, there's a saying, even a starved camel is bigger than a horse. The old school has been in a period of decline these past few years, and it must have faced many difficulties. But it's amazing that it hasn't closed down and has persevered. This shows that the school still has a strong foundation. Only a well-established old school, despite its long stagnant development and increasingly precarious ranking, can still strive to expand enrollment and personally fund new student benefits to attract more students. But Joyce inappropriately raised a question, aren't you worried that, like the fleas, if the school's development still doesn't improve, the welfare policies might be cancelled, or like the king of rolls, they might start reducing the subsidy rate? Jiang Yunu suddenly smiled, a smile revealing a hint of cunning and a subtle sinister intent. This brings us back to what I said about it being somewhat incompatible with me. Jiang Yunu changed her 2 fingers to 1, smiling as she pointed out the third advantage of the old school. This school has a strict academic atmosphere. It's said that everyone in the school, from top to bottom, does things in a rather rigid manner. I feel that it's incompatible with me because its rigidity might clash with my personality. But its rigidity also means that the school will be very honest and trustworthy, and won't easily change its promises. In short, the school was incredibly honest. Even if the number of students recruited through the expansion program based on new student benefits didn't meet expectations, or if the school encountered new difficulties later on, the honest school would remember its initial promise and, with a heavy heart, continue to provide what it had agreed to. Jiang Yunu accurately sensed the honesty emanating from this old school. After listening to Jiang Yunu's analysis, Qiao Yisun was greatly impressed and immediately felt that this honest school, no, this old school was their best application target. In the end, only one of the 3 school information sheets on the small table remained. Unger Junior Ability School. Qiao Yisun excitedly began searching for the application portal for Unger Junior Ability School. Jiang Yunu picked up the only remaining information sheet on the table and looked at it again. She had another reason for wanting to choose this school, but she didn't share it with Qiao Yisun. That was her little selfish motive. Jiang Yunu admires people and things who, even in the depths of despair, even during long, uncertain periods, when no one knows how long it will last or when it will end, still persevere and strive to move forward. Because that's how she got through it. The official website of Unger Junior Ability School is concise and efficient, with an easy-to-find application portal and streamlined application requirements, unlike some schools that seem to conduct background checks on students, practically interrogating them about their entire family history. Using Joyce's personal terminal, Jiang Yunu completed her own application and sent it to the school's terminal along with Joyce's application. After submitting his application, Joyce said, I think you still need a personal terminal. Do you think it's feasible for me to write an additional application now, asking Ingle if they can provide a personal terminal for new students? Jiang Yunu replied, I don't think. It's very feasible. A personal terminal is one of the essential items for going to school. Jiang Yunu hadn't felt any problem without it before, but since she got her ID and her own personal account, she often found herself having to borrow Joyce's personal terminal to register for school. Switching between her accounts on his device to write, send, and receive messages was really inconvenient. Joyce originally wanted to write an additional application, trying to make his family situation seem even more pitiful, requesting the school to provide basic terminals for students facing extreme hardship, so that he could give his current terminal to Jiang Yunu. But before Joyce's plan could be implemented, that day, when Daisy came home from get-off work, she saw Jiang Yunu and Joyce huddled together refreshing their personal terminal inboxes. During registration week, the average processing time for applications at each primary supernatural ability school was 2 days. The Unger Junior Ability School is said to be more efficient, often replying to emails and sending acceptance letters to registered students within 36 hours. Jiang Yunu and Zhou Yisun were waiting for their notification. The welcoming ceremony for Jadis today was slightly less formal, making her feel that her doorstep was quieter than usual, less noisy upon entering the house. This quietness was strangely unsettling. Ahem. Jadis cleared her throat at the doorway. Jiang Yunu immediately looked up from her terminal screen and nimbly jumped down from her chair at the dining table to greet Aunt Daisy, whom she had inadvertently overlooked. Aunt Daisy, you're back? Jiang Yunu greeted her as she quickly walked to Aunt Daisy's side. Josun only managed a distant mom, followed by a welcome greeting, but his head remained lowered, still refreshing the screen. His and Jiang Yunu's applications had been submitted almost 30 hours ago, still some time away from the average processing time of 36 hours for the Unger Junior Ability School. However, Joysun's eagerness for the results had made him somewhat absent-minded all day, unable to concentrate on anything else, his mind solely focused on waiting for the admission results. Jo-sun, of course, knew what her two children had been busy with these past few days. She was truly zen about her children's education, her philosophy always being whichever school they're accepted into, they can go there. As for school selection, analyzing the strengths and weaknesses of each school, and ultimately weighing which was best for Jeong Eun-woo and Joyce, Jadis didn't interfere at all, trusting the two 11-year-olds to handle it themselves, and even applauding their autonomy. "This is the first major decision you made for yourselves in your lives," Aunt Di said at the time, offering only encouragement for Jeong Eun-woo and Joyce's school choices. "If you want to choose well, then look carefully for yourselves." This could also be interpreted as her support for any choice they made. Seeing Jeong Eun-woo run to her side first, Jadis patted her head, and then casually ruffled Jeong Eun-woo's white hair. "Okay," said Jadis. "The first person to greet me is pretty much what I expected. Younger girls are definitely more considerate." Joyce protested at the table. "Mom, I'm just constantly refreshing the school results." Jadis said, "Once the results are out, you don't need to refresh. Email notifications will automatically pop up on your terminal, and you hear the new message notifications." The implication was that Joyce's constant refreshing was a bit silly. However, Jadis didn't argue with Joyce any further. She placed what she was carrying in her left hand into Jeong Eun-woo's. When Auntie Dice came home, she was carrying some discounted groceries from the supermarket, and her other hand was her usual small handbag. When Jeong Eun-woo came to greet her, she very considerately took the groceries, sending the bag of fresh ingredients, still glistening with moisture, to the kitchen first. She returned to the living room, just as Jadis slipped something new into her hands. "What's this?" Jeong Eun-woo asked, surprised. The box that arrived was small in size, but quite heavy. Jeong Eun-woo saw a product image on the box that resembled a watch. "A back-to-school gift for you," Aunt Daisy said casually. "If you want to keep refreshing your email for notifications, you can log into your own account. You don't have to squeeze in with that silly boy Jo-sun." Jo-Daisy gave Jeong Eun-woo a brand new personal terminal. Jeong Eun-woo hadn't expected to receive a gift so suddenly. Jo-Daisy, as if casually handing a forgotten cabbage to a little girl, took the black wristband-style personal terminal out of the box and snapped it onto Jeong Eun-woo's wrist. On the other side, Joyce suddenly jumped up, his knees slamming heavily against the bottom of the dining table. "Ouch, ouch, ouch, ouch." The red-haired boy gasped, but his expression betrayed his joy, grinning from ear to ear. Jeong Eun-woo turned around, meeting Joyce's joyful yet contorted face. Joyce grinned and cheered. The acceptance letter arrived. "Oh!" Jo-Daisy raised an eyebrow beside her, then patted Jeong Eun-woo's shoulder. "Quickly use your personal terminal to log into your personal account and check it out." Jeong Eun-woo then remembered she hadn't thanked Jo-Daisy yet. "Thank you, Aunt Daisy. Aunt Daisy waved her hand, stopping Jeong Eun-woo from continuing with polite and courteous words of gratitude. "Enough with the small talk," Jode said. "Let Auntie see your acceptance letter. It's arrived, and that's the biggest thank you I can give you today." Jeong Eun-woo smiled at the straightforward kindness. She quickly activated her terminal and linked her personal account. About a second after logging in, a small envelope icon popped up in the upper right corner of the terminal's main screen with a ding. Jeong Eun-woo switched to the email notification interface and found a new email in her inbox. Acceptance letter. Sender, Engel Junior Ability School. Chapter 32. The admission notice from Engel's Elementary Ability School was written in a style very Engel's, perfectly matching the school's first impression. The format was standard, and the wording was concise and precise. With an understated yet enthusiastic attitude, the notice congratulated Jeong Eun-woo on the successful acceptance of her application and warmly welcomed her to become a formal member of Engel. With an equally understated yet expectant demeanor, the notice concluded by stating that the school eagerly awaited her arrival on the 9th of next month, especially looking forward to the new student's arrival. Jeong Eun-woo carefully read the notice twice, while Jo-sun had already hopped around the dining table almost twice. Jo-sun's knee, still sore from bumping into the table due to his excitement, had a noticeable impact, causing him to limp. Desperate to express his celebration through body language, he stubbornly hopped on one leg despite his limp. The red-haired boy was currently experiencing a classic case of painful yet joyful, feeling almost like a monkey himself. Looking at Jeong Eun-woo, he realized their emotions were starkly contrasting. Jeong Eun-woo's relatively calm demeanor worried Jo-Ethan. He feared they wouldn't be able to go to school together, that his hopes would be dashed, and besides, he wasn't exactly an optimist. His first reaction was always to think the worst. "How are things on your end?" Jo-Ethan asked Jeong Eun-woo tentatively, his words hesitant and unclear, afraid to be too explicit. Jiang Yuna looked up, a genuine smile on his face. Not bad. I think our results will definitely be the same. Joy-san visibly breathed a sigh of relief, his heart finally settling back into his stomach. He began hopping on one leg towards Jiang Yunu. You scared me to death. Joy-san complained as he hopped over. Why was your reaction so calm? You didn't seem to be cheering or overjoyed at all. I thought your result wasn't so good. Joy-san wasn't just not optimistic, he was also a little superstitious, resolutely refusing to mention the details of the bad result, afraid that saying it would turn the good one bad too. I wasn't very calm, Jiang Yunu explained. I was just perhaps not very obviously excited. After saying that, to show that he was genuinely happy, Jiang Yunu manually lifted the corners of his mouth, supporting them with 2 fingers to create a wide smile. Joyce was already hopping on one leg to Jiang Yunu's side, his aching knee slowing him down, when he looked up and saw a smiling face so close. Joyce paused for 2 seconds, then hopped back 2 steps, further increasing the distance between them. Please, don't smile like that. Joyce leaned against the wall, his tone resolute as he pleaded, that smile on your face, I don't know why, looks particularly creepy. Why? Jiang Yunu's hand still supported the corner of her mouth. She was genuinely in a good mood and didn't mind amplifying her smile. Maintaining that smile, she sweetly asked, don't I look like a very cheerful little girl right now? Joyce looked Jiang Yunu over carefully, then honestly said, you look like someone from a thriller. The kind of wicked little girl who's just learned her plan has been perfectly executed, some major and evil goal is about to be achieved, and she's all smiles because she's about to pull off a big heist. Jiang Yuna maintained her smile, accepting the wicked persona that had suddenly appeared out of nowhere. That's great, Jiang Yunu said cheerfully. I don't mind being evil at all. Joy-san looked her up and down again. Tell me, are you actually some kind of villainous big boss, residing or reincarnated in a little girl's body? When we go to school and learn skills, you gradually reveal your demonic nature? Jiang Yuna nodded seriously. Who knows? You already discovered my secret. Playing along with Joy-san's rambling, Jiang Yuna deliberately lowered her voice, her hand still supporting her smile, maintaining a sweet but evil smile as she said, since you already discovered that, it's a real shame. I guess I just have to. Aunt Daisy, standing behind, asked, so what? Daisy had been listening to the 2 children's conversation. She didn't interfere with their school selection and self-enrollment, giving them ample time to celebrate. After they received their acceptance letters, she simply stood aside, not directly joining the conversation. It wasn't until the conversation became increasingly rambling, and the 2 children's words grew increasingly strange that Jodita joined in with interest, asking Jiang Yunu this question. Jiang Yunu immediately lowered her exaggeratedly smirking finger, and when she turned to look at Andites, she instantly became genuinely well-behaved. She tilted her head back, and with the genuine cuteness of a little girl, said to Jadis, I guess I just have to study hard at school, regain my status as the Great Demon King as soon as possible, and then repay Auntie Dace properly, so that everyone in the galaxy knows that Auntie Dace is someone I protect. Jadis had expected the evil little girl and future Great Demon King to say something earth-shattering, and she was mentally prepared. But instead of the truly shocking words, she received an even more escalating version of sweet talk. In a way, Jiang Yunu's words were also earth-shattering on another level. Aunt Daisy remained silent for half a minute, then reached out and pinched the future Demon King's cheek. Oh, future Demon King, your ambitions aren't very high. You're going to be a Demon King, and all you want to do is publicly declare that you're protecting a commoner auntie. What's wrong with a commoner auntie? Jiang Yunu, despite the pinch, still smiled. Aunt Daisy is so good to me, and Joyce has helped me a lot too. Of course, I want to use my power to protect the people I want to protect. A Demon King's ambition is to have the ability to do anything she wants. Joyce had initially taken Jiang Yunu's words as similar to Joyce's nonsensical daydreams, but upon hearing the last half of the sentence, she was genuinely moved by the little girl's words. She released her grip on Jiang Yunu's cheek, and instead patted her head. Then Auntie wishes you success, Aunt Daisy said. Then, Jadis glanced at her son, who was still leaning against the wall a few steps away, with a hint of disdain. She gestured with her chin towards Joyce's knee and said, Go and get your knee treated, then come to the kitchen. We're making a big meal tonight to celebrate your acceptance into the university. Joyce quickly hopped like a limping rabbit to find the first aid kit, and swiftly patched up his injured knee. Being young, his recovery was astonishing. Not long ago, Joyce had been in so much pain that he could barely put weight on his leg, but after a few days of rest and some simple treatment, he was already standing normally by the kitchen stove, helping Aunt Daisy with her work. Jiang Yunu also sneaked into the kitchen to help. Joyce had initially intended to send her away, but he had already noticed the new thing on Jiang Yunu's wrist. Knowing that his mother had resolved the personal terminal issue for her, he seemed even happier than Jiang Yunu herself, genuinely happy that things were more convenient for her. He even praised his mother again for getting the terminal. "Aren't you going out to check out your personal terminal?" Joyce urged Jiang Yunu, who was standing by the sink. "Mom and I are fine in the kitchen. You can go to the dining table and play with the terminal for a while, familiarize yourself with the operation, and dinner will be ready soon." Jiang Yunu, however, had already closed the floating screen she'd been using for so long. She stood steadily by the sink, not being chased away by the half-limping Joyce. In fact, she moved slightly, pushing Joyce aside. "I can study the terminal anytime. I can look at it when I get back next door," Jiang Yunu said. "This is our celebration dinner for our college admissions, so of course we both have to work together. But you, don't even think about pushing me away. You're not very mobile now, and it's easy for me to push you aside. Be careful, or I might turn around and kick you out of the kitchen and make you stay at the dining table." Joyce didn't know what was going on. Helping out in the kitchen had become such a favorite job, even attracting the two children in the family to fight over it. She wasn't sure if other people's children were this eager to help, but at least in their family, this scene was definitely playing out. Aunt Daisy, outwardly cold and stern, said authoritatively, "If any of you squeeze in the kitchen again, I throw you all out." But in reality, the red-haired woman's authoritative tone lasted only a few words. In the blink of an eye, she turned her back, a smile playing on her lips as she adjusted the heat of the stew pot. The small kitchen was almost completely filled by the three of them. Jiang Yunu was in charge of washing, Joe Eason helped prepare and chop the ingredients, and Joe Daisy, seeing that the heat was about right, would simply take the already washed and chopped ingredients and add them in. It was practically a small, cozy family assembly line. This assembly line produced a sumptuous dinner, the aroma so rich that even when Jiang Yunu returned to the second floor of the garbage shack across the street, she felt she could still smell that powerful and pungent odor in her own home. Jadis hadn't seemed particularly interested in the children's school choices before, but she was genuinely happy with the good results. Tonight, she even opened a bottle of wine she found in the storage room, but of course, she was only drinking it herself. Jiang Yunu expressed interest in the wine, eagerly offering to have a drink with Auntie. Auntie refused without even blinking. "Want to have a drink with Auntie?" Jadis swirled her glass. "Well, wait until you at least graduate from elementary school and get your certificate from the elementary school for supernatural abilities." Joe Ethan wasn't particularly interested in wine, only stopping Jiang Yunu when she showed interest. Hearing this, the red-haired boy counted on his fingers. "That's not right, is it?" After calculating, Joyce said, "Mom, after graduating from junior high, Jiang and I aren't adults yet, are we? Minors can't just drink like this." Jiang Yunu and Xiao Daisy turned to look at him. Jiang Yunu said, "We can drink secretly at home. No one should care, right?" Xiao Daisy said, "Huh? If I invite a young girl for a drink at home, will the security robot sneak into the rundown street to bother us?" Joyce, For a moment, Jiang Yunu felt that Joyce's expression seemed to say, he couldn't believe that he was the most law-abiding person in this family. Joyce probably realized that his voice carried little weight, so he silently stopped commenting. He only asked Xiao Daisy to go and rest when she was clearly slightly tipsy. Jiang Yunu and Joyce cleaned up the table and dishes together. Before leaving the Xiao family home, Joyce added Jiang Yunu as a friend on the terminal in the living room. At the moment of adding him as a friend, Jiang Yunu felt a strong sense of returning to the world where people scanned each other's green software business cards. Joyce also reminded Jiang Yunu, "Have you set your username/nickname? If you haven't, when someone adds you as a friend, it will just show a string of basic numbers." Jiang Yunu was someone who quite liked using her original username. She had frequented various social media platforms for years without bothering to choose a name, and sometimes she was even mistaken for a spam account. "Is it okay not to have a nickname?" Jiang Yunu asked. "Well," Joyce clearly thought for a moment, then hesitated, "it's not really that important. It's just that generally, everyone changes their username to make it more personalized, because this username is universal. Whether you log into local community websites, the school's campus network, various simulated combat aircraft, virtual training grounds, add teachers and classmates as friends at school, or participate in campus activities. Basically, wherever you need to log in using your personal terminal, it will display your terminal's username." After listening, Jiang Yunu felt that this username seemed worthwhile. However, unfortunately, she was terrible at choosing names. She stared blankly at the username input interface for a moment, unable to immediately come up with a name. Jo-sun quickly comforted her. It's okay if you don't choose one right away. As long as you haven't changed your username, you always have one chance to change it. It's not good to rush into choosing one and then regret it, because this username has a modification restriction. Once you choose it, you can't change it for several years. According to Jo-sun, many people, upon receiving their first personal terminal, immediately and jokingly choose a name, only to find later that the randomly chosen nickname couldn't be changed and had to accompany them to school, meeting teachers and friends, making them feel like the sky was falling. Hearing this, Jiang Yunu felt relieved and decided it wasn't necessary to rush into choosing a name, keeping her original username. User 2407153. When adding her as a friend, Jiang Yuna casually noticed Xiao Yisun's username. She hadn't paid attention to it when she borrowed Xiao Yisun's device. She read aloud the first friend's name in her friend list. Fiery Crimson Pavilion Phantom? Xiao Yisun quickly covered her face. Please don't say it. I know it looks a little embarrassing. Jiang Yunu, actually, it's not so bad. But suddenly, she seemed to understand. It was those people who discovered their casually chosen names were now being used in school, and they felt like the sky had fallen. Xiao Yisun, still covering her face, saw Jiang Yunu to the door, too embarrassed to say another word to her. Jiang Yunu returned to her small second-floor room, where the faint aroma of food lingered. She didn't find the lingering smell annoying. Instead, it felt like a familiar, homey scent she brought from the Xiao family, making her second-floor room feel even warmer. Jiang Yunu, Jo Yisun, and Aunt Daisy had known each other for quite some time, and legally speaking, they were now a family, with Aunt Daisy having guardianship rights over her. However, due to the traditional rules of the residents of the rundown street, they respected Jiang Yunu's privacy to the greatest extent possible. Even as Jiang Yunu's guardian, Jo Daisy didn't presume to come and see Jiang Yunu's room, refraining from interfering in her territory and respecting her personal space. Jo Yisun had expressed the idea of having Jiang Yunu move into number 78 across the street. Although their house was small, they could manage to set up a room for her. This suggestion was rejected by Jiang Yunu herself. She felt her little garbage-filled second-floor apartment was quite nice, and since they were neighbors, living in the building opposite the Chiao families, it was almost the same as living in a big room just across the street from them. She could even shout across the street to Jo Yisun, who also lived on the second floor, when she opened her window. The Chiao mother and son still didn't know what the interior of Jiang Yunu's little apartment looked like. Jiang Yunu herself felt everything on the second floor of her apartment was fine. She never felt there was anything wrong with having to climb the half-broken steel stairs every day to go out and return. Her attitude was so frank and confident that, in the eyes of others, they would genuinely believe that her living standard was good enough, meeting the basic average. It's hard to imagine the reality inside the small house. Jiang Yunu is a person with great enthusiasm for life, but surprisingly low demands for living conditions. Since arriving in Xiaotai City, everything she's collected has been stored in a box. Previously, these items were placed in a corner of her bed. Jiang Yunu's supply station was a small corner carved out of the bed. Now, having lived in Xiaotai City for quite some time, and still regularly collecting items from the charity recycling bins, she's once again applied her hands on spirit from the isolated island base, creating a large storage box for herself on the second floor of her house. The storage box is spacious and has a large capacity, enough to hold all of Jiang Yunu's daily necessities, making her bed much more spacious. She can now freely turn over in her sleep without worrying about accidentally sweeping something off the bed. A faint aroma of food lingers in the air, and a small lamp, which takes advantage of the city's public electricity, shines quietly. Under Jiang Yunu's coaxing the child charging method, the little desk lamp, which Xiao Yisun thought should have been broken long ago, was still working. The slightly malfunctioning charging port would miraculously fix itself after a few coaxings from Jiang Yunu, diligently charging and illuminating the little space Jiang Yunu had painstakingly created for herself at night. By the light of the lamp, Jiang Yunu rummaged through her storage box and found her old notebook and pen. She found the page where she had carefully written down superpowers and going to school, marking both tasks with neat checkmarks. After checking them off, Jiang Yunu touched her personal terminal on her wrist, opened it, pulled out the folding floating screen, found her email interface again, and opened the only email in her inbox. Her acceptance letter. This wasn't the first time Jiang Yunu had received an acceptance letter, but those were all things from her past world. This acceptance letter was different from any she had received before, and it held extraordinary significance. When she wrote "go to school" in her notebook, Jiang Yunu simply wanted to go to school. Realizing that she seemed to be 11 years old and had successfully passed the ability classification test, Jiang Yunu thought she could finally go to school. And now, at this moment, her carefully chosen school had sent her an acceptance letter. Jiang Yunu read every word on the letter again, and the emotions that had been somewhat subtle in the evening suddenly surged, a belated excitement and a racing heartbeat. She was really going to school. She already knew that abilities existed in this world, and that she possessed Earth-type abilities, but her understanding of Earth-type abilities was limited to the stereotypes of being rich and being an Earth-type mechanic. Her knowledge of it was still quite limited. Jiang Yunu had no idea what it would feel like when she truly used her supernatural abilities, when she could feel her Earth-based powers being released from her body. What would it be like to use her powers? Would she feel a ball of fire or a wisp of gas somewhere within her body, guiding its release? Where would these powers be drawn from? Would they be tangible or intangible? Could she personally touch her powers, or touch the manifestations of her powers? Jiang Yunu had so many questions. She hadn't started school yet, but her desire to go had reached an unprecedented level. After receiving her personal terminal from Aunt Daisy and joking around with Joyce, who had also obtained the desired result, Jiang Yunu openly adopted various personas for herself, including Evil Little Girl and future Demon King. However, to be honest, the Demon King part was just a casual remark. What she truly cared about was possessing power, the freedom to do what she wanted, and having enough power to support that freedom. She wanted to go to school, to explore her abilities. And even more, she wanted to become stronger. Jiang Yunu put down her notebook and pen, and under the lamp, she pulled up her sleeve. The loose sleeve easily slid down her still childlike, thin arm, all the way to her elbow, where it was caught by the bent joint. Jiang Yunu spread out her forearm under the lamplight. The skin was smooth and new, her complexion a fair white that never tanned, no matter how much sun she basked in. There was no trace of the scars that had once stained it. But wounds can heal, and the scars can disappear completely from her fair skin. Jiang Yunu, however, will never forget what they went through, how she used those hands to persevere and not give up, how hard she fought to survive, and how she struggled to fight for her life even in a completely passive situation. Although I did very well that time, Jiang Yunu will always affirm and encourage her past self, and she truly feels she did everything she could. But I still hope I can become stronger, she said, looking at her arms under the lamp. No matter how bad the start, how difficult the situation, she never lacked the courage to fight. But if given the chance to become stronger, to become more powerful, Jiang Yunu would never miss it. That's why she was exceptionally enthusiastic about going to school. Lying flat on her small bed, Jiang Yunu briefly recalled the pit she had painstakingly filled, and 22, who had kept her company for many days on the stool made from a box. Then her thoughts shifted, and she thought of the small building next door, number 78, and Aunt Daisy and Joyce. She wanted to become stronger. Besides protecting herself, she also hoped to protect others. Jiang Yunu almost dared not imagine if, among the white-haired children buried in that pit, there were still people alive like her. Could she have successfully led them to safety? The hope was probably extremely slim. So, become stronger, become even stronger. In the future, when facing difficulties, be someone who not only doesn't give up on yourself, but also launches an attack against the predicament. If you have companions in dangerous situations, be the one who not only breaks through the obstacles, but also protects them. Jiang Yunu fell asleep with anticipation for school and becoming stronger. The registration day for new students at Engel Elementary Ability School is the 9th of next month. The time leading up to the 9th is for the new students to prepare their school supplies, read the pre-distributed student handbook, and study some course materials. While preparing her school supplies, Jiang Yunu, having already accepted the personal terminal from Aunt Daisy, felt she couldn't let her spend any more money. And just as she was drifting off to sleep, as a minor new resident of Xiate City, she was notified that a special allowance had been deposited into her account, making her Star Coin account no longer 0, but showing a real number. Jiang Yunu investigated the source of the special allowance and discovered it was likely thanks to the staff member who processed her identity registration. Seeing that Xiao Daisy was raising 2 children alone and was an unfortunate lady living in a rundown neighborhood, the staff member helped Jiang Yunu apply for a special subsidy. Jiang Yunu happened to meet the requirements and received an allowance specifically for minors. This money was essentially a welfare payment specifically for children, which she could receive until she finished her elementary supernatural abilities school. Fantastic. Jiang Yunu was filled with gratitude for the money and immediately told Xiao Daisy, Aunt Daisy, look, I have money now, I can buy things myself. Xiao Daisy had already prepared to buy double of all school supplies this year. She had originally wanted Jiang Yunu to save the allowance, but then felt that Jiang Yunu was probably stubborn and it wouldn't be good to force her to spend money, so she gave up on that idea. Okay. Aunt Daisy tapped the little girl's forehead. You're a little girl with money now, you can buy yourself things? Jiang Yunu didn't forget about the staff member. Should I go to the management center again to thank them properly? Xiao Daisy found it amusing, yet also a little annoyed. Does this kind of thing really need a child to handle? I just go to the management center next time I'm on my way to work. Aunt Daisy criticized Jiang Yunu for being too independent, a child who didn't realize she could rely on adults for many things, which sometimes deprived her of a sense of accomplishment as an elder. Don't spoil the fun of being an elder, Aunt Daisy concluded, her tone deliberately serious. You two grow up so fast. Once you go to the junior special abilities school, you be living on campus. Once that starts, you only come back every 2 weeks. You only come back twice, and a month will have passed in a flash. I only need to see you 7 or 8 times, and half a year will fly by. You two will grow and change so quickly, and my days of enjoying being the head of the family will gradually become fewer and fewer. Jadis had initially spoken seriously, but as she spoke, a hint of melancholy crept into her voice. Jiang Yunu immediately patted her hand comfortingly. Joy-san, who had been listening nearby, grew up in the rundown neighborhood, raised by Jadis alone. Hearing this, he suddenly felt a pang of sadness. Mom, Joy-san said, his head drooping, his hair seeming to darken slightly. What you're saying makes me want to go home before I even started school. Jadis, realizing the emotional impact she had on her son, immediately changed her tone. That won't do. Haven't you been looking forward to school for so long? How will you learn more about your supernatural abilities if you don't leave home? Jiang Yunu chimed in, encouraging him. Exactly. Cheer up, Crimson Attic Phantom. Joy-san, Being suddenly called by his nickname on the street had a powerful effect. Joy-san didn't just perk up, he was jolted awake, feeling a jolt of energy that made him almost numb. Please, Joy said in a low voice, I buy you ice cream. Can you stop calling me that? Jiang Yunu had only intended to surprise Joyce a little, but he hadn't expected such an unexpected surprise. Joyce always had some pocket money, not much, but better than Jiang Yunu's previous zero account. Buying ice cream was still within his means. Jiang Yunu immediately changed his tune, smiling broadly. Thanks, bro. Joyce, even more defiant after being called that, went to buy the ice cream. Because both Jiang Yunu and Joyce were among the students receiving subsidies and benefits, most of the items on Engel's back-to-school list were already provided by the school, so students didn't need to buy them themselves. They only needed to bring a few personal items to settle into their dormitories more quickly. Although Jiang Yunu received child welfare, she still had to be frugal. Enjoying the ice cream Joyce treated her to, she compared prices at several stores and bought some dorm necessities, keeping her expenses extremely low. Just as she finished shopping, Joyce remembered something. Oh right, Joyce said, did your mentor contact you? Jiang Yunu said yes. Engel was indeed a very traditional school. In the days leading up to the start of the semester, all the new students received a new notice saying that Engel would be reinstating an old system starting this year. Each new student would be paired one-on-one with an upperclassman. The pairing was arranged by the school. After being paired with a new student, the upperclassman became the new student's mentor, and would look after the new student throughout their first year. When Jiang Yunu said contacted, she meant that her mentor had just sent her a message on the campus network through the school's official communication platform, hoping to add her personal contact information. The email was sent through the official website in the morning, and Jiang Yunu only saw the reply at noon. Currently, the other party hasn't replied, perhaps because they don't usually check their official website inbox. Joy-san said, I added my mentor as a friend. He said he personally picked me up at the school gate on the 9th. If I have any questions about the school, I can talk to him in the next few days. Jiang Yunu hadn't even spoken to her mentor yet, but later that day, she received a friend request on her personal terminal. User Ingshui requests to add you as a friend. Chapter 33. What a poetic username. Before even exchanging a proper greeting, Jiang Yunu already had a preconceived notion based solely on the friend's nickname. The friend request popped up at just the right moment. She was using her personal terminal, sitting cross-legged on the hard bed on the second floor of the abandoned garbage room, her folded floating screen in front of her. The next second after reading the message details, Jiang Yunu decisively clicked the accept button floating in midair. Because she accepted so quickly, the other party had probably just finished sending the request, and was checking their terminal. She hadn't expected the request to be approved so quickly. Jiang Yunu, was still studying the user's basic information and nickname, Ing Shui, when she saw a typing status indicator flashing next to the Ing Shui nickname. Jiang Yunu immediately straightened her posture, waiting for her guide to speak to her for the first time. However, the typing status indicator flashed for about 10 seconds and then disappeared. The chat window was empty. There were no new messages. Jiang Yunu? Jiang Yunu was puzzled, unsure whether Ing Shui had genuinely not sent a message, or if her little chat room had such a poor signal that message reception was delayed. The next moment, the typing icon flashed again next to Ing Shui's nickname. Jiang Yunu waited again. Half a minute later, the typing icon disappeared again. The chat window was still blank. Jiang Yunu, When she saw the typing status icon light up after Ing Shui's name for the third time, Jiang Yunu felt as if she had uncovered a secret. Her mentor, whose username is Ing Shui, is probably a rather rare case of internet social anxiety. Generally speaking, social anxiety in real-life interactions, like that of Joyce, is more common. Joyce's social anxiety is directed towards strangers he meets in real life. He communicates easily with family, friends, and even people he meets online, and he can easily become very talkative. His online chats are always smooth sailing. This Ing Shui, however, even carefully considers her opening line after adding someone as a friend. The repeated typing in progress and the persistently blank chat window indicate that the other person is likely a little nervous. Jiang Yunu excels at taking the initiative. Once she realized that being proactive was a bit difficult for the other person, she immediately stopped waiting and started typing. User 2407153. Hello, did you see my message on the school platform? I'm Jiang Yunu, the freshman assigned to you. Please take good care of me during my first year at Engle. To appear warm and friendly, Jiang Yunu ended her opening with a tilde. The typing status after Ing Shui's name lit up 3 times, but then went off again, as if she hadn't expected Jiang Yunu to speak first. Strangely, Jiang Yunu imagined the other person carefully choosing their words for the 3rd time, typing a sentence or 2 cautiously, only to be suddenly interrupted by her, forcing them to pause typing. Ing Shui's typing status lit up a 4th time, and this time, the chat window finally refreshed with the other person's message. Ing Shui, hello, I'm Zhou Jinxue, your mentor. I'll be in 3rd grade after the start of the semester. Before school starts, feel free to ask me any questions you have about new student preparation or the school itself. Jiang Yunu was genuinely outgoing. She sensed a proper and respectful tone in Ing Shui's writing, guessing that the other person was also meticulous and serious. User 2407153. What about after school starts? If I still have many questions about the school and studies after school starts, can I continue to bother you with these questions? Ing Shui typed slowly. The typing indicator flashed again. But at least this time, it didn't repeat the appear and disappear process. Ing Shui, of course, it's my responsibility to answer any school-related questions for you. Jiang Yunu was now certain that her mentor was indeed very meticulous and serious. She looked at the other person's name again. Zhou Jinxue. Upon receiving the notification from the school in their email and logging onto the campus website to check the pairing results, both freshmen and mentors couldn't see much personal information about each other. They could only follow the matching results provided by the school and connect directly with their paired partners with one click. Only by adding each other's personal contact information could they see more information about each other. Engels, as a traditional, established school, also launched a mentor-mentee campus activity this year, and some of the rules and formats of the activity were very much in line with tradition. For example, the freshmen and seniors paired in one-on-one were of the same gender. Joy-sun had already mentioned this during the day. The mentor who had added Joy-sun as a friend was a senior student with a rather enthusiastic and outgoing personality, and Joy-sun and Joey-sun got along quite well. Jiang Yunu was with a senior student, Zhou Jinxue, whose personality was somewhat similar to her name, not aloof, but disciplined and serious. User 2407163. Okay, thank you, senior. I feel relieved to hear you say that. Ing Shui, yes, you're welcome. The school arranged for us to be together, so guiding you is my duty. Zhou Jinxue was indeed a very methodical senior student. Fortunately, Jiang Yunu was never worried about communicating with serious people, nor was she afraid of others' social awkwardness. Jiang Yunu happened to have 2 questions related to student dormitories. She first asked Zhou Jinxue if she was free, and after receiving an affirmative answer, she immediately inquired about the freshman dormitory arrangements and the general layout of the school dormitories. She asked these questions to confirm that Zhou Jinxue hadn't bought the wrong things today, and also to find out how much of the stuff Zhou Jinxue had left on the second floor of the small garbage room could be taken to school. Zhou Jinxue explained that the dormitories at Inge Elementary Ability School didn't have strict room restrictions. Male and female dormitories were separated, and the dormitory area consisted of rows of adjacent two-story buildings. Those assigned to the same building became roommates. The number of people per building depended on the number of new students admitted that year. It was impossible for one person to have an entire building to themselves. However, it wasn't uncommon for 2 or 3 people to share a building, each with their own room and the rest of the space shared. In fact, the probability of this happening wasn't low. Jiang Yunu was shocked by these unheard of dormitory conditions. She hadn't seen this information in Inge's recruitment advertisements. Such excellent dormitory conditions, yet this isn't a selling point for the school's recruitment efforts? Zhou Jinxue explained. Zhou Jinxue said that due to well-known reasons, Inge Education has been able to enroll fewer and fewer students in recent years. However, Inge Education has a long history, and during its heyday, it had a large student body, resulting in a significantly expanded campus and numerous teaching facilities. In recent years, as its overall strength has gradually declined, the number of students has decreased, and many teaching areas and facilities have become vacant. Inge Education has insisted on not selling land, quietly demolishing vacant and abandoned buildings and facilities, incorporating part of the original teaching area into the student living area, thus continuously improving the quality of Inge Education's student dormitories. Ing Shui, although we never use good dormitories as a selling point in our recruitment efforts, to be fair, I think our Inge Education dormitories are no worse than those of Song'an University, which is known for its luxury. Jiang Yunu still remembered the lavish 3D projection advertisement for Song'an Elementary Ability School. She felt no attachment to the extravagant school that didn't even provide subsidies for impoverished students, but she felt a deep connection to Inge, who held a hidden surprise. Jiang Yunu thanked Zhou Jinxue for her detailed explanation. She glanced at the time and realized it was already quite late. Not wanting to continue taking up her senior's rest time, she suggested that the Q&A session end here. The typing indicator after the username Ing Shui flashed briefly again. While talking to Jiang Yunu about the school and answering her questions, Jiang Yunu noticed that Zhou Jinxue wasn't nervous at all. Even her typing became fluent. However, when the topic shifted to more personal matters, especially concerning the other person, Jiang Yunu sensed that this senior, Zhou, suddenly tensed up again. Half a day later, Ing Shui sent a long message. Ing Shui, I'm so sorry, I actually wanted to say this a long time ago. I should have seen your message earlier this afternoon and replied to you promptly. But I had to attend extra classes during the day during the holiday, and I had extra training on the weekend, so I didn't have time to log on to the campus network until after class, when I got home and washed up. Then I saw the message you sent me earlier that day. Ing Shui, I'm sorry for the late reply. Jiang Yunu, Only then did Jiang Yunu understand why the senior Zhou had spent so much time revising her opening remarks. She probably wasn't editing an opening, but rather carefully crafting an apology. Jiang Yunu didn't think that waiting for a reply was a big deal, but in Zhou Jinxue's eyes, it was clearly a serious matter, which was why she had been thinking about it for so long. It wasn't until they were almost saying goodnight and going to rest that Zhou Jinxue hurriedly sent her the apology. This is truly such a dedicated senior. Jiang Yunu silently sighed inwardly for the umpteenth time tonight. She genuinely didn't dislike dedicated people, on the contrary, she quite liked them. User 2407153, I didn't check the official website's messages in time either, otherwise, we could have added each other as friends when the senior contacted me, and chatted non-stop when she was free. User 2407153, so senior, you don't need to apologize at all. Jiang Yunu quickly typed a reply, feeling even more that Zhou Jinxue was a very nice person. She never hesitated to praise those she liked from the start. In a subtly decorated yet elegant room, the girl at her desk maintained her usual serious expression. She had just carefully finished reading the message from the freshman whose username was a string of numbers, and breathed a sigh of relief upon discovering that the other person didn't mind her late reply. The seriousness in her brow relaxed slightly. Suddenly, the screen in front of her flashed again, the chat window refreshed. User 2407153, it's so considerate of the senior to think of apologizing for something like this. User 2407153, although I only met you today, my intuition tells me you must be a very gentle person, very willing to take care of others. The serious girl at her desk, is she gentle? Jiang Yunu remembered that Xiao Yisan had mentioned during the day that the other person's mentor said they would pick someone up at the school gate on the 9th. Jiang Yunu continued to ask Zhou Jinshui. User 2407153, on the 9th, the day of registration, will you pick me up at the school gate? The serious girl at her desk, Zhou Jinshui cautiously opened this freshman's profile, looking again and again at the female gender field. Is this really a junior? She thought silently. Shui, all the guides will participate in the orientation that day. I will be with everyone at the school gate to welcome all the freshmen. Jiang Yunu was very satisfied with this result. User 2407153. Okay, then we finally meet in a few days. I'm really looking forward to meeting you, senior. Shui, After saying as if realizing her reply was too cold, Zhou Jinshui quickly added, I'm looking forward to it too. After sending the message, Senior Zhou couldn't help but look at Jiang Yunu's profile again. This really is a junior, right? Chapter 34. Jiang Yunu was undoubtedly a genuine junior student. Her gender was undeniable, and there was no denying it. However, she did have a tendency to be a bit sweet-talking, especially towards other women. From Aunt Daisy, who lived across the street, and had become accustomed to her sweet talk, to Senior Zhou, whom she had only chatted with online once, and who was clearly not yet used to her enthusiastic junior style, she seemed to have an inexhaustible supply of enthusiasm, actively and proactively trying to close the distance with everyone. While preparing for the start of school, there were still quite a few days until the 9th, the first day of school. However, time always flies by like water. Before you know it, it's gone. In the blink of an eye, the first day of school was tomorrow. Dinner that day, as usual, was at number 78, Dilapidated Street. Jiang Yunu and Zhou Yisun helped Zhou Daisy prepare dinner. Knowing that by this time tomorrow, she and Joyce would already be in Angle, eating in the school cafeteria instead of Aunt Daisy's meticulously prepared dishes, Jiang Yunu cherished this meal even more. Seeing her eat a simple home-cooked dinner like she was savoring some interstellar cuisine, Aunt Daisy couldn't help but chuckle. What are you doing? Zhou Daisy said, Little girl, you look like you're eating your last meal. I really am eating my last meal at Aunt Daisy's before I leave for school. Jiang Yunu expanded on Zhou Daisy's statement, asserting firmly, How can this not be my last meal? You're just being cheeky. Zhou Daisy rolled her eyes at the child, not at all like an elder, and then, after reaching for Jiang Yunu for a while, but unable to reach her with her arms long enough, handed her the long-handled soup spoon. Thank you, Aunt Daisy. Jiang Yunu thanked her readily, took the soup spoon, and poured a large spoonful of soup over her rice. Compared to Jiang Yunu, Qiao Yisun ate her dinner in much silence. Jiang Yunu was about to turn the spoon back towards Qiao Yisun to ask if she wanted more food, but when she turned her head, she realized that someone's hunched-over eating seemed to be just a pretense. There were barely 2 grains of rice left in Qiao Yisun's bowl, yet her chopsticks were still fiddling with it, her head bowed, as if she were trying to lick the last drop from the empty bowl. Jiang Yunu glanced at Qiao Yisun's behavior and couldn't help but ask, Are you eating the Emperor's new rice? This world also had some fairy tales, and the content was completely different from those in Jiang Yunu's previous world, so there was no need to worry about Qiao Yisun not understanding her jokes. Qiao Yisun stopped eating and sniffed very clearly. Aunt Daisy, who was across the table, heard the commotion and looked up. Joy-san, Aunt Daisy said, We don't eat with our noses in this family. Joy-san, Joy-san couldn't help but sniffle again before saying in a thick nasal voice, I didn't. Who eats with their nose? But the red-haired boy's gaze immediately revealed that he wasn't eating with his nose. He was pretending to eat, while burying his face in his bowl and crying. I was so looking forward to going to school, Joy-san said dejectedly. Why don't I feel particularly excited tonight that I'm actually leaving tomorrow? Instead, I feel a little sad. Aunt Daisy frowned slightly. Jiang Yunu instinctively felt that if Aunt Daisy were to answer this question, she, who was known for being lenient with women but strict with men, probably wouldn't say anything kind. Jiang Yunu spoke first. That's because you're already homesick before you even left home. Just like last time when we went to buy school supplies. Joy-san probably understood the reasoning, but he was still a little boy, and true children experience homesickness before their first day of school. Why can't Angle be closer to our home? Joy-san started rambling. For example, the school could just be built in Charlotte City, only a half-hour ride from the dilapidated street by the ring road. We could go home every day, and then leave in the morning to catch the early bus to school. Aunt Daisy said, Where would Charlotte City find enough space to build a school? When Jiang Yunu first arrived in Charlotte, he felt it was a vast and bustling futuristic metropolis. Once she learned about the classification of the 22 star sectors and 8 major regions, she realized that Xiaote was not considered developed in this universe, even rather at the bottom. The city design of Xiaote, which resembled a disco beehive at night, was considered outdated and backward by people living in cities in more advanced star sectors, and was described as having high population density, small living space per person, and extremely uncomfortable living conditions. Jiang Yuna was the kind of person who would sleep in an abandoned base and feel her quality of life had been upgraded by giving her a small, empty garbage shack. She liked Xiaote very much, liked this city that had accepted her as an outsider, and liked the Chiao family mother and son who had taken care of her. Joy-san was still grumbling. Shat is so small. Look at the other major star sectors, especially the first star sector. They can build both primary and advanced ability schools in their own star cities, and they have more than one school on their own territory. Can you even compare? And Daisy gave Joy-san a don't talk nonsense look. The strength of the first star sector is undeniable. Other places have to work hard to gather resources to build schools and offer benefits to attract students. The title of the first star sector speaks for itself. Resources naturally gravitate towards them. Students from the other major sectors, if they have connections, actively seek out their schools. Shat is already very good, Jiang Yuna said, speaking up for their own city and Eng's primary ability school. An school is located a bit further from the city, which allows it to have such a large area. I heard there's even a realistic training ground on the back mountain, built to scale with a hunting ground. Although Joy-san was a homebody, he was genuinely interested in learning abilities. Upon hearing about the realistic training ground on the back mountain of the school, he stopped sniffing. Engels even has a real-world training facility? Didn't the previous recruitment brochure only say that the school possessed some of the best basic simulation equipment in the 7th district, allowing students who pass the theory test to freely practice on the computers? Yes, there is a real-world training facility. Jiang Yuna was quite certain of this information, as its source was also quite reliable. A senior told me. Joey-san took a moment to realize which senior Jiang Yuna was referring to. Jiang Yuna only knew one senior at the moment. Naturally, her mentor Zhou Jinxue. Although Zhou Jinxue's first impression of Jiang Yuna was somewhat peculiar, she wasn't naturally good at being enthusiastic and found it difficult to handle an overly enthusiastic junior. She was undeniably responsible to the core. These past few days, whenever Jiang Yuna had a question and left a message in the chat window, Zhou Jinxue would reply promptly and without hesitation, answered all her questions. Noticing that Jiang Yuna seemed very interested in anything related to practical superpower combat, Zhou Jinxue also told her that a new realistic training ground had been built on the back mountain of the school. This was originally news that Eng's Junior Superpower School planned to announce at the opening ceremony this year. Eng Shui, during the school holidays, a batch of old school buildings were cleared out, removing all the unused structures. There happened to be a large open space connected to the back mountain, so it was converted into a realistic training ground, ready for use when school starts. That's what Zhou Jinxue said in her message. Jiang Yuna was captivated just reading the words. She couldn't wait any longer and grabbed Zhou Jinxue, asking questions. User 2407153, how can I apply to use the training ground? Senior, what kind of courses do I need to enroll in? Eng Shui, Senior Zhou replied to the impatient junior with a string of ellipses, sensing that the new junior might have a bit of a combat maniac's talent. After a while, Jiang Yuna finally saw a reply pop up in the chat window. Eng Shui, please study the basic theory courses first, then start your ability combat training in the simulation pod, and then consider going to the real-world training ground. Eng Shui, Junior, I think you probably don't even know how to properly use your abilities. Jiang Yunu, a little embarrassed, touched the tip of her nose in front of her screen. Jiang Yunu recently discovered that she could send emoticons in chat on her personal terminal. She said Zhou Jinxue a cute emoticon. User 2407153, Senior, you're so smart. To be honest, I never used my special ability before. She even said it was because I was so confident. Hey! Hey what hey? In a discreet, elegant room far away, the girl sitting at her desk with her back straight took a deep breath, moved her hand away from the keyboard, pinched the bridge of her nose, and felt like she was watching a little wild animal whose baby teeth hadn't even grown in yet, howling and wanting to hunt its prey. Jiang Yunu and Zhou Jinxue hadn't even officially met yet, but in the senior's mind, Jiang Yunu's character was already becoming increasingly unpredictable. Unaware that her senior had made her her #1 beneficiary, she only shared the news that Engel had already built a realistic training ground with Joy-san, causing Joy-san a brief moment of excitement. On the night before leaving for school, Joysun's emotions oscillated between occasional excitement and persistent homesickness. Joysun was made to wipe tables and chairs in the dining room, while Jiang Yuna helped Aunt Daisy clean up in the kitchen. Daisy glanced at Jiang Yunu. Feeling the gaze from beside her, Jiang Yuna asked, "Aunt Daisy, is there anything you want to say to me?" Daisy took off a cleaning glove and touched her forehead with her fingers, still faintly smelling of lemon detergent. "You don't seem to have any withdrawal symptoms from being away from home. Much better than that kid Joysun." The touch on her forehead wasn't forceful, but Jiang Yuna deliberately tilted her head back as if she'd been tapped harder. "Joysun has been under your care for longer, so he's even more inseparable from such a kind Aunt Daisy," Jiang Yuna said playfully. Xiao Daisy looked down at her, then ruffled her white hair without hesitation. "Are you saying that Auntie hasn't taken good enough care of you?" This was meant as a joke, but Xiao Daisy realized her mistake immediately after saying it. From any perspective, Jiang Yunu had indeed received far less care than Joysun, much less. Whether it was independence or the ability to live alone, Jiang Yunu was far superior to the brat she had raised for so many years. "Little Yunu, Auntie didn't mean that." Aunt Daisy quickly apologized to Jiang Yunu for her inappropriate words. When Joysun wanted a shorter nickname, he liked to call Jiang Yuna Little Jiang. Jody preferred to call Jiang Yuna Little Nu. The reason was simple. She had personally told Jiang Yunu, "Because it's the most spirited part of your name." Jiang Yunu herself didn't see anything wrong with Jody's words. She had brought up the fact that Joysun had been cared for by Jody for a longer time, and she also felt that Joysun's attachment to home was more normal. She was indeed an outsider, having stumbled upon this world by chance, and vaguely intending to settle down starting from Charlotte City. The dilapidated street was the first stop she found in this world. "Why are you apologizing?" Jiang Yuna laughed. "Auntie Jody has taken good enough care of me." She shook her wrist, her personal terminal prominently displayed behind her wrist bone. For a complete stranger like her, if Jody's actions weren't enough care, then probably no one in the world would dare claim to have done so. Jody sighed, and gently patted Jiang Yunu's head again. "My intention was simply to say that you can freely yearn for home. You're always welcome back here. During your bi-weekly vacation, you must come back with Joyce and enjoy a few more home-cooked meals." Jody's hand lingered on Jiang Yunu's head after the pat. Jiang Yunu leaned back, her hair brushing against a warm palm. "Okay, Auntie Jody." The brief chat in the kitchen ended. Jody went out to inspect Joyce's cleaning work. Jiang Yunu, already familiar with the kitchen cabinets, put away the dried pots and pans. Jodes told the two children to go to bed early tonight, as she would take them to school tomorrow. She had already borrowed a car from Aunt Luo, the Earth Elemental mechanic. Driving from the dilapidated streets of Xiate City to Inge Junior Ability School would take about the same amount of time as taking the railcar. Zhou Jinqiu has said that the mentors would start waiting at the school gate at 8:30 a.m. for the welcoming activities. Jiang Yunu and Xiao Yisan felt bad keeping their mentors waiting, so they set their departure time for 6 a.m. They needed to pack everything tonight and go to bed early to avoid being late the next morning. Jiang Yunu, on the other hand, never worried about waking up early. She was a staunch early riser. To avoid chaos tomorrow morning, Jiang Yunu suggested that they put the packed luggage in the car tonight, so they could leave as soon as everyone was on board. Joe Des said okay. Joe Ethan initially thought it was a bit of a hassle, figuring he could put the luggage in the morning, but then the two ladies stared at him. "Excuse me," Aunt Des said, "do you think we're worried about anyone not being able to get up tomorrow?" Joe then, Joe Ethan immediately started moving the luggage. "Sorry, I move it right away, I won't hold you back." Jiang Yunu's things were already neatly arranged on the second floor of the small garbage shed. All he had to do was bring them down. Joe then had initially planned to help Jiang Yunu carry his things first, but after only going up to his own second floor to check if he had packed his own things, when he came back down, Jiang Yunu had already placed 2 bags at his door. "You finished carrying your things?" The red-haired boy couldn't help but look behind Jiang Yunu, towards the closed door of the small building at number 80 next door. "Finished," Jiang Yunu said. "Not much stuff, I packed it all up, just went over and got it." "Oh." Joey-san hadn't been able to help Jiang Yunu carry the things, and had missed another chance to see the interior of building number 80. After all that packing, the next morning's departure was indeed much more efficient and easier. At 6 in the morning, the streets were still quiet, and the children's curfew in Xiate City had just ended. A spirited Jiang Yunu was already in the car, with a yawning Joey-san. What surprised Jiang Yunu was that today, this car, also made by the mechanic Aunt Luo, didn't produce that firecracker-like spectacular effect again. The car started smoothly, but still sped towards the Skyrail pier. Auntie Daisy, Jiang Yuna said curiously. Is the car gentler today? Daisy, in the driver's seat, replied. After all, I'm taking you to school today. I can't send you off like a big firecracker carrying two potential little firecrackers. Daisy was very serious. She glanced at the two kids in the back seat through the rearview mirror. What if the school thinks we're under attack? That would be terrible. You'd be staying in Ung for several years. Jiang Yuna burst out laughing. Jo-sun was still dreaming, his body on the bus, his mind still wandering, when he suddenly heard the laughter beside him, startling him awake and causing him to bump against the back of the front seat. The Ung Primary Ability School was located at the border of District 19 and District 18, at the intersection of two-star sectors, and belonged to the public district of District 8. The modified car departed the circular skyrail of Charlotte City, flying towards the checkpoint Jiang Yunu had encountered on her first day in Charlotte. The checkpoint quickly opened, allowing the car to soar into the wider sky. Jiang Yunu initially thought this flight was free flight, but after closer inspection, she discovered that there were also specific flight paths marking the skies outside the city. Jada's car followed the private vehicle-only flight path, carrying the two children into the 19-star sector space station. Using the space station's transport capabilities, they were directly transferred to the regional docking port of Ing's Primary Ability School. Happy first day of school, little ones. The staff operating the transfer device shouted with a smile over the public communication channel. Jiang Yunu and her group were clearly taking their child to school, especially since the transfer was located at Engel Elementary Ability School. Before Jiang Yuna could respond to the enthusiastic greeting, the transfer began, and the signal connecting the vehicle and the control panel was lost. When the white light from the transfer faded, she found the vehicle was once again in the air. Look! Joy-sun suddenly patted her shoulder excitedly. Look down. Following Joy-sun's gesture, Jiang Yuna looked down through the car window. A gently sloping road lined with exquisite buildings ascended, adorned with flowers and plants representing the four elements. All private vehicles slowly descended at the bottom of the long slope. Public vehicles were parked at the bottom. Outside vehicles were presumably not allowed to go up the slope, but small shuttle buses specifically for school use would continuously drive down, carrying students and parents up the slope, saving new students and their parents the trouble of climbing it themselves. Because Jiang Yunu and the others were still in the air, waiting in line to descend, they could easily see the long entrance ramp to the school through the car window. A quaint building stood majestically atop the ramp. That must be the main building of Engel's Elementary Ability School. Scattered around the main building were other buildings, presumably also for educational purposes. Further away was a cluster of shorter, densely packed buildings. Those were either dormitories or the elemental classrooms that Senior Zhou had mentioned to Jiang Yunu. Behind the school, down the hill, was a dense forest, vaguely connecting to a lake. Perhaps the legendary training ground was there. Joy-sun exclaimed excitedly, "We're at school!" Aunt Daisy said, "You don't need to shout so loudly. We can all obviously see you." Jiang Yunu, her eyes fixed on the teaching building atop the hill, said softly. Then Joy-sun, "Yes, we're at school?" Chapter 35. The orientation at Eng's Elementary Ability School started at 8:30 a.m. Zhou Jinxue had already communicated with the junior student she was to mentor beforehand. She knew the junior student lived in Xiate City, quite a distance from the school. Based on her estimation, she guessed the junior student wouldn't arrive at the school from Xiate City until around noon. Jiang Yunu was genuinely enthusiastic and outgoing, with a touch of liveliness and naivety. The two had exchanged messages on their terminals last night, a routine friendly exchange between them recently. Last night, when they exchanged messages, the enthusiastic junior student asked Zhou Jinxue if, since she lived quite far away and might arrive at the school later than the freshmen from surrounding cities, Zhou Jinxue, as her mentor, could also get up a little later and not have to arrive at the school gate so early to participate in the orientation activities. The answer, of course, was no. Not to mention that Zhou Jinxue herself is someone who dislikes being lazy. All the student guides are required to be at the school gate on the first day of school to welcome new students. This is a school directive, a mandatory requirement. Regardless of whether the new students they are assigned to arrive early or late, the student guides are all required to be at the school gate by 8:30 a.m. If the new student they are responsible for arrives early, the student guide needs to immediately connect with them and lead them through all the necessary registration procedures. If the new student they are responsible for hasn't arrived yet, the student guide stays at the school gate to serve as a public volunteer, guiding other arriving students, helping them find their assigned guides, occasionally managing traffic at the school gate, helping students with too much luggage, and calling for the campus shuttle bus, etc. The work of the student guides was indeed quite varied and numerous. Zhou Jinxue didn't specifically tell her junior to arrive early, even though it might be better for them to help the new students arrive a little earlier, as it would save them from spending too much time working at the school gate. But she wasn't the type to inconvenience others just for her own convenience. Last night, Zhou Jinxue only told Jiang Yunu to remember to double-check everything before leaving during the day. If they discovered they'd forgotten something at school, it could easily cause panic among the new students and make registration day chaotic. Jiang Yunu sent her another cute emoji, a little dog nodding and wagging its head, to indicate that she understood. Sigh. Zhou Jinxue stood by the school gate. Because there was a long ramp at the school gate, the student guides/volunteers were divided into temporary groups of 2 or 3 and stationed in different areas along the ramp to provide assistance to students and parents. The noise came from a boy in Zhou Jinxue's group. Zhou Jinxue wasn't familiar with the other person. They only exchanged names and knew they were classmates. She was even more quiet and reserved in real life than online, almost aloof. Hearing the noise, she only slightly turned her head and glanced at the boy. Did the child you're taking care of tell you roughly when she arrived? The boy asked Zhou Jinxue. Their assigned post had relatively little foot traffic. Midway up the slope, they only saw shuttle buses full of students and parents going uphill, then empty buses returning from the school. Zhou Jinxue said, "What's it to you?" The boy, He only ever heard rumors that Zhou Jinxue was difficult to talk to, and had never actually spoken to her before. He hadn't expected the rumors to be so true. Zhou Jinxue could shut someone up with just a few words. After a moment of hesitation, the boy touched his nose. "I just felt that we were a bit idle here, and I was thinking that if the kids could arrive sooner, at least we have something to do, otherwise, everyone around us is so busy, it makes us seem really idle." This was the boy's honest opinion. He wasn't entirely trying to strike up a conversation with Zhou Jinxue. This reason seemed to soften Zhou Jinxue's attitude a bit. She glanced at him again, her face still expressionless, but she spoke a little more politely. "I suggest you contact the freshman you're supervising directly. Whether my junior arrives or not doesn't really matter to you whether you can do anything." The boy, The conversation had died down again. If the boy hadn't been certain he and Zhou Jinxue were complete strangers, he would almost have thought he offended her sometime during the past. However, this boy, perhaps naturally talkative, even though Zhou Jinxue had already shut him down twice, within 10 minutes, seeing the two of them idly sitting at the post for almost 10 minutes, having practically counted all the shuttle buses coming and going, he sighed, "Just pretend I'm talking to myself." He began rambling on beside Zhou Jinxue. "The kid I'm supposed to pick up told me yesterday he tried to arrive as early as possible. He lives in Xiate in the 19th Star District. You know that's a bit far from our school, right? I'm assuming he gets up around 8 or 9 a.m. and needs some time to prepare before leaving, so I estimate he won't arrive until at least noon or afternoon. Therefore, I'd probably be stuck here all morning." After finishing his sentence, the boy thought he was just talking to himself. Knowing Zhou Jinxue's personality, she might just ignore him. But when he turned around, he found Zhou Jinxue looking at him. "Xiata?" Zhou Jinxue seemed unusually interested. Yes, the boy said. "What's wrong? Do you have any particular impressions of this city?" Zhou Jinxue shook her head. "No," she said calmly, "but I'm also waiting for a junior from Xiata." Jiang Yunu and Joey-san had deliberately gotten up early to avoid their mentors having to wait too long at the school gate. And arriving at school early meant Aunt Daisy wouldn't have to rush back so much, and could take a short stroll around the Angle campus, have lunch with the two children, and then drive back to Xiata in the afternoon. Who would have thought that even though they set off early enough, they would encounter a traffic jam in the sky above the Angle Elementary Ability School? Knowing there would be many parents up early for school, there was a brief shortage of parking spaces at the school gate. To ensure orderly parking for all private vehicles, parents who had driven had to queue in the air, waiting to be landed one by one. It was just past 9 o'clock when they passed through the teleportation device, but by the time the long queue reached Aunt Daisy's car, it was almost 9:30. Following the guidance of students on the ground, Aunt Daisy drove her car to the 4th parking spot at the bottom of the ramp, finding a suitable parking space. "Hello, sorry to have kept you waiting." Before the car door even opened, students in uniform immediately ran over. This was a small team of guides stationed at the parking spot. The person politely greeted the student's parent, Jody, first, then looked at Jiang Yunu and Joe Ethan, who were getting out of the back seat of the car. "Excuse me, have you contacted your mentors yet? Are they on their way?" the person asked warmly. Jothan's first instinct after getting out of the car was to get his luggage, but being suddenly surrounded by several unfamiliar faces made him feel a little socially awkward again. Jiang Yunu blinked, exchanged a few seconds of eye contact with the warmly greeting senior, and quickly raised her wrist. I was so excited to get to the school that I forgot to contact you. During the nearly half hour they had been queuing in the air, she and Joe Ethan had repeatedly marveled at the campus scenery below, taking advantage of their high vantage point to enjoy a good look at Engle. Neither of them had realized that they were already on the Engle campus, and could message their mentors to let them know they had arrived. The polite and enthusiastic senior smiled immediately. She looked like an upperclassman, probably preparing for entrance exams to higher education institutions this year. The other person waved their hand. Don't panic, I handle it. Our internal communication is faster. With that, the senior student touched her personal terminal with Jiang Yunu and Xiao Yisan, immediately learning their assigned mentors. Xiao Yisan couldn't get a word in edgewise during the conversation. He turned around, intending to quietly move his and Jiang Yunu's luggage, but upon turning back, he discovered two other strangers already standing on either side of the car, diligently and skillfully moving the luggage. His and Jiang Yunu's luggage had been taken by them, and were even being carried by them. Middle of the long slope, Zhou Jinshua's personal terminal suddenly received two new message notifications. She noticed one message from a classmate, and one from a younger female student. After a brief 2-second hesitation, Zhou Jinshua chose to read the message from user 2407152 first. Clicking on it revealed, "Senior, we arrived at the bottom of the long slope." The younger student had typed in a bit of a rush, without even using punctuation. Zhou Jinshua then opened the classmate's message and, sure enough, it was from a volunteer guide at the bottom of the long slope who had picked up her younger student, and was informing her to come and get her. "I'm going to pick up my younger student," Zhou Jinshua immediately set off. "Could you please tell the teacher that we need to send someone else?" she said to the boy next to her. With the guide leaving the post, new volunteers were needed. However, the boy actually set off with Zhou Jinshua. "I asked the teacher to send 2 more. The boy looked at his personal terminal, his expression unable to hide his excitement. "The kid I'm supposed to guide is here too. Are all the kids from Xiate this early risers?" The freshmen from Xiate City weren't just early risers. They were even from the same family. Zhou Jinshua initially thought the boy was just passing by, and that it was a coincidence that their respective new students arrived at the same spot. However, they ended up walking the same way down the slope and continuing towards the same private vehicle parking area. As they walked, the boy started to feel something was off. He secretly turned to look at Zhou Jinshua. "Your kid's at this parking spot too? What a coincidence." Zhou Jinshua replied, "Yeah." Continuing on, they could see several people standing beside the parked vehicles. Their uniforms made it easy to identify which were the fellow guides, and which were the new students and their parents. Joyzen's striking red hair caught the eye, and the boy next to Zhou Jinshua's eyes lit up. He quickly ran towards the red-haired boy, Joysun. The boy called out his junior's name as he ran, confirming he hadn't mistaken him. This shout made both new students turn around. Jiang Yunu's gaze passed over the boy who was rushing towards them, and landed on the girl behind him. She was a very pretty girl with her hair tied in a neat ponytail. Her hair was a dark color, but it didn't seem to be pure black. The strands shimmered slightly with a blue tint in the sunlight. Jiang Yunu ran towards her. "Senior Zhou?" Chapter 36. Jiang Yunu filled out her personal information on the terminal interface, with very little information. She didn't have the habit of managing her online social media accounts. Her name was still the initial username, and of course, there wasn't a single photo in her personal information. Zhou Jinshua didn't know what the new student she was going to mentor looked like. On the campus website, the freshman student registration information wouldn't be updated until after registration. Zhou Jinshua wasn't entirely uninterested in the new student's appearance, but then again, her curiosity was rather weak. She wasn't particularly concerned about other people's appearances, so if the student didn't bring it up, she wouldn't ask. Anyway, they would contact each other on registration day. They could exchange appearance information on site and recognize each other while communicating in the crowd, right? That was Zhou Jinshua's plan. However, before they even reached the point of exchanging appearance information on site, a white-haired freshman ran towards her, her movements incredibly agile. She sensed that the white-haired girl running towards her wasn't moving very fast, not like she was running vigorously, yet in the blink of an eye, the girl was already in front of her, bringing a gust of wind with her. "Senior?" Jiang Yunu stopped in front of Zhou Jinshua and asked. Zhou Jinshua seemed a little stunned, her gaze fixed on Jiang Yunu's face. Jiang Yunu said, "You're Senior Zhou Jinshua, right?" Suddenly hearing her own name, Zhou Jinxue snapped back to reality. Yes, I am. You are? Jiang Yunu? Confirming she hadn't mistaken her for someone else, Jiang Yunu quickly nodded. Yes, yes. Although things hadn't gone as expected, Jiang Yunu had been successfully received by her guide. The volunteer team stationed at this stop was very thoughtful. While helping Jiang Yunu and his group contact their respective mentors, they also called a shuttle bus. When Zhou Jinxue was about to call a car, she was stopped by the polite and enthusiastic senior student. I already called, the other person said. Joyzen's mentor was named Hubana. He had a few freckles on his nose, and his features weren't particularly striking, but he had exceptionally large eyes and long eyelashes. The two volunteers who had helped Jiang Yunu and his group with their luggage earlier whispered, "You two can call him Bambi, it's his nickname anyway." Hubana retorted angrily, "I can hear you." Such blatant whispering clearly wasn't meant to hide it from the person in question. Several students from the same year laughed, but their attitude was generally friendly. The nickname Bambi was obviously not insulting, and Bambi's anger wasn't particularly offensive. Joyce was prone to social anxiety around strangers, and with the number of unfamiliar upperclassmen around him more than doubled, his anxiety reached its peak. His social anxiety manifested in his aloofness, and he greeted the crowd with unusually cold calmness. "Senior who? Hubana? Yes, just call me that." Meanwhile, Senior Bambi thought to himself, was Joyce this cold when chatting online? Seeing that the people they were supposed to meet had arrived, and the shuttle bus was on its way, Jiang Yunu left Joyce in the crowd to practice his social skills. She turned around, ready to take their luggage from the two unfamiliar guides she didn't yet know. "Let us carry it ourselves," Jiang Yunu said, extending her hand. "The shuttle bus should be here soon. We can go and wait." The student guide stationed at the drop-off point, like Zhou Jinxue and Hubana earlier, had to remain at their posts unless they reached the new student they were supposed to greet, so they could assist other parents. Hubana, several people away, noticed the commotion and immediately let out a long hey before squeezing through the crowd. "Let me do it! Let me do it!" Hubana said. "The shuttle bus has 6 seats. If we all go together, all 5 of us can sit comfortably, and there will be extra space for our things." In just a few words, everyone present knew that Jiang Yunu and Xiao Yisan were together. They also shared the same parent. Aunt Daisy? Given that almost every new student arriving today was accompanied by 2 parents, Jiang Yunu and Xiao Yisan belonged to the group of families, with few guests, and very few parents accompanying them. But just before Hubana was about to take Jiang Yunu's luggage, another slender, white hand reached out and took Jiang Yunu's belongings away. Zhou Jinxue, having taken the things, said, "Just give me your things." Jiang Yunu blinked, not bothering to argue with her senior over a duffel bag, but simply smiling and hooking the straps of her backpack back onto her shoulder. "I keep this for myself," Jiang Yunu said. "If I carry the backpack in my hands, it feels like both straps are having a hard time understanding the situation." Zhou Jinxue didn't know her junior could communicate with backpack straps, but she still let go without a word, allowing Jiang Yunu to take the backpack back and put it on her shoulder. The duffel bag was surprisingly heavy. As the 5 of them left the drop-off point and walked to the long slope to catch the shuttle bus, Zhou Jinxue thought for a while, but still couldn't help asking, just to be safe, "Did you bring everything you need for school? Did you forget anything at home?" Jiang Yunu answered affirmatively, "Thanks to your reminder, senior, I checked everything twice last night and this morning. I brought everything and forgot nothing." Zhou Jinxue still felt that Jiang Yunu's luggage was a bit too light, but hearing her say that, she didn't say anything more and just nodded quietly. The shuttle bus arrived quickly and easily accommodated the 5 people. The campus shuttle bus itself had a designated area for luggage. The empty seat was used for small items and personal bags. The bus drove uphill, and Hubana was noticeably more talkative than Zhou Jinxue. He took the opportunity to introduce the new students. "This slope has a name. It was named Seeking Knowledge Road by our school's founding principal. It used to be part of the teaching area, with small teaching buildings on both sides. However, with the development of the times, Engel's campus has grown larger, and a larger and more magnificent main building was built on the top of the hill, leaving the area at the foot of the hill as a semi-independent area outside the campus. Now, those small buildings are mostly faculty dormitories, where the teachers live." Jiang Yunu found everything in Engel fascinating. Sitting on the shuttle bus, she looked around at all the buildings as if she were sightseeing. She noticed that some of the small buildings had storefronts on the ground floor. "Are there still shops open on both sides of the study road?" Jiang Yunu asked curiously. Zhou Jinxue seemed like an AI that could only be awakened by Jiang Yunu's voice, she only spoke when she recognized her junior speaking. There are some shops, Zhou Jinxue said. The 4 elemental items, fire, water, wind, and earth, basic teaching aids, and some daily necessities can all be bought on this slope. The shops here have special operating licenses certified by the school, and the prices are generally lower than outside, a special discount offered to Engle students. Zhou Jinxue had reviewed Jiang Yunu's basic information, and Jiang Yunu had never intended to hide her status as a student from a poor family. The two had only known each other for a short time when Jiang Yunu openly mentioned her need for school subsidies and benefits. Zhou Jinxue quietly provided information about the affordable and high-quality goods available at shops on the hillside, unsure if she was being deliberately obsequious. The seemingly aloof, but also responsible Zhou Jinxue had other intentions. She was worried that Jiang Yunu might not have brought enough, so she reminded her junior that she could buy anything she needed at Chumpa. Upon hearing the low prices, Joyce immediately became interested in the shops on the hillside. He asked, his face expressionless but his heart pounding with excitement, "Can we take the shuttle bus down normally? It seems more convenient to get to and from school by bus." Zhou Jinxue, who usually fell silent unless Jiang Yunu spoke, seemed to shut down completely. Hubana, not wanting a student to be neglected, quickly chimed in, "Joyce, your idea is excellent. If possible, I also like us to take the shuttle bus regularly. But unfortunately, it's only available on the first day of school and major holidays." The implication was that on other days, to get down from the teaching and accommodation area on the hilltop to this side of the hill to buy things, one had to walk. That's why, when the junior special ability schools hold inter-school competitions, our school, putting aside other aspects, is still leading in at least physical fitness, Hubana concluded. Jiang Yunu silently noted down the phrase inter-school competitions. The enrollment procedures for new students were completed quickly under the guidance of the instructors. The school's information database was officially updated and included the two individuals' information the moment Jiang Yunu and Xiao Yisan digitally checked in. Since both students' abilities had only undergone classification testing and not level testing, their ability level was specifically noted as unknown in their student information. Engels did not mandate school uniforms. Only students representing their schools in inter-school competitions and volunteer guides participating in orientation activities like today were required to wear specific clothing. Jiang Yunu strolled around the school in her own loose casual clothes. Zhou Jinxue and Hubana only accompanied her and Xiao Yisan through the registration process, then escorted them to their dormitories and explained some of the school's facilities. Knowing that the new students and their parents wanted to spend some time alone at school, Zhou Jinxue told Jiang Yunu that she would contact her again at 6 p.m., and if Jiang Yunu was willing, they could have dinner together then. Hubana was more talkative and less adept at planning than Zhou Jinxue. Upon hearing the plan was good, she immediately copied it, saying almost the same things to Xiao Yisan. Jiang Yunu's dormitory was assigned to Building 10 in the girls' area, while Xiao Yisan's was in Building 14 in the boys' area. Aunt Daisy's first reaction upon seeing the dormitory assignments was a sigh. "You two are a bit far apart." Then Jiang Yunu and Xiao Yisan both turned to look at Xiao Daisy. "Mom," Xiao Yisan said, "if Xiao Zhang's dormitory were really close to mine, Engle wouldn't be called a traditional school." Xiao Daisy said, "I don't think your school is as traditional as everyone thinks." While strolling around campus, Jiang Yunu and the others saw many areas under construction and renovation. It seemed the campus renovations for the holidays were still in the final stages and needed to be completed in the 2 weeks before the start of the new semester. Aunt Daisy stayed with the two children at school until 3 p.m., and even checked on the progress of Jiang Yunu and Xiao Yisan's dormitories. After dropping Aunt Daisy off at the dock below the long slope, as the flying vehicle carried her back onto the aerial track, Jiang Yunu and Xiao Yisan exchanged a glance. The passing of an elder is like a signal, signifying the official start of life transitioning from home to school. Chapter 37. On their first night at Engel's Elementary Ability School, Jiang Yunu and Zhou Jinxue had a successful dinner together, though it wasn't just the two of them. Joy-san and Senior Bambi were also invited. Based on Jiang Yunu's observations, she boldly speculated that Zhou Jinxue probably wasn't used to eating with men, but out of consideration for her, she perhaps thought that as a freshman, and on her first night away from home and living in a new environment, she would be homesick and might prefer to have familiar family and friends around, like her brother Joy-san. Therefore, when Zhou Jinxue contacted Jiang Yunu at 6 p.m. sharp, she also politely invited Joy-san. The senior's exact words were, "Ingshue, if you like, you can forward this message to your brother. I don't mind having one more person at the dinner table." Ever since Aunt Daisy left, Joy-sun had temporarily become Jiang Yuna's shadow. The two returned to campus from the long slope at the school gate, with Xiao Yisun following closely behind Jiang Yuna the whole way, almost like a shadow. Having gone with an older backbone, he, like a human vine, had to attach himself to another younger backbone. Jiang Yuna thought about Xiao Yisun's state that evening, and was genuinely worried. If she left him to eat alone tonight, Xiao Yisun might secretly hide in his dorm and cry. So, Jiang Yuna thanked her senior for her kindness, but still forwarded the message. Unexpectedly, the dinner table went from having one extra person to two. Senior Bambi also happened to be looking for Xiao Yisun to eat with, intending to continue building a closer relationship with the kid he was mentoring. He thought about Zhou Jinshua's targeted reply, and then looked at the only targeted person. Jiang Yunu, who had come to the boys' dormitory to find Xiao Yisun. "It's all right." Bambi gritted his teeth and stamped his foot. He said with a strangely tragic air, "I go with you guys and try." Jiang Yuna comforted him, "Senior, you don't need to be so nervous. I think Senior Zhou is a very gentle and considerate person." Habana looked at Jiang Yunu in disbelief. "Gentle and considerate? Who did you say?" Thinking about the rumors and his actual treatment during the day, Bambi felt that the person he knew might not be the same Zhou Jinshua. On the way there, Xiao Yisun couldn't help but say, "Senior, what if Senior Zhou really doesn't want to add any more people?" Xiao Yisun wanted to eat with Jiang Yunu, but he was also worried that having Habana with him would make things difficult for Jiang Yunu with Senior Zhou. Habana looked at Joy-sun with a hint of curiosity. "Junior, is it just my imagination? You don't seem as cold as you were when we met during the day." The red-haired boy looked back at him expressionlessly. Jiang Yunu said from the side, "It could also be because, compared to when we first met during the day, you're practically an acquaintance now." "Huh?" Bambi Sr. blinked his big eyes blankly. "Am I only half acquaintance?" This question was difficult for Joy-sun to answer, so Jiang Yunu naturally changed the subject, returning to the original question. What if Zhou Jinshua didn't want to add Habana? Jiang Yunu also offered a solution, saying, "How about this, Senior? I'm sure there will be plenty of empty tables in the restaurant. You can first see which table we and the senior should sit at, then casually bring your tray over and sit at the table next to us." Habana looked Jiang Yunu up and down. "Junior," said Senior Bambi, "if it weren't for your sincere expression and serious tone, I would have thought you were deliberately playing me." Jiang Yunu. Jiang Yunu was genuinely offering her suggestion. She returned Habana a confused expression. They arrived at the South Cafeteria in the blink of an eye. Anger Junior Ability School has two cafeterias. One is located in the south, near the dormitory area, hence the simple and straightforward name South Cafeteria. The other is located in the east, near the main teaching area, called West Cafeteria. Anger students generally prefer to have lunch at the West Cafeteria and dinner at the South Cafeteria. Zhou Jinshua was already waiting at the entrance of the South Cafeteria. She immediately noticed the extra tail following Jiang Yunu. However, considering that freshmen are prone to feeling homesick at the start of the semester and habitually huddle together with familiar faces, like small animals seeking warmth, Zhou Jinshua tacitly approved of Habana joining, entirely out of consideration for Jiang Yunu. As soon as Jiang Yunu realized Zhou Jinshua had no objections, she immediately praised, "I told you, Senior, you're very gentle, considerate, and understanding. Habana, I guess you are a little bit." But this gentle, considerate, and understanding seemed somewhat targeted. In this world, swiping devices is common everywhere. Even on campus, everyone uses the electronic campus card entered into the device during registration, requiring swiping the device for shopping and dining on campus. Jiang Yunu wasn't familiar with Engel's dining options. Looking at the electronic menu, she felt there were quite a few choices, but she was at a loss as to which ones were delicious and cost-effective. Just as she was hesitating, she looked up and saw the food delivery robot gliding out from the back office. It stopped in front of Zhou Jinshua, beeped, and extended two robotic arms to serve her meal. Then, the robot glided to Jiang Yunu, its two industrious robotic arms reaching into its stomach to retrieve another meal and hand it to her. Jiang Yunu was taken aback. "Mine? But I haven't ordered yet." Zhou Jinshua said from the side, "I ordered." Zhou Jinshua was treating Jiang Yunu to dinner. Jiang Yunu truly hadn't expected that coming to eat with her senior would turn into her senior treating her to a meal. She hesitated. Noticing her hesitation, Zhou Jinshua sat opposite her, silently stirring the ice in her meal before casually speaking, "Today is just registration day, not the official start of school. The official start date is after tomorrow's opening ceremony and freshman orientation." After saying this, Jiang Yunu saw Zhou Jinshua pause. Zhou Jinxue. So the meal allowance won't be effective until tomorrow. She spoke the last half of the sentence quickly, as if afraid someone would overhear. Jiang Yunu blinked, once again realizing how considerate this seemingly serious and aloof senior could be. Jiang Yunu said, "Thank you, senior." Her eyes crinkled into a bright smile. It was because she was worried about her financially disadvantaged junior spending too much money that she thought of treating her to dinner tonight. Although Senior Bambi wasn't as quick-witted as Senior Zhou, he had a simple heart that if others have it, the kids I'm taking care of should have it too, so he quickly took over Joycen's meal as well. The two senior students from Angle ordered the classic, popular set meals from the South Cafeteria for the freshmen. These meals, consistently popular among students, must have their merits. Indeed, the dinner was quite delicious, even for Jiang Yunu and Joyce, whose palates had been pampered by Aunt Daisy. During dinner, without their parents around, the senior students could freely share more campus news with the freshmen, unlike when their elders were present, which made them slightly more reserved. The newly built realistic training ground at Angle was a hot topic on registration day. Not only did Hubana bring it up at the dinner table, but Jiang Yunu, along with her two children, had also overheard discussions about the training ground at the tables where students were already seated, as they met Zhou Jinxue at the South Cafeteria entrance and searched for a table. Now that the realistic training ground is built, do you think the school will just bring in a few more elemental beasts specifically for training? Hubana asked. Zhou Jinxue frowned immediately upon hearing this. For students in the junior academy, facing real elemental beasts is still too dangerous. Hubana, startled by Zhou Jinxue's frown, immediately shrank back. Hey, don't glare at me. I was just guessing. Jiang Yunu had been diligently eating, displaying an extraordinary focus and seriousness in this task. However, her focused eating didn't stop her from listening intently to the conversations of her seniors. Upon hearing about the realistic training ground and elemental beasts, Jiang Yunu stopped eating, took a sip of her drink to moisten her throat, and then asked curiously, "Are junior academy students completely unable to fight elemental beasts?" Zhou Jinxue said, "Of course not. Facing real elemental beasts is far too dangerous for us. Even in the basic ability schools, which build realistic training grounds that simulate the terrain and temperature of hunting grounds, the elemental beasts deployed are all mechanical. At least at advanced ability schools, students begin to be qualified to face real elemental beasts." After listening to Senior Zhou's explanation, Jiang Yunu's interest in elemental beasts only increased. She felt that even if she couldn't see real elemental beasts for the time being, seeing mechanical ones would be good enough. But Zhou Jinxue ruthlessly shattered her illusions. Before you finish the basic theory courses, you only see the virtual projection the teacher places in the center of the classroom. Hubana hadn't expected this junior to be so interested in fighting elemental beasts. Seeing the visible disappointment on Jiang Yunu's face, he thought for a moment and interjected at the opportune moment. "However, although you can't go to the training grounds or see real mechanical elemental beasts, the simulation pods in the multifunctional building are open to all students every Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. You can reserve a machine and play some elemental beast fighting games in the simulation pods. Playing games and actually fighting elemental beasts are definitely different, and there are many differences compared to entering a simulated training battlefield. However, it allows freshmen with no combat experience to indulge in the game and experience facing wild elemental beasts in a safe and painless environment." Jiang Yunu's eyes lit up, and she felt lively again. She explained, "That's wonderful." Joyce, even more engrossed in her meal than Jiang Yunu, was also listening to the conversation. The red-haired boy seemed more interested in the earlier mention of junior students being completely unable to fight elemental beasts. "Has there never been a junior student who could fight elemental beasts?" Joyce asked. "Even the lowest level." Hubana sighed. "At least among students in schools in our star sector, there are absolutely no such people. Even if there were, they would only appear among students in schools in the first and second star sectors. It was a well-known interstellar consensus in this world that lower star sectors couldn't produce top-tier talent and combat geniuses." Chapter 38. Jiang Yunu wasn't very familiar with many of the common perceptions of this world. After all, she wasn't born and raised here, and some of the preconceived notions that others had grown up with simply didn't apply to her. Jiang Yunu returned to her dormitory and immediately opened her personal terminal, fiddling with the reservations for on-campus facilities. Although combat geniuses were rare in the later star sectors, young students still had a strong interest in supernatural combat and fighting elemental beasts. The simulator reservations that Hubana mentioned were surprisingly popular. Tomorrow wasn't the official start of the semester, tonight was just registration day. After Jiang Yunu had figured out the reservation process, she finally logged into the reservation system, albeit somewhat awkwardly, and found the simulator she wanted. Wow! All the popular slots for Friday, Saturday, and Sunday were already booked. Jiang Yunu. Jiang Yunu quickly tapped wherever it lit up, rapidly clicking through all the remaining available slots. She finally managed to snag 2 less popular flight times, 7 a.m. to 9 a.m. and 9 p.m. to 11 p.m. These were Saturday and Sunday, respectively. Being able to experience the simulator for 2 consecutive weekends was a pretty good result for Jiang Yunu. She didn't mind getting up early and going to bed late on weekends. This weekend's itinerary was thus planned in advance. Having finalized her weekend plans, Jiang Yunu turned off her personal terminal screen and headed to the small bathroom attached to her room. It's worth mentioning that Jiang Yunu's dormitory building housed only 3 people. In Engel, this was practically the pinnacle of accommodation. One of her roommates is an upperclassman who will be preparing for her college entrance exams this year. The other is also a freshman, but since being assigned to the dorm, she hasn't even exchanged more than a few words with Jiang Yunu. She seems to be the quiet and shy type. The 3 of them live in a 2-story building, so there's plenty of room. The upperclassman offered to stay on the first floor, near the main entrance, because she doesn't like climbing stairs, and her exam preparation and participation in exchange activities might mean she'd be back late often. A room near the entrance would be convenient for her to quickly get to her room and rest. The freshman, somewhat hesitantly, said she wanted a room upstairs near the small balcony, as she enjoys gardening and wanted to utilize the balcony space to grow things. If her plants bloomed, she would share them with her roommates. Jiang Yunu didn't mind climbing stairs and didn't particularly need the balcony, so she chose a room on the 2nd floor, further from the balcony, but with a private bathroom. Having a private bathroom significantly improved her convenience. The room assignments went very well. Everyone was happy. The disagreements and arguments that might occur in other dormitories were completely absent in their building number 10. When Jiang Yunu went into the bathroom to wash up, she habitually used cold water first, keeping the showerhead on its default cold water setting. After a long, refreshing cold shower, Jiang Yunu ran her fingers through her hair in the cool, damp steam. Out of the corner of her eye, she caught a glimpse of red. She instinctively followed the striking color, and saw the hot and cold water control knob. That little red dot was the hot water icon on the hot/cold water knob. Jiang Yunu looked at the hot/cold water knob, then at the showerhead above her head, still gushing cold water, clearly feeling the coolness of the water washing over her skin. Damn it, she'd been living like a savage for too long, living a wild life for too long, and had completely forgotten that normal bathrooms had hot water. The bathroom on the 2nd floor of the small garbage shack had always only had cold water. Jiang Yunu was already used to taking cold showers. She considered using the bathroom a private matter, and had never considered borrowing a bathroom from the Chiao family across the street. Besides, taking cold showers in that small bathroom every day hadn't affected her health at all. She almost thought that humans were born to shower with cold water. If she hadn't seen the hot/cold water knob, Jiang Yunu might have continued her wild life in her student dormitory. She raised her wet, icy arms, and turned the knob to the red side, instantly heating up the dense jet of water pouring down from above. Standing in the hot water, Jiang Yunu felt a surge of emotion, like a primitive person soaking in a hot spring for the first time. This was probably her first hot bath since arriving in this world, making it particularly memorable. Jiang Yunu genuinely felt that choosing Inge was the right choice. Inge was a school with some traditions, but also some less so. Some of its traditional aspects even felt strangely familiar to Jiang Yunu. For example, on the 2nd day, the first day of school, Inge Elementary Ability School was holding a freshman assembly, complete with speeches from the principal and student representatives. This kind of assembly format was hard not to bring back memories of the many speeches under the national flag from her middle school days. Fortunately, Engel has its own large auditorium, big enough to hold the entire school, preventing everyone from having to stand outdoors in the scorching sun on the first day of school, listening to long, tedious speeches that make everyone drowsy. After the assembly, the first class of the new school year began. All Engel freshmen would take the same classes in the first semester, sharing the same timetable. Zhou Jinxue had already told Jiang Yunu that the first semester was a year of cramming theoretical knowledge into all freshmen, hoping they would develop a solid theoretical foundation. There was no need to specifically look for the classroom. Jiang Yunu simply followed the freshmen filing out of the auditorium, focusing on the people who had recently sat around her. Following them and determining the general direction of the crowd's movement, she easily found the classroom for the first large lecture. She also picked up her roommate and Joyce. Joyce was used to following Jiang Yunu, while her roommate, seeing Jiang Yunu's calm demeanor and the trusted new classmate beside him, assumed he had the route perfectly in mind and followed him trustingly as well. Her roommate had a significant misunderstanding of Jiang Yunu. However, because the result was excellent, her misunderstanding only intensified. "You're amazing." After successfully settling into her seat in the large classroom, her roommate praised Jiang Yunu with admiration. Jiang Yunu didn't understand why she was suddenly being praised, but she smiled brightly. "Thank you." The teacher for the first large lecture entered the classroom right on time, introducing himself as Lei, full name Reese Daniel. "Just call me Professor Lei," said the man in the long trench coat standing at the front of the classroom. The classroom for the theoretical lecture resembled a university lecture hall, but the teaching equipment was, of course, much more advanced. With a snap of his fingers, Mr. Lei caused the curtains around the classroom to slide shut, rapidly dimming the light. A clear flame flickered in the man's palm, making him the most conspicuous figure in the dimly lit classroom. "Welcome everyone to this classroom, where you can systematically learn about supernatural abilities," said Reese Daniel, holding the flame. "As you can see, I am a fire-type ability user, your general theory teacher, and also your fire element instructor. In the second semester, when we begin teaching according to different abilities, I imagine you fire-type students will see me even more frequently." Jiang Yunu stared intently at the flame in Mr. Lei's hand, feeling completely captivated by the manifestation of his ability. Her palm unconsciously opened on the table, as if trying to hold onto something. As she listened, she pondered, how was that done? How did one sense their own physical abilities, guide the release of energy, and precisely control it to make the outward release power appear gentle and harmless, held in the palm of their hand, as a teaching aid for students? "Teacher," someone called out in the large classroom. "How can we fire-type users hold flames in our hands like you?" The new student's voice was full of eagerness. Jiang Yunu's thoughts were interrupted by the other person's words. Suddenly remembering that she was an Earth-type user, she glanced down at her palm. Fire-type ability users can hold fire, so what about Earth-type users holding Earth balls? Jiang Yunu's thoughts wandered a bit. She felt that if it were really an Earth ball, it wouldn't be as cool as playing with fire or water. But then, true to her nature of embracing whatever she was, she thought even an Earth ball would do. Even a clay ball is cute. And so down to earth. On the podium, Teacher Lei answered the previous question. To materialize your abilities, you need to complete at least half a semester of theory first. Only after the midterm exams will you encounter the relevant courses. A collective sigh filled the classroom. Jiang Yunu also sighed. Theory, everything is theory. It seems all the new students in the junior high school have endless theory to learn. Without finishing the theory, no practical operation or training can be conducted. Perhaps seeing the overly somber atmosphere in the classroom, Teacher Lei slightly raised an eyebrow. It seems the students admitted this year are more interested in practical courses. Reese Daniel smiled on the podium. Don't be impatient, students. Some things can't be rushed. Learning the theory well is also for your better use of your abilities. Teacher Lei also dangled an invisible carrot in front of the students. I heard that among your seniors, some have already figured out how to activate their superpowers after only learning a basic theoretical foundation. Pay close attention in your theory classes. Perhaps the next person to independently activate their internal superpower core and release their abilities will be one of you. These words immediately improved the atmosphere, making even the students who weren't particularly interested in theory sit up straighter. As the teacher of the first lesson for freshmen, as the long theory class was nearing its end, he switched the screen floating in midair. He pulled out a set of rules. Regarding the regulations for the use of superpowers on campus, you also need to know the following points. 1. Fighting with superpowers is strictly prohibited on campus. 2. Superpowers are not allowed to be used without permission in the dormitory living area. 3. Students below the second year are prohibited from entering the realistic training ground on the back mountain. Teacher Lei rattled off a series of regulations related to superpowers, while the freshmen below looked on with clear, innocent eyes. Ahem. Having completed the required procedures, Reese Daniel cleared his throat. Of course, I know that many of these rules are not very applicable to new students. You haven't reached the point where you can freely use your abilities yet, but it's better to know these school regulations early on to avoid future violations and breaches of school rules. At this moment, Reese Daniel saw a hand raised in the back row of the classroom. Excuse me, do you have a question? Jiang Yunu stood up and asked very seriously, Teacher, the rules say that fighting with abilities is prohibited on campus. Does that mean fighting without abilities is prohibited? Teacher Reese looked Jiang Yunu carefully. Seeing that she was small and thin, and looked quite frail. He feared Jiang Yunu was worried about being bullied at school. Reese Daniels' expression was serious and reliable. Although the school rules don't explicitly state this, physical conflict on campus is certainly not allowed. Jiang Yunu slowly blinked. Okay, thank you, teacher. Chapter 39. After class, Joe Ethan asked Jiang Yunu, why did you ask that just now? Jiang Yunu replied, nothing, just asking. Joe Ethan, really? The red-haired boy was clearly uneasy. Even though Jiang Yunu had passed the physical exam, confirming she was currently 11 years old, in his eyes, she was still considerably younger than him, undoubtedly his younger sister. Joe Ethan, while following Jiang Yunu around the new school, also felt obligated to take care of her. He also had a naturally vivid imagination, or to put it more bluntly, a wildly imaginative mind. Hearing Jiang Yunu's question during class made his heart tighten. Joe Ethan had a mysteriously fragile view of Jiang Yunu, worried that his sister, having just survived her first night of school, would be involved in something that would attract attention and cause a school conflict. Joe Ethan also secretly glanced at Jiang Yunu's roommate. After class, her roommate habitually followed Jiang Yunu, glancing back at Xiao Yisan with innocent, bewildered eyes. Jiang Yunu, puzzled by Xiao Yisan's questioning, also looked at him. What could be real or fake about this? Jiang Yunu said, I was just asking casually, don't overthink it. Although she didn't know what Xiao Yisan might be imagining, Jiang Yunu could guess that he was definitely speculating wildly. Xiao Yisan, still somewhat doubtful, said oh, and changed the subject. Where are we going now? He asked. Her roommate also stopped and looked at Jiang Yunu. Jiang Yunu replied, to the cafeteria, then back to the dorm to rest, and then continue with our afternoon classes. All the new students at Engel shared the same timetable, and her roommate and Xiao Yisan's courses were exactly the same as Jiang Yunu's. Professor Lei's long lecture took up the entire morning, followed by a morning assembly. The freshmen, overwhelmed by theory, were all raring to go, their stomachs rumbling, and as soon as get out of class ended, they swarmed towards the cafeteria like swallows returning to their nest. They absolutely had to find something to eat. On his way to the cafeteria, Joyce received a message from senior student Bambi. He said the West cafeteria is incredibly crowded right now, and he suggests we go straight to the South cafeteria near the dorms. This timely insider information proved invaluable, prompting Jiang Yunu to immediately abandon the West cafeteria and head directly towards the dorms. Thanks to Habana, all three freshmen managed to eat lunch on time. Returning to the dorms during lunch break, the upperclassman wasn't there, as expected. She had mentioned before leaving that morning that she didn't usually take a lunch break, and would generally stay in the teaching area to continue studying. Jiang Yunu and his roommate climbed the stairs to the second floor together, then parted ways at the top of the stairs, one heading towards the small balcony, the other towards the other end of the corridor. Back in his small room, lying on his single bed, Jiang Yunu couldn't help but think, it really felt like being back in junior high, experiencing a very different kind of high school life. However, attending a junior high school for supernatural abilities was definitely quite different from attending junior high. The basic academic system was completely different. Before enrolling in the junior high school, Jiang Yunu had always thought it was a 3-year program, only to later discover that it wasn't. Junior supernatural ability schools required 4 years of study, while advanced supernatural ability schools operated on a 3+2 system. 3+2 meant 3 years of in-school study, followed by 2 years of on-the-job training in an assigned supernatural ability position. In other words, in this world, to pursue a career in supernatural abilities, one had to start school at age 11, go through academic advancement, undergo training and job assignments, obtain both a training certificate and a degree certificate from the institution. And only at age 20 was one considered to have officially graduated and could apply for jobs in various supernatural ability departments with their dual certificates. It's said that students with excellent academic performance and outstanding training at advanced supernatural ability schools are often directly selected during their training period, and the 3 major associations frequently scout for talent from these schools in advance. However, all of that is still far removed from Jiang Yunu's current situation. Currently, Jiang Yunu has only just begun her elementary school life, and hasn't even had a chance to touch the door of practical supernatural ability classes. After waking up from her afternoon nap, it's back to class, and unsurprisingly, it's another theory class. After another long theory class, it's evening, time for dinner, washing up, doing the homework assigned by the teacher, and then it's time to sleep and rest again. Zhou Jinxue sent Jiang Yunu a message that evening, carefully inquiring about how her first day of school was. Jiang Yunu sent her senior a melancholy emoji. Shui, what's wrong? The reply was simple, But it wasn't hard to see Zhou Jinchua's concern. User 24071523. Overwhelmed by theory classes and assignments, I feel lost. There was a brief silence on Zhou Jinchua's end, then typing flashed again next to her name. Finally, Zhou Jinchua only said, "Ingxue, it's always like this, good luck. Just get through the first semester." Anger Junior Ability School emphasizes students' basic training, following a process of theory first, then basic operation. Zhou Jinchua and her classmates went through the same thing back then. After a week of classes at Unger, Jiang Yuna finally understood why she had seen so many comments saying Unger's educational methods were outdated when she was preparing to apply to junior ability schools and researching school information. Because it really was outdated. The intention to build a solid foundation for the students was commendable, but the format was a series of grueling theoretical lectures. Every day, from the moment they opened their eyes, it was theory class. The moment they closed them again, it was theory class again. New terms and rules were crammed into the students' brains, forcibly confining a group of children barely over 11 years old to the classroom, making them sit all day, feeling like their bottoms were practically rooted to the ground. Such tedious teaching would be difficult even for adults, let alone active young students. In the first lesson, Reese Daniel livened up the classroom atmosphere with a little trick using his fire-based abilities. However, the little trick only worked temporarily. It couldn't withstand a week of his constant rambling. Friday afternoon, the last class of the week was again Reese Daniel's. Reese Daniel, as usual, wore his trench coat, stood on the podium, and glanced at the students below, who looked like a bunch of listless radishes. "It feels like only a week has passed, and you all gone from the initial excitement and wonder of seeing me to utter lifelessness," Professor Lei sighed. The lifeless students below looked at him. "No, Professor," someone said, "it's knowledge that severely assaulted our minds. It's also imprisoned our bodies." The students chimed in, their opinions varied. Reese Daniel's theoretical lectures were rather dry, but his easygoing personality and relaxed classroom atmosphere allowed everyone to speak freely. Professor Lei cleared his throat. Ahem, ahem. Reese Daniel's voice trembled with laughter. So exaggerated? Now, is anyone else going to raise their hand and tell me that my theoretical knowledge has severely bound their soul? Yes. Jiang Yunu pressed the speak button on the desktop, speaking very seriously. "Teacher, actually I think you're more like an earth elementalist." "Oh." Reese Daniel raised an eyebrow on the podium. He hadn't expected a student to question his ability classification. "Why?" As he spoke, Teacher Lei casually glanced at the roster beside him, and the system immediately displayed the student information discreetly on his desktop. Jiang Yunu stood up and answered, "I think you're very good at modification, able to fully utilize your theoretical lectures to turn students into radishes planted on the classroom floor." Reese Daniel, The student who stood up to answer the question looked very serious, making her words seem more sincere than anyone else's. Reese Daniel asked, "What does this have to do with binding your soul?" Jiang Yunu replied solemnly, "You changed my biological species, so of course you bound my original soul." Reese Daniel, Teacher Lei smiled and nodded, glancing again at Jiang Yunu's name. "So this?" "Jiang Luobua," said Reese Daniel, "in order to drop your baseless accusations against me, and also to save your soul, I would like you to write an additional theoretical assignment this weekend. The assignment should list 3 classic misconceptions about Earth-type ability users, and then explain 3 correct talents belonging to Earth-type ability users." Teacher Reese's tone was extremely gentle, and his expression was as gentle as his voice as he looked at Jiang Yunu. "Perfect timing. I noticed that your classification is also Earth-type. I believe this assignment will definitely enhance your understanding of yourself." Reese Daniel gently added extra homework for Jiang Yunu. Jiang Yunu was overjoyed to receive this unexpected assignment, attracting much attention at the end of the last class. A pitying kind of attention. Her roommate was a little worried. Are you okay?" For a real 11-year-old, being given extra homework in front of the class seemed like a terrifying thing. Jiang Yuna looked even younger than her peers, and she calmly accepted the stares from those around her. "I'm fine," Joy-sun said from the side, "but you have to do more homework this weekend. Didn't you book 2 days of simulator lessons?" Joy-sun was worried that Jiang Yunu's original plans would be affected. "That won't affect it." Jiang Yunu waved her hand. "It's just an extra assignment. It won't conflict with my computer time. It's not a big problem." Her tone was nonchalant, causing Reese Daniel, who had just walked out of the classroom, to stop in his tracks, just in time to hear her words. Teacher Lei walked over to Jiang Yunu and kindly reminded her, "Scribbling isn't acceptable. Even if you're the only one who needs to hand in this assignment, I still read it carefully." Being caught red-handed by the teacher outside of class, and having her comments seemingly made about not taking the extra homework seriously felt even more terrifying for a young student. Jiang Yuna's roommate lowered her head, and Jo Yi-sun quickly tugged at Jiang Yuna's sleeve. Jiang Yuna looked up, not only not looking away, but also meeting the gaze of the tall teacher Lei. Reese Daniel was beginning to vaguely suspect that this white-haired girl might be a troublemaker. But she didn't seem like it. Jiang Yuna smiled at teacher Lei. "Don't worry," she said sincerely. "I definitely write it carefully, and won't treat this assignment carelessly." Reese Daniel was momentarily dazzled by her sincerity. Oh, that's good." By the time Mr. Reese realized what was happening, the white-haired ginger radish had already walked away with her red-haired friend and her quiet, reserved roommate. Before leaving, she said goodbye to him. Reese Daniel was left in the hallway, lost in thought. He did punish that student with a theory assignment, right? Meanwhile, Jiang Yunu, who had walked away, showed no sign of being upset about the extra homework. She had just been reminded by Joy-san about the simulator test, and the thought that as long as she got through tonight, she would have her first simulator test this weekend tomorrow morning made her steps lighter. She almost wanted to skip 3 steps down the stairs. Jiang Yunu's roommate carefully stopped her as she tried to jump 4 steps at once. "Don't jump so many steps at once, be careful you fall." When Jiang Yunu climbed the broken stairs of the small garbage shack on the rundown street, she jumped far more than 3 or 4 steps at a time. This was already a result of her deliberately restraining herself. "It's okay," Jiang Yunu said cheerfully. "If I fall, I hope it knocks me unconscious so I can sleep until tomorrow morning." Despite her young age, Joyce was already showing signs of being a motherly mother. "You can't say things like that," Joyce said sternly. Chapter 40. Jiang Yunu didn't fall, of course. As someone who had once climbed Mount Huangshan barehanded on a deserted island, to think she'd fall over a few steps would be a gross underestimation of her physical abilities. However, facing Aunt Qiao's criticism, Jiang Yunu still smiled and said, "Okay." The night passed uneventfully, everything normal. Jiang Yunu slept soundly until the next day. She usually woke up early, but today, excited and preoccupied with her first experience in the simulation pod at the multifunctional building, she woke up half an hour earlier than usual. When she got up, it felt as if the entire dormitory area was still asleep. Having her own private bathroom was convenient. Jiang Yunu could wash up without disturbing anyone and changed into comfortable clothes. Then she left dormitory building number 10 and, taking advantage of the first light of dawn, went to the South Dining Hall. Angle South Cafeteria is open 24 hours a day, with 2 windows staffed by robots around the clock, ready to serve meals to anyone seeking sustenance. Jiang Yuna checked her campus account balance, and was pleased to find that the school's meal allowance was more than enough, allowing her to generously order a breakfast set meal. After breakfast, Jiang Yunu brought up her terminal screen and followed the navigation towards the multifunctional building. This was her first time going to the multifunctional building since the start of the semester. The activities of Engle's freshmen are really limited. They only attend theoretical classes, making their daily lives basically revolve around the main teaching building, the cafeteria, and their dormitories, a 3-point line every day. Zhou Jinxue was still worried last night, afraid that Jiang Yuna might get lost on her first trip to the multifunctional building, so she sent her a message on the chat interface. "Ingxue, do you need me to go with you? User 240715523. No need, it's the weekend, senior, please rest well." Jiang Yuna was too embarrassed to ask someone to get up early with her, especially since she knew her own character all too well. Her early rising was practically super early rising by most people's standards. After thanking Senior Zhou for her kindness, Zhou Jinxue didn't insist on taking her, but immediately sent her a coordinate sharing message. It was the campus coordinates for the multifunctional building, and the specific location of the simulator lab within the building. Zhou Jinxue was cold on the outside but warm on the inside. At least, she was really warm towards Jiang Yunu. Today, Jiang Yuna followed the coordinates provided by Zhou Jinxue and successfully found the main entrance of the multifunctional building. Angle was used to saving energy at night, and normal power supply was only restored after 6:30 every morning. Jiang Yuna glanced at the time displayed on her terminal. 6:15. 15 minutes until the building's energy-saving mode was lifted. In energy-saving mode, only a few lights were on in the multifunctional building, and only one verification gate at the main entrance was open, but this didn't hinder Jiang Yunu. She entered the building smoothly and followed the signs to find the computer lab. To her surprise, Jiang Yuna thought she had arrived early enough. She had seen on the school's website that the computer labs opened at 6:45, meaning that after the building's energy-saving mode was lifted, she would have to wait another 15 minutes for the classroom doors to automatically unlock and allow students to enter. There were still 15 minutes until the energy-saving mode was lifted, and half an hour before the classrooms opened. Jiang Yunu was prepared to be one of the most proactive students, but to her surprise, as soon as she stepped into the corridor of the floor where the computer labs were located, she found that there were already other people there. More accurately, several students lay corpses on the benches in the corridor. Although seemingly unrelated, Jiang Yunu inexplicably thought of a base nestled in a desolate mountain village on an isolated island. In energy-saving mode, few lights were on in the corridor, only the green emergency exit sign glowed, casting a pale green filter over the dim corridor and making the lives of those lying on the benches seem even more uncertain. The scene resembled stumbling upon a suspenseful thriller. Jiang Yunu felt a sense of familiarity. She recalled the scene of staring at the white-haired children beside the large pit in the base. Out of a feeling of familiarity, Jiang Yunu quietly took a few steps forward, randomly selected a bench with a student lying there, their fate unknown, and stood quietly beside them, carefully examining them. This student looked like they had spent the night in the multifunctional building. His clothes were wrinkled and crumpled, the hood of his coat pulled down to cover his face, and he sat on the bench with his arms crossed, in the most comfortable possible position. Upon listening carefully, he could still hear breathing. Alive, Jiang Yunu concluded, finishing her observation. Her voice was light and airy, tinged with a slight regret, realizing that this wasn't the isolated island base, and there wouldn't be a companion like 22 that she could move around at will. Having guessed why the students were lying dead here, Jiang Yunu didn't want to disturb their naps, so she decided to come back just before the doors opened. She walked almost silently, quietly retreating down the corridor. Jiang Yunu planned to explore the other floors to further familiarize herself with the multifunctional building, but no sooner had she left than one of the students, who appeared to be sleeping, stirred on one of the benches near the computer lab entrance. What was that just now? The student trembled as he climbed up from the bench. He craned his neck, peering in the direction Jiang Yunu had left. At the end of the corridor, all was dimly lit. A few scattered lights barely illuminated the entire passage. The chairs where they had been lying were also dark. This was precisely the dimly lit area that they had chosen to sleep here. Someone else sat up on another chair, their voice trembling similarly. Was that a person? Could that possibly be a person? I don't know either. Finally, the group looked at each other in horror, exclaiming in unison, "The multifunctional building is haunted?" Completely unaware that he had once again been mistaken for a ghost, Jiang Yunu happily explored the 3 upper floors, then went down the stairs to the lower floors to wander around as well, figuring out the locations of all the functional rooms in the multifunctional building. At 6:45, Jiang Yunu returned to the corridor of the computer lab on time. She saw that the previously closed classroom door was now open, and the area outside, no longer deserted with only a few students lying around, was now filled with a group of students who had reserved the earliest slots. The crowd seemed to have been discussing something. The central area was quite lively, with a cacophony of voices audible. However, once the classroom door opened, most people were more interested in getting into the simulator as soon as possible. The crowd surged into the classroom, and the circle formed at the door immediately dispersed. Jiang Yunu was unaware of the topic of discussion, and was more concerned about getting into the simulator. She arrived just as the door opened and immediately joined the crowd entering the classroom. The simulator slots were randomly assigned. Students were given a slot number upon successful reservation. Jiang Yunu found her cabin by following the number. Having already reviewed the basic tutorial, she quickly and smoothly entered the cabin. Before students boarded, the simulator was a cocoon-shaped machine with a transparent canopy. Once a student was seated and successfully logged in using their student authentication on their personal terminal, the canopy changed from transparent to opaque, isolating them from the outside world and creating a completely enclosed space. Jiang Yunu successfully docked with the simulator, entrusting her senses to the instruments. When she opened her eyes again, she was in a virtual space, surrounded by several floating screens, each representing an entrance. This was the selection area after logging into the simulator. Jiang Yunu looked around and noticed a screen that read, "Virtual Battlefield." Jiang Yunu immediately walked towards the virtual battlefield, but before she even reached the bottom of the screen, a warning beep sounded, and a red cross appeared on the virtual battlefield screen. A synthesized system notification popped up. It has been detected that you are not yet qualified to enter the virtual battlefield. Please select a different access area. Jiang Yunu, Still unwilling to give up, Jiang Yunu asked, "How do I obtain the qualification?" The system replied matter-of-factly, "Your identity verification indicates you are a current student. You have not yet obtained virtual battlefield access permission approved by the school. For specific details, you may need to consult your teachers." Jiang Yunu had already spent a week in theory classes, and upon hearing this, he roughly guessed that the school would probably only gradually grant this permission to freshmen after they finished their theory lessons and started practical classes. Jiang Yunu couldn't help but linger for a few more glances at the virtual battlefield before reluctantly returning to the selection area. Then she looked towards the virtual gaming area. Jiang Yunu tried to walk towards the gaming area, remembering what Bambi, the senior student, had said on registration day, that it was okay for freshmen to play games. As she walked, she asked the system, "Can I go this way?" The system replied, "Of course." Jiang Yunu sighed and selected to enter the game. Soon, the surrounding scenery changed. She felt a slight weightlessness, as if she were briefly floating in the air, before stepping back onto solid ground. The system kindly prompted, "Detected that you have no game records. Newbie navigation has been automatically activated for you." Jiang Yunu didn't resist the newbie navigation, especially when encountering something completely new. Under the guidance of the newbie navigation, Jiang Yunu became familiar with the basic game operations and adapted to the magical experience of playing games in a holographic environment. She even obtained basic equipment, a backpack and a basic weapon. Looking at the weapon automatically handed to her, Jiang Yunu blinked, a little confused. "Am I supposed to use this to fight elemental beasts?" The tutorial replied, "That's right, this will be your weapon against elemental beasts." Only in the virtual battlefield could she experience simulated combat with elemental beasts using her powers. The virtual battlefield was also a virtual training ground for power-based combat. In the holographic game, players couldn't use powers. They could only use various weapons to fight the elemental beasts in the game. Jiang Yunu understood this difference. She thought it was fine. If she could only use weapons in the game, she used weapons. At least she could finally experience some combat. But 5 minutes later, the tutorial ended, and Jiang Yunu was placed on the most basic beginner combat map. The surrounding environment changed from a training room to a dense forest. A rustling sound came from deep within the grass, growing louder as she approached. She heard the heavy breathing of a creature getting closer. Jiang Yunu gripped her randomly assigned beginner weapon, feeling its solid yet slender texture. Still puzzled, she couldn't help but question, "Why is my beginner weapon a spatula?" Chapter 41. That's right, Jiang Yunu's starting weapon was a spatula. The system directly provided it to him. Its texture was smooth and delicate. It was also quite heavy. You could tell it was a substantial spatula just by holding it. If you actually used it for stir-frying, you probably wouldn't be able to swing it more than a few times before someone with less strength felt their arm ache. Jiang Yunu held the spatula and exchanged glances with the elemental beast that had just emerged from the grass. Elemental beasts had elemental cores embedded in prominent places on their bodies. The color of the core indicated the beast's elemental attribute. This elemental beast, which had just rushed out of the grass, had its core embedded in its forehead. It was green, indicating that it was an earth elemental beast. The earth elemental beast resembled a pangolin from Earth, its scales incredibly tough. There was no need to test the hardness of those scales, just seeing it charge out of the grass, sending rocks flying, several large stones bouncing off its scales with a crisp sound, while its scales remained completely undamaged, without even a scratch, was enough to demonstrate their incredible sturdiness. So the question was, how could Jiang Yunu fight it with just a spatula? Jiang Yunu mentally analyzed the situation, but only a few seconds had actually passed. While she was sizing up the earth elemental beast, its eyes were also scanning her from the sides. Then it moved first. The earth elemental beast probably thought Jiang Yunu posed no threat. To it, she was no different from a strangely shaped rock. It pawed at the ground with one front paw, then suddenly exerted force, charging forward again. Right in front of it. Being bumped by such a scaled creature wouldn't be fun, and Jiang Yunu didn't want to experience having her breakfast knocked out in the game. She moved quickly, nimbly dodging. But it was as if Jiang Yunu had some kind of target lock buff. The moment she dodged, the earth elemental beast turned and continued charging towards her. "Am I the red cloth used in bullfighting?" Jiang Yunu asked sincerely, continuing to dodge. "But hello? I don't think you're a bull, are you?" Unfortunately, the earth elemental beast didn't respond to Jiang Yunu's friendly greeting. Although it didn't look like a bull, it possessed the aura of a bull determined to collide with the red cloth, and the red cloth it unfortunately targeted was Jiang Yunu. The earth elemental beast seemed blind to everything else. It relentlessly pursued Jiang Yunu, charging at her again and again, hot breath constantly escaping from its narrow snout, its throat rumbling with frustrated roars at its target repeatedly escaping its impact range. "That's unreasonable," Jiang Yunu said. "You tried to hit me, and I didn't let you. How dare you be angry with me?" Although she said that, Jiang Yunu wasn't exactly a submissive victim. While being chased by the earth elemental beast, Jiang Yunu had already tried using her spatula in combat, wielding it at precise moments and angles to strike the beast several times. The good news was, the spatula was far more durable than she thought. It was evenly matched with the elemental beast's scales in terms of hardness. The bad news was, because their hardness was comparable, her spatula was unharmed, and the elemental beast's scales were even less affected. The hard spatula struck the equally hard scales, producing only a slight metallic clang and a minor tingling sensation in Jiang Yunu's hand from the recoil. Both remained unharmed. This brought Jiang Yunu's first battle against an elemental beast, a game-like experience, to a temporary stalemate. How could she possibly subdue this thing? Jiang Yunu abandoned the idea of a direct confrontation with the spatula, realizing that swinging, hitting, or smashing it would be futile and a waste of her energy. While relying on her agility to continue dodging, she brainstormed a way to break the stalemate. Jiang Yunu's gaze slowly focused on the green crystal core on the earth elemental beast's forehead. Reese Daniel had mentioned in class that most elemental beasts possess 2 or more weaknesses, and depending on their form and level, their exclusive weaknesses are incredibly diverse and varied. However, among the many types of weaknesses, all elemental beasts possess a universal weakness: their elemental core. The elemental core is both the elemental beast's weakness and the center of its energy. By attacking the elemental core in the right way, one can effectively damage the elemental beast, and may even subdue or kill it in one blow. Jiang Yunu was drowsy during this class, not for any other reason than that it was the last class of the day, and she was already experiencing information overload, almost treating Professor Lay's lecture as a lullaby. Suddenly, hearing Reese Daniel talk about the weaknesses of elemental beasts and mention the keyword combat, Jiang Yunu suddenly woke up, and then she quickly pressed the speak button on her desktop. Jiang Yunu stood up, full of enthusiasm, and asked, "Teacher, what kind of method would be considered the appropriate one?" The gentle and refined teacher Lay waved his hand, and a 3D projection of a large book appeared out of thin air in the classroom. Although the common weakness is attacking elemental crystal cores, I think the clever students have already guessed that beneath any general theoretical knowledge, there are countless further subdivisions. Reese Daniel smiled and transmitted the book to the terminals of all the students. Those interested in this content can read this book in advance. Consider it a preview of the knowledge that will be covered later. As for that book, Jiang Yunu, of course, hadn't had time to read it yet. Furthermore, after transmitting the book to the students, Reese Daniel kindly reminded them, many attack methods targeting elemental crystal cores are directly linked to supernatural abilities. Using supernatural abilities, it's easier to directly attack the energy core of elemental beasts. As a freshman at a supernatural ability school who hadn't even had practical classes yet, let alone theoretical classes on this topic, discussing practical supernatural attack methods was like reading a foreign language. Of course, thankfully, in the game world, the game system uniformly prohibits everyone from using superpowers. Jiang Yunu gripped her spatula, dodging another fierce charge from the earth elemental beast. Her gaze shifted from the green crystal core on its forehead to her own hand. In a combat environment where superpowers are prohibited, there must be ways to inflict damage without relying on them. Jiang Yunu seemed to understand. The earth elemental beast didn't care what the humanoid red cloth in front of it was thinking. It had already missed its target multiple times, and its increasingly heavy breathing, and the more forcefully its claws rubbed against the ground showed that it was in a very bad mood and extremely agitated. Its target seemed to have temporarily stopped, halting directly in front of it, perhaps its stamina finally exhausted from the long chase. But this was undoubtedly a good opportunity for the earth elemental beast. It immediately re-aimed at its target, its 2 forelimbs slamming into the ground, its scale-covered body charging towards it. The target disappeared from its sight once more. However, this time, the target neither dodged left nor right. The pangolin-like earth elemental beast felt a sudden weight on its back. At the moment the target charged, Jiang Yunu leaped up with incredible lightness and agility, then, using her core strength in midair, turned and aimed at the moment the elemental beast braked sharply after missing its target, landing steadily on its back. The elemental beast was stunned for a few seconds before realizing what had happened. It immediately shook its head violently, its entire body swaying, trying to throw off the creature that dared to mount it. But as soon as Jiang Yunu landed on the elemental beast's back, she immediately clamped her legs around its sides, tensing from her thighs to her core, slightly lowering her center of gravity. She sat extremely steadily, as if she had climbed onto the back of a wild, untamed horse. Without relying on any external aids, she relied entirely on herself, on incredible human strength, to tame and suppress it. If Zhou Yisun or Zhou Jinxue were here, they might not even recognize Jiang Yunu at first glance. She still had that white hair, and that slightly thinner and smaller stature than her peers, her figure still showing signs of malnutrition. But her usually smiling, sunny, and cheerful face was now expressionless, her gaze fixed intently on the crystal core atop the elemental beast's head. The earth elemental beast struggled wildly, but couldn't shake off Jiang Yuna's crossbow. Jiang Yuna kept her eyes fixed on its crystal core, anchoring herself to its back. Then she raised her right hand, which was holding a spatula. "Excuse me," Jiang Yuna said calmly, though politely. "The teacher really hasn't taught this lesson yet, and I don't know if what I'm doing is right." She insisted on finishing her greeting, and after saying this to the earth elemental beast, she flipped her right wrist, changing the angle of the spatula in her hand. The hard edge of the spatula aimed at the edge of the elemental beast's crystal core on its forehead, and she shoveled downwards with force. The elemental beast tilted its head back, its long snout pointing skyward, its mouth wide open, but no sound came out. Jiang Yunu scooped off its elemental core with a single blow. The scales there weren't as hard as expected, the armor around the core was surprisingly fragile, allowing her spatula to easily pierce it. Then, like flipping a flattened fried egg from a pan, with a little deft force, the green core flew off the earth elemental beast's forehead. The pangolin-like earth elemental beast stood frozen in place, then silently collapsed. As the elemental beast swayed and fell, Jiang Yunu jumped off its back, landing on her feet again. She caught the falling green core, glanced at the fallen beast, then at her spatula. "Alright," Jiang Yunu thought, developing a slight appreciation for her spatula. "Spatula, you seem quite useful when scooping up cores." Jiang Yunu wasn't sure if her fighting style was correct, or if her method of attacking elemental cores was unconventional. But her teacher hadn't taught her yet. During her 2-hour simulator session, Jiang Yunu spent half an hour familiarizing herself with the game's tutorial, and another half-hour figuring out how to defeat her first elemental beast. For the next hour, the game system probably thought she was a prodigy capable of taking down elemental beasts with a spatula, so pangolins continued to spawn in her beginner's map. Jiang Yunu became increasingly adept at shoveling, and when she finally exited the game, her inventory contained 4 crystal cores, including the one she had obtained at the beginning. Chapter 42. It could be called a bountiful harvest. However, when Jiang Yunu first received the 4 crystal cores, she didn't realize it was such a harvest. 2 hours of computer time was far from enough to satisfy her thirst for exploring the virtual world. She felt like she had just gotten the hang of wielding a spatula to fight monsters when, in the blink of an eye, the system was reminding her that time was running out and she had to get off. No matter how reluctant Jiang Yunu was to leave this holographic game world, rules were rules. With 5 minutes left before her exit time, a semi-transparent floating pop-up appeared before her eyes, displaying a countdown starting from 300. The countdown reached 0, Jiang Yunu automatically exited the game, and the simulator's canopy returned to transparency before her eyes. She had to get off and leave the classroom to make way for the other students already queuing outside. Luckily, she had another time slot scheduled for tomorrow night. Thinking that she could still come to the computer lab tomorrow night, Jiang Yunu's heart immediately cheered again. This weekend, unusually, Joyce didn't spend much time with her. The red-haired boy had been kidnapped by his roommate, who also brought along an upperclassman named Habana. Bambi had been sternly admonishing Joyce at Friday dinner, saying that she couldn't always be following her sister around, that Jiang Yunu sometimes needed personal space, and that Joyce should have some boy time. So, he volunteered to join Joyce's dorm gatherings, taking her out for some so-called boy activities over the weekend. It wasn't until Saturday night, when Joyce seemed utterly exhausted, that she finally contacted Jiang Yunu on her personal terminal. Fiery Red Attic Phantom, how was your computer session today? Fiery Red Attic Phantom, a crouching emoji. Jiang Yunu is used to using the default username when chatting, so naturally he didn't change the nicknames of the contacts in his contact list, keeping their original IDs. Joyce's ID is quite visually striking, making you want to laugh every time you see it. Jiang Yunu types quickly. User 2407153, absolutely perfect. User 2407153, but you, Fiery Red Attic Phantom, attended a party exclusively for guys, and it seems your fiery red self has faded from the heat? Jiang Yunu teases him mercilessly. Fiery Red Attic Phantom, Fiery Red Attic Phantom, another emoji of someone crawling on the ground. Fiery Red Attic Phantom, can we make a 3-point agreement? Whether in real life or online, please don't call each other by our full names. User 2407153, you said you wanted to make a 3-point agreement. Where are the other two? Fiery Red Attic Phantom, the other two are, please repeat the above rule twice. User 2407153, okay, so this is the legendary saying important things 3 times. When Jiang Yunu chats, she easily lets loose, talking nonsense and unknowingly veering the topic off course. Luckily, the other person is Joey-san, who is already somewhat familiar with Jiang Yunu's speaking style, and has developed a certain resistance to it. Soon, Joey-san remembered his original question and scrolled back up the chat history, where he saw Jiang Yunu's concern for him before the conversation went off track. Fiery Red Attic Phantom, sigh, let's not get too carried away, but spending the whole day with a group of people I'm not very familiar with is really tiring. Fiery Red Attic Phantom, it won't make me lose my color, but it's enough to leave me physically and mentally exhausted. Joy-san sent a third meme of someone lying on the ground, clearly showing that today's social activities had completely drained his energy. Jiang Yunu usually advises others not to attend gatherings that are too physically demanding unless absolutely necessary, but she knew Joy-san didn't want to refuse Bambi's kindness, and Hubana was genuinely looking out for Joy-san, worried that his social circle was too narrow, which was why he dragged him out. So Jiang Yunu didn't say much, only sending Joy-san a meme in return. Unlike the cute memes she sent to Senior Joe, the memes she sent to Joy-san were generally more sworn brotherhood style. Joy-san accepted the meme and replied to Jiang Yunu with a heartfelt thank you for your concern. Then Joyce asked about the simulator experience. Fiery Red Attic Phantom, is the simulator really that fun? Was your experience perfect? User 2407153, of course. Why would I lie to you? The simulator experience was truly extraordinary. Speaking of the simulator, Jiang Yunu could talk about it until the wee hours of the morning without getting sleepy. She immediately launched into a long explanation of how fun the simulator experience was. Joyce was somewhat tempted. Fiery Red Attic Phantom, how about I schedule a session for next week? Fiery Red Attic Phantom, is it for tomorrow night? User 2407153, yes. The computer lab reservation time is 8 p.m. every day. Jiang Yunu already had experience with reservations and knew she had to arrive at the exact time to secure a popular time slot. However, for next week's simulator lab session, she had the idea of avoiding the popular times again. User 2407153, I want to arrive at the exact time, but avoid the most popular times and try to grab as many less popular time slots as possible. Her main strategy was to maximize quantity, hoping to extend her weekend time spent in the computer lab by securing multiple time slots. Joy-san, who used to sleep in late at his home in the dilapidated street and had difficulty waking up early, had only been at Engel for a week, but his daily routine had been somewhat disrupted by the packed schedule of classes, and he was starting to find waking up early not so difficult anymore. Joy-san immediately agreed to cooperate. Fiery Red Attic Phantom, I don't know which time slots are popular and which are less popular. You can just send me the slots you want to grab, and then we can grab the same ones. Jiang Yunu readily agreed and immediately created a simple table, sharing with Xiao Isan the time slots she considered relatively free when she booked them last week. During this time, Zhou Jinshui also sent a message to check in. Senior Zhou was always very considerate. If she didn't have time to check in on Jiang Yunu during the day, she would definitely send her 1 or 2 messages after 8 p.m., before 10 p.m., the usual bedtime, like checking in on her junior's daily life. Zhou Jinshui also asked Jiang Yunu about her simulator experience. Jiang Yunu, just as she had told Xiao Isan, honestly said that she had a very enjoyable experience and was already planning to book a longer session next week. Zhou Jinshui was busy this weekend too. It seemed like only the semester had just started, yet she already been assigned extra homework by her teachers, making her slower to reply to messages than usual. But when Zhou Jinshui finally sent her reply, Jiang Yunu discovered she also sent him a table. It was a much more detailed computer session reference table, far more convincing than anything Jiang Yunu had compiled based on a single experience. Yingshui, this might be helpful for you. You can take a look at the times on it. Yingshui, it was compiled by previous students. You can't find it on the school's official website. It's only circulating among students. Jiang Yunu's eyes lit up when she saw the table. User 2407153, thank you, senior. You're the best. Jiang Yunu launched a cute emoji attack on Zhou Jinshui, sending a bunch of lively little animals to her chat window. Girls' dormitory area, Building 6. Zhou Jinxue sat in the living room on the first floor of her dormitory building, replying to messages, a floating screen displayed in front of her. Her screen wasn't large, and the font size in the chat window was standard, but the countless little animals scrolling across the screen were undeniably eye-catching. A roommate passed by behind the sofa where Zhou Jinxue was sitting, and glanced up casually, only to see a bunch of adorable, fluffy animals. The roommate stopped in her tracks, somewhat intrigued, and leaned closer to the back of the sofa. "Jinxue," the roommate said, "are you chatting with AI animals?" Zhou Jinxue looked at the screen, then at her roommate's curious eyes. "No," Zhou Jinxue said calmly, "they're my junior classmates. But this junior, to some extent, does indeed easily remind one of a lively, playful animal." Zhou Jinxue didn't know why she thought that way. She felt it was impolite to associate someone with a small animal, but Jiang Yuna consistently gave her that impression, causing even the usually upright and proper Zhou Jinxue some distress. Jiang Yuna accepted the form from her senior, and immediately shared the easy-to-book time slots marked on the form with Xiao Yisun. The next day, Sunday evening, Jiang Yunu and Xiao Yisun had dinner together. After finishing their meal, they didn't leave the cafeteria immediately, but waited at a small table with their terminals open. At 8 p.m. sharp, the two immediately logged into the simulator reservation interface. With practice and the help of the form provided by her senior, Jiang Yunu successfully secured 4 time slots, doubling her screen time for the following week. Xiao Yisun, being a first-timer, wasn't as skilled, but still managed to secure 2 time slots. Jiang Yunu was quite satisfied with the result. "At least we can play together for 4 hours next week." Zhou Yisun initially felt he had dragged things down, but 4 hours seemed like a long time, which made him feel much better. Jiang Yunu parted ways with Zhou Yisun at the cafeteria entrance. She still had one more computer session this week, from 9 p.m. to 11 p.m. Jiang Yunu rushed to the multifunctional building, arriving just in time for the computer lab, and crawled into the simulator she had been longing for. This time, Jiang Yunu didn't hesitate in front of the virtual battlefield option, but plunged straight into the game next door. The holographic game still placed Jiang Yunu in the beginner's battle map, and the familiar spatula, after just one night, was back in her hands. Jiang Yunu was completely free of the awkwardness she felt when first facing the spatula yesterday. She wielded her incredibly sturdy spatula, and in 2 hours, she shoveled away 4 earth elemental beasts, and 2 water elemental beasts that crawled out of the newly added lake scene. Chapter 43. The appearance of the water elemental beasts was somewhat unexpected. At first, Jiang Yunu hadn't even realized that monsters could spawn in lakes. She logged into the game, and was greeted by the familiar forest outdoor scene, surrounded by dense grass. Pangolin-like earth elemental beasts seemed to sprout automatically from the ground. One after another, they appeared, constantly being delivered to her, allowing her to scoop up their green crystal cores one by one with her spatula. Unconsciously, Jiang Yunu moved closer to the edge of the dense grass during the battle, until she scooped up the crystal core of the third earth elemental beast, and also reached the edge of the grass with the battle. Jiang Yunu caught the crystal core falling from the sky. Turning around, she discovered that the clearing beyond the grass was adjacent to a lake. The lake surface was quite calm, like a mirror laid flat on the ground. Jiang Yunu had just been fighting continuously. The thud of the pangolin's 4 legs and its roars were enough to mask the surrounding white noise. As she took a couple of steps closer to the lakeshore, drawing nearer to the mirror-like blue surface, she finally heard a faint sound of water. "Has the map expanded?" Jiang Yunu muttered to herself, gazing at the lake. The blue lake remained calm. The game system gave her very little rest time. She had shoveled down 3 earth elementals in a row, yet the map's monster spawn stoppage time was at most 5 minutes. Before Jiang Yunu had even walked halfway around the lake to explore the newly unlocked area, her ears caught a new movement from the bushes behind her. A 4th earth elemental was attacking. Without hesitation, Jiang Yunu turned around. Her spatula was already in place before her entire body turned towards the direction of the sound. She had already predicted the direction of the attack simply by listening, and the metal handle of the spatula blocked it horizontally in the corresponding direction. Clang! The earth elemental beast's scale-covered snout struck the metal rod, producing a clanging sound. Jiang Yunu seized the opportunity and pressed the horizontal spatula handle against the earth elemental beast's snout, engaging in a momentary clash of strength that prevented its mouth, already close to hers, from opening. This was unacceptable to the earth elemental beast. With its snout pinned, it lowered its head to gather strength, then suddenly mustered all its power and jerked its head up, attempting to fling both the obstruction and Jiang Yunu away. Jiang Yu was indeed flying away. But she did it on purpose. As the pangolin strained to raise its head, Jiang Yu actually released some of the force. She gripped the horizontal spatula handle with both hands, bit her knees slightly, and as the elemental beast tilted its head back, she gently pressed the handle down, pushing off with her feet into the soft soil of the lakeshore. It was as if she had used the elemental beast to perform a unique vault. Using the recoil as leverage, Jiang Yu leaped into the air, then turned mid-air, easily mounting the elemental beast's back once more. Once Jiang Yu was on its back, the elemental beast, with its crystal core on its forehead, had no chance of escape. The elemental beast struggled futilely for a while, leaving a trail of messy footprints on the lakeshore. Jiang Yu sat firmly on its back, flicking his wrist to position the spatula correctly, aiming at the weak point in the scales around the crystal core. The strike was swift and ruthless. The green crystal core detached from the elemental beast's body. The fourth pangolin swayed twice, then suddenly fell silent, losing all mobility, its body collapsing on the lakeshore. Jiang Yu dismounted from the elemental beast's back before his mount could fall. The earth elemental beast's fall was quite a commotion, and its proximity to the lake caused ripples on the once mirror-like surface. Jiang Yu figured the system wouldn't let her enter a rest phase immediately after eliminating a monster, so she kept an eye on the grassy area, waiting for the next elemental beast to spawn. Suddenly, the sound of water behind her grew louder. The lake surface, which had initially only rippled slightly, was affected by the movement on the shore, and small ripples spread outwards towards the center of the lake. Logically, these tiny ripples shouldn't have reached the center, and should have disappeared halfway. But without Jiang Yu noticing, the small ripples had somehow reached the center of the lake, and then, something in the center created larger ripples, moving from the center back towards the shore. Jiang Yu turned around at the sound of water, and saw that the ripples on the lake surface had returned from the center to the shore. She stared at the area where bubbles were rising from the water. Beneath the blue lake surface, a shadow, visible to the naked eye, appeared on the shore. Two eyes emerged from the water. Jiang Yu only stared at those light bulb-like eyes for a moment before she immediately realized. This was also an elemental beast. Clearly different in appearance from the pangolin, this elemental beast, which had risen from the lake, resembled a crocodile. Jiang Yu didn't see a crystal core on the crocodile's forehead. She slowly retreated from the shore, not immediately attacking, but waiting for the elemental beast to emerge from the water, crawling out with a layer of wet mud on its belly. Once it crawled ashore, Jiang Yu finally saw its full form. It was a water elemental beast, with a blue crystal core embedded in the middle of its back. While keeping an eye on the crocodile before her, Jiang Yu simultaneously used her hearing to probe the bushes behind her. The bushes behind her were quiet. It seems the game system is still adhering to the one monster at a time principle, preventing one from suddenly crawling out of the lake, and another from emerging from the bushes behind. Jiang Yu muttered, "Is this some kind of newbie protection?" She hadn't considered whether spawning 8 elemental beasts in 4 hours, after only 2 days of playing and less than 4 hours of gameplay, constituted newbie protection. Jiang Yu didn't think too much about it. She'd fight any monster that appeared. The newly introduced water elemental beast was a bit unfamiliar. It was Jiang Yu's first time dealing with an elemental beast other than the pangolin. But once the battle began, she quickly discovered that the crocodile had a different form and a different location for its crystal core, yet the surrounding tissues should be equally vulnerable. Jiang Yu only tested the water elemental beast. As it attempted to bite her quickly, she nimbly moved to the side and smashed it in the back with her spatula, hitting the area around its crystal core. The crocodile's massive jaws missed their target, then it opened them again, its crouching body jerking violently from the spatula's blow, biting down hard on air. This was a sign of pain. Jiang Yu understood. It seemed this creature's weak point was also around the crystal core. However, the crystal core was on its back, and the crocodile-form water elemental beast had a low base, making it difficult for Jiang Yu to jump onto its back to subdue it. Furthermore, it was highly likely that the moment she landed on its back, the crocodile would roll her into the water. So how could she remove this crystal core? Jiang Yu and the water elemental beast maneuvered for a while, sensing that the beast subtly intended to drag her into the water. Once inside the water, the crocodile's offensive capabilities would likely double. Jiang Yu had no intention of letting her opponent return to its home turf. She held her ground on the lakeshore, and after some further maneuvering, she suddenly remembered a short educational video she'd seen online in another world. The crocodile's sensory perception is primarily concentrated around its nose. Jiang Yu pondered this. It was known that the skin tissue near the crystal core was the crocodile's weak point. Was it possible that since this elemental beast possessed a crocodile's form, it also retained some biological traditions, and its nose was also a weak point? Jiang Yunu dared to think it, and dared to act. If she misjudged, all she had to do was have her spatula clash head-on with the crocodile's mouth. Jiang Yunu once again moved nimbly, circling to the other side, as the crocodile tried to bite her. Seizing the moment before the creature's gaping mouth closed, Jiang Yunu raised her arm high, flat side down, and slammed the spatula down. The spatula struck the crocodile's nose hard. The water elemental beast froze for a second, then its long body rolled and twisted in the soft mud of the lake shore. Jiang Yunu immediately knew her attack had been effective. This blow probably hurt about the same as being hit near the crystal core. Taking advantage of the water elemental beast's momentary distraction and lack of focus, Jiang Yunu swiftly leaped onto its narrow snout, shoving the crocodile's mouth firmly into the ground. During this, Jiang Yunu also delivered a final shovelful to the water elemental beast's nose. She could feel the crocodile flailing its limbs as she pressed down on it, trying to drag her into the water immediately. This follow-up attack rendered the opponent immobile once again. Sometimes, battles are all about timing, not a single second can be wasted. Jiang Yunu pressed down on the crocodile's mouth, temporarily reducing its mobility with 2 heavy blows. She aimed at the blue crystal on its back. Her vision caught the blue crystal's movement as the elemental beast rolled and struggled. The dynamic image within her vision entered her brain, which seemed to possess some kind of innate combat calculation program. Jiang Yunu only needed one glance to immediately know her attack angle and timing. Sizzle. It was the sound of the hard, thin edge of a spatula wedging into the weak spot around the crystal core. Jiang Yunu gripped the long handle and continued downwards. The blue crystal core was pried open, like a somewhat peculiar, strangely colored blue potato. This blue potato was removed from the pulsating, warm soil. The water elemental beasts, having lost their crystal cores, immediately fell silent, becoming as mute as the earth elemental beasts from before. Jiang Yunu had just obtained her first blue crystal core. Holding it up to the light, she felt the green crystal core's color resembled vibrant, lush grass, while the blue crystal core's color resembled the blue lake before her. In the blink of an eye, ripples spread across the lake's surface again. The waves from the center of the lake reached the shore, and a dark shadow appeared, swimming towards the bank. The second water elemental beast came ashore. Jiang Yunu wasn't surprised that the system had spawned another crocodile for her. She repeated her previous actions, first luring the water elemental beast away from the water's edge, then using a heavy attack to reduce its mobility, and then, at the opportune moment, kneeling on its narrow snout, pinning its long mouth firmly to the ground, before reaching for its crystal core on its back. A whole weekend, totaling no more than 4 hours of game time. As a novice player, Jiang Yunu has a total of 8 green crystal cores, and 2 blue crystal cores in his backpack. Chapter 44. Crystal cores? Zhou Jinxue looked somewhat surprised when Jiang Yunu mentioned crystal cores. She knew that for lower-year students like Jiang Yunu, it was difficult to access real elemental crystal cores so soon after enrollment, unless they were born in Rome. Except for those prodigies from the First Star District. Jiang Yunu hummed twice, looking at Zhou Jinxue with inquisitive eyes. Zhou Jinxue immediately realized that Jiang Yunu wasn't talking about real crystal cores, but rather the game. The crystal cores in the holographic game have the same uses as those in the real world. They're crafted to a 1-to-1 scale, Zhou Jinxue patiently explained. They can also be used for enhancement and refinement in the game, helping players improve their combat power. Jiang Yunu had a new question. She said, but aren't superpowers prohibited in the game? Elemental crystal cores in the real world can help those with superpowers strengthen themselves. For example, 2 ability users with the same B-level talent. The one who actively strengthens themselves can gradually reach the ceiling of B-level talent, while the one who slacks off will only remain a floor or even a bottom tier. Even with the same ability talent level, there will be differences in ability between those who actively cultivate and those who stagnate. Jiang Yunu obtained 10 game cores over the weekend, but didn't know what they were for. So on Wednesday of this week, she finally had a chance to have dinner with Zhou Jinxue, who had been very busy lately, and immediately asked her for advice at the table. As for why Jiang Yunu hadn't asked her for advice in the previous few days, with modern communication technology so advanced, she hadn't even sent a message to Senior Zhou on her personal terminal. Jiang Yunu was simply too busy. All weekend, Jiang Yunu was immersed in the fun of the simulation pod, the virtual combat leaving her wanting more. But she didn't forget her extra assignment. The introductory paper assigned to her by Reese Daniel required her to write about 3 common stereotypes about Earth Elementalists, and list 3 correct unique talents of Earth Elementalists. She had to squeeze in time to finish the assignment during her 2 wonderful days of hands-on experience. By the time her session ended on Sunday night, it was past 11:30 p.m. when she returned to her dormitory. She bumped into a graduating senior returning from the library at the first-floor entrance, who seemed a little surprised that she was so late. Jiang Yunu was too embarrassed to admit she'd been playing games so late in front of someone so engrossed in studying, so she just chuckled and brushed it off. She tiptoed back upstairs to the second floor, slipped into her room without waking her sleeping roommates, quickly washed up, checked her terminal for unread messages, and finally turned on her desk lamp to continue her assignment. She sacrificed a little sleep to ensure all her assignments were completed to a high standard. On Monday, Teacher Lei personally reviewed this extra assignment, carefully examining it. He was surprised to find that while Jiang Yunu appeared relaxed and casual, as if she might write a hastily and perfunctory paper, the actual work she submitted showed a serious attitude. Not bad. You have a real talent for theoretical work. Teacher Lei praised Jiang Yunu generously after checking her assignment. Originally, Reese Daniel had assigned this assignment out of concern that the freshmen might be exposed to too much miscellaneous and distorted information, leading to insufficient understanding of their own abilities. Jiang Yunu's paper was quite remarkable, much to Professor Lei's delight at unexpectedly discovering a promising academic talent. Jiang Yunu was happily accepting the praise when Reese Daniel, who was nodding increasingly enthusiastically as he read the paper, blurted out, "How about this? The school has a small academic competition next month. Normally, only second-year students participate, but I make an exception for you. Why don't you give it a try?" Jiang Yunu, Jiang Yunu, an extra assignment had unexpectedly led to an additional school activity. Jiang Yunu's smile froze. Reese Daniel looked up from her paper, then back at her face, and realized she didn't seem inclined to agree readily. "Don't make that face." Teacher Lei patted Jiang Yunu's shoulder affectionately. "This is a good thing. If you get good results in the inter-school competition, you might be able to join the school team 1 or 2 years earlier than others, and participate in the inter-school competition sooner." Jiang Yunu still only vaguely understood Engel's school team, and didn't know what advantages participating in the inter-school competition early would bring. Teacher Lei simply told her, in short, "It's all good for you." Then, Jiang Yunu was given an inter-school competition document on the spot, and was escorted away from the office by a smiling teacher. This added another long assignment to her already busy freshman theory course life. Jiang Yunu spent 2 days studying that thick pile of materials, until she had dinner with Zhou Jinxue on Wednesday. Only then did she finally remember her questions from the weekend, and find Zhou Jinxue as a ready-made source of answers. Zhou Jinxue understood that Jiang Yunu had encountered some common confusions among beginners. Senior Zhou patiently explained, while superpowers are indeed disabled in the game, crystal cores still serve a strengthening function, primarily used to enhance weapons and armor. In a game where superpowers are prohibited but elemental beasts are fought, a player's individual combat power is naturally influenced by their own strength and the buffs from their weapons and equipment. Crystal cores in the game cannot enhance the player themselves, but they can be used on weapons and equipment. Jiang Yunu currently only has a beginner's backpack and a spatula. She asked, "What if I don't have that many weapons and equipment to enhance?" Zhou Jinxue replied, "Then you can trade the extra crystal cores. Someone will always need them." As she said this, Zhou Jinxue was unaware that Jiang Yunu had already fought nearly a dozen elemental beasts, and her game backpack was filled with double-digit amounts of crystal cores. Zhou Jinxue said, "If you have extra crystal cores later, once you pass all the combat challenges in the beginner map, end the beginner mode, and unlock the online player interaction function, you can find the online exchange in the interaction and list the crystal cores you don't need." If it weren't for the sudden call to her personal terminal from a classmate who wanted to discuss something after dinner, Zhou Jinxue might have asked Jiang Yunu even more about his gaming experience. Hanging up, Zhou Jinxue looked apologetic. "I have to go," Zhou Jinxue said. "There's a problem with my classmate. I have the access to the discussion room." Jiang Yunu had already witnessed how busy Zhou Jinxue had been lately, and of course, she felt bad about taking up her time with her gaming matters. She immediately shook her head. It's okay. I think it's already great that I can have dinner with my senior tonight." Zhou Jinxue left in a hurry, leaving Jiang Yunu walking towards her dormitory from the cafeteria, a new question arising in her mind. How could she pass all the combat challenges in the beginner map? Jiang Yunu still didn't understand the game system's monster spawning mechanism. She only knew that she had killed 8 earth elemental beasts, and 2 water elemental beasts in 2 days. The crocodile form of the water elemental beast appeared after killing 8 pangolins. So, by the same logic, did she need to kill 8 water elemental beasts next, then unlock new wind or fire elemental beasts, and finally kill 8 of each type of basic elemental beast to pass the beginner test? This was still just Jiang Yuna's guess. Whether it was actually like this, she would have to verify it herself this weekend. Jiang Yuna wrote a simple and straightforward note in her personal terminal. In short, try killing 32 first. Before the weekend arrived, when she was with Qiao Yisun, Jiang Yuna shared with Qiao Yisun about what her senior had said about crystal cores being traded online. Joyce remarked, "It sounds just like trading crystal cores in real life. Crystal cores can be traded in reality. The holographic game seems like a miniature version of reality." Jiang Yuna suddenly had another thought. She felt that this game was like exposing underage ability users to things that adult ability users were already accustomed to. It was somewhat like a kind of alternative pre-training. Joyce noticed Jiang Yunu's sudden silence and, realizing she hadn't spoken for a moment, nudged her with his elbow. "What are you thinking about?" Jiang Yuna snapped out of her reverie, feeling there was nothing worth sharing about this thought. She simply said, "It's nothing, I was just thinking about our flight this weekend." Joyce's anticipation grew as soon as he mentioned it. "I've been waiting for the weekend for 4 days straight." The red-haired boy's eyes lit up. He heard a lot about the simulator this week, and with Jiang Yunu's enthusiastic recommendation last week, his initial 80% anticipation had ballooned to a full 120%. Jiang Yunu reassured him, "Just one more day. Hang in there, and we can go on Saturday morning." The overlapping appointment times for Jiang Yunu and Joyce still covered the 7 to 9 a.m. Saturday morning slot. During Friday afternoon's break, Joyce sat next to Jiang Yunu and quietly shared with him the information he gathered from the 2 boys' dormitories. "First, after I got back, I asked Bambi. Cough. I also asked Senior Habana about the game course. He said there's actually a core collecting team among the upperclassmen. They get together every week to grab computer lab slots, log in, head straight to the Elemental Beast battlefield, and then list the cores they collect on the game auction house, splitting the gold coins they earn. Second, I think there's some even more bombshell news than the first." When he got to the second point, he was being mysterious, keeping Jiang Yunu in suspense. Jiang Yunu just turned his head and looked at him for about 10 seconds. Joey-san lowered his head. "Please ask me if it's true." "What is it?" "Okay." Jiang Yunu, considering their close friendship, obliged. "Really? What is it?" Joey-san's hair seemed even redder. With a mix of excitement and fear, he lowered his voice and said, "The boys say the multifunctional building is haunted. Someone saw it near the computer lab last week." Chapter 45. Jiang Yunu's reaction was indifferent. "Oh, is that so?" Joe Ethan waited, then waited some more. He had come with great excitement to share this shocking news, expecting it to be somewhat thrilling. But this was Jiang Yunu's reaction? The red-haired boy couldn't believe it. He was sitting next to Jiang Yunu, quite close, and seeing that Jiang Yunu hadn't even offered a few words of comment after hearing his sharing, Jiang Yunu's gaze was almost falling back to the other's personal terminal, seemingly wanting to read a couple more pages of information. Joe Ethan raised a finger and silently pushed away the floating touch screen in front of Jiang Yunu. The pages in front of Jiang Yunu slid away, and Joe Ethan's face came closer. "What are you doing?" Jiang Yunu asked, looking down at Joe Ethan's face. Joyce insisted on occupying Jiang Yunu's view, saying, "I should be asking you what you're doing. Why are you so slow to react?" Jiang Yunu couldn't continue looking at the documents. Her expression was also strange, as if she felt Joyce was fussing over something completely unnecessary. "It's just a ghost story at school, isn't it?" Jiang Yunu said. "These things are common. Almost every school has rumors of haunted places." Jiang Yunu's tone was calm and confident, making Joyce look conflicted. But this time, they said a senior student saw it with their own eyes?" Joyce tried to emphasize the unusual nature of this rumor. Jiang Yunu remained calm. The advantage of having attended school for an extra lifetime was evident here. Although the schools Jiang Yunu had attended were completely different from the supernatural school, they all shared a certain timeless commonality regarding common campus rumors. "It's alright," Jiang Yunu said experiencedly. "Sometimes ghost stories are heard from upperclassmen, sometimes from underclassmen, and sometimes from teachers on duty. I generally think that unless I personally witness it, I just treat it as ordinary gossip." Jiang Yunu's approach to ghost stories is based on seeing is believing, and she doesn't care about unsubstantiated rumors. She patted Xiao Yisun's head, which was still blocking her way, then unceremoniously pushed him away with her hand. "Okay, this news isn't as interesting to me as the Crystal Core team you mentioned earlier. she said as she pushed Xiao Yisan away. Anyway, whether the multifunctional building is haunted or not, it won't affect our computer lab tomorrow morning. That was true. Xiao Yisan was clearly more interested in the haunting story. The rumors of the multifunctional building being haunted made him both excited and scared. But fear couldn't stop him from wanting to experience the simulator. After finishing the last half-day of classes on Friday night signified the arrival of a wonderful weekend. To avoid repeating the predicament of having to work late into the night after landing last Sunday, Jiang Yunu deliberately started doing her homework on Friday night, completing everything that could be finished immediately, so that she could focus more intently on the simulator for the next 2 days. After finishing most of her homework, before preparing to rest late at night, Jiang Yunu opened her notes app again. Anyway, let's try to kill 32. Her self-written goal lay quietly in her notes app. Jiang Yunu thought to herself, can I check off this goal tomorrow night? Saturday has a total of 4 hours of computer time. Last weekend, she had a total of 4 hours of computer time and scored 10 kills. However, the first 2 hours included mandatory beginner tutorials and practice. If we only consider last Sunday's score, she could handle 6 kills in 2 hours. That seems a bit tight. Jiang Yunu lay in bed calculating, realizing that achieving her goal in 1 day was probably unrealistic, and could only sigh. Oh well. She rolled over in bed, and dismissed the terminal's floating screen. She'd just play as many as she could. It wouldn't be a loss for her to reach the 32 kills in an extra day anyway. The next morning, Jiang Yunu deliberately woke up 15 minutes earlier than last week, and went to the boys' dormitory area. She used those 15 minutes of early morning specifically to wake up Zhou Yisun. Even though Zhou Yisun had assured Jiang Yunu the night before that he would be up on time and wouldn't need her to wake him, she could just meet him at the south cafeteria. Jiang Yunu, knowing how much of a sleepyhead Zhou Yisun could be, still came anyway, just to be on the safe side. Unexpectedly, Zhou Yisun actually got up, though he looked groggy, and when he ran out to meet Jiang Yunu, 2 of his shirt buttons were fastened incorrectly. You don't trust me, Zhou Yisun said, opening his mouth, and then letting out a huge yawn. Jiang Yunu glanced at him, and bluntly pointed out her friend's clothing problem. Your shirt button is on your stomach. Huh? Zhou Yisun suddenly looked down, his mouth still open, and finally saw how ridiculously his shirt was dressed. He hurriedly and clumsily unbuttoned all the wrong buttons, and then buttoned them back up in order. As he buttoned up his shirt, Joyce muttered, no wonder my stomach felt so cold when I ran out. I thought it was just the wind. The two quickly ate breakfast in the cafeteria, and then headed straight for the multifunctional building. On the way, as usual, Joyce confidently entrusted finding his way to Jiang Yunu, letting him lead the way. Breakfast had made him feel more energetic. The excitement and eagerness that had been suppressed by sleepiness were now resurfacing. I reviewed the computer operation procedures 3 times last night, Joyce said. I shouldn't make any mistakes during the actual operation later, and I won't embarrass myself in the computer lab, right? Joyce clearly lacked confidence. Jiang Yunu reassured him. It's okay, the simulator will be completely sealed off once you're inside. If you forget how to operate it, the machine will automatically prompt you, and no one can see you inside. For someone with social anxiety, no one can see you is a godsend, and Xiao Yisun immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Jiang Yunu has a strong sense of direction. Last week, she relied on the navigation given to her by Senior Zhou to get to the multifunctional building, but this week she could already find the most efficient and convenient route on her own. When the two arrived at the multifunctional building, just like last week, all the teaching areas of the school were still in energy-saving mode, with only essential lighting on in some places. Jiang Yunu skillfully swiped her terminal to enter the building, but when she turned around, she found Xiao Yisun hesitating in front of the turnstile. Jiang Yunu, what's wrong? Xiao Yisun's expression was a bit like he was constipated. The red-haired boy pointed to the entire lobby where only the turnstiles and elevators had lights on, and then gestured to Jiang Yunu and himself. I suddenly remembered the ghost stories again, Joyce said. And I suddenly felt like we were those reckless protagonists in movies and literature who, despite having heard the rumors, still boldly ventured into dangerous territory. Jiang Yunu, Jiang Yunu turned around and dragged Joyce directly into the building from outside the turnstile. Anyway, Joyce's personal terminal was on his wrist. Once they entered the turnstile scanning area, the machine that detected his student status would automatically let him through. Looks like you're still quite optimistic, Jiang Yunu said, as he dragged Joyce along. Joyce felt that Jiang Yunu's grip on his hand wasn't very strong. It didn't make him, the held hostage, feel too tight or in pain. But surprisingly, he couldn't break free at all. He could only follow Jiang Yunu, who was shorter than him. What do you mean? Joyce asked cautiously. Jiang Yuna shoved him and himself into the elevator, giving him a sinister smile. You positioned us as the main characters, Jiang Yuna said, not some cannon fodder who might be sent to their deaths at the very beginning. This was purely a joke. Jiang Yuna was simply letting her imagination run wild with Joeison's occasional wild thoughts. However, this joke made Joeison's face turn slightly green, creating a subtle reddish-green contrast with his hair color. The elevator went directly to the floor where the computer lab was located. Jiang Yuna wasn't particularly concerned about ghosts, but as she stepped into the long corridor leading to the lab, she remembered seeing a corpse there last week. She looked down the corridor and noticed that the benches where people had been lying last week were all empty. It seems that the students who were suspected of sleeping overnight in the multi-purpose building this week haven't continued to choose to sleep here. Wait, could it be that when people said they saw ghosts near the computer lab, they saw those people sleeping on the chairs? A completely new guess suddenly popped into Jiang Yunu's mind, making her pause for a moment. Then, after thinking about it carefully, she felt that this guess seemed plausible. Perhaps that's what happened. Jiang Yunu concluded in her heart. She had no awareness whatsoever that she might be turning the tables. Jo-sun felt that the benches where the lights didn't reach were too dark, so he chose to pull Jiang Yunu to wait in a well-lit area. Around 6:40, a group of students gradually gathered at the entrance of the computer lab, waiting for it to open. Some of them had come up via the emergency exit stairs, vaguely saying things like, "Sleeping in other buildings isn't very safe, and maybe we should go back here next week." Jiang Yunu wasn't listening carefully. She was busy helping Qiaoyusen, who became nervous again when there were many people, review the computer operation procedures. Just as Jiang Yunu patted her chest to assure him that everything would be fine, the classroom door opened. "Let's go!" Jiang Yunu grabbed Qiaoyusen from the edge of the crowd and led him into the first wave of people entering the classroom. Because they had both made their reservations around the same time, and there were indeed fewer people at this early morning time, Qiaoyusen's cabin number was next to Jiang Yunu's. Jiang Yunu first stood outside to confirm that Qiaoyusen had boarded smoothly. Watching the canopy of the simulator next to her turn opaque, she then turned towards her own simulator and stepped into the seat. As her simulator canopy closed in front of her, transforming from a transparent canopy into a fully enclosed curved screen, the corners of Jiang Yunu's mouth curled up. She revealed a smile that betrayed her eagerness to get started. Chapter 46. Having logged into the game for the third time, Jiang Yunu was already quite familiar with the controls. The scene before her eyes hadn't fully cleared, and her sensory system was only about 60% loaded, yet Jiang Yunu could already smell the fragrance of grass and trees wafting from the forest and grassy areas, and hear the faint sound of water coming from the blue lake area. Wait, the sound of water? A thought struck Jiang Yunu, and she suddenly realized something was strange. She clearly remembered that last week, when that mirror-like blue lake was first unlocked, she hadn't heard its water sound during the first half of her game. Not even during the time she chased an earth elemental beast out of the grass, or when she fought the pangolin by the lake. The blue lake began to ripple, the surface showing obvious ripples. It started when the water elemental beast was about to land. Could it be that I'm about to be greeted with some kind of surprise as soon as I enter the game? Jiang Yunu muttered to herself. Her spatula landed automatically in her hand as the loading screen finished, and she gripped it tightly, her guard heightening dramatically. As it turned out, Jiang Yunu's vigilance wasn't in vain. With her feet firmly on the ground, Jiang Yunu quickly realized she was facing sideways towards the forest, most of her back to the lake, standing in the middle of the lakeshore. Out of the corner of her eye, she caught a pair of eyes. Those eyes, like a pair of light bulbs, were fixed intently on her figure as she had just loaded into the game, and the other person seemed to have been waiting for her for a long time. Before Jiang Yunu could even turn around, or have time to turn around, she only managed a fleeting, almost non-existent eye contact with those eyes, when suddenly, the other person sprang into action, rapidly closing the distance between them. The bulbous eyes disappeared as it approached Jiang Yunu, replaced by a massive, powerful jaws. This was a water elemental beast lying in ambush on the lakeshore. Seeing the crocodile's gaping mouth almost reach its left leg, and with Jiang Yunu mostly facing away from the attack, she clicked her tongue slightly, feeling her luck at the start of the game was a mystery. But at the same time, her brain seemed to be working in different directions. One part was marveling at her luck, while another part was rapidly calculating how to dodge the attack. This water elemental beast was somewhat out of sight, preventing Jiang Yunu from seeing its full attack posture. Her only sources of information were the corners of her eyes, a slight movement of air behind her, and the sounds its movements made. Jiang Yunu moved. She knew it was too late to use the spatula to block, and since the crocodile was crawling towards her, Its attack point was low, so she decided to gamble and fight it head-on with her physical prowess. Jiang Yunu acted entirely on instinct. Her right leg, slightly further from the water elemental beast, became her weight-bearing leg, while her left leg, about to be attacked, swiftly rose into the air, dodging the crocodile's low bite. Then, her raised left leg fell swiftly. Jiang Yunu slightly turned her upper body, using her core strength to propel herself forward. Her leg, kicking backward like a whip, struck precisely at the crocodile's snout area on the top of its jaw. The water elemental beast, its weak point attacked, froze for 2 seconds. These 2 seconds were enough for Jiang Yunu to finally turn around and face it directly. Jiang Yunu never wasted an opportunity in battle. When she turned around, the spatula was already adjusted to the right angle in her hand. The moment she turned completely, the spatula returned to the stage. Without hesitation, she used the wide spatula to strike the crocodile's nose, using continuous heavy blows to keep the opponent incapacitated. What followed was a near-perfect replica of last week's events. Jiang Yunu knelt on the muzzle of the lifeless water elemental beast, suppressing its gaping maw that had failed to ambush her, then swung her spatula at the blue crystal core on its back. She swiftly removed the crystal core, and the crocodile beneath her legs lost all life. Jiang Yunu released the now completely still water elemental beast. Holding the newly acquired blue crystal core, she felt a mixture of excitement and confusion, rather than the satisfaction of a rewarding discovery. It really did give me a little surprise right from the start of the game. Jiang Yunu looked down at the water elemental beast's slumped corpse, a strange feeling creeping in. Is this kind of ambush-style game start also included in the beginner's trial? Is this game really that hardcore? This was the first time Jiang Yunu had encountered such a beginner's trial, but then she realized she didn't know much about this world, and this was her first holographic game. What if this really is the norm in this world, and other games are just this hardcore, and she's just overreacting because it's her first time playing? Jiang Yunu quickly convinced herself again. She didn't have much time to continue thinking about such questions. The game system seemed to intelligently increase the difficulty. Jiang Yunu's conclusion from last week was, the system liked to let her rest after scavenging every 3 elemental beasts. When she scavenged 8 of the same type of elemental beast, it would unlock a new type of elemental beast for her. Jiang Yunu had successfully eliminated a water elemental beast that was lying in wait for her today. She didn't have to wait long. The next one quickly spawned, emerging from the lake with its incredibly powerful jaws. As long as she wasn't ambushed, Jiang Yunu was quite adept at dealing with these crocodile-shaped water elemental beasts. The second one of the day was dealt with without a doubt. Then came the third, the fourth. Jiang Yunu's shovel was flowing smoothly, and the battle became increasingly enjoyable. She didn't even realize she had over-shoveled, seemingly breaking her previous rule of resting after every 3. After shoveling down another blue crystal core, Jiang Yunu glanced at the fallen crocodile corpse inside. Sorry, crocodile brothers, it's been hard for you all to come ashore one after another, only to become my resources. It sounds like a cruel joke. She told a very lame joke, not caring if anyone could hear her. There wasn't even a single person present. Jiang Yunu was always in the habit of speaking to anything, whether human or not, alive or not. She put the blue crystal core into her backpack, then finally looked around, only to suddenly realize that there were quite a few crocodile corpses around her. The refresh rules have changed today too? She was a little confused. There were clearly more than 3 water elementals around her. Jiang Yunu had been in the heat of battle, her surging adrenaline controlling her attention, making her completely focused on the fight. Now, noticing her surroundings, she stopped to count carefully. She should have kept quiet, the count shocked her. She had already taken down 6 water elementals. That's twice as many in a single consecutive battle last week. Jiang Yunu paused for a moment after counting the corpses on the ground. Besides her increased ability to fight continuously, and the longer battle time the system had given her this time, Jiang Yunu was thinking about something else. That was a serious matter. She had already defeated 6 water elementals today, and 2 last week, which meant she had defeated a total of 8 water elementals? Just as Jiang Yunu was pondering whether she should unlock a new elemental, a gust of wind suddenly blew towards her. It was a strong wind, distinctly different from the previous breeze in the forest. In an instant, the blue lake looked like a crumpled piece of blue paper, and the treetops of the forest and grass beyond swayed, rustling the blades of grass. Jiang Yunu seemed to sense something. She first faced the direction of the wind, then began to walk in its direction. Jiang Yunu finally crossed the blue lake. She walked along most of the lakeshore, and discovered that the other side of the lake connected to a small grove of trees. As Jiang Yunu entered the grove, she became somewhat wary, lest the game system suddenly act unpredictably again, perhaps setting up another ambush for her, causing the pangolins she had previously defeated to make a limited-time return and launch a surprise attack. But the grove was perfectly calm. Only the sound of the wind. The grove wasn't large, it could be traversed quickly. The wind grew howling and stronger as she passed through it. Jiang Yunu realized that there seemed to be something very deep and narrow ahead, which explained the howling sound of the wind echoing within that confined space. Beyond the grove was a precipice. Jiang Yunu reached the edge of the precipice and looked down. Below was indeed a deep ravine, with swirling air currents rising from its bottom. The wind was strongest when Jiang Yunu reached the edge of the precipice, whipping her hair upwards at the edge. Just then, a long cry echoed from the depths of the ravine. Something with fluttering wings swiftly flew up from below, like a cloud rapidly rising from the valley floor to the cliff edge. Upon hearing the cry, Jiang Yunu immediately retreated, but the wind from the creature's wings still caused her to stumble slightly, though she quickly regained her balance. A large bird with outstretched wings took flight, hovering in the space beyond the precipice in front of her. Jiang Yunu hadn't even seen the creature's crystal core yet, but based on its appearance, she had already made a judgment about its elemental attribute, wind. The answer was far too obvious. The creature's wings and manner of movement made the question like an open book exam, the answer practically written on the question itself. The large bird hovered, occasionally glancing down at Jiang Yunu. Jiang Yunu was also sizing up her opponent, pondering, "Wow, how do you fight something that flies in the sky and never lands?" Gripping her spatula, Jiang Yunu suddenly felt a deep sense of helplessness against this flying type. But even more heartbreaking things were yet to come. Just as Jiang Yunu made up her mind, considering whether to try luring the opponent down to the ground to fight the large bird-like wind elemental beast, suddenly, a semi-transparent countdown popped up in front of her. Jiang Yunu, Oh no, she forgot that Saturday's 4 hours of computer time weren't consecutive, but rather 2 hours in different time slots. Chapter 47. The 300-second countdown inevitably began, meaning Jiang Yunu had exactly 5 minutes left before being ejected from the game. Oh, in the instant, she stared blankly at the pop-up window. Even the exact 5 minutes had vanished. The countdown number had dropped to 2. Jiang Yunu couldn't help but say, wait. But she wasn't sure if she meant to ask the system to wait for the countdown, or to talk about the wind elemental beast swooping down from the sky. The wind elemental beast had been hovering in the air outside the cliff, and now, as if it had finally sized up Jiang Yunu enough, it felt it was time to teach this human on the ground who was staring at it a lesson. So the big bird turned in the air, spread its wings, and suddenly slid down towards the cliff. Jiang Yunu hadn't even figured out a way to fight yet, so she could only dodge and defend. She took off running into the grove of trees behind her. Running while questioning, "I'm about to be forcibly kicked out of the game, but won't the elemental beast's pursuit stop because I'm about to quit?" Jiang Yunu felt this mechanism seemed a bit unreasonable. She could hear the wind behind her growing stronger. This meant the wind elemental beast was approaching extremely fast, and it was already very close. Jiang Yunu, shock? Acting purely on instinct, Jiang Yunu rushed towards the nearest tree, then swiftly moved behind its thick trunk. The next second, the dense canopy above the tree trembled violently, followed by a shower of broken branches and leaves falling from the tree. The big bird's pursuit route was cut off by the tree, its broad, long wings slamming heavily against it. From Jiang Yunu's perspective, it looked as if the big bird had slapped the tree directly. "Hello, tree friend, thank you for taking that hit for me." Jiang Yunu quickly touched the tree trunk behind her to express her apology. Her words came out in a flash. Before she could even finish her sentence, she used her hand to push off the tree, and as if springs had been implanted in her legs, she shot off from the side of that tree, leaping directly to the side of another large tree diagonally in front of her. As soon as Jiang Yunu landed, she quickly spun around the tree trunk. The next moment, the big bird was in hot pursuit. The bird chased her through the grove, its wings creating small, strong winds in the trees. The newly found shelter tree's canopy was also attacked, and soon, twigs and leaves rained down from above. This time, the big bird slapped the tree twice. Not only thin branches, but even some thicker, harder branches were snapped off by its wings. To avoid these falling objects, Jiang Yunu had to change positions again. As she ran towards the next large tree providing cover, she suddenly realized this was probably the wind elemental beast's tactic. Just as Jiang Yunu was thinking about how to pull her opponent down from the sky, the wind elemental beast also possessed basic combat thinking. It was trying to figure out how to dig Jiang Yunu out of her hiding place, ideally dragging her back to open ground, which was why it kept ramming the tree, causing branches and leaves to fall to the ground, forcing Jiang Yunu to keep running to avoid being hit. Of course, I won't let you have your way, Jiang Yunu muttered to herself, having figured this out. She always followed the principle of avoiding the opponent's territory whenever possible, just like how she had previously refused to let the water elemental beast drag her into the lake. Jiang Yunu relied entirely on her physical abilities, striving to stay one step ahead of the big bird, hopping and leaping through the woods to change position several times. Suddenly, a glance out of the corner of her eye revealed that the countdown on the semi-transparent pop-up window had already reached 0. Seeing 2 zeros in a row, Jiang Yunu suddenly remembered that she was about to be forcibly kicked out of the game. She had been so caught up in the chase by the big bird that she had seamlessly entered combat mode and almost forgotten she was still on the countdown. The seconds on the semi-transparent pop-up window were now in single digits. Jiang Yunu stared at the last 5 seconds, subconsciously counting along. Unconsciously, her dodging speed slowed down slightly. However, sometimes in life, you absolutely cannot overlook this small detail. When Jiang Yunu saw the countdown reach 2, she suddenly felt a massive object very close behind her. She could not only feel the force of the wind rushing towards her, but also smell the unique scent of bird feathers. Countdown 1 second. Jiang Yunu's collar was caught on the back. Countdown 0 seconds. Jiang Yunu felt herself ascending to the heavens. Then she was logged out of the game while still in the air. Jiang Yunu, In her third time playing the holographic game, Jiang Yunu experienced something extraordinary that she had never had in her previous 2 lives combined. Suddenly leaving a world while in the air. This feeling was so bizarre that even after leaving the automatically activated simulator and meeting up with Joey-san, who had also exited the simulator, and the two walked out of the computer lab together, she felt her brain was still reeling from the experience, her thoughts still immersed in the strange feeling of flying into the sky and then being thrown out of the world. Knew? You knew? Xiao Jiang. Joey-san raised his voice slightly. Jiang, you knew? Joey-san had called Jiang Yunu countless times, but Jiang Yunu seemed to have just heard his voice. Jiang Yunu snapped out of her daze, her expression still a little strange, and asked Joey-san, "Why are you suddenly calling me by my full name?" Joey-san looked at her. "I called you by your full name several times already, and I even tried all your nicknames and pet names." Jiang Yunu said, "How come I don't know I have all sorts of nicknames and pet names?" She replied casually, then finally took a closer look at her surroundings, her expression turning slightly surprised. Because Jiang Yunu realized she had arrived in the lobby of the multifunctional building. She was almost at the gate with Joey-san, about to leave the building. "Strange," Jiang Yunu said. "How did we get out of the computer lab? I feel like I have no recollection." Joey-san, Joey-san could only watch her silently. The truth is, Joyce had only recently emerged from the simulation pod. Today, he thoroughly enjoyed the holographic game that Jiang Yunu had enthusiastically recommended last week, and fully appreciated its charm. He was excited after leaving the pod, and couldn't wait to share his thoughts with Jiang Yunu. Coincidentally, Jiang Yunu also emerged from the pod next to him. Joyce immediately stepped forward to greet him, grinning broadly, as he began to talk. After he had been talking for a few minutes, and the two of them had walked from the classroom to the corridor, and then from the corridor to the elevator, he suddenly realized that Jiang Yunu hadn't paid any attention to him. "At first, I thought you were angry," Joy-san said. The two had already reached the campus path outside the multifunctional building. Being ignored by Jiang Yunu had dealt a small blow to the red-haired boy's spirit. His words sounded rather pitiful, and he sighed deeply beside Jiang Yunu. "The scariest thing is that I suspect you're angry, but I don't know why you suddenly got angry," Joy-san continued. Jiang Yunu quickly shook her head, clearing up the misunderstanding. "I'm not angry, I was just thinking about something," she said. Joy-san was puzzled. Thinking about what? What could make you so silent and lost after coming out of the simulator? Jiang Yunu tried to explain, but after going over it in her mind, she felt it was too complicated. She could only summarize it in one sentence. Simply put, "I flew away in the game." Joy-san, huh? Joy-san was even more confused. However, adhering to the principle that Jiang Yunu's actions were generally correct, the red-haired boy hesitated for a moment before tentatively praising her. "That must be because you're good? I haven't even completely left the beginner's practice room yet. I didn't know I have such a fresh experience later." Jiang Yunu thought about how she had desperately dodged the big bird's pursuit, only to fail at the last moment, because she used a clone to check the countdown. She sighed, "I am pretty good, aren't I?" Joey-san, however, misunderstood, and his praise became even more certain. "You really are good." After praising Jiang Yunu, Joey-san then shared his unfortunate game thoughts that had just been ignored. Jiang Yuna felt apologetic for ignoring him earlier and listened with extra attention. And to be honest, she was also curious about Joysan's gaming experience and whether his tutorial was any different from hers. The tutorial in this game is so long, Joysan remarked, recalling the tutorial. Jiang Yunu, remembering spending half an hour in the tutorial and still being stuck in the beginner's trial map, nodded. It is quite long. It feels like it's designed to help new players adapt to all aspects of the game. Joysan was also curious about Jiang Yunu's progress. Have you already left the initial training room and entered your first beginner map? I stayed in that room for a long time, until the game countdown was almost over before I was finally allowed to enter the first map. This was why Joysan had said earlier that he hadn't completely left the beginner's practice room. Jiang Yunu paused. She felt that Joysan was spending a lot of time in the practice room, at least slower than her. However, she certainly wouldn't mention this out loud. Jiang Yunu simply replied, I already been fighting monsters in the first beginner map for quite a while. Joey-san listened with longing. He wasn't exactly a hardcore combat enthusiast, but the holographic game was so captivating, something a boy from the rundown neighborhood had never experienced before. Joey-san was eager to try fighting monsters in the game. I even got my own weapon before logging off, Joey-san said excitedly. Can you understand that kind of joy? Even though I haven't started fighting monsters yet, getting a weapon makes the experience completely different. Jiang Yunu understood that feeling, but her answer was slightly perfunctory, mainly because she wanted to know immediately what Joey-san's weapon was. Was it as strange as her weapon? Jiang Yunu, seeking a kindred spirit, asked, What's your beginner weapon? Joy-san excitedly gestured, a light sword. This long. Jiang Yunu, I see. The Pot Shovel faction lost an ally. Chapter 48. Joy-san suddenly remembered that he didn't know what Jiang Yunu's weapon was. He immediately opened his eyes wide with curiosity. What about yours? Some things are fine when you don't remember them, but once you do, your thirst for knowledge feels like a little claw is scratching at you. Before Jiang Yunu could answer, the red-haired boy continued. I heard from others that the weapon randomness in this game is extremely high. Joy-san said enthusiastically. When I first heard that, I was very worried. I had no idea what I would get when I played. I saw others get long swords, some got short daggers and bows, and some unlucky ones got shields or gauntlets. Starting with equipment that's hard to deal damage, I didn't even know how to fight elemental beasts. Joy-san finished speaking with great interest, and then looked at Jiang Yunu. His eyes gleamed with anticipation for Jiang Yunu's weapon. Jiang Yunu was already capable of fighting elemental beasts. Her weapon must be quite powerful, right? Jiang Yunu and Joey-san were very familiar with each other. A single glance was enough for her to understand what the other was thinking. But to Joey-san's surprise, Jiang Yunu became suspiciously silent when faced with this question. The silence lasted for 2 or 3 minutes, and the two walked a distance along the campus path, the shadow of the multifunctional building looming behind them. Joey-san sensed something was amiss. Little Jiang? When Jiang Yuna could communicate normally, Joey-san wouldn't call her by her full name. Little Jiang felt conflicted. After thinking for a moment, she realized there was no point in hiding anything from Joey-san, and finally answered truthfully. A spatula. Joy-san, huh? Joy-san didn't initially realize this was an answer to his earlier question. He looked confused and asked, What spatula? Why are you suddenly mentioning a spatula? The Angle student dormitories, nominally, prohibit open flames, and the use of electronic devices not permitted by school rules. Joy-san scratched his head, almost thinking Jiang Yunu was feeling homesick and missing the times they cooked together at home. Are you thinking of buying a spatula? He asked cautiously, his thoughts clearly veered off topic. You want to keep a spatula in your dorm as a comfort when you're homesick? Jiang Yuna felt that using a spatula as a comfort when homesick was a bit strange. She hadn't quite grasped Joysan's train of thought. She sighed, and made herself clearer. No, she said, I'm answering your question. My weapon in the game is a spatula. Joysan. This time, it was Joysan's turn to be silent. Joyce remained silent for far longer than Jiang Yunu had been, his face initially blank, then slowly clouded with an unyielding confusion. After a long pause, Joyce said, Are you lying to me? Jiang Yunu shrugged. Why would I lie to you? It really is a spatula. Joyce was utterly shocked. How could it be a spatula? Joyce's voice was filled with disbelief. The multifunctional building was now quite a distance away, but the red-haired boy couldn't help but stop and turn to look in its direction. As if the multifunctional building held the answers to all the unsolvable mysteries. You're asking me? I'd like to ask the game system too. Jiang Yunu had long since passed the initial shock of using a spatula as a weapon. She was actually getting along quite well with her little spatula. However, seeing Qiao Yisun's astonishment, she realized once again that her beginner weapon was probably quite uncommon. In short, the system just gave me a spatula, she concluded, attributing everything absurd to the game system. Qiao Yisun scratched his head until a few strands of red hair came down from the back of his head. He recalled Jiang Yunu saying earlier that she had already started fighting elemental beasts. Her beginner weapon was a spatula. But she was already successfully fighting elemental beasts. Clearly, Jiang Yunu couldn't have gone looking for other weapons in such a short time. Combining these two pieces of information, Qiao Yisun's respect for Jiang Yunu immediately rose another level. "You're using a spatula to fight elemental beasts," Qiao Yisun said with awe. Jiang Yunu said yes. That's right, she was using a spatula to fight elemental beasts. Jiang Yunu thoroughly enjoyed shoveling elemental beasts with a spatula in the game, and she was equally open about it in real life. Joy-san seemed to want to offer an opinion, but the overwhelming information made her unsure what to say. She opened and closed her mouth several times, but ultimately remained silent. She simply gave Jiang Yunu a deep thumbs up. Everything was said in her actions. Jiang Yunu's 2 computer sessions on Saturday were separate, one from 7 a.m. to 9 a.m., and the other from 9 p.m. to 11 p.m., closer to midnight. Not only on Saturdays, but her Sunday sessions followed the same schedule, with a significant time gap between the 2 sessions. After finishing her morning session, with plenty of time to spare, Jiang Yunu and Joy-san found a casual spot on campus and continued chatting about the game. Joy-san even asked Jiang Yunu a few beginner questions. When Joe Ethan asked Jiang Yunu about her afternoon plans, Jiang Yunu replied, "I need to go back and look up some information." Joe Ethan, "Huh? What kind of information do you need?" Jiang Yunu said, "Information about wind elemental beasts, and information on how to effectively counterattack if you already been taken into the sky during a battle." Joe Ethan was puzzled, feeling this wasn't a problem a typical novice player would encounter. However, considering it was Jiang Yunu, he inexplicably found it not so strange. Joe Ethan always had an inexplicable confidence in Jiang Yunu. Good luck. Joe Ethan encouraged Jiang Yunu, even though he didn't understand. Jiang Yunu, okay. After parting ways with Joe Ethan, Jiang Yunu went straight back to her dormitory, heading to her room on the 2nd floor. As soon as she entered, she opened her personal terminal, brought up the screen, switched to the search interface, and began searching for what she wanted to find. Being forcibly logged out of the game, and then being sent flying into the sky was an undeniable fact. Based on the ambush she experienced upon logging back in today, Jiang Yunu had a vague intuition that the holographic game's AI system seemed to particularly enjoy putting her in challenging situations. She was logged out of the world in the sky, and she didn't expect to be instantly back on the ground the next time. Tonight, when she logged back in, given the system's track record, she would most likely log back in from where she logged out, only to be carried back into the game by the big bird. During the gap between her 2 logins, Jiang Yunu used it to research what she should do. Making good use of the search engine and learning from others' experiences is also a good tactic. As Jiang Yunu typed her question into the search bar, she muttered to herself with an air of seriousness. However, her search results were initially off. Jiang Yunu wanted to search for how to deal with wind elemental beasts encountered in a game, but she forgot to include game-related keywords. Her search results were real-world news reports about confronting wind elemental beasts. Jiang Yunu stared at this page, completely unrelated to the game, and paused. Just as she was about to cancel and search again more precisely, a split second before closing the web page, her quick reading skills honed from her previous life's exam-oriented education caught her eye out of the corner of her eye. It was the headline of a news report. Students confront wind elemental beasts. Another once-in-a-century combat genius emerges in the first star sector. Duma Academy continues the myth of creating a new star in interstellar space. The headline was rather exaggerated, but Jiang Yunu wasn't drawn in by the string of praise. Instead, her focus was on the opening words, students. A student? Fighting a wind elemental beast? These keywords caught Jiang Yunu's attention. Upon seeing the protagonist's identity, also a student, she immediately became interested, stopping her attempt to close the page and clicking on the article. Meanwhile, Jiang Yunu's gaze lingered on Duma Academy after the title. She vaguely felt the name was familiar, as if she had seen it somewhere before. Clicking on the news report, the first thing that popped up was a video. It seemed to be in a valley, the deep ravine beyond the cliff only flashing briefly in the frame. The perspective quickly shifted from the valley below to the sky, where a majestic giant bird could be seen circling in the air. The edges of each feather gleamed with a metallic sheen, its wings spread wide, as if two walls of countless feathered blades extended from its sides. The giant bird flapped its wings, unleashing a barrage of blades. It was like a rain of sharp feathers descending from the sky, a fierce storm crashing down upon the ground. Jiang Yunu was initially completely captivated by the giant, metallic feathered bird in the sky. Lost in her gaze, she followed the trajectory of the blades as they landed, and then suddenly realized there was a person amidst the rain of blades on the ground. It was indeed a person. The person was wearing combat gear, moving rapidly through the dense rain of blades. Under such a dense rain of sharp feathers, a human could be riddled with holes at any moment, easily impaled and turned into a bloody mess by the falling metallic feathers. Jiang Yunu stared intently at the person, but was quickly astonished to discover that even the combat uniform seemed completely undamaged. The person moved through the rain of blades, seemingly able to precisely predict the direction of each incoming feather. Reaching the edge of the precipice, the giant bird swooped down from the sky, its hooked beak and sharp talons gleaming ominously as it descended at high speed. The man who had been navigating the rain of blades stood at the edge, neither retreating nor dodging. He slightly bent his knees, then leaped into the air. Clang! The clanging of metal echoed through the valley. He took the giant bird's blow head-on, then continued forward, the blade sinking deep into the bird's belly mid-air, the only spot not covered by metallic feathers. The pained giant bird began to fly erratically, trying to throw the man who had bitten it off its stomach. But the man's long sword seemed to be angled with exquisite precision. He used the firmly held blade as support, gripping the hilt, letting the giant bird tumble through the air. The rain of blades falling from the sky slowly turned into a rain of blood. The giant bird finally collapsed, exhausted. The man finally drew his sword as the giant bird plummeted. Before it fully hit the ground, he bent his legs and flipped backward, landing steadily on a boulder at the highest point of the cliff. He sheathed his sword against the backdrop of raining blood, his combat uniform still impeccably clean. The camera suddenly zoomed in, giving a close-up of the man's face. His expression was calm and indifferent. Chapter 49. Jiang Yunu's gaze followed the zoomed-in camera to the person's face. She had just witnessed a truly spectacular battle. The opponent's tactics were unforgettable. But staring at the person's face, brought so close by the high-definition lens, Jiang Yunu could not only see the facial features, but also the long eyelashes that drooped as the person lowered their eyes. Jiang Yunu's first thought was, no wonder this is a high-tech world of the future, even the battle videos are so high-definition. Then her gaze swept over the person still impeccably dressed. Her second thought was, how did this person manage to move so quickly without their clothes being torn or dirty? Jiang Yunu remembered how disheveled she was when she encountered the meteor storm on the deserted island. Back then, to avoid the high-energy falling debris that shattered the sky barrier, Jiang Yunu was practically running everywhere on the island. Later, when she chose to jump into the sea to survive, and was inexplicably taken in by that temple-like building, her clothes were nothing more than rags. This was the first time she ever seen someone maintain such impeccable appearance during a fast-paced battle. Do you have OCD? Jiang Yunu earnestly asked the person in the video. She didn't reflect on whether her initial lack of skill or poor dodging ability had left her defenseless against the overwhelming barrage of destructive meteors. The person in the video naturally wouldn't answer from afar. Besides, this wasn't a live stream, and there was no option for remote communication. The battle video finally came to an end. At the end of the video, the person who had sheathed their longsword seemed to only then notice the camera's presence, slightly turning their head to glance at the camera's location. Then the image on the floating screen dimmed, turning black. Less than a second after the black screen, the image lit up again, and the video began to replay automatically. Jiang Yunu remained on this screen. Although seeing this report was purely accidental, after watching the battle video, Jiang Yunu felt that the person's decisive, head-on confrontation with the giant bird's dive was somewhat relevant. Just recently, when she first encountered the wind elemental beast in the holographic game, that giant bird also had a vertical dive attack, similar to a giant bird. At that time, she hadn't thought of a countermeasure, and was disrupted by the sudden countdown pop-up, only choosing to dodge. After a considerable chase, she was ultimately carried into the sky by the giant bird. Combat in games differs from real-world combat, and real-world battles cannot be applied 100% directly to the game. However, Jiang Yunu felt it was fate that she stumbled upon this article and clicked to watch the video. The protagonist in the video happened to be fighting a wind elemental beast, as if guided by some unseen destiny. She watched the replay even more carefully. This time, Jiang Yunu saw the opponent's movements more clearly, and even discerned its trajectory before the giant bird swooped down. The giant bird was clearly of a higher level than the big birds encountered in the game. It was certainly not a low-level elemental beast. Yet, being both bird-type wind elemental beasts, they shared commonalities in their basic attack patterns and physical structures. Feathers, beak, claws. Jiang Yuno listed the things she needed to pay attention to. Feeling that taking notes was prone to oversights, she simply opened a split-screen view next to the video window and jotted down a simple note. To fly with the bird, you first need to avoid its claws and hooks. You can hide under its softest feathers, but you have to make sure you won't be attacked by its beak. You need to find a way to block its attack trajectory. Jiang Yunu watched and took notes intently. By the time she realized what was happening, she had already replayed the video more than once. When she encountered parts she didn't understand, she would manually rewind the video to review each frame. Having basically finished taking notes, Jiang Yunu had a good grasp of the aerial assault tactic. Only then did she realize that she had been so focused on watching the battle video and analyzing the key points of the tactics that she didn't even know who the person in the video was. Jiang Yunu fiddled with the floating screen for a few moments, finding the automatically popping up video zoom out button. Having almost memorized all the techniques and moves in this battle, Jiang Yunu finally remembered to check the written report. She continued to use her excellent keyword grabbing ability, finding the person's name in the lengthy report. First year at Duma Academy, Shen Jing. Besides the name, she also included the school and year. Your first year seems very different from mine. Jiang Yunu silently pondered this, then quickly clicked on the related keyword Duma Academy in the article. A small window immediately popped up with the school's background information. She glanced up, a look of understanding dawning on her face. Oh, so it's a high-level academy for people with special abilities. First-year students at a high-level academy for people with special abilities. The school seems to be one of the top 4 in some way. The school's background information was also packed with words. Looking at it, at least 2.5 out of every 3 sentences were praises of the school. Jiang Yunu's eyes were getting tired. She quickly scanned it, only confirming that she had grasped the basic background, and then quickly closed the page. She felt that if she continued reading, she would either get dizzy from the praise, or simply be overwhelmed by the words. Because she exited the information window and text report interface, the screen automatically returned to the initial video page, and the video, which had been paused for a while, automatically resumed playback. Jiang Yunu had just finished watching a replay. The video was nearing its end. Switching back to resume playback, she immediately saw the student named Shen Jing sheathing his sword on the screen. Shen Jing. Jiang Yunu repeated the name in her mind. She thought, his name has Moon in it. After thinking this, Jiang Yunu felt there was nothing more to see in the video, and she had already extracted all the information she needed. She closed the entire report page without hesitation. With the combat notes she had gleaned from this student Shen, Jiang Yunu switched back to the original search box and began searching for the correct game information. This time, because she added keywords, Jiang Yunu didn't accidentally enter other search results. She successfully found what she originally wanted. The holographic game built into the simulator seemed to be the most popular game across the entire interstellar world, without exception. Jiang Yunu found the game's discussion forum, and found a guide shared by someone else about what to do after being carried into the air by a wind elemental beast. Judging from the number of replies to that post, it was clear that quite a few players had encountered this situation in the game. Jiang Yunu read aloud the important information he had seen. After being carried into the air by a low-level wind elemental beast, it has a 5-minute attack buffer period. This 5-minute period is known as the golden rescue time. The wind elemental beast that successfully captures its prey will carry it through the air, as if showing off its successful hunt. The higher the level of the wind elemental beast, the shorter its attack buffer time. Whether it's for self-rescue or rescuing captured companions, these few minutes must be utilized effectively. As for the specifics of how to utilize this time, the specific measures vary depending on the situation each player faces. The randomly generated battle maps also differ in terrain, and the player's health and stats when captured vary. Therefore, there's no single answer. Adjustments must be made flexibly based on the actual circumstances. Jiang Yunu collected several similar cases from the comments section and integrated them with her previous notes. Actually, just having the information that there's a 5-minute buffer time was more than enough for her. 5 minutes was enough for her to do a lot. Jiang Yunu gave her notes a final review. She stretched and looked out the window, noticing that the sky outside was already turning from bright to dark, with a blush of pink hue in the west. She had spent the entire afternoon researching, and it was already evening. Jiang Yunu rubbed her stomach, realizing it was getting late, and felt a belated pang of hunger. She was at an age where she needed plenty of nutrition to grow, and ever since she had suffered from food shortages on the deserted island, she had tried her best not to neglect her stomach. Jiang Yunu quickly got up from her desk, gathered all the information, notes, and search pages on her screen, and headed straight to the South Cafeteria for a hearty and nutritionally balanced dinner. After dinner, it was past 7 p.m. Jiang Yunu returned to her dormitory room and continued reviewing the information. She scribbled down some gameplay ideas on a newly opened blank notebook page. When the alarm clock rang, reminding her to head to the multifunctional building, she put away her terminal screen with a slight excitement and headed straight for her holographic game Battlefield for the evening. I know how to deal with you now, Jiang Yunu thought. After half a day, sitting back in the simulator, Jiang Yunu found herself impatient at the thought of seeing the giant bird that had so impressed her during the day. The familiar feeling of weightlessness washed over her, and Jiang Yunu focused intently on her senses. Because this time, she knew that her weightlessness wouldn't disappear once the loading was complete. First, she felt herself floating in the air, her limbs unable to find any foothold. Then, while the feeling of emptiness remained, she heard a whistling wind in her ears, and her collar inexplicably tightened, a pull coming from the back of her collar. Jiang Yunu squinted in the onrushing wind, seeing the ground rapidly moving beneath her feet through her slits. She shook her arm, the one not holding the spatula, and waved to the giant bird behind her in the air. Good evening. Jiang Yunu greeted the wind elemental beast with remarkable composure. As expected, the wind elemental beast had a 5-minute attack buffer period. Suddenly and inexplicably addressed by the person it was holding, it only responded with a cry before continuing to fly above the ravine outside the cliff, still clutching Jiang Yunu. Jiang Yunu gently rotated the spatula in his right hand. Chapter 50. Jiang Yunu didn't act immediately. Held aloft by the giant bird, after adjusting to the strong winds blowing in her face, she could see more clearly the ravine below her, at least tens or even hundreds of meters above the bottom. Jiang Yunu had probably spent most of the day preparing, figuring out a way to escape. But she wasn't about to escape with no solid ground beneath her feet, and then indulge in a hobby of high-altitude falling objects. If she wanted to do anything, she had to wait for the giant bird to fly past the nearby cliff. Jiang Yunu was patient. She waited for her opportunity. 5 minutes, a golden window, might normally slip by unnoticed. But in a time when time is measured in seconds, 5 minutes felt unexpectedly long. Jiang Yunu silently counted the seconds, constantly reminding herself of the remaining buffer time. She was quite adept at this, and her accuracy in mentally counting seconds was remarkably high. This was thanks to her time surviving on the deserted island. The thin electronic clock in her underground base was inconvenient to carry, and to explore new resources and the surrounding map, she constantly needed to venture outside the base, often spending almost the entire day outside. On the island, Jiang Yunu had to time her limited nutrient solution intake precisely. When going out, she had to carry the small bottle with her, while also being careful not to replenish her energy too early, maximizing the duration of her energy supply. Unconsciously, she developed the skill of mentally estimating time. Everything that didn't kill her would teach her something. This was one of Jiang Yunu's life creeds. She estimated that about 2 minutes had passed. The big bird had given her a free aerial sightseeing tour. She wasn't particularly sensitive to cold or heat, and felt quite comfortable in the strong winds. Her limbs, suspended in the air, remained relaxed, and she occasionally moved discreetly without attracting the big bird's attention. Her joints didn't stiffen from the cold wind. After about 2.5 minutes, Jiang Yunu saw the big bird change direction. It began to approach the ground above the cliff. She had her chance. As if returning to an unknown location and wanting to show off, the big bird spread its wings and swept freely over the grove of trees where it had previously played a chase with Jiang Yunu. Seeing that the bird's flight path finally overlapped with the ground, Jiang Yunu gripped the spatula she had prepared long ago, gripped it tightly, and swiftly thrust it diagonally backward. Diagonally behind her was the big bird's soft belly, covered only by a layer of downy feathers. Low-level wind elemental beasts lack feathers with metal-like hardness, allowing Jiang Yunu's spatula to easily pierce through with the explosive force of her wrist. After penetrating the edge of the spatula, she immediately used her arm to push it deeper into the giant bird's belly. The giant bird let out a piercing scream. The sound was ear-piercing, but Jiang Yunu seemed to have temporarily shut her ears. She took the scream head-on without even blinking. While severely injuring the wind elemental beast's vulnerable abdomen, she kept an eye on whether the ground below was still on the cliff face, while also remaining wary of the giant bird lowering its head to retaliate with its beak. Low-level elemental beasts don't have such long beaks, and their intelligence and reaction speed seemed less quick and agile than higher-level ones. Jiang Yunu's spatula was stuck inside the giant bird's belly. She could feel heat flowing down the edge of the spatula onto her hand, but the injured elemental beast only howled in pain, its beak flailing wildly at the air, seemingly unable to find its target. Its flight speed was also decreasing. Just as the beast slowed down and its beak was still pecking at the air, Jiang Yunu, having already spotted a large tree within 5 seconds of her bird brand aviation flight path, suddenly pulled back the spatula, swiftly and cleanly severing the back of her collar in the process. The metal spatula grazed the bird's claws, which were still tightly gripping her collar, as it cut through her collar, creating a sickeningly sharp sound. Fortunately, the cut went smoothly, freeing Jiang Yunu from the giant bird's grasp. She began to fall from the sky, the treetop providing excellent cushioning. Jiang Yunu adjusted her posture mid-air, curling up to protect her vitals, and using her back to withstand the impact of the branches and leaves. While she inevitably suffered some superficial injuries, the process of sustaining these injuries also diluted the impact of her freefall. Jiang Yunu broke off many thin branches from the large tree, allowing her to safely return to the ground on the cliff edge. Until she reached out and grabbed a thick branch, she used its momentum to swing herself deeper into the grove. Above in the sky, the wind elemental beast, still in a state of confusion due to pain, finally regained its senses and realized that the human it had captured had escaped its grasp. The angry cry of the big bird echoed through the grove. It wasn't just anger at its prey escaping, but also resentment at its own injuries. A fierce wind swept through the grove as the giant bird flapped its wings and swooped into the woods. Jiang Yunu had already ventured deep into the forest. This was the second time she had dodged into this grove, including the previous time. The piles of broken branches and leaves that the giant bird had previously created to surround her now served as cover, allowing her to hide even more easily in the forest, taking advantage of the terrain and her size. The giant bird had entered the forest like a hunter, but in reality, it had become prey in Jiang Yunu's eyes. Just moments before, Jiang Yunu had dealt a heavy blow to its opponent, greatly weakening the wind elemental beast's mobility. The wound she had inflicted with the spatula was still oozing hot blood. The wind elemental beast hissed and flew erratically through the forest, splattering blood onto the grass. Jiang Yunu smelled the elemental beast's blood, pondering how to remove the elemental crystal core from its neck. A low-level large bird-shaped wind elemental beast had an amber-colored elemental core embedded in its neck. Because its neck was also covered in feathers, Jiang Yunu initially couldn't see where the core was, almost mistaking it for a small patch of differently colored feathers. It was only after being grabbed by the wind elemental beast and lifted into the air, while waiting for it to fly over the cliff face, that Jiang Yunu got a closer look and discovered that the different colored feather was actually the core hidden beneath the bird's feathers. Drawing on experience gained from the video, Jiang Yunu employed a wear-down strategy against the wind elemental beast, causing its injured form to waste more stamina and blood in the forest. This low-level wind elemental beast wasn't as resilient as the high-level elemental beast in the video. Jiang Yunu felt she hadn't waited long. She heard the wind elemental beast's howl become short and weak, the final note gradually losing its strength. The frequency of its wings striking the branches and leaves also decreased. The elemental beast's blood quickly gathered in a certain area. It was no longer scattered bloodstains, but rather, as it stopped at a certain spot, it rapidly dripped and formed a small, unusual stream on the ground below. Jiang Yunu silently approached from behind. Wind elemental beasts are naturally sensitive to wind. Jiang Yunu knew that under normal circumstances, even if she moved very lightly, as long as she got close enough to the big bird, it would definitely sense the subtle changes in the surrounding airflow. But this was a wounded wind elemental beast, its strength greatly depleted. Bleeding and exhaustion had dulled the big bird's usual alertness. Jiang Yunu stopped 4 or 5 steps away from it, holding her breath and observing carefully. The wounded elemental beast folded its wings and perched on a low, thick branch. It seemed completely unaware of the human approaching from behind. Jiang Yunu held the spatula at her side, remaining motionless, observing for 3 seconds. Then she leaped. Jiang Yunu was like a predator lying in ambush in the forest. She concealed herself, stealthily moved, and then suddenly pounced, landing on her chosen prey with a swiftness that caught it off guard, revealing her claws in the blink of an eye, and viciously biting the back of its neck with the sharp edge of her spatula. The big bird instinctively spread its wings to fly, but Jiang Yunu's only claw had already pierced its neck, striking its throat from behind. Lacking a second weapon, she used her body as one, grabbing the base of the giant bird's left wing with her left hand, wedging her fingers into the supple tendons of the bone. Jiang Yuna held the elemental beast's wing, suppressing its neck. The giant bird struggled to turn and attack with its sharp beak, but this was the moment Jiang Yunu had been waiting for. The hard surface of the spatula was still wedged in the giant bird's neck. As it tried to turn its head, Jiang Yunu moved the long handle, pressing the edge of the spatula downwards in the direction the bird's neck was twisting. The wind elemental beast's effort to turn its head backwards collided with the force of Jiang Yunu pressing down with the spatula. But on Jiang Yunu's side was the sharp edge of the hard spatula, while on the giant bird's side was its own flesh and blood. The bird's beak lost its grip before it could peck at Jiang Yunu. The wind elemental beast's head only turned halfway before its head was permanently tilted to one side. Jiang Yunu only released her grip on the bird's wings after confirming it was no longer moving. She then reached her left hand around the bird's body, reaching towards its neck to catch the elemental core that had automatically detached after the elemental beast's successful defeat. The amber-colored core was still warm from the bird's blood when she held it to her eyes. Jiang Yunu flipped off the bird, casually shaking her hand to remove the lingering blood from the core, before carefully examining her newly acquired spoils. The third type of elemental core. Jiang Yunu gently tossed the amber-colored core in her hand. Got it. The core was caught cleanly in the air, and then stored in her backpack. Jiang Yunu glanced back at the bird's body, which had fallen from the thick branch it had been perched on. Despite having one, she sighed. A little too slow. She gave herself a somewhat harsh assessment. Chapter 51. Estimating the time from entering the game to successfully defeating the first wind elemental beast, Jiang Yunu took approximately 40 minutes. This was the slowest she had ever taken to kill an elemental beast in a single run in the holographic game. It was even slower than her first kill of an earth elemental beast. Thinking about the number of wind elemental beasts the game system would likely refresh later, and then thinking about her original goal for this week, to try and defeat a total of 32 elemental beasts. Jiang Yunu sighed, because she increasingly felt that she might have set her weekly goal too high. Without ranged weapons, and without any other effective way to bring flying elemental beasts down from the sky, Jiang Yunu's only tactic at the moment was to continue using herself as bait to lure the wind elemental beasts down to fight. The strategy was simply a copy-paste of what she had just successfully executed. First, she lingered under the nose of the newly spawned giant bird, deliberately going to the open ground at the edge of the cliff to attract its attention. Then, once the giant bird noticed her, the relatively simple-minded low-level wind elemental beast would attack. Jiang Yunu would then need to deliberately position herself to avoid being grabbed by the giant bird as much as possible. Next, she had completed her luring and could begin to use the golden 5 minutes in the air to unleash high-damage attacks on the wind elemental beast during its attack buffer period, dragging the battlefield back to the ground and continuing to wear down its stamina. This operational procedure had proven effective. The system quickly spawned a second wind elemental beast. The wind created by the giant bird, flapping its wings, swept across the open ground at the cliff edge, and the melodious chirping of birds was carried into the forest on the wind. Using the same tactics, Jiang Yunu killed the second wind elemental beast and obtained the second amber-colored wind elemental crystal core. Next was the third. In the 2 hours of simulation time on Saturday night, Jiang Yunu barely managed to defeat all 3 wind elemental beasts. The third wind elemental crystal core was even harder to obtain. She almost missed it. Because when Jiang Yunu finally exhausted the third wind elemental beast's stamina, firmly holding its back feathers amidst the broken branches and ruins of the forest, and plucked the elemental crystal core from its neck, she looked up to find the countdown reminder pop up already floating in front of her, showing less than 2 minutes remaining. If Jiang Yunu had been even a little slower in any of the earlier steps, or if the big bird had struggled a little longer, she might have been stuck right at the point of successful kill, forced to log off with the crystal core within reach, the frustration and anxiety of being forced to exit the game. Fortunately, her perfect timing was fairly successful. Exiting the simulator, Jiang Yunu walked back to her dormitory. She let the evening breeze cool her still feverish mind from the holographic battle in the night-shrouded campus of Pinnacle. Following this schedule, Jiang Yunu thought as she slowly calmed her mind. If she could manage to defeat a total of 8 wind elemental beasts during her 4 hours of online time tomorrow, and finally unlock the fire elemental beast she hadn't seen yet, she would have performed exceptionally well, making the most of her week's online time. The next morning, on Sunday morning, as expected, Jiang Yunu only managed to defeat 3 wind elemental beasts in 2 hours. Joyce had one more computer session this weekend, but the red-haired boy didn't get up early with Jiang Yunu this morning, instead enjoying a leisurely weekend nap. Joyce's 2 computer sessions overlapped once with Jiang Yunu's Saturday morning, and once with her Sunday evening. Jiang Yuna finished defeating 3 wind elemental beasts early Sunday morning and started her return to the dormitory area from the multifunctional building, assuming Joyce was still sleeping in. Jiang Yunu had reasonable suspicions about this, and she even had important evidence. Aunt Daisy had made a video call to her at 9:15 a.m. Upon receiving the video call request from Aunt Daisy, Jiang Yunu had just reached the vicinity of the dormitory building. She was considering whether to turn right at the fork in the road near the girls' dormitory area to the nearby 24-hour self-service supermarket for a morning snack. Suddenly, her personal terminal beeped with a communication request notification. Jiang Yuna was startled by the notification tone. She rarely received video calls like this. She usually communicated with Zhou Yisun and Zhou Jinxue through text chat at school. Jiang Yunu reacted to the notification sound for 2 seconds before realizing someone was requesting a video call. She quickly pulled up her terminal screen and saw Aunt Daisy's name in the activity feed. Jiang Yunu answered the call immediately after seeing the name. Aunt Daisy? Zhou Daisy's figure appeared in the video window. Little new? Are you up already? The red-haired woman hadn't been seen in person for 2 weeks. In the video call, her expression towards Jiang Yunu seemed gentler than before, and she smiled when the call connected. Jiang Yunu looked around at her surroundings, circling the camera about halfway around her. Look, she said with a smile, showing her surroundings. Do you think I look like I'm up, or not yet? Xiao Daisy could clearly see that the girl was standing on a street. You're up, Xiao Daisy said confidently. You look much earlier and more diligent than that brat Zhou Yisun. I tried calling Zhou Yisun just now, but both calls ended automatically because no one answered. Aunt Daisy's smile briefly turned into a cold laugh as she spoke of the treatment she received when making video calls to Zhou Yisun, clearly disappointed by someone sleeping in. In the blink of an eye, facing Jiang Yunu, Xiao Daisy's expression changed dramatically, the cold laugh replacing into a genuinely gentle smile. I didn't want to bother you, I was just thinking of telling Joyce to remind you again, Aunt Daisy explained frankly regarding the purpose of the video call. She looked gently at Jiang Yunu on the other end of the video window. You two must remember to come home next week. The Angle Elementary Ability School has a half-month break system, something Jiang Yunu and Joyce knew when school started. Normally, this week is the second weekend of the semester, and the school has a half-month break this week, allowing students to go home for the weekend. However, Jiang Yunu and Joyce had changed their leave. Changing leave means that Angle students have a privilege once a month. Before the mid-month or end-of-month break, they can proactively submit an application through the school system requesting a postponement of going home this week. If the school approves the postponement of this week's holiday to go home, the student can stay on campus during the originally scheduled holiday period. The postponed opportunity to go home won't disappear entirely. It can be used freely on other weekends within the month. When Jiang Yuna first heard that the school could modify the half-month holiday, her first reaction was, it sounds like a kind of time adjustment for students. Angles has many rules, all seemingly fixed in name, but only after actually studying and living at school can one discover that there are rules beneath the rules. Some seemingly rigid regulations are surprisingly flexible. The reason Jiang Yunu and Joyce had their holidays modified this week, of course, was for the simulator test. Last Sunday, Jiang Yunu and Joyce excitedly grabbed all the seats on the simulator, and less than half an hour later, Aunt Daisy called Joyce to inquire about their half-month holiday to go home this weekend. At that moment, Joyce's expression was as if the sky had fallen. She stammered into the phone, unable to utter a coherent sentence for a long time. Jiang Yuna suddenly realized that she and Joyce had both forgotten about the holiday. She mustered her courage, took the phone from Joyce, and explained to Aunt Daisy that they might not be going home that weekend. It was a similar video window. Daisy's figure stood behind the screen, her expression calm, but her slightly raised, thin eyebrows inexplicably evoked only one word in the two children. A quiet, authoritative presence. Oh dear. Aunt Daisy sighed softly, as if half a lifetime had passed, and said, looks like school is still the most alluring place, huh? You both seem so reluctant to leave home, but after only a week at school, you're not planning to come home next weekend. Joyce, who had looked like the sky was falling, felt like he was about to kneel down and beg his mother across the entire star system after hearing her words. Thankfully, after saying that, Auntie Des didn't stop them from postponing their trip home this week. Auntie Des simply said, fine, do as you wish. Jiang Yunu recalled last week's phone call, and how if she and Joyce hadn't chosen to change their leave, they would probably already be having breakfast at the Zhou family's house by now. She couldn't help but rub her nose. Auntie Des, Jiang Yunu asked during this week's video call, are you angry about what happened last week? The red-haired woman raised her long, thin eyebrows again, So you think I'm that petty? Joe Des countered with a question. Jiang Yunu, of course, didn't dare admit to the question. She immediately flashed an even sweeter, more innocent smile, showering Joe Des with honeyed flattery. How could that be? She said, Aunt Daisy is the most tolerant, loving, and charming lady I ever met. A perfect woman who embodies democracy, beauty, wisdom, and competence. Daisy's rhetorical question earned her a long string of praises. Her eyebrows were still raised, but the corners of her mouth were noticeably more upturned than before. Ah, Aunt Daisy sighed, it's been a while since I heard your sweet words. Hearing them again, I find myself quite missing them. Jiang Yunu immediately said, then I add this to my schedule right away, reminding myself to praise Aunt Daisy every day. This made Daisy roll her eyes. Young lady, are you sure you want this kind of thing to take up your precious study time every day? Daisy waved her hand on the other end of the video call, telling Jiang Yunu not to go overboard with the praise and start talking nonsense. Whether Jiang Yunu was praising her or gently rebuking her, she listened with a smile. You wouldn't guess how ruthless he was when he killed elemental beasts in the holographic world not long ago. Chapter 52. Jiang Yunu does indeed possess a knack for having two faces like a little girl. However, so far, no one has noticed this yet. Joe Daisy couldn't get through to Joe-san, but she successfully contacted Jiang Yunu. The young girl showered her with compliments and coaxing, softening her naturally slightly aggressive yet beautiful features. Alright, I won't waste any more of your time. The video call had been going on for quite a while, but finally, Joe Daisy glanced at the time and ended the call, which had unknowingly grown longer. Aunt Daisy instructed Jiang Yunu, just let Joe-san know about going home. We can talk about anything else when we go home next week. Jiang Yunu was surprisingly patient when talking to women and elders. If Joe Daisy didn't stop the call, she could have continued talking indefinitely. Hearing the other person initiate the hang-up, she smiled on the other end of the video call. Okay, next week when I go back to Charlotte, I'm going to steal Aunt Daisy's attention and chat with her all night long. Xiao Daisy knew immediately she was just being sweet-talking. But what did it matter? Who doesn't like a clever girl who's sweet-talking and deliberately trying to make them happy? Aunt Daisy obliged with a smile. Sure, I see if you can do that when you come back next weekend. Jiang Yunu immediately guaranteed, I promise. The video call then ended. Xiao Daisy even waited a bit, waiting for Jiang Yunu to hang up first. Before answering the phone, Jiang Yunu only felt slightly hungry. After finishing the call while sitting on a bench by the school road, she straightened up and touched her stomach, finding that her hunger had escalated, and her stomach was now screaming at her. She promptly went to buy an extra snack. After finishing her snack, Jiang Yunu glanced at the time. It was almost 11 a.m. No matter how much Xiao Yisan lingered in bed, he should be awake by now. Jiang Yunu called Xiao Yisan on her terminal. Xiao Yisan rarely received calls from Jiang Yunu, and when he answered, he sounded surprised. Xiao Jiang? Is that you? You can actually make phone calls? Xiao Yisan immediately bombarded her with 3 questions, his voice sounding quite awake. He hadn't just woken up. Jiang Yunu didn't use video call, it was just a voice call. She said, Is it strange that I can make phone calls? Jiang Yunu's tone was puzzled. Xiao Yisan's denial immediately came from the terminal. No, it's just a little surprising. After all, in Xiao Yisan's opinion, Jiang Yunu always seemed somewhat unfamiliar with electronic devices. Many functions seemed non-existent in her hands. She only knew how to use the most basic ones. This was the first time Joyce had received a terminal call from Jiang Yunu, so how could he not be surprised? Jiang Yunu had no idea what her red-haired friend was thinking. She was quite surprised by Joyce's surprise, but she didn't care about the details and simply told Joyce, Aunt Daisy tried to call you this morning but couldn't get through, so she called me. She told us to remember to come home next week. Before she could finish her sentence, Joyce clearly gasped, presumably considering missing Aunt Daisy's call a major incident. Hearing Jiang Yunu say that Daisy had called just to remind them to come home next week, Joyce's first reaction was miraculously in sync with Jiang Yunu's. My mom? Joyce hesitated. Is she still angry about not coming home this week? Jiang Yunu replied. She said she wasn't. This answer to Joyce wasn't exactly a perfect pardon. Joyce became even more suspicious. Was she giving a forced smile? Was she saying she wasn't angry, but actually sending daggers through her eyes, piercing you with her gaze? Jiang Yunu said, I don't think so. But she added, at least not to me at all. Joyce on the other end of the phone, not to Jiang Yunu, but not necessarily to Joyce. Especially Joyce, who had overslept and missed the call that morning. Without video, Jiang Yuna couldn't see the specifics of Joyce's situation, but she could hear the worry and melancholy about her fate in the long sigh that followed. "I make an apology call later," Joyce said sadly. But before that, Joyce made plans to have lunch with Jiang Yunu. Jiang Yunu agreed with Joyce's decision, saying, "That's what they call what's done is done, let's eat first." During lunch, Joyce listened to Jiang Yuna share her experiences of flying twice last night and this morning. Because Jiang Yuna chose unusual times for her flights over the weekend, it was either too late after she landed or too early before she boarded, resulting in her being essentially out of contact for almost 15 hours. From the end of her flight last night until her flight this morning, it was inconvenient to send messages, either for fear of disturbing people's sleep or their morning dreams. Joyce was a little surprised that Jiang Yuna could also experience setbacks. "You said you weren't having a good time fighting monsters?" Joyce asked in surprise. "Yeah," Jiang Yunu admitted, then sighed, and looked at Joyce, holding her gleaming silver fork. "Why are you surprised by something like this?" The red-haired boy's face showed a brief look of deep thought, then he shook his head. "I don't know," Joyce said honestly, "but I just find it strangely surprising to hear you say you're having trouble fighting something." Jiang Yunu, "Why?" Joyce couldn't explain either. He ran a hand through his hair. "Because I feel like you give off a very strong aura?" It wasn't yet the usual peak time at the cafeteria, but since it was the weekend, quite a few people were choosing to come to the cafeteria for lunch early. Just as Joe Ethan spoke, several students passed by his and Jiang Yunu's table. Some of them clearly heard him, and instinctively glanced at Jiang Yunu in the direction he was facing. TCH. The lead boy couldn't help but sneer. Clearly, he didn't think Jiang Yunu was that strong. Most people might feel awkward in this situation, and a shy kid might even show their embarrassment. Joe Ethan also clearly heard the man's disdainful laughter, and for a moment, his relaxed expression froze. He looked up expressionlessly, reverting to his usual aloof demeanor. Jiang Yunu, on the other hand, confidently looked up as well, directly facing the boy who had laughed. She looked at him and said directly, "Hello, were you laughing at me just now?" The boy, just as surprised by Jiang Yunu's reaction, glanced at her face and stammered, "Yes, yes." Before he could finish, as if realizing his reaction was a bit weak, he immediately puffed out his chest again. "I was laughing at you. Is that a problem?" Jiang Yunu looked at him with a strange expression. "I didn't say no." The boy, Joey-san, Jiang Yunu even tried to comfort the boy. "Don't overthink it." The boy, Joey-san, The boy quietly took a step back. He could tell Jiang Yunu's demeanor was genuinely natural and open. But in this situation, her naturalness and openness seemed odd, making her seem a bit dim-witted. Jiang Yunu continued sincerely to the boy, "You can think I'm not strong, my friends can think I'm very strong, it doesn't matter. Regardless of whether I'm truly strong or not, everyone needs dreams, don't you think?" The boy, The boy didn't want to speak. He felt he was gradually forgetting why he was standing at this table in the first place, and he had completely lost the desire to laugh at someone's overestimation of their abilities. What a strange girl. The boy who had led the mockery of Jiang Yunu left without a word, quickly departing with his friends. Jiang Yunu watched their departing figures, still somewhat puzzled. She looked back at Joey-san. Why did they leave? If they wanted to laugh at me, shouldn't they have said more? Joey-san remained silent for a long time, finally only able to say, "He probably really didn't know what to say to you." Jiang Yunu tilted her head and bluntly commented, "What a strange classmate." Xiao Yisan silently buried his head in his rice, thinking to himself, "That person probably thought the same thing about you when they left." Lunchtime was almost over, and the game problem Jiang Yunu was facing far exceeded Xiao Yisan's ability to solve. Xiao Yisan wouldn't encounter his first elemental beast until tonight when he went online. Regarding Jiang Yunu's advanced problem, the red-haired boy could only listen, unable to offer any effective advice. "It's okay." Jiang Yunu took a tissue to wipe her mouth and waved to Xiao Yisan. "It's already very good that you're here listening." In all the difficulties Jiang Yunu had faced before, she had never even been able to find a living person to listen to her. Her current companion was alive, breathing, talking, and actively contacting and caring for her. Jiang Yunu felt everything was perfect. When discussing the evening's computer battle, Jiang Yunu gave Xiao Yisan a heads up. "Although our situations might not be exactly the same, based on my previous experience, the first elemental beast the system gives you should correspond to your own elemental power." Xiao Yisan immediately noted this down. With plenty of time until evening, Jiang Yunu returned to her dorm after dinner, and pulled out the combat video she had accidentally found the day before, which she had carefully reviewed, and watched it again. This time, she paid attention to the opponent's combat duration. 20 minutes. In reality, it only took Shen Yijing, a first-year student from Duma Academy, 20 minutes to kill a true wind elemental beast, which was even higher level than the one she encountered in the game. Jiang Yunu let the video loop automatically, then laid down on her bed, staring at the ceiling to process her thoughts. Quite subtly, she felt a faint sense of competition rising within her. I want to achieve that kind of result too, Jiang Yunu thought. Then, after a few seconds, she changed her goal. No, that's not right. I want to surpass that result. Chapter 53. In Jiang Yunu's life in this alternate world so far, her first goal upon arriving here was to survive. No matter how bad the environment, no matter what difficulty she encountered, she would try her best not to give up on living. When survival was no longer the primary problem, she went to the city of Xiate and, with the help of the kind-hearted Joy-sun family next door, gained a stable source of survival supplies. At this time, she came into contact with superpowers and realized that superpowers existed in this world. Finding a way to enroll in school and further study superpowers became Jiang Yunu's second goal. Now, she is successfully living her life at the Angle Elementary Superpower School, and school life far exceeded her expectations, even more wonderful than she had imagined while living on the second floor of the small garbage shack. The combat videos she unexpectedly came across were like a new goal for her. Jiang Yunu herself also enjoys challenges. She is the kind of person who actively sets goals for herself in life, and then continuously strives towards them. If she could achieve even better combat results than him. Jiang Yunu lay on her single bed in her dormitory, lost in thought. Her gaze shifted from the ceiling to the still-on floating screen of her terminal. On the page she hadn't closed, Shen Yijing from Duma Academy was once again sheathing his sword amidst a rain of blood. Then, sensing the approaching moving camera, he glanced at the lens. That glance was perfectly angled, as if he were looking at someone outside the screen. Jiang Yunu calmly met the upperclassman, whose combat uniform remained impeccably neat amidst the blood rain. She could only recall his name again. If she truly surpassed this person, would there be a strange, almost supernatural sense of accomplishment, like surpassing the moon? With a friend like Joyce, whose thoughts often wander freely, Jiang Yunu felt she had also developed a knack for imaginative thinking. She probably also had an extra interest in anything related to the moon. After all, back on the deserted island, she had spent a long time talking to the moon. Back then, besides the white-haired child 22 whom she had placed on a stool by the wall, the moon atop the desolate mountain peak listened to Jiang Yunu talk the most. Surpassing the moon sounded quite interesting, but before that, Jiang Yunu had to return to reality. To achieve a future record surpassing the moon, she first needed to successfully kill the remaining 2 wind elemental beasts tonight, collect 8 wind elemental cores, and then see if she could unlock a low-level fire elemental beast. And this was just playing a holographic game. Jiang Yunu was never afraid of setting her goals too high. Whether they were high or not, she would only know after trying. Because she and Joyce were going home next week, they temporarily withdrew from the battle of booking the simulator for next week's test flight this Sunday night, unlike last week when they rushed to grab it at the last minute. Joyce arranged to meet Jiang Yunu at the dormitory gate at 8:30 p.m. The two met smoothly, and then walked together towards the multifunctional building. This was only Joyce's second time using the simulator. Yesterday morning, he and Jiang Yunu had walked the route back and forth, but it felt like the route had simply flowed through his mind. He only had a general idea of which direction to go after leaving the dormitory area. As for the specifics of which road fork to take, whether to turn left or right, and how many forks to pass before actually entering the campus street where the multifunctional building was located, he was completely clueless. However, Jiang Yunu moved forward with ease. Feeling utterly directionally challenged compared to Jiang Yunu, Joyce observed her familiarity with the route. I feel like you haven't just been to the multi-purpose building a few more times than me, but rather like you've been to school for half a year longer. Jiang Yunu replied, your impression is off. Joyce pointed out, but you really know the route, like you walk every street on campus countless times. First of all, I don't know every street on campus. Jiang Yunu pointed out the flaw in Joyce's statement, calmly stating that there were many places on campus she was still unfamiliar with, but she did indeed have a better memory for directions. I can remember every route I ever taken, that's all, Jiang Yunu said. When you go to a new place, if you walk the entire route from start to finish, doesn't the route automatically imprint itself in your brain? Joyce, no, my brain doesn't seem to have that kind of automatic memory function. After a few more casual words, they arrived at the multi-purpose building. Entering the computer lab on time, Jiang Yunu and Joey-san were seated in consecutive simulator pods. Joey-san climbed into the right-hand pod, eager to begin his first battle in the newbie battlefield. Jiang Yunu stepped into the left-hand pod, her feelings a mix of emotions, ready to face what should have been the near end of her newbie trial, which tonight might not even be over. She had barely entered the game when Jiang Yunu was ambushed. This ambush was surprisingly easy to spot. Once again, while the game was still loading, she sensed a change in the wind direction and force. The game system seemed to enjoy giving her unexpected events. She had encountered an ambush by a crocodile when fighting water elementals before. When she fought a wind elemental, Jiang Yunu was initially puzzled, as the system hadn't acted strangely during her last 2 sessions, allowing her to focus on fighting wind elementals without any unexpected problems. But now, perhaps seeing that she was about to fight the last 2 low-level wind elementals tonight, the change suddenly occurred. Jiang Yunu's feet barely touched solid ground for less than a second, feeling her shoes barely touch the earth, when her collar tightened, the narrowing neckline constricting her neck. In a sudden, suffocating rush, Jiang Yunu was lifted into the air. Cough, cough, cough. The pressure on her neck compressed her throat and trachea, causing Jiang Yunu to cough involuntarily. But while coughing, she gripped the spatula in her hand. Then, with a powerful backhand thrust, a big bird cried out behind her. When a person is caught off guard and their neck is compressed, they are prone to rapid fainting, and their limbs will quickly become weak and powerless. Jiang Yunu seized the opportunity before the wind elemental beast could carry her away from the ground on the cliff, and before she herself felt dizzy and weak. She acted decisively, relying on the instinct she gained from fighting the first 6 wind elemental beasts. She thrust backward. Feeling the edge of the spatula successfully pierce the giant bird's body, she immediately used her forearm to push the hard spatula even deeper. "Let me go!" Jiang Yunu mustered all her strength, gripping the long handle of the deeply embedded spatula and twisting it down. Amidst the howling wind, Jiang Yunu's voice was resolute and powerful, just like the action she had inflicted on the giant bird. The bird's cry, so close at hand, instantly turned into a piercing shriek. The sharp weapon Jiang Yunu was churning inside it caused excruciating pain, and blood gushed from its abdomen, trickling down the edge of the spatula still lodged inside Jiang Yunu's body and landing on her hand. Without hesitation, Jiang Yunu twisted her wrist again, gripping the spatula. Between her exhaustion from suffocation and the wind elemental beast's loss of strength due to pain, Jiang Yunu had clearly won. The bird's legs were losing their grip, and its claws showed signs of loosening. Jiang Yunu immediately yanked the spatula out of the bird's belly, splashing a large amount of elemental beast blood onto her face and body as she pulled it out. She didn't care, only quickly blinking away a drop of blood that had landed on her eyelashes and obstructed her vision. Then, with a backhand swing of the spatula, she severed the back of her own collar. Jiang Yunu had recently become quite adept at slicing her own collar with a spatula. With her collar discarded, the giant bird couldn't immediately continue its pursuit of Jiang Yunu, who began free-falling above the cliff face. Fortunately, she reacted quickly and decisively. The attacking wind elemental beast hadn't lifted Jiang Yunu very high off the ground. Her fall was still within an acceptable range. Jiang Yunu rolled upon landing, further mitigating the impact. Then she got up and moved into the woods. In a way, Jiang Yunu could say thank you for this attack, because she had to go through a preparatory process, luring the enemy, intentionally getting carried into the air, waiting for the elemental beast to fly back to the cliff face before attacking, using this process to lure the injured wind elemental beast into the woods before engaging in close combat. A surprise attack eliminated the need for the entire baiting phase. Jiang Yunu had barely moved into the woods when the big bird, having recovered somewhat, angrily charged into the forest, determined to poke Jiang Yunu with its beak and talons. However, it was predictable that no matter how imposing the big bird's charge into the woods was, it was a desperate gamble with the beast heavily wounded. As soon as it landed on the ground, Jiang Yunu would once again be the winner. Jiang Yunu dismounted from the seemingly immobile wind elemental beast, the 7th amber crystal core already in her hand. The crystal core was still warm in her hand when the system refreshed, and the sounds of new wind and cries filled the forest. Jiang Yunu quickly obtained the 8th amber crystal core. By this time, she estimated that only half an hour had passed since she logged into the game. "Is this some kind of rush tonight?" Jiang Yunu muttered. It only took her half an hour to kill 2 enemies, a significant improvement in efficiency compared to before. Suddenly, a slight tremor came from the ground beneath her feet, and Jiang Yunu heard a cracking sound, as if a massive object was splitting open from within. Following the sound towards the side of the forest, she discovered that the cliff had split open from the side, creating a natural stone path leading to the valley floor below. This was the first time Jiang Yunu had witnessed the system automatically expanding the map. Standing at the top of the stone path, she looked down along the newly generated trail. At the bottom of the valley, she could see a patch of orange-red, a vibrant color clearly visible even from a great distance, spread across the ground in a spiderweb pattern. After watching for a while, Jiang Yunu realized what it was. It was the color of flames flowing across the ground. Chapter 54. Without a doubt, what awaited Jiang Yunu at the bottom of the valley was the final round of the novice trial battlefield. The Fire Elemental Beast battlefield. Jiang Yunu stood at the top of the stone path, gazing downwards for a few seconds. She then began her descent along the passage split by the mountainside. The closer she got to the bottom of the valley, the steeper the stone path became. When the vertical drop was less than 3 stories high, Jiang Yunu could already feel the heat radiating from the ground. With about 4 or 5 meters left, the stone path was almost perpendicular to the lava-flowing ground. Jiang Yunu braced herself against a protruding section of the nearby rock face, testing the sturdiness of those protruding sections. Judging by touch, the rock face was fairly solid. Several other protruding rocks nearby also felt firm, embedded firmly in the mountainside. Jiang Yunu decisively changed her descent method for the last few meters. She climbed the rock face with her bare hands, and then used rock climbing to descend. Rock climbing was already a piece of cake for her. The stone walls in the holographic game were easier to climb than the cliffs of the desolate island she encountered before. Jiang Yunu reached the bottom, about 2 meters from the ground, but looking down, she found there were no suitable holding points left. She simply gave up looking for a foothold, leaned sideways against the stone wall, bent her knees slightly, and jumped off from her current position. A rush of wind swept past her ears, and strands of white hair on either side of Jiang Yunu's face flew up, then swayed back down to her shoulders as she landed steadily. The first thing she did after landing was to examine the lava on the ground. From the cliff face, the lava looked like a fiery-colored spiderweb, woven across the dark stone ground. Up close, the flowing lava resembled cracks on a tortoise shell, dividing the dark stone into plates. The lava itself looked like blood flowing clearly between these plates. Jiang Yunu stared at the lava for a while, almost developing the illusion that it was truly alive, and that the entire ground was pulsating slightly with this peculiar blood flow. Jiang Yunu suddenly felt something was wrong. She carefully sensed her surroundings again. No, something was wrong. The ground pulsating with the blood was probably not an illusion. Jiang Yunu abruptly leaped away from her original position. Her reaction was incredibly fast. In the next instant, the ground she had been standing on cracked. The once solid rock seemed to turn into paper, into ocean waves, in an instant. The ground undulated gently, rising and falling repeatedly. Then, as if something beneath the earth was attempting to break through, the first few attempts were merely probing. Having confirmed this was the best point of attack, it finally unleashed its full power, bursting forth from the earth. It was a stone giant, its body covered in magma. The scorching magma meandered down its stone body, the intense heat sizzling on the stone surface without harming its form. The stone giant emerged from the earth, breaking through the surface. It had always coexisted with the underground magma. The flowing heat seemed to add a strange vitality to its otherwise inorganic shell. Jiang Yunu was resistant to both cold and heat, but if she had a choice, she still preferred not to be too close to anything that felt scorching hot. She sensed the abnormality of the ground in time, and swiftly leaped away from where she had been standing. However, as the stone giant burst through the ground, it cracked, sending debris and lava flying everywhere. Jiang Yunu's collar had been torn during her battle with the wind elemental beast, exposing a patch of skin on the back of her neck. A spark from the spray burned her neck, instantly creating a small red dot on her already pale skin, which was difficult to tan even with deliberate sun exposure. TSK. Jiang Yunu clicked her tongue lightly. She didn't touch her burned neck. Instead, she gripped her spatula even more cautiously. The burning sting on the back of her neck lingered. Jiang Yunu stared ahead and saw the stone giant turn towards her, its 2 stone ball-like eyes already fixed on her. Having already shoveled at pangolins, stabbed crocodiles, and poked giant birds, this was the first time Jiang Yunu had unlocked a humanoid monster in the game. But how to fight this stone giant, seemingly without any weaknesses, made entirely of stone? Before Jiang Yunu could figure out her tactics, the stone giant made its move first. The stone giant strode heavily towards Jiang Yunu on its 2 stone legs. Without a clear strategy, she prioritized observation. Jiang Yunu closely observed its movements, predicting its direction. She circled around it on the still-flowing, molten stone ground, and quickly discovered. The stone giant seemed even harder to break through than the previous 3 elemental beasts, but correspondingly, it was also the slowest to move and attack. All elemental beasts have their own attack range, and a player must be within this range before they will attempt to attack. The stone giant moved slowly and attacked sluggishly, while Jiang Yunu was much faster. This meant, "It means I can kite it?" Jiang Yunu said. She had already circled the stone giant several times on the rocky ground, roughly estimating its attack range. Each time, when the stone giant entered her range and determined it could attack, it would slowly swing its stone fist. Jiang Yunu would then move again, like a nimble little leopard, instantly retreating from the stone giant's attack range. The stone giant would only swing its fist when it realized its target was out of range. Its fist, having struck the air, would freeze in midair, forcing it to slowly retract before it could start walking towards its newest location. Using the time the stone giant sped retracting its fist and turning, Jiang Yunu could create a distance of 4 or 5 meters between them. This back-and-forth maneuvering of the elemental beast, while never actually letting it touch her, is called kiting in the game. Jiang Yunu maintained a position that made the stone giant unattainable. After sparring with it for a while, watching the stone giant stare blankly at thin air before slowly retracting its fist, she felt a mix of emotions. "If your goal wasn't to hit me," she sighed, "I almost feel like I'm bullying an honest elemental beast." Realizing the stone giant probably couldn't be called human, Jiang Yunu carefully changed her term to show respect for its primitive species. Unfortunately, the honest elemental beast. No, the emotionless stone giant didn't perceive this respect. The stone giant only noticed Jiang Yunu's brief pause. Taking this direction as a new attack route, it slowly turned around and stubbornly continued walking towards her. While maneuvering, Jiang Yunu not only gauged the stone giant's attack distance, but also searched for its elemental core. Earth elemental cores are green, water elemental cores are blue, and wind elemental cores are amber. Since the elemental core's color matches its elemental color, the fire elemental core must be red. In the previous round of circling, Jiang Yunu only perceived the stone giant's body as either stone-colored or the fiery color of magma still flowing on it. After leading it around again, having almost completely surveyed it from all angles, she suddenly realized she had overlooked something. Its elemental core might not be as deeply hidden as she thought. It might have been right in front of her all along, but she had ignored it due to distractions. Jiang Yunu's gaze fell on the magma on the stone giant's body. The lava flowed along the stone giant's body, seemingly inexhaustible, never truly leaving its surface. Jiang Yunu had never previously observed its flow closely, treating it merely as decorative elements. Now, after a moment's careful observation, she quickly realized that while the lava appeared to flow freely, its source always pointed in the same direction. Following this direction, Jiang Yunu's gaze fell upon the stone giant's left shoulder. On the giant's left shoulder, a patch of orange-red flame color covered the stone shoulder in a thick layer of lava. Fresh lava seemed to continuously erupt from the shoulder, flowing down the body. It was as if the stone giant had a heart constantly spewing new blood from its left shoulder. Jiang Yunu continued circling the stone giant while carefully examining that spot. She was already 90% certain that it was the stone giant's elemental core. The spatula spun in Jiang Yunu's hand. After another half circle, as the stone giant slowly changed direction and its movements faltered, Jiang Yunu suddenly turned again. Her previous attempt to create distance was just a feint, designed to elicit the stone giant's movement. Jiang Yunu was willing to risk the stone giant's slower speed. She suddenly turned and lunged forward, rapidly closing the distance. At the same time, she raised the spatula high, and just before reaching the stone giant, she leaped, bringing the spatula down in a powerful, sweeping strike at its left shoulder. Clang! The spatula vibrated from its blade to its handle. The impact of metal against stone sent a jolt through her hand. Jiang Yunu gripped the long handle firmly, sensing a different feel from simply chopping stone in this strike. The crystal core was indeed on the stone giant's left shoulder. Attacked in the crystal core area, the stone giant's movements were noticeably slower. It took him at least 3 seconds longer to adjust his stance before throwing a punch at Jiang Yunu in front of him. Jiang Yunu heard only the whoosh of the wind. Having landed after her successful strike, she used the size advantage of the stone giant's body to duck sharply, slipping under his raised arm and dodging his attack. The stone giant's fist missed again, and Jiang Yunu had already circled behind him. Without hesitation, she swung her shovel again, aiming for the stone giant's left shoulder. Lava sprayed up, and more red sparks landed on Jiang Yunu. Jiang Yunu disliked being too close to anything too hot, but during combat, she could completely ignore that. When the areas of his skin unprotected by clothing were scalded red by the sparks, Jiang Yunu finally ended his close dance with the stone giant. An object, still encased in scorching magma, flew off the giant's shoulder. That was the first fire elemental crystal core that Jiang Yunu had struck down. Chapter 55. What's wrong? Joyce was eager to talk to Jiang Yunu, but then her words trailed off. Jiang Yunu blinked. Joyce's expression was concerned and cautious as she pointed to her left arm. Is your arm bothering you? I saw you touching it several times after we came out of the computer lab. Jiang Yunu paused. Then she realized that her right hand was resting on her left arm, her palm unconsciously covering the area from her shoulder to her upper arm. A cool night breeze blew by at just the right moment. Jiang Yunu lowered her hand and said, "It's nothing." It was already 11:40 p.m. Angle time. Jiang Yunu had finished her evening computer lab and was walking with Joyce back to the dormitory area on the campus path. Joyce had a lot to say tonight, and many interesting things about the game he wanted to share with Jiang Yunu. But before he could even open his mouth, he noticed Jiang Yunu's recurring habit of touching her arm, instantly triggering his motherly instincts and causing him to put the game aside. "Are you really alright?" Joyce asked suspiciously, clearly not believing Jiang Yunu's answer. Jiang Yunu said, "Really?" Jiang Yunu was indeed unharmed. She hadn't suffered any real injuries in the real world. However, the moment she exited the holographic game, she might have looked a little disheveled in the game. To obtain the elemental core from the fire elemental stone giant, Jiang Yunu, lacking ranged attacks, could only engage in melee combat. And the only effective attack method she could use in melee against the stone giant was to first kite it, then circle around it like a close quarters dance, relentlessly attacking. Facing the stone giant's highly defensive body, scooping up the crystal core area with the spatula was not as easy as scooping up the previous elemental beasts. It required repeated attacks to accumulate damage. This meant that each round of Jiang Yunu's close quarters dance required a considerable amount of time. It also meant that she was exposed to the splashing lava sparks for a longer period. When Jiang Yunu reached the last fire elemental beast of the night, she was continuously stacking damage on its left shoulder, the spatula almost sparking. And sparks were indeed continuously falling from the stone giant's shoulder. But just as she was frantically attacking, once again, that semi-transparent pop-up window, her game's nightmare, appeared. The pop-up window displayed a countdown starting from 300, mercilessly reminding Jiang Yunu that her time allotted for this round was about to run out. Driven by her eagerness to defeat the monster and unwilling to let go of any crystal core that was already within her grasp, Jiang Yunu felt a slight tingling sensation and a sense of urgency whenever she saw a pop-up window. This led her to abandon her original strategy of playing it safe. She stopped deliberately avoiding the stone giant's attacks. By directly taking 2 of its attacks, Jiang Yunu gained 2 more opportunities to attack. She successfully obtained the last fire element crystal core of the night, not missing her chance. The price was that the stone giant's stone fists were incredibly painful. Besides the dull ache of being struck by a heavy object, it felt as if her internal organs were being shaken. What Jiang Yunu felt most acutely was the sensation of the lava flowing down the stone giant's fists onto her body. The molten lava was scalding hot, rolling down the stone giant's fist that had landed on her shoulder. In the blink of an eye, the point of contact expanded into a surface, and the scorching lava, like a specially colored, high-temperature syrup, instantly covered half of Jiang Yunu's body, almost completely covering her from her shoulder to her arm to her side. Scalding. The scalding sensation reminded Jiang Yunu of the meteor storm she encountered on the deserted island, the feeling of being grazed and burned by the intense heat falling from the sky. The burning sensation was continuous, like her skin was enveloped in a ball of heat, like burying a sweet potato or potato in a pile of earth and then continuously roasting and simmering it. On the surface, however, it appeared relatively calm at first glance. One couldn't discern the form of what was being enveloped beneath. Jiang Yunu thought to herself, "It's really hot." Meanwhile, her brain seemed to temporarily cut off the interference of pain sensation with her limbs. She could clearly perceive the burning and the pain, but she still decisively swung the spatula, facing the very source of heat she should have instinctively avoided, wedging the edge of the spatula firmly next to the stone giant's elemental crystal core. And then, in one fell swoop, pried open the red crystal core. Having obtained the fire elemental crystal core, Jiang Yunu, still covered in lava, was automatically ejected from the game by the system. Until she returned to reality, even though the high-temperature material was no longer covering her, and Jiang Yunu and Joey-san left the computer lab side by side, it seemed that her previously deliberately blocked neural body signal channels were finally reopened. Her nerves still retained the sensation of intense heat and burning pain, and her belatedly reacting limbs unconsciously touched the injured areas. Jiang Yunu slightly moved her shoulder, which was perfectly fine in reality, and met Joey's still suspicious gaze, saying, "I'm really alright." The red-haired boy, still not entirely reassured, cautiously pressed back and forth on the spot where Jiang Yunu had been touching it. "I was worried you bumped into something in the simulator," Joe Ethan said, pressing on her skin. He frowned. "Does it hurt here? And here?" Jiang Yunu let him press, even noticing a hint of his future potential in his actions. "Truly worthy of a water type," Jiang Yunu praised. "Looking at you now, I can already see a glimpse of you becoming a great healer, grabbing everyone in the team for treatment." Joe Ethan, confirming she was alright, released her abruptly, giving her a light pat on the back. "Then you definitely become the most troublesome superhuman warrior in the team." Jiang Yunu blinked. "Can't I be the strongest one?" Joe Ethan was biased towards Jiang Yunu, even now that he thought she'd be a headache in the future. So he said first yes. Jiang Yunu immediately smiled with satisfaction. But Joycing continued, "You're the most capable, and also the most worrisome. I don't think the two conflict at all." Jiang Yunu coughed lightly, bowed her head in a gesture of reflection, but the reflection lasted no more than 3 seconds. "There's no other way," Jiang Yunu said, looking up. "I can only ask my future therapists to be understanding. I believe they will all be as gentle and compassionate as you." Joycing couldn't help but roll her eyes, and lightly slapped Jiang Yunu on the back of the head. This banter and talk about the future conveniently glossed over the original topic. As they approached the dormitory area, Joycing asked Jiang Yunu again why she had been pressing her shoulders earlier. Jiang Yunu didn't intend to reveal her island life to anyone. It was a part of her life that she couldn't even easily explain to Joycing and Aunt Daisy. Jiang Yunu only half-jokingly said, "After swinging elemental beasts for so long in the game, my arms still ache after logging off." Joey-san believed this answer. The red-haired boy advised Jiang Yunu, "Even though it's a game, don't push yourself too hard when fighting monsters." Jiang Yunu felt this wasn't really her fault. How could she not fight to her heart's content in a game centered around combat? The dormitory area was already in sight. The boys' and girls' dormitories were at a fork in the road, requiring her to turn left and right respectively. Jiang Yunu stopped at the fork and asked, "By the way, you entered the newbie trial battlefield today too, right? What did your first elemental beast fight?" Because she felt the game had a lot of randomness, Jiang Yunu had only told Joey-san that his first elemental beast was most likely water-based, but hadn't definitively said he encountered a crocodile. Luckily, she hadn't definitively said that. Joycen's eyes lit up at the question, and he answered enthusiastically, "It's a slime. It's definitely water-type, blue, and it was bouncing around on the ground when it appeared." Remembering his first low-level elemental beast, Joy-san seemed a little charmed by it. He pressed his hand to his chest, saying with reluctance, "It's kind of cute. At first, I didn't have the heart to attack it. Until it attacked me first." Jiang Yunu, Joy-san asked, "Don't you think it's a little embarrassing that I find slimes cute?" Jiang Yunu immediately gave a negative answer. "No, I think slimes are cute too." So cute. Completely different from the crocodile she encountered. After saying goodbye to Joyce, Jiang Yunu returned to her room in dormitory building number 10, her heart filled with complex emotions. She was genuinely starting to suspect that the game system was secretly targeting her. Otherwise, why did her game seem like a completely different game from everyone else's? But Jiang Yunu couldn't understand why a game open to everyone across the entire galaxy would target her for no reason. It couldn't be that it had discovered her exceptional talent in some area and deliberately increased the difficulty for her, wanting to test and train her further, could it? While washing up, Jiang Yunu indulged in a torrent of baseless speculation. By the time she finished washing up, it was quite late. Instead of sitting at her desk, Jiang Yunu went straight to her bed, sat cross-legged, pulled out her terminal screen, and began reviewing her weekly achievements. Her original goal of 32 was, unsurprisingly, not achieved. However, Jiang Yunu had successfully defeated a total of 8 water elemental beasts on Saturday, and unlocked and defeated 8 wind elemental beasts over Saturday and Sunday. Today, she successfully unlocked the fire elemental beast, danced 2 close quarters battles with the stone giant, and already had 2 red crystal cores in her inventory. With the goal of collecting 8 crystal cores from each of the 4 elements as her novice trial objective, Jiang Yunu's overall progress is nearing completion. Once she defeats the remaining 6 stone giants and collects all 8 fire elemental crystal cores, she should be able to finish the novice trial and unlock the interactive features she heard her seniors mention. But that'd have to wait until the week after next. Jiang Yunu finished reviewing her achievements, pushed the screen slightly to the side, and stretched lazily on the bed. Next week is for her to return to Xiate to see Aunt Daisy, a time for a good meal in a dilapidated town. While enjoying combat, she also needs to live life to the fullest and cherish the time when there's a place waiting for her to return for a meal. Chapter 56. A week flew by. Just a short while ago, they were saying next weekend, and now it's already this weekend. That Saturday morning, Jiang Yunu got up extra early and went to the nearby boys' dormitory to wake up Qiao Yi. Senator. The two of them caught the early morning interstellar train back to Xiaotai, just as the sun was illuminating half of the Eng Junior Ability Academy campus. Aunt Daisy was supposed to pick them up. She said she had already rented a car in advance. However, unfortunately, Qiao Daisy had an unexpected overtime job on Friday night, working until late. Jiang Yunu and Qiao Yisun didn't want Qiao Daisy to have worked all night on Friday, and then have to get up early on Saturday to drive a long distance to Eng. Besides, if Qiao Daisy really did drive to pick them up, the round trip would double the driving time. Jiang Yunu proactively called ahead to persuade her. Auntie Daisy, Joey-san and I will come back by ourselves tomorrow. Joey-san was a little worried when she received the call. You two coming by yourselves? Are you sure you can manage? Do you know how to get back, and how many transfers you have to make? Jiang Yuna chuckled and assured her, I can check the routes, and there's a direct train from the school to the Star Sector transfer station. If we encounter any difficulties at the transfer station, I can ask the staff for help. They'd definitely be able to bring Joey-san and me back safely. Joey-san thought about it, and felt that Jiang Yunu's words made sense, and she trusted Jiang Yunu's social skills and quick wit. Therefore, Joey-san finally nodded in agreement, but she didn't forget to remind Joey-san, then remember to stay close to your sister. Don't let Xiao Nu be dealing with people up ahead, while you get lost behind her. Joey-san and Jiang Yunu made the call together. They found a spot in the school's common lounge area and squeezed into the same video window, so that Joyce could see them both. The red-haired boy protested, Mom, do you think I'm a little slow? Joyce didn't answer, only staring at Joy-san with a profound, unfathomable gaze for a long time. Joy-san, eh? Joy-san's little heart silently shattered under his mother's all-knowing gaze. He slowly squatted down next to Jiang Yunu, and quietly slipped out of the video window. Jiang Yunu patted his dog sympathetically. Cough, patted its head sympathetically, and continued chatting with Joyce, asking Aunt Joyce for the Saturday lunch menu. Even after the call ended, Jadis told Jiang Yunu to be careful on the road tomorrow, then glanced down at the bottom of the video window, and the young man crouching down there, remember to be Yuna's bodyguard tomorrow. She guide you, making sure you get on the right route home. You're in charge of security, don't let any random people get too close. Joe Ethan felt a sense of satisfaction, finally receiving some recognition from his mother. He slowly straightened up from the ground, slid into the video window, and together with Jiang Yunu, said goodbye to Jadis tomorrow. Just as they had promised Jadis, on the way back from school today, Jiang Yunu was indeed in charge of finding the way, looking for directions, and asking for directions, while Joe Ethan silently followed, acting as a cool bodyguard watching all suspicious individuals. Because Jiang Yunu was naturally outgoing, she could chat casually with other passengers waiting on the same platform, while waiting for the public train to Xiaotai at the transfer station. Meanwhile, Joey-san's face tightened, and he scrutinized everyone who approached the two with an overly cautious attitude. Some adults found it amusing. Little girl, a passenger waiting at the transfer station, teased Jiang Yunu. Is your little friend too nervous? Jiang Yunu raised a face perfectly suited for feigned innocence and cuteness. This is my brother. He just worries about me easily. Adults all say he's very much like a good older brother. Joey-san had no idea which adult had ever praised him like that. Certainly not his mother. But hearing Jiang Yunu's words, several people waiting nearby looked down at him, and Jiang Yunu's words smoothly led them to a preconceived notion, and they began to agree. No wonder, so this is your brother. He does seem very protective of his sister. And so, Joey-san, without saying a word, received a flurry of praise with a stiff face. From Pinnacle Junior Ability Academy to the Star Sector transfer station, and then from the transfer station to Xiaotai City, both sections of public transportation can be taken with the school card. Jiang Yunu successfully led the two back to Charlotte. Standing once more on the circular public rail platform within Charlotte City, Joyce visibly relaxed. The red-haired boy let out a long sigh, finally back. Familiar scenery came into view. Jiang Yunu had seen Charlotte's iconic honeycomb shape from the sky when the train entered the city, and she found herself deeply nostalgic for this city she hadn't seen for 3 weeks. Even though she wasn't a native of Charlotte like Joyce, Charlotte was the first human city she had set foot in this world, and the first place to grant her residency. It held immense significance for Jiang Yunu. Finally back. Jiang Yuna followed Joyce-san's sigh. Joyce-san glanced at her. You were chatting so happily with those people heading to the 7-star district at the transit station. It looked like you were about to go visit them in their cities. Jiang Yuna immediately clarified, no. Although they did extend an invitation, I firmly declined, saying I was going home. Joey-san looked at Jiang Yuna with a worried expression. He deeply felt that his mother was probably worrying about the wrong person. He was unlikely to get lost while traveling, but Jiang Yuna seemed easily abducted in some crowded place due to her cheerful nature. Joyce-san's worry grew. Even back in Charlotte, this worry caused the red-haired boy's relaxation to last only 5 minutes. The two waited at the city's circular rail station for the bus that went directly to the old town. As they boarded the old-fashioned bus, greeted by the headless robot, Jiang Yunu was surprised to find that Joy-san seemed more wary than on the Star Sector train. Jiang Yunu? Jiang Yunu didn't quite understand why, but that didn't stop her from enthusiastically greeting the headless robot, quickly finding a pair of window seats, pulling Joy-san down to sit, and enjoying the scenery of Charlotte that she hadn't seen in a while. The old bus circled the rails, and after about 40 minutes, it took them to the old town station, the closest to the dilapidated streets. They got off at the station and walked along the streets, less bustling than the city center. After crossing 2 intersections, as the streetscape became increasingly dilapidated and the champagne-colored city robots gradually disappeared from sight, Jiang Yunu habitually counted the broken streetlights ahead. She smiled after discovering that 4 streetlights were still broken. It's alright, Jiang Yunu said. It seems no new members joined the damage reporting team while we were gone. Before Jiang Yunu spoke, Joyce had also seen the streetlights ahead, and he smiled at her words. He also smiled at the fact that they were almost home. We're home, Joyce said. The dilapidated street was only a dozen meters away. Jiang Yunu and Joyce exchanged a glance, as if there was some unspoken understanding between them. Suddenly, they both quickened their pace, walking faster and faster until it almost became a jog, then a full-on run. Let's see who gets there first, Jiang Yunu said as she sprinted. Joyce sensed he might lose when she suddenly accelerated, but he gritted his teeth, refusing to give up. Let's compete, Joy-san said, trying his best to catch up. At least I won't fall too far behind you. In the small building at number 78, deep in the rundown street, Jadis was already preparing lunch for the family. She had washed and chopped some vegetables, arranging them neatly on the counter. Jadis had already called the 2 children that morning. Joy-san, who answered, said they were at the Star Sector transit station, about to board the Star Sector train, and then would transfer in Charlotte City. Time flies when you're busy. Jadis was shaking the water droplets off her hands, walking to the living room and dining room, glancing at the old-fashioned clock on the wall. She wondered if she should make another call to see where the 2 children were, whether they were already in Charlotte City, when suddenly she heard footsteps coming from the street outside her house. The sound of running was like a rapid drumbeat, thumping on the cobblestones as it approached. Jadis was wondering who could run so fast on this runaway street, when a sudden intuition made her stop adjusting her personal terminal and turn towards the front door. Just as Jadis' hand touched the doorknob, Jiang Yuna's voice rang out. I'm number 1. Jiang Yuna's footsteps stopped in front of building number 78. She was about to knock on the door. Andy Jadis, we're back. However, before Jiang Yuna's hand actually touched the door, before she could finish her sentence, the front door of the building opened before her. Jadis opened the door, and saw not only Jiang Yuna with her hand raised in midair, but also Joey-san, who looked exhausted but still dragging his weary feet towards the house. Andy Jadis' gaze shifted from Jiang Yuna to Joey-san, then back to Jiang Yuna. Excuse me, what's going on? She asked. Did 2 little bombs choose to raid my house on Saturday noon? She said this, but everyone could see the red-haired woman was in high spirits. Her expression and voice were full of laughter. Joy-san finally reached his doorstep, panting heavily, almost collapsing to his knees in front of the open doorway. Mom, Joy-san said weakly, we're back. Jadis crossed her arms and glanced at the empty street behind them. Was someone or a dog chasing you? Joy-san said, we were just having a race. Jadis didn't seem to understand. She stepped aside, urging the 2 children to hurry inside. What's so great about a race? Jiang Yuna helped the exhausted Joy-san, who was almost collapsing at the door, and cheerfully carried the red-haired boy inside. Going home is something you have to rush back to, she said playfully. Chapter 57. Having arrived home less than 3 minutes ago, Jiang Yunu was already strictly adhering to the promise she made on the phone a week ago. To keep Joe Dicey entertained with witty banter all day, making Aunt Dicey unable to suppress her smile. The Chiao family home wasn't large. You could see the dining room from the living room, and from the corner of the stairs leading to the second floor, you could see the kitchen at a glance. Jiang Yunu and Qiao Yisen had barely put down their things when a young man, still breathless, had already followed Jiang Yunu into the kitchen. Is there anything else to wash? Jiang Yunu asked, standing in front of the sink. Why yes. Qiao Yisen was still panting, taking 3 breaths to finish a sentence. Is there anything else to chop? Joe Daisy couldn't help but want to shoo the 2 children out of the kitchen. Go play outside, Aunt Daisy said. Who goes straight into the kitchen as soon as they get home? And did you 2 wash your hands? The red-haired woman deliberately nitpicked, trying to shoo them out as she did so. Jiang Yunu quickly turned on the sink faucet, plunged her hands under the running water, and then, smiling, waved her hands around. Now I'm washing them. Qiao Daisy, who was about to walk behind Jiang Yunu, was deterred 2 steps back by her gesture. You little rascal, Aunt Daisy scolded gently. Were you deliberately splashing water on me? Jiang Yunu's wave of her hands sent the fresh water droplets flying, creating a scattering of flowers in the small kitchen space. Jiang Yunu was in the wrong, but she always had a way to survive in front of Aunt Daisy. She just blinked and smiled, saying, How could that be? It was an accident, completely an accident. I was just showing Auntie how clean my freshly washed hands were. Jadis didn't dwell on whether it was a real or fake accident, only glancing down at Jiang Yunu's hands. They're quite clean. Jiang Yunu's smile was about to widen when she felt Jadis squeeze her hand, then pull her out of the kitchen. Hey! Jiang Yunu frantically tried to pry open the kitchen doorframe with her other hand. Jadis' actions in leading her out of the kitchen left no room for argument. Your hands are so clean, shouldn't you be even less likely to stay in the kitchen working? Jiang Yunu, but... No buts. Jadis firmly interrupted her, finally seeing her out of the kitchen, adding, Go play, or you can tidy up your things. You're a girl, you probably brought back more things. Jiang Yunu was thus ushered out of the kitchen. She peeked out from outside, and saw that Jolson was still inside. Aunt Daisy firmly refused to let Jiang Yunu stay to help, but for Joey-san, although the red-haired boy was visibly more tired than Jiang Yunu, he was exhausted from the race home. Aunt Daisy allowed him to stay and help when he insisted. Aunt Daisy was still the same Aunt Daisy who felt more comfortable ordering around boys. She suggested that Jiang Yunu pack her things, as she assumed girls would carry more. However, in her haste to get Jiang Yunu out of the way, she had forgotten how little luggage Jiang Yunu had brought the other 2 children to school for registration. Jiang Yunu had practically nothing to pack. She had only brought a backpack home, which was practically empty except for a change of clothes at the bottom. Finding nothing else to do, Jiang Yunu wandered around the first floor of the Qiao family home. She noticed that Aunt Daisy had cleaned the small house thoroughly, everything was neatly arranged, and even the tablecloth was new, presumably prepared especially for her and Joyce's return. Touching the new tablecloth, Jiang Yunu felt a surge of warmth. She pulled out a chair at the table, and, taking advantage of the time while waiting for dinner, did some homework. Jiang Yunu had one more assignment than Joyce. And going back further, this was the 3rd consecutive week she had more homework than Joyce. The root of all this stemmed from the first week of school, when Reese Daniel had made her write a short paper. Reese Daniel had previously suggested that Jiang Yunu try participating in a school competition, and had sent her a stack of reference materials. Jiang Yunu had basically finished reading those materials over the past 2 weeks, and Mr. Daniel would occasionally check her reading progress after class. Yesterday, Friday, was supposed to be the last class of the day, taught by Reese Daniel. After class, he asked Jiang Yunu if she was free on Saturday. If so, he said, she could come to his office on Saturday morning, and he could personally guide her for 3 hours regarding competition-related matters. However, Jiang Yunu was going home this weekend. Fortunately, Reese Daniel was a very flexible person. He was only slightly surprised to hear that Jiang Yunu was going home, and then offered to provide 3 mock topics for her to take home and review. This weekend, Jiang Yunu had to choose one of the 3 mock topics, and try to write a paper outline, submitting it to Professor Reese Daniel's personal terminal by 9 p.m. on Sunday for his personal review. Jiang Yunu remembered that her initial goal in going to school was to become a superpowered warrior. The screen of her personal terminal had already been pulled up, and the mock topics given by Teacher Lei were listed in a blank document. While opening new pages, Jiang Yunu pulled out the reference materials Teacher Lei had given her, and also brought up the school's online library search engine. She comforted herself. A student who doesn't want to build a solid theoretical foundation can't become the strongest warrior. As soon as the words left her mouth, Jiang Yunu realized she was already very much like Engels. Her self-comforting words were practically identical to Engels' educational philosophy. When Joyce came out of the kitchen with the trays, she saw Jiang Yuna sitting at the dining table, surrounded by a floating screen covering an area of about 200 degrees in front of her. Jiang Yuna was constantly switching between screens, and occasionally frantically typing with her head down. "Are you looking at the extra homework?" said Joey, carrying a tray. Hearing the noise, Jiang Yuna pushed aside the screen, stood up from his chair, and quickly came over to help take the tray. "Yes, I wanted to try and finish it tonight." Joey tried to move his arm aside. "No need, I already brought it here." Jiang Yuna pulled his arm back, not only taking the tray, but also pressing Joey back into the chair. "Thanks for reminding me, I should go into the kitchen to help serve the dishes." After pressing Joey down, Jiang Yuna pressed down on a spot on his arm. Joey was in a hurry to get back up and go to the kitchen, not wanting Jiang Yuna to interfere with these chores, but inexplicably his arm went numb, and he sat in the chair for a few seconds longer, slowing his movements. Jiang Yunu's touch had directly struck his nerve. Lunch at Building 78 was a happy and plentiful affair. Xiao Daixi's cooking was as excellent as ever, a completely different flavor from the school cafeteria. Hearing that Jiang Yuna had extra homework, after the meal, when Jiang Yuna again offered to help with the cleanup in the kitchen, Xiao Daixi still refused. "Don't you still have homework?" And Daixi tapped Jiang Yunu's head. "Go and do your homework first." Jiang Yunu stayed at the Qiao family's house for almost the entire day. Only after dinner did she pick up her backpack and return to her own building across the street, Building 80. Building 80 on the dilapidated street was still the same as before, the first floor empty and rundown. Several steps of the stairs leading to the second floor were still broken, requiring Jiang Yunu to use her excellent jumping ability to leap up. As Jiang Yunu climbed the stairs, she realized that, perhaps it was just her imagination, her physical abilities seemed to have improved compared to before she went to Inge. She used to need a running start to leap up the steps, but now she can jump almost as high from a standing position. The second floor window was tightly closed. Before leaving, Jiang Yuna packed away everything she didn't plan to take to school, and covered the bed with a large plastic sheet for dust protection. But there was still dust in the room, requiring a simple cleaning. The enclosed space had a mixed smell of dust and stuffiness. Jiang Yuna first lifted the dust sheet to check that there wasn't much dust on the bed. She put her bag on it, then ran to open the window, and quickly began cleaning herself. Even if she was only coming back for one night on the weekend, this was still her little territory. She didn't expect it to reach the excellent standards of Engel's dormitory, but at least it should be cleaner and more like a place where she could sleep. When Aunt Daisy called earlier, she subtly asked Jiang Yunu if she wanted her help tidy up her apartment. Jiang Yunu politely declined. She wasn't ready to reveal her true living conditions to others. Some aspects of her living situation were tolerable to her, but might appear rather appalling to others. Jiang Yunu was well aware of this, so she didn't plan to reveal her little nest to anyone for the time being. After a simple cleaning, Jiang Yuna sat on the bed she had made and continued working on her homework for a while. Suddenly, Zhou Jinxue contacted her on her terminal. Senior Zhou had also been busy recently, starting around the same time as Jiang Yunu, and the two had been chatting less in the evenings lately. Therefore, when Jiang Yunu saw Zhou's avatar flashing in the chat window, she was pleasantly surprised. User 240711523. Senior, are you done with your work today? Ingxue, yes, almost done. Then Zhou Jinxue sent Jiang Yunu a spreadsheet. Jiang Yunu always received things from Zhou Jinxue first, then looked at them carefully. She downloaded the spreadsheet and realized it was a schedule. User 240711523. Senior, what is this spreadsheet? Jiang Yuna glanced at it briefly, and only noticed that the dates on the spreadsheet weren't for the next 2 days, but rather marked as a month and a half later. A month and a half later would coincide with the midterm of the semester. Chapter 58. On the other end of the chat window, the typing icon next to Zhou Jinxue's avatar flashed for a moment. It seemed that Senior Zhou had typed some text and then cancelled it, carefully organizing her thoughts on the other side. Ingxue, 6 weeks from now, after the midterm exams, I'd be leaving school for a month as a member of the school team to participate in this year's inter-school competition. I probably won't return to school until the end of the semester. This is my schedule during my absence. Jiang Yuna was slightly taken aback after reading the text Zhou Jinxue had finally sent. She looked at the schedule again and realized why the contents of the form seemed so unfamiliar. It didn't seem to be part of their school's regular activities. Ingxue, this form was just distributed today, and I just received it too. I thought I should send you a copy. But Jiang Yuna wasn't a member of the Engel school team. Jiang Yuna knew much more about the so-called inter-school competition than when the semester started. It was a regular competition held in the first semester of each academic year, organized by school. Zhou Jinxue said Jiang Yuna her competition schedule, which initially confused her. However, Jiang Yuna quickly realized why Zhou Jinxue had sent it. The senior was worried that Jiang Yuna might encounter difficulties in her studies or daily life while she was away competing, and wouldn't know when to contact her. The schedule was very detailed, noting the training, rest, and competition times for the participating students. It was especially convenient to find people by referring to the schedule. User 240711523, a cute animal emoji. User 240711523, is the senior worried that I won't know how to contact you? Having already guessed most of the situation, Jiang Yuna still wanted to confirm with someone just to be on the safe side. Ingshue, Zhou Jinxue sent a short, single word. In return, Jiang Yuna sent her a string of cute animal emojis. Zhou Jinxue wasn't much older than Jiang Yuna, but at school, even if it was just 1 year older, it seemed like older students easily looked at younger students like children. A 1-year age difference was magnified infinitely on campus. Not to mention that senior Zhou was 2 years older than Jiang Yuna, more than a year older, and Jiang Yuna still looked younger than his peers, making Jiang Yuna sometimes strangely feel a kind of parental love from Zhou Jinxue. Ingshue, I contact a few close classmates later. If there's an emergency at school and you need help, you can go directly to them. Jiang Yuna, this is reminiscent of parents who have to go on long trips, not only notifying and reminding their children in advance, but also asking friends to help look after their children. Jiang Yuna had just sent Zhou Jinxue a little animal deep in thought emoji, and was still thinking about what witty remark to make. Suddenly, in the chat window, she saw that Zhou Jinxue's new message had changed the subject. Ingshue, but it's hard to say. I can wait until your competition results are out before doing this. What if you come with me then? Jiang Yuna paused again when she saw this latest message. Zhou Jinxue, of course, knew that she was going to participate in a school competition. When Teacher Lei sent that pile of documents to Jiang Yunu's terminal like a flood, Jiang Yuna almost fainted from reading them. She even consulted with Senior Zhou about the school competition along the way. Zhou Jinxue was initially surprised, then happy for Jiang Yuna's participation in the school competition. The Inge Junior Ability School's internal competition, based solely on Inge's star region and school rankings, doesn't seem particularly prestigious at first glance. However, as a freshman, Jiang Yuna was specially recommended by her teacher to participate. If she achieved a good ranking, just as Teacher Lei had said before, she could potentially join the school team early and make a name for herself in the inter-school competition. Not to mention, Inge has implemented numerous reforms this year, and the school team has already issued a new notification. Besides delivering the forms to Jiang Yuna so her protege junior could keep track of her movements, Zhou Jinxue also brought the new notification to Jiang Yuna. Ingshue, this year's new rule is that anyone who gets into the top 3 in the internal competition will directly become a reserve member of the school team. Reserve members will be included in the team for this trip, and will go with us to observe and learn for a month. Jiang Yuna's school competition is next month, right before the midterm exams, and the results will be out before the school team leaves. Zhou Jinxue didn't say it explicitly, but she clearly hoped Jiang Yuna could get a good ranking and go with her in this round. Jiang Yuna looked back at the spreadsheet in the chat window, and suddenly felt that Zhou Jinxue might not just be making it easier for her to find someone later, but might also have saved it, thinking that she might look at it sooner or later. User 240711523, Senior, you think so highly of me? The senior's expectations and encouragement were very subtle and tactful. Jiang Yuna knew Zhou Jinxue's personality, and didn't want to always bluntly expose her thoughts. Ingshue, I think you can do it, and you should also enjoy this kind of activity where you can meet teachers and students from different schools. This was indeed true of Senior Zhou. Jiang Yuna did like it. She was someone who never minded meeting more people, and never resisted being placed in new environments. Jiang Yuna immediately showered Zhou Jinxue with praise, focusing on how gentle, considerate, and thoughtful she was, and then firmly stated that she would definitely not let her down. User 240711523, don't worry, Senior, I will definitely try my best to get a good ranking. Originally, this inter-school competition was somewhat forced upon Jiang Yuna. It was an extra project that she unintentionally triggered when submitting her punishment essay to Reese Daniel. Her attitude towards preparing for the competition was fairly serious, but it wasn't that she really valued the competition that much. But after receiving these messages from Zhou Jinxue, everything changed. After ending her chat with Zhou Jinxue, Jiang Yuna's mindset had completely shifted. It was no longer I give it a try, I just participate as it comes, but rather, I absolutely must try and get a prize. With this renewed feeling, Jiang Yuna lay down on the hard bed on the second floor of the small garbage room. This bed was nothing like the ones in her school dormitory, it didn't even have a mattress. The sheet was one she salvaged from a recycling bin in a nearby neighborhood when she was scouring Xia Ti's charity recycling bins. It had been washed clean before she left for school, placed in a dust bag at the bottom of a storage box, and then taken out and neatly laid out on the bed when she returned. Jiang Yuna slept soundly in her makeshift sleeping environment. The next morning, her biological clock roused her naturally, even without an alarm. When she opened her eyes, the entire city of Xiate had just lifted its children's curfew. It was still early before the Chiao family's breakfast time. Jiang Yuna quickly washed up, then put on casual clothes, and quietly left the dilapidated street. Yesterday, she and Xiao Yisan had run through the narrow streets, their footsteps clattering on the cobblestones. This morning, however, she was more reserved when she went out alone. She first strolled around the nearby streets, soaking up the atmosphere of Xiate City that she hadn't experienced for almost a month. Then, Jiang Yuna went to Jinjiu Street on the 32nd Loop rail line. Jinjiu Street lived up to its reputation as a small commercial street on the 32nd Loop. Even early in the morning, the area was more bustling than the other residential areas she had passed. Many small shops along the street were already open, with both human and robot employees busy at work. Some were continuing to tend to their shops, preparing for the morning rush after 9 a.m., while others had already welcomed their first customers and were busily running their small businesses. Jiang Yuna came directly from the garbage dump, so she obviously hadn't eaten breakfast. She patted her stomach, politely declined an invitation from a robot employee to solicit her business, and entered a bakery in the middle of Jinjiu Street. The bakery counter was still very high, yet it seemed not as high as Jiang Yuna remembered. She entered the shop, and the voice-activated flower wreath at the entrance cheerfully greeted her, "Welcome." However, there was no one inside. Both robot and human employees were probably still in the back room, and most of the display cases in the outer area were still empty. Jiang Yuna compared her height to the counter, and realized she must have grown taller. The counter, which used to be able to completely obscure her with a tall stack of sample boxes, now wouldn't be able to hide her even with more boxes piled up. This was the bakery Jiang Yuna had entered on her first day in Xiate City. Hearing the sound of a customer arriving, footsteps quickly came from behind a hidden door leading to the back room, and someone rushed over. "I'm so sorry, sir," the person called out as she walked quickly. "The first batch of bread this morning is still baking. It will take another 15 minutes. Currently, we only have egg tarts and cookies available." Jiang Yuna stopped in front of the only display counter, her eyes meeting those of the young woman who had rushed over. The young female clerk might not have recognized Jiang Yuna immediately, or perhaps she worked there every day, seeing so many customers, that she hadn't remembered that little girl who had run into the shop during the new product sampling period that evening. Jiang Yunu met the other woman's gaze and smiled confidently. "I can wait 15 minutes, Jiang Yunu said. "I want to buy bread." Out of professional habit, the young female shop assistant immediately nodded and politely said, "Then I have to wait a while." Then, the other woman continued to stare at Jiang Yunu's face, her expression gradually becoming uncertain. "Excuse me, have you been to our shop before?" The shop assistant asked proactively, a shy smile appearing on her face. "I think you look a little familiar." Jiang Yunu's clothes today also had a hood. Upon hearing this, she turned the hood up and put it on, then squatted down a little beside the counter. "Will I look even more familiar like this?" Jiang Yunu said with a smile. "Pretty sister, that night I could only ask you for samples, but today I can come to you to buy bread." Chapter 59. With just one phrase, "pretty sister," the bakery clerk's memory instantly became clear. "Oh!" the clerk exclaimed, "It's you." Then, the clerk looked Jiang Yunu up and down carefully again. She said with satisfaction, "You've grown taller." Jiang Yunu said, "Really? When I came in, I compared myself to the counter, and I think I've grown taller too." There were 3 small tables against the wall in the bakery, and drinks were also sold there. The small tables were for customers, who occasionally ordered cakes and drinks to eat in. Because Jiang Yunu was a rather special returning customer, the clerk paid for her a cup of hot lemon tea out of her own pocket. Jiang Yunu couldn't refuse, so she changed her shopping plan, adding a bag of cookies and 3 egg tarts to her original by 2 loaves of bread. The shop assistant noted down Jiang Yunu's order, then paused before pressing the confirmation button. She asked, "Isn't this a bit much for one person? Can you finish it?" she asked cautiously and tactfully. Clearly, the shop assistant remembered the white-haired girl who ran into the shop that night, and naturally, she remembered how ill-fitting Jiang Yunu's clothes were. The girl's family probably wasn't well off. Jiang Yunu knew the shop assistant was worried she ordered too much and wasted money. "It's all right," she said. "I live with my aunt and cousin now, so this is more than enough to finish." Hearing that Jiang Yunu now had family, and seeing that the girl's clothes did indeed fit much better, the shop assistant felt relieved and continued processing the order. Jiang Yunu received her first batch of freshly baked bread for the day. The freshly baked bread carried a rich, pleasant aroma of flour and butter, its surface golden brown and slightly charred, yet the inside was fluffy and soft, and surprisingly large. Jiang Yunu looked at the bread she had received from left to right, worried that the bakery clerk was doing charity again. "Sister, are your breads always this big?" The clerk replied confidently, "Yes, they always been this big. This is our standard size." Jiang Yunu took 2 loaves of bread that were even bigger than her face, and suddenly understood why she had been able to eat her fill of samples that night when she first arrived in Xiate City. The sample size had been unexpected. She hadn't realized a whole loaf of bread could be this big. Jiang Yunu also received the cookies and egg tarts she had bought. She almost couldn't carry them all in 2 hands. The egg tarts were also large, probably twice the size of a regular egg tart in her memory. The bag of cookies was also quite full, almost heavy on her fingers. "I decided to become your store's unofficial ambassador starting today," Jiang Yunu solemnly announced to the female clerk before leaving the bakery, her hands brimming with groceries. "I'm going to tell everyone that your bakery is the most affordable and delicious bakery in Xiate." The clerk beamed and personally saw Jiang Yunu out the door. Jiang Yunu walked along the street outside the bakery, her hands full of groceries. As she passed several public advertising screens, her attention was drawn to the activity on the screens. She slowed her pace and glanced at them a few times. Suddenly, memories of her first night in Xiate resurfaced. Jiang Yunu remembered looking at the advertisements on this very street. She finally understood why the name of the school she stumbled upon 2 weeks ago, Shenijing's combat video from Duma Academy, sounded so familiar, as if she heard it somewhere before. She had indeed heard of it. On the very day she first encountered human society in this world. Jiang Yunu stopped in front of a public advertising screen. It was just a fleeting glimpse into her first day in Xiate City, yet now, standing beneath the screen again, she miraculously remembered the advertisement she'd seen. Duma Academy's 100th something class? Anyway, it was their graduation ceremony advertisement. She happened to overhear the advertisement, watched 2 minutes of the report, and because she was in a hurry to study the free tasting notice board at the bakery, she mentally called it Bull and Horse Academy. Jiang Yunu, Reflecting on her initial lack of respect, and considering how meticulously she analyzed the students' tactics, Jiang Yunu felt a pang of regret towards Duma Academy. Soon, Jiang Yunu ended her one-sided reminiscence and reflection. Carrying the groceries from the bakery, she ran to another block. She went to the general store that had delivered pastries and dried fruit to her before. She also did some repayment shopping at the general store, buying herself a few more things to take back to Inge that day. Then she finally set off back to the dilapidated street. Despite running around to several places and doing several things that morning, because she got up early and moved quickly, it wasn't even 9 o'clock in the morning when she finished all her work. She reached the corner of the rundown street when Joyce called her on video. "Aren't you home?" Joyce asked in the video, then let out a wide, uninhibited yawn. It was clear they were so familiar with each other that they no longer cared about their image. Jiang Yunu quickly zoomed out the video window, showing Joyce the street scene around her. "I'm at the corner," she said. "I went out to buy some things. Why didn't you call me when you went shopping?" Joyce still looked sleepy, as if she could collapse onto the floor and fall asleep at any moment. At the same time, Joyce zoomed out again, showing Jiang Yunu that she was standing in front of the door of building number 80. "Mom kicked me out of the house to call you for breakfast," Joyce said listlessly. "I've been knocking on the door for ages, but no one answers." Jiang Yunu's little garbage shack still didn't have a proper lock, but she assembled a little contraption to hold the door shut when no one was home. If Joyce had been a little stronger and knocked harder, she might have noticed something was wrong. Jiang Yunu suspected that Joyce hadn't just been kicked out of the house by Aunt Daisy and sent to call her for breakfast. She suspected that Joyce might have just been kicked out of bed. "I'm afraid if I take you out upright, I have to carry you back horizontally," Jiang Yunu replied, walking briskly into the narrow, rundown street. "I don't need to sleep on the street," Joyce mumbled in protest, But the protest was immediately followed by a yawn. The red-haired boy's head was still bobbing up and down on the screen, his gaping mouth almost covering half the screen. Jiang Yunu calmly watched this unbearable scene, only advising Joey-san to go back inside immediately. He might be able to sleep for another 5 or 6 minutes at the dining table before she reached the door of building number 78. Jiang Yunu returned to the Chiao family home with her morning's haul. Joe Daisy knew what Jiang Yunu had bought even before Joey-san. What a huge loaf of bread! Joe Daisy couldn't help but exclaim in amazement at the bread Jiang Yunu had brought back. Really? Jiang Yunu, as if seeking praise, immediately held a large loaf of bread up to Aunt Daisy's face. Aunt Daisy, smell it. Doesn't it smell wonderful? Joe Daisy often cooked herself, and had a high ability to discern the quality of ingredients. Just by looking and smelling, she knew that this bread was made with high-quality ingredients. The design looked simple, but it was very well made. It's very nice. Jadis nodded first, then changed the subject. But buying such a fragrant loaf of bread, it seems Auntie's breakfast isn't to your liking anymore. Want something different today? Jiang Yunu, how could I? Auntie Yunu's cooking was naturally not to be missed. Even the most fragrant bread didn't conflict with eating Jadis' breakfast. In Jiang Yunu's mind, the two were irreplaceable. Jadis didn't ask Jiang Yunu why he suddenly decided to buy bread and some groceries. When Jiang Yunu displayed autonomy beyond his years, she always fully respected that autonomy, never asking questions or interfering. However, Joey-san, after Jiang Yunu finished breakfast and the two squeezed into the kitchen to clean up, the red-haired boy displayed a precocious worry, nudging Jiang Yunu with his elbow. Be careful with the school's allowance of star coins. Joyce was worried about Jiang Yunu's finances, fearing she might squander the rare savings in her account. Jiang Yunu hummed in agreement, assuring her she would be careful. After a while, amidst the sound of running water, Jiang Yunu heard Joyce muttering again. The red-haired boy, still uneasy, muttered beside her, Forget it, maybe I should be more frugal here and set up a little end-of-month savings fund for us. Jiang Yunu, There was no need for that. Besides, the bakery and grocery store they went to today, apart from the slightly extra expense at the bakery, didn't involve large sums overall. Jiang Yunu's spending was still within manageable limits. Anger subsidies for impoverished students were paid monthly, including a fixed meal allowance each month, and a quarterly allowance of star coins directly deposited into their accounts, allowing them to purchase things for themselves quarterly. To prevent Joyce from worrying about the star coin expenses, Jiang Yunu quickly changed the subject, mentioning the Engel school team reforms and the inter-school competition that Zhou Jinxue had discussed the previous night. Joyce already knew about Jiang Yunu's competition, but she didn't know it was linked to the school team's quota. And Daisy knew nothing about either. So that means you won't be able to come home for a month? Daisy immediately started flipping through her electronic calendar to check which month it was. Jiang Yunu felt that Aunt Daisy's words and actions were premature. It's possible I won't be able to come home for a month, she corrected her wording. Daisy, however, seemed absolutely certain that Jiang Yunu would be going out. It's safe to say that Joyce and Aunt Daisy were mother and son. They both had an inexplicable, almost unwavering, confidence in Jiang Yunu. After returning to school on Sunday afternoon, Jiang Yunu continued revising the paper assigned to her by Professor Reese Daniel in her dormitory. Around 7 p.m., she sent the supplementary assignment to Professor Reese's personal terminal. Professor Reese replied to her at 9:30 p.m., informing Jiang Yunu to go to his office during the lunch break the next day. Chapter 60. This was Jiang Yunu's first time visiting the office building. Engel's faculty office building was located diagonally behind the main teaching building, the two on the campus map. Teacher Lei was occasionally cunning, capable of delivering a gentle but deadly smile, but most of the time he was very understanding. He informed Jiang Yunu that they would meet in his office during lunch break, reminding her to eat lunch first and not rush straight to the office building after class. Upon receiving this reminder, Jiang Yunu asked, Teacher, do I seem that enthusiastic about going to your office? Reese Daniel was only kindly reminding the child, but upon being asked this, his smile immediately became meaningful. Teacher Lei said, so you're not really enthusiastic about coming to my office? Jiang Yunu's intuition sounded an alarm, advising her not to easily provoke Reese Daniel, who was in a good mood. Jiang Yunu readily changed her tune. How could that be? I'd be happy to go to the office for guidance. As soon as she finished speaking, Jiang Yunu grabbed the silently waiting Joy-san and dashed away from the teaching building like a grease. After eating at the cafeteria, she parted ways with Joy-san at the entrance and walked against the flow of students returning to the dormitories, heading back to the sparsely populated teaching area during lunch break. Jiang Yunu arrived at the office building, followed the campus navigation to find Reese Daniels' office, and paused for a moment at the door. She checked the time on her personal terminal and realized that only half an hour had passed since get out of class ended. Jiang Yunu wasn't sure if this time was perfect for Reese Daniel. After all, teachers need rest too. At least lunch, right? Jiang Yunu? The multifunctional panel embedded in the wall by the office door suddenly spoke, revealing Teacher Lei's voice. What are you doing standing at the door? You triggered the infrared sensor. Come in quickly. Before the words were finished, the closed office door opened automatically. The door slid along the doorway into the left-hand wall. Jiang Yunu stepped into Reese Daniels' office and found it to be a spacious room. Upon entering, she could see Teacher Lei's semicircular desk and a floating screen that stretched almost 180 degrees above it. Jiang Yunu, with her sharp eyes, immediately noticed that in a corner of the screen, what appeared to be the image of the office doorway was being projected. Reese Daniel greeted her and quickly noticed the student's gaze. Look, Teacher Lei pointed to a small area of the screen. This is connected to the sensor at the door. It just reported to me that someone was lingering at the door without reason, so I checked the surveillance footage and found it was our student Jiang Luobua. Ever since that radish analogy in class, Reese Daniel had a particular fondness for calling Jiang Yunu Jiang Luobua in private. Jiang Yunu didn't mind being given a nickname by her teacher and shamelessly accepted it. She dared to accept it if Teacher Lei dared to call her that. Oh, it's me, Jiang Yunu said. She took a few steps closer to the desk and frankly explained why she had hesitated at the door. I was afraid you were resting or eating, teacher, she said. A smile appeared on Reese Daniels' lips. By taking the initiative to arrange a meeting with a student during lunch break, I will definitely make sure I present my best image to the student, Teacher Lei said. It wasn't hard to tell that he was a teacher who paid great attention to his image. After a few brief, casual words that had lightened the mood, Reese Daniel beckoned to Jiang Yunu, signaling her to come closer. Then, when Jiang Yunu reached the table, he directed a small service robot in the office to set up a seat for her. I seen your assignment from last night, Reese Daniel began, getting down to business, first giving feedback on Jiang Yunu's work. A zoom-in screen was manually enlarged on the large screen, and Jiang Yunu saw her work, written overnight, clearly projected onto it, with numerous annotations beside it. Clearly Reese Daniel's handwritten comments. Excellent viewpoints, and a solid grasp of the basic knowledge points. Reese Daniel was quite satisfied with the assignment, his tone revealing praise and satisfaction. For your age, this is quite remarkable. Jiang Yunu was never shy when praised, and she was generally good at affirming herself, feeling she deserved praise. I think I did pretty well too, Jiang Yunu said with a grin. Reese Daniel paused, giving her a complicated look. Mr. Reese tapped his fingers on the table, finally unable to resist. He pulled an electronic pen from a vintage pen holder on the table, turned the blunt end of the pen around, and tapped Jiang Yunu's head. Reese Daniel, why aren't you even a little humble in front of your teacher? Jiang Yunu felt like she'd been hit on the head with a pebble. Mr. Reese didn't even blink as his hand and pen landed. When I really did a good job, Jiang Yunu said, I think people don't need to be modest. Reese Daniel thought about her words for a moment, feeling like he was being led astray by Jiang Yunu's bizarre logic. He took the pen from between his fingers, shaking his head helplessly. I don't know if your personality is even a good thing. Jiang Yunu blinked. At least so far, I think I done pretty well. Teacher Lei wanted to tap her on the head again, but being a teacher who valued his image, he was too lazy to pick up his pen again. Finally, he just said helplessly, How old are you? Jiang Yunu thought to herself, not exactly young. At least older than she appeared. However, there were some things that shouldn't be said, and Jiang Yunu certainly wouldn't easily say them. Reese Daniel first affirmed her homework, very satisfied with its overall completion. Then, following the order of the annotations, he explained them to her in detail, pointing out areas where she could continue to improve and highlighting areas for further exploration. After the briefing, most of the lunch break had already passed. Finish everything I just mentioned, then try a different topic and write a new report. If your completion rate continues to improve, I think winning a prize in the school competition is a sure thing, said Reese Daniel. Jiang Yunu wasn't entirely clear on the competition format before, only knowing the scope of reference materials, and that she roughly needed to write an article. She only understood today from Teacher Lei that the school competition consists of 2 parts. One is answering questions on site, and the other is writing an essay on a self-selected topic given on site. It really is a purely theoretical competition. Purely theoretical, that's actually fairer for lower grade students, Teacher Lei said. If this were a competition that required practical application of supernatural abilities, then even if you, Jiang Luobua, were a very talented student, I couldn't recommend you to participate. Jiang Yunu digested Teacher Lei's words, feeling that Reese Daniels' words seemed to have a hidden meaning. Teacher Lei, Jiang Yunu thought for a moment and asked, "Do you really want me to win a prize?" Reese Daniel was noticeably silent for a moment, making the atmosphere around the desk awkward. Jiang Yunu looked at him with sincere curiosity, patiently sitting in his chair waiting, without any discomfort. After a while, Teacher Lei seemed to sigh almost imperceptibly. "Logically speaking, as a teacher, I shouldn't have any selfish motives," Reese Daniel said slowly. "But if you get a ranking, you can become the youngest member of the Engle School team this year." A freshman who had only recently enrolled being selected for the Engle School team should have been exciting. Big news. After Reese Daniel finished speaking, he deliberately paused to carefully observe Jiang Yunu's expression, only to find that Jiang Yunu's reaction was rather indifferent. Reese Daniel became suspicious. "Wait, you already knew about this?" Jiang Yunu honestly replied, "My one-on-one pairing is Zhou Jin Shui." Zhou Jin Shui was quite well known in her grade. Every teacher in the school would remember her, and she was also a formal member of this year's school team. A knowing look flashed across Reese Daniel's face. He looked at Jiang Yunu again, shaking his head with a slight smile. "So you already had inside information. I thought I could use this information to surprise you." Jiang Yunu said, "Teacher, you really want me to join the school team? This message alone is enough to blow my mind." From Reese Daniel's words, Jiang Yunu was certain that the other party did indeed want her to achieve a ranking and join this year's school team to compete in this round of inter-school competitions. Reese Daniel suddenly fell silent again, his fingers lightly tracing the smooth surface of the desk. Jiang Yunu didn't know why her teacher had suddenly become so serious, but since there was still some time before lunch break, and she wouldn't be sleepy even without a nap, she could remain alert and patiently wait. Schools in all star sectors are striving to produce young talents. After a long while, Reese Daniel said softly. Jiang Yunu's ears twitched. She looked at the teacher she had interacted with most since the start of the semester and noticed that his expression was unreadable. Jiang Yunu asked, "Isn't being a young talent good?" "Yes." Reese Daniel affirmed Jiang Yunu's words, but for some reason, gave a bitter smile. "But Jiang Luobua, do you know how rare truly gifted people are in this world?" This time, Reese Daniel didn't pick up his pen, but gently patted Jiang Yunu's head. "Do you know how many people in this world are actually mediocre, but simply benefit from their birth, enjoying preferential treatment in resources, and thus becoming geniuses shaped by those resources?" Jiang Yunu remained silent. Reese Daniel's tone was as gentle as ever, yet it seemed to carry a hint of something else, making Jiang Yunu instinctively feel that this wasn't the right time for her to speak. "Those with mediocre talent are common, those with extraordinary talent are rare," Reese Daniel continued. "However, the degree of resource allocation can influence whether a child who is already considered talented shines brightly or remains unknown." After speaking, Mr. Reese paused, his voice lowering slightly. "I've seen many like the latter, and quite a few like the former." Jiang Yunu felt it was time for her to speak, so she boldly seized the key point and asked, "Mr. Reese, do you consider me someone with talent?" Reese Daniel glanced at her. "Otherwise, why would I push you to compete?" "That means you are currently considered so." Mr. Reese spoke meticulously, adding the prefix currently. Jiang Yunu was patted on the head again by Reese Daniel. "I accidentally went a bit off topic," Reese Daniel said. "Anyway, I want to try giving you more opportunities, to let you go out more. Perhaps you are also a young talent waiting to be discovered, no less capable than anyone else." Mr. Reese's last sentence was very encouraging. Indeed, as he said, Jiang Yunu is currently only still has talent in his eyes.